Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Nicholas Callis here with your fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. The Pittsburgh Steelers had a de facto bye week this weekend because, well, they played on Thursday Night Football and lost. The Ravens had a bye week, and so the Cleveland Browns were the only team to play on Sunday. They ended up beating the Miami Dolphins 31-6. They've improved to a 2-5 record. The Miami Dolphins are 1-6 now in the season. The Pittsburgh Penguins had a game over the weekend. Penguins, they beat the San Jose Sharks by a 3-0 final score, improving the Penguins' record. They're above 500 now by a couple games. Penguins' next game is at home tomorrow at 7 o'clock against the Canucks. And the Major League Baseball playoffs is continuing to move forward. The Dodgers have clinched the National League after beating the Milwaukee Brewers and sweeping them in that 7-game series. The American League Championship Series, quite the opposite. That game is going right down to the wire. Game 7 of that series will be tonight between the Toronto Blue Jays and Seattle Mariners. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And the Family Morning Show with me, Nicholas Terry Callis. That is next. You're listening to Sports Radio 937 The Fan.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Since 1969, a quick drain service has been going down the drain so you don't have to. Proudly serving the tri-state area, they're your go-to experts for DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installations from plumbing to sewer and drain cleaning. They do it all. Fast, professional, and reliable. Emergency service available 24/7. Lifetime guarantee on water and sewer lines. Senior and military discounts available. Go to quickdrain.com. A quick drain service, PA number 074216.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, October 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
Get up with the Fan Early Morning Show, presented by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life.
Let me tell you a little bit about Pittsburgh sports.
The biggest name in Pittsburgh sports media. Ladies and gentlemen, Nicholas Harry Callis.
Yay!
Oh, Harry.
We don't know how he does it. He doesn't know how he does it. But he's up at 5 every morning to get the sports talk day started in Pittsburgh. This is the Fan Early Morning Show with Nicholas Harry Callis on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports station.
Good morning. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This is the Family Morning Show at Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, Pittsburgh's hometown sports talk station. A little bit to talk about, but not a whole lot going on this weekend. Just one Penguin game where they were able to win against the San Jose Sharks and shut them out by a 3-0 final score. So that's something to get into and acknowledge. The Penguins are starting this season pretty respectably. Penguins this season, just double check here, 1, 2, 2-1, 2-2, either 4-2. 4-2 on the season with a home game coming up. It's one home game. There's not a home stand. They've just got one game against the Canucks before they go back on the road. When they stay on the East Coast, they're just going to go down south and play the Florida Panthers on Thursday. It's nice to see them do well, especially because this season didn't really promise a whole lot. You know, last season was disappointing. It felt like there was a lot of lost opportunities for this team. It feels like they need a rebuild. They haven't quite done the rebuild thing, which is fine. They're still constructing this team in an effort to win. And Kyle Dubas so far looking good. It's just a matter of whether the Penguins can sustain this success or not. But like I said, it's nice to see that they have won some games here to start the season, especially hitting the Rangers with a 3-0 loss on the opening day. They're on the road. That was impressive. So a couple bumps. They lost to the Anaheim Ducks and the New York Rangers when they played them the second time last weekend. But all's good. I mean, all's okay. They've won their next two games, and right now they're on a 2-game winning streak, and they are 4-2. So good on them. Steelers didn't play this weekend because they played on Thursday Night Football against the Cincinnati Bengals. So two AFC North teams had their game taken care of on Thursday with that Thursday Night Football game. The Ravens are on a bye week. The Cleveland Browns were the only team to play, and they beat the Miami Dolphins 31-6, which... how about that? I mean, that was a battle of two teams that were 1-5. And, you know, one of them had to win. I would have hoped it would have been the Miami Dolphins, but the Dolphins are really just that bad. And Mike McDaniel, I didn't hear anything about him, but his job is very much on the line, according to swirling rumors. And I'm looking at some of the post-game stuff now, some of the stories that were written about the Dolphins, and I mean, he's not fired. He's still there. But when you lose to Cleveland like that, I mean, that's really that is a story. So now the AFC North looks like this. The Steelers still in the lead at 4-2, still the only team with a record over 500. The Cincinnati Bengals 3-4 in second place. Browns 2-5 in third place, and the Ravens at 1-5, still in last in fourth place. The Steelers still have a unique opportunity here, which is why I don't think we should get too low on that loss. I mean, immediately after, there's some frustration brewing. There's some frustration that I had because it just feels like, I mean, I think the biggest reason that I felt so upset after the game, now that I reflect on it more calmly, now that week 7 here is coming to an end, there was so much of this superstition around the Thursday Night Football game. There's so much superstition around the legend of Joe Flacco, right? There's so much of this superstition that the Steelers have never won this game under Mike Tomlin. Never won a division game on Thursday Night Football on the road. Mike Tomlin is terrible against Joe Flacco, and I think thinking about this, I'm just like, why does that have to be the case? Why does that even have to be acknowledged? Why can't the Steelers just finally go out there and do this? Why can't Mike Tomlin finally coach this team in that situation to a win? Especially with some of the decisions that they made, like when the Bengals got the ball to Jamar Chase 16 times. He had 16 pass receptions, one of which was late in the game, like under 2 minutes late in the game, and he was able to mow down a big chunk of yards that the Bengals had to take in order to get into field goal range. So there's definitely reasons to be frustrated, but now looking at the bigger picture moving forward, if there's just one thing to do here, it's just to keep winning your games. This one really shouldn't get to the Steelers. I mean, Joe Flacco could save the Bengals, theoretically. The team's not constructed well, and maybe they were able to play well enough to beat the Steelers. That's fine. Maybe Joe Flacco can save them, maybe not. You do have to watch out for the Bengals, though. I'm not going to count them out personally because, I mean, Flacco was able to get the Browns to the playoffs at one point in time. It's not fair to just completely dismiss this this Bengals team. So you just got to watch out for them, and the only way to watch out for them at this point is to win your next game against them later in the season, but also to keep winning the other games that you have so that they stay away. Browns, despite their win, they're still relatively buried, though they have one fewer loss and one fewer win and one more loss than the Bengals. The Bengals 3-4, the Browns 2-5. So now that the Browns have a better chance, but they're there, the Steelers just can't blow this lead. I mean, that's about it. I mean, and this is something we've seen before, which makes me a bit skeptical of what is to come. So we just got to wait and see. But I think the Steelers can turn this one around. I don't have all that much faith. This just seems to me, and going back to what I said last week, I have a bit of pessimism in the Steelers' next few games. And I hope that they prove me wrong. I hope that they do, but looking at this right now, like, this is the type of portion of the schedule where the Steelers would indeed collapse. They've got at home twice, mind you. They've got 2 games at home, 1 game on the road before they play the Bengals again. They've got the Green Bay Packers coming up this weekend on Sunday. They've got the Indianapolis Colts at home on Sunday, November the 2nd, and then they go on the road on November the 9th to play the Los Angeles Chargers. That's a set of games where if the Steelers aren't careful, that they very well could lose consecutive games. So I have a bit of speculation, a bit of skepticism, a bit of pessimism in these games. And the way that the Steelers can prove me wrong and get my pessimism to go away is just to win those games, just to take care of business. Not make excuses after the game and say, we didn't do our jobs. Just do the jobs, in the game in real time. To the Steelers' credit, there is no circumstance here that makes these games have some superstition around them, like the Bengals on Thursday Night Football on the road, right? They don't have that. Joe Flacco is not the quarterback of the Packers, Colts, or Chargers as it stands right now. So they should be able to take care of these games. And if they do that, I mean, I'll be happy. With each next win will come more optimism from me. And losses happen. Whenever the Steelers lose, I feel like the worst is yet to come. And it's not like we haven't seen this before. If the Steelers were consistent division winners here recently, then I would say, all right, I'm fine. But they haven't been consistent division winners. They've been sneaking to the playoffs as a wild card team year after year after year. Why would this year be any different? Well, the only way to do that is to get the results necessary to make me feel like, okay, this is okay. Crowley was even talking about this on the morning show last week. He was saying that, if they win, do we overpraise Tomlin and the coaches and the players? And, Dorn and I both said no to that argument just because they have more to prove, because we've seen a lot of this before. A big step would have been finally winning that Thursday Night Football game on the road against the division opponent. But they didn't do it. And so now we come into this week thinking, well, what next could happen? What have we seen before that's going to happen again? That's just where my mind goes. Because when you have similar seasons under the same head coach 8 consecutive times, you're going to be pessimistic. It's been 8 seasons since the Steelers have won a playoff game. There needs to be something different that happens here that makes me, and should make all of you, really confident that this team can be different. And they haven't done much different right now. I mean, they're winning games, which is what they've done before. There's enough games for them to go on a massive losing streak if they were to go on one, and to lose to the Bengals like they did on Thursday just makes me worried. But I don't want to have you lose faith in the Steelers. I don't want the faith in the Steelers to be lost among themselves. I just want them to go out there and win against the Packers on Sunday, which they're historically good against the Packers at home. And that's the Sunday night features, so that's something else to consider. They've got 2 Sunday night features coming up here. How about that? When they play the Chargers on November 9th, they'll be on Sunday Night Football as well. Very cool. Very cool. But that's just what they have to do. They have to win. They just have to keep winning. The Bengals could get sneaky hot, and they could come back. I have faith that could happen as well, which is why I want the Steelers to win this division securely. But I guess there is that possibility that the Bengals could crash and burn even after this week and not be able to come back. I mean, the Browns and the Ravens would have to go on pretty historic winning streaks to be able to come back and secure their spot in the playoffs. So, really, as I see it right now, until either of those two teams get back to 500, it's a race between the Bengals and the Steelers have a large lead. Keep that lead, Steelers, please. That is what I hope for here. All right, the phone number, 412-928-9370. You can get a phone line. You can talk to me. We're just kind of floating here. There's not a whole lot of definitive analysis to give right now. The Steelers played on Thursday. We got all of our big analysis and ranting out of the way on Friday. So anything you want to mention as it relates to them? As I mentioned before, the Penguins, they played over the weekend as well. They were able to win against the San Jose Sharks on Saturday to improve to 4-2, so that's something to celebrate as well. And now that I put the two together, it looks like both the Steelers and the Penguins entering this week are 4-2. So cool. A lot more weight on NFL games than NHL games, but it's a fact. They're both 4-2. Give me a phone call though if you want to talk. 412-928-9370. You can talk to me on X as well at Callas_33. That's CALLAS_33. And you can go on YouTube. You can go to youtube.com, search 93.7 The Fan. You can watch us live in studio, but there's a chat as well on those live stream videos where you can talk to us in real time, and I do check those on a routine basis. So if you prefer to talk to us that way, you can. This is the Family Morning Show. It's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life and get up with us every morning on the Van Early Morning Show. 5 o'clock to 5:40 is the slot for this show. So for those of you that are freaky like me and like to be up this early, or maybe you worked overnight and this is late for you, good morning either way. This is the Family Morning Show. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. And again, it's brought to you by Steel City Medical Center. Put the smile back in your life. Phone calls on the horizon. Here we go. We'll start with this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Good morning, Nick. It's Dave on the road.
What's up?
Calling about the narcissistic, egotistical Mike Tomlin, blaming the offense for the loss on Thursday night, which it was obviously his defense that he always praises about. Nick, you have to fire Tomlin. This guy's out of control, and he's delusional to what his team can be. If the Steelers could be 9-8 at the end of the season, that'd be about the best they could do. Thank you, and as always, fire Tomlin. Have a good day.
Thank you for the call. It's always nice to start your week off with a fire Tomlin call. Look, I mean, they have to do something different this season. And after every season, it feels like we want to fire Mike Tomlin. And then something happens in the offseason. Omar Khan's been doing a really good job at constructing this football team to compete every season, to have interesting enough offseason moves where people will be invested year-round, 365 days in the Pittsburgh Steelers. And that's what the Steelers are right now, is they're an interesting franchise because they always find a way to compete, and they always find a way to make interesting acquisitions, which is cool. But if the Steelers don't win in the playoffs and don't have a legitimate shot at competing for a Super Bowl, then what's it all about? The Steelers are just in show business at that point. They're not in the actual business of winning football games when it counts. And one could argue that the regular season always counts because you need enough regular season wins to qualify for the playoffs, and that's fine. But Mike Tomlin has established he can qualify for the playoffs. Might we be able to win a playoff game here? And that's kind of my point. So I know Dave calls in all the time and says, fire Mike Tomlin. And I do like to take that call seriously whenever I can. And now that we're in the thick of the season, when you lose a game like you did to the Cincinnati Bengals, in that same situation, it just makes me think, well, what else now is going to happen where I'm going to feel like this is the same season I'm watching over and over and over again? Why is this season going to be different from the previous 8 seasons where they have lost in the first round of the playoffs or worse? So, yeah, I mean, I would be on board with the Mike Tomlin firing again if they don't win in the playoffs this season. I want to see something different. I really crave something different, and I'm sure a lot of you do too, and that's just where I'm at. So, right, I mean, this loss to the Bengals makes me think, oh, here we go again. I could be proven wrong by the Steelers just rebounding, going out there again, and winning the games that they need to win, which is any and all of them they can possibly win, to go into the playoffs and then winning a playoff game. December will also be an interesting month for me to watch and for you to watch as well, just based on how not well they've done in December in recent seasons. So we got to see. But at this point, it's frustrating that they haven't won in the playoffs, and I want some evidence to support why this team will be better this season as opposed to other seasons. And right now, I'm still seeing a lot of the same. On the flip side, though, teams lose games. Teams lose games. That's something that happens. The Steelers going undefeated is not an easy thing to do. Sometimes it's just not your week. Sometimes things happen. But you really got to ask yourself, and you really got to figure out, too, is this team, is the foundation this team is set at, is this team good enough to win in the playoffs? I could lean toward yes. They have had their moments. And I do believe this team in particular could focus up properly enough to win a playoff game, as long as they're on. And I have not had confidence like that before, like I have this season. So this season is a little different because I think the way they're constructed makes them the team capable of winning in the playoffs. Now, if they don't, then back to Dave's point, fire Mike Tomlin. Get some new coaches in here that can get you that playoff win. But seeing the same thing year after year after year is not something I really care to continue to watch. 412-928-9370, that's the phone number. Talk to me this morning. We're going to continue to take calls right now. Got this caller. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Harry, it's GP. How you doing?
I'm good. What's up?
Hey, a couple things. That game's over with, so we got to start looking. They had a little jet lag. I mean, the defense just didn't show up. So we're going to forget about that game. Just forget it ever happened. We're going to concentrate on Green Bay at home. That's going to be a win. But my question to you is, did you happen to watch any of them games or see any highlights of those games yesterday? Like especially that one with the Denver and the Giants. Did you happen to see that game?
I don't, but I saw the final score was very close, and Jackson Dart, there's a bunch of pictures online of him being very sad.
Yeah, I was just calling about him, Jackson Dart. I really wanted them to draft him this year, the Steelers.
Yeah.
That both of those teams have young quarterbacks. That Bo Nix, they both look real good on it in that game. I think both of those teams, that Jackson Dart probably saved that coach's job. Like him putting him in when he did, yanking him, like that would have been something that Tomlin would have hesitated to do. He would have kept Wilson until later on in the season. You know what I mean? And he just threw him in there after they were on that skid at the beginning of the year. I think that, that's what we should look forward to next year. We need to get some kind of young quarterback in there. We got to draft somebody. Looking forward to that draft, Harry. I want to hear what you think about that, bud.
Yeah, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. I appreciate it for sure. That's a solid question because a lot of people also are asking whether Aaron Rodgers should come back or not. I've always leaned toward, even if he wants to come back, forget about it. Like, if you have a guy that you want to get in the draft this upcoming draft in 2026, then you draft that quarterback. You don't keep Aaron Rodgers around. Jackson Dart doing very well for the Giants. He's keeping them relevant. And the Giants head coach Brian Dable is the one whose job could be getting saved, according to GP there, which, you're not wrong. I mean, he is making the Giants an interesting football team. It's not just let's throw out Russell Wilson. That's a good point. That they put him in, and he is doing well, and he's giving the Giants a little more faith that they can be competitive. Maybe not necessarily this season, but at least there's future hope for that team. And let me just look where they are real quick in the standings. Well, they're still last. They're 2-5. But he's exciting to watch. And he's only played in, a couple games so far? So it's not like that's all his doing either. Yeah, I support the Steelers getting a quarterback next season in the draft, for sure. And as well as Aaron Rodgers is playing this season, I think that if you want to have a solid foundation for the next 5 or so years, maybe get yourself a fresh quarterback out of the draft and not try to invest in an aging Aaron Rodgers. Not that he's playing poorly this season. I don't want that to be the case for the Steelers if they feel like they've got a guy in the draft that they can develop and build the franchise around. Aaron Rodgers, despite how good he is, he's not building the Steelers a solid foundation. He's a temporary solution. He's like the wood that you put up on a beam before you start packing the stones in, or the brick in, right? Aaron Rodgers is wood right now that will be replaced very soon because of an aging foundation. That's what he is. And he's doing well at his job. He is stabilizing the Steelers enough to right now lead the AFC North. But I just don't think, that's my opinion right now, hard, steadfast, that he is not the long-term solution for the Steelers, despite what other people may think. I don't think so. I think that if they have their guy in the draft that can play quarterback, that they really feel like can be their guy, and they want to get, they need to get that guy. 412-928-9370. Got another caller on the line. Good morning. What's your name? Hello? All right, out of time there. We'll go to this caller now. Good morning. What's your name?
Hello.
Hi, you're on the air. What's your name?
Hey, what's up, man? This is Dave from Bethel Park.
All right, go ahead.
How we doing this morning?
Good. What's up?
Everybody needs to calm down, man. This fire Tomlin thing, I've heard it so many times now in Pittsburgh, it's almost sickening. Tomlin leaves, we get another coach in, we don't win playoffs for 5 or 6 years, then what? We don't even get to the playoffs for 5 or 6 years, then what? We need to stop this rhetoric. We only lost. We're right where we were last year. That's the point that I wanted to make. We're right where we were last year.
And how the Steelers finished last season.
Keep pushing forward, and that's all I needed to say. Thank you so much.
No, Dave not responding. All right, very good. Well, I'm almost out of time, but I am going to respond to that for all of you. The Steelers were where they were last season, and then the Steelers didn't win in the playoffs. The Steelers the season before that didn't win in the playoffs. The season before that, I don't even think they made the playoffs the season before that. They keep losing in the playoffs. That's the point. That's the point. They either don't win in the playoffs or they don't make the playoffs by a very small margin. That's the whole point. I don't want to see the same thing. If the Steelers don't make the playoffs for 5-6 seasons after Mike Tomlin's coaching tenure, that's fine because they don't win anyway. They're not winning in the playoffs anyway. So I'd rather see something different. I'd rather see like, okay, darn, we tried a new head coach and it didn't work out. Maybe let's go find another one after 5 to 6 seasons. I'd rather have that than continuing to watch the same thing over and over again season after season. The Steelers don't win in the playoffs. That is frustrating to me. And if Mike Tomlin, if his firing would make that stop, for better or for worse, then that's what I want. I just want to stop seeing the same thing over and over again. And under Mike Tomlin, it's been a consistent result, and he is the head coach. He is the guy responsible for all of these important things with the team. That's my counter-argument to that. I would rather see them lose 5 or 6 seasons and have losing seasons and struggle than continue to do the same thing over and over and over again. I just want something different, and I think many of you out there do as well. I'm out of time. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis. This has been the Fan Morning Show. Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Dorans next. This is Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Monday morning rush. We do have some construction work, though, going on the Parkway East. Watch for a lane restriction there as you head toward the Business 22 interchange and there down toward Penn Hills. Meanwhile, heading into the Squirrel Hill tunnels, the Parkways East and West moving fairly steady. No problems on Route 28 or the Parkway North. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Sports fans, listen up. 1 in 8 men will be diagnosed with prostate cancer, and bladder leaks can be a side effect. That's why Depend is teaming up with the Prostate Cancer Foundation to encourage screening. Because health is a long game and it's yours to win. Now here's the cool part. Through November, Depend is contributing up to $300,000 to prostate cancer research by donating 25 cents for every purchase of Depend shields, guards, and Real Fit products. Void in Mississippi? Learn more at depend.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Listen, if you have followed my story for the last couple of years, you know how important Awaken 180 has been to me. I checked in with a doctor a few years ago, and my numbers were terrible. Everything looked bad. For somebody my age, only in his mid-20s, that wasn't a good thing. And the weight, that was just part of it. I didn't like where that was either, but Awaken 180 is what helped me fix that. Awaken 180 changed my life. I followed the program, I got the great coaching, and then just 10 weeks later, I was already 45 pounds down. And now just 2+ years later, I'm down even more, over 50 pounds. I have lost the weight, I have kept it off. Without Awaken 180 steering me in the right direction, who knows where I could have been? Over 300 pounds? Maybe worse. Check it out. I promise you, it is the real deal. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. Fresh pizza, hot wings, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every Monday night game. Rival, your sports home.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning. Plus, 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
As a bank, PNC prides itself on being boring, but the truth is they couldn't be more excited to serve the dynamic Pittsburgh community. For nearly 160 years, they've quietly toiled away to deliver brilliant results for their equally brilliant clients. They have dedicated PNC teams throughout the local area, all ready to do the boring work to help you unlock your own brilliance. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli from my friends at Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at AllegiantFCU.org.
Join the Riverhounds this Saturday at 7 p.m. when they host Phoenix Rising for the regular season finale at Highmark Stadium. The night will be full of fun fan activities and giveaways. Arrive early for fun in the tailgate zone and stay late for post-game autographs. Tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Zero Res. It is officially fall. It's spooky season. Most importantly, it's football season. You're going to have a bunch of people over at your house eating the dip, eating the chips, crumbs, nastiness everywhere with all that foot traffic. A perfect time to remember that carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery can be Zero Resified, so it's time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Right now, you can get your entire home Zero Resified from Pittsburgh's ultimate carpet cleaner and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129. There's something scarier than ghosts and goblins hiding in your house. Something scarier than your defense not playing great on Sundays. It's your air ducts. This month, take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Zero Res has a 4.9 rating on Google with over 10,800 reviews. So schedule your appointment at ZeroResPGH.com or call 412-701-1188 and ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. Spell it backward or forward, it spells the same, Zero Res.
For Pittsburgh baseball fans, some memories just never fade. And on Sunday, October 26th, you can relive them with Clint Hurdle. Join the beloved manager at the Heinz History Center for the launch of his new book, Hurdleisms. He'll share incredible behind-the-scenes stories from his career, taking you back to those thrilling 2013, 2014, and 2015 playoff runs. Don't miss this special day. Buy tickets and details at HeinzHistoryCenter.org. That's HeinzHistoryCenter.org.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
This is Ryan Schlava from the Home Buyers of Pittsburgh. We've been simplifying the home selling process since 2015. If you're thinking of selling, give us a call. We'll help you get the most money in the least amount of time. Call 412-500-9057 or visit homebuyersoftpittsburgh.com for a cash offer today.
Celebrate the spooky season with Zero Res and get 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $129 and take 15% off your air duct and dryer vent cleaning. Book online at ZeroResPGH.com and take advantage of these huge savings.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Swinging into fall and leading the way, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
No major incidents or accidents to report as we begin the Monday morning rush. Traffic on all 3 parkways as well as Route 28 up to speed. Ongoing construction work, though, in Jefferson Hills and Pleasant Hills boroughs. Watch for northbound and southbound lane restrictions between Cole Valley and Brewston Roads. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna is now available and easy to find near you. To learn more, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Show pre-show on this Monday, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them online at awaken180weightloss.com. It's Crowley, it's Dickerson, it's Nicholas Harry Callis. Good morning, everybody. How we doing? Doran, it's baby week.
It is. Can't wait. Excited. Got a couple days, figure out if it's a boy or a girl. We've never done this before. First time with the big surprise, so I'm excited either way. I can't wait to see what my new child is.
You're struggling with the surprise element of the whole deal, which I get. Nora was we didn't know if she was a boy or a girl, and then they were like, "You want to tell your wife?" I Like, I can't tell. It's purple. I don't know.
No.
Purple got a cone head. Is she all right? Are they all right? I don't know.
Well, how about, if things go to plan and Nora, your daughter, and my new baby will have the same birthday?
I know. That's awesome.
How crazy is that?
That's so cool.
Unbelievable.
It's so cool. Nora really wants that to happen.
I'm pretty sure it's going to happen.
Yeah.
Pretty sure it's going to happen. Pretty cool.
I love it.
Can't wait. Callis, how you doing?
Tremendous.
Harry was early today. We walked in at the same time. I followed him in, and he kind of took a wide turn and was in 2 lanes at once. I was like, that can't be Harry driving that irresponsibly. But it was Harry, and I was delighted to see him.
I was in 2 lanes? What do you mean?
He just took a wide turn coming up the hill.
Why are you here so early?
I got sleep. I told you I've been getting way more sleep lately.
You do look like you got sleep, too. There's a lot of color in your face.
I had such a good weekend. Do you want me to spell out everything I've done? Or should we skip to the thing you guys want to talk about?
Is there a lot of fun stuff?
Yeah, I played a lot of games. We've got Pictionary out again, which was nice. Played some card games. I also saved a bunch of money on insurance that I didn't realize I wasn't saving. I'm probably going to get rid of the van, which is very sad.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Why?
Because income's a little tight right now, so I got to make sure I'm making smart decisions.
What are you going to drive?
I'm getting a new car, actually. I'm trading in the one I have down, and I'm selling independently the van, and in exchange I'm getting a hybrid vehicle, which should save me on gas as well. It's kind of like my sedan I have now, but it's got a battery in it.
That's an adult weekend, Harry.
Good job.
Yeah, so I got my bleep together, as we may say.
I can't believe you're going to part ways.
I'm making Well, yeah, I'm still trying to get my own place too, and losing a second job didn't really help in that aspiration, so I had to sit down and make some adult decisions. I also realized I was spending like $300 more a month in insurance than I should have, just because all the people who covered on my plan were not verified. I still have like my parents and my brother-in-law and my sister on my plans for my cars because they drive them sometimes. So, yeah, big adult weekend for me.
Huh.
He's growing up right in front of our face.
Like quick. It's unbelievable. Look at that.
Pretty soon he'll have his own place. He'll spread his wings.
Yeah. Oh, my gosh.
You fly, Harry.
It's crazy.
You fly high. You also followed through, and you watched Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Yes.
1974 on Friday night. With Jada?
Yeah.
And your thoughts?
We watched it on Saturday.
Okay.
So it wasn't Friday, but we did get it in. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. I mean, not frightened in the slightest. There was a lot of screaming. There was a lot of dumb decisions made by a lot of the people. Just not a good movie.
What decisions were dumb?
Yeah.
Well, they're like knocking on the door looking for gas, and it's like, hello, anybody in there? And then you just walk into a stranger's house. I get the 70s were a little bit of a different time.
Different time, yeah. You're in the middle of nowhere. You're kind of, you're stranded on the side of a road.
Yeah, it's like, if they don't answer the door,
then what?
Then you go away and you try to find somewhere else. I mean, and they had went to a gas station, and the gas station attendant was like, oh, we'll get a delivery coming soon, or you can find another gas station, not go to this abandoned house, and then try to find, a different source of gas. I know they were going to the swimming hole, right? The 1970s swimming hole.
They did.
I just was like, okay, this is silly.
Well, honestly, they weren't really abandoned. Like, they knew the area. They had lived there before. Remember, they went into the abandoned house like that. Sally had lived there.
Right, I know that. That's the house that they went to, and I'm like, okay, I get that. They're going and reminiscing about where they used to live.
Uh-huh.
But then, what was it, Pam and Kirk decide, we're going into the swimming hole. We'll be back in an hour or so.
Yeah, they wanted to get it in. That's what they wanted to do.
Right, and that's why, it was a hole. There wasn't any water in where they found, but then they're like, ooh, we hear a generator. These people must have some gas in. Let's go see if they...
But that's honest, right?
If I could sell them my guitar for some gas.
Think about it. It's like 1973, 74. You're not thinking that a crazy person with skin on its face, with a skin mask, is running around with a chainsaw and also eating people. Like, that's the last thing you're thinking of. You don't that didn't even pop in your mind. You're like, oh, I hear a generator. We need gas. There's probably somebody that's working at this little farm behind
Look at me. But at some point, you've got to take enough steps into a house you're not familiar with to go, you know what? Is this the most appropriate thing to do? Is that just what people did in the 70s? They just walked into other people's houses and were asking for favors?
I do feel like in horror movies, not that I'm an expert in the slightest, I do feel like there's a lot of unforced errors.
that take place.
Easier said in hindsight.
Yeah,
You
because
know.
you're not always assuming someone's going to hack you up with a chainsaw,
right?
Then eat your human flesh.
But they never showed the van either. How much fuel was in the van? I mean,
He
they
just
were
wants
driving.
to see a van.
They were driving far enough. It's like, oh, we really need gas. All right, let's go. I mean, how desperately do they need gas? They didn't really illustrate that point.
Well, I think that there might have been a sign where it's like the next gas station is like 100 miles away.
But they were already at a gas station before that. They just had to wait. And I know they didn't want to wait, but like, could they not have gone to the abandoned house and then went back to the gas station afterwards? Was it that far? They didn't illustrate that very well.
Your point about the end, I think, was the best point that you've made, and you haven't made that yet on the air.
Okay, so yeah, at the end, right? Well, spoiler alert here, but the Sally gets away. She unties herself and somehow outruns 3 grown men. Goes through the woods, being chased by Leatherface with a chainsaw. Flags down a tractor-trailer driver who does indeed stop. Gets out of the truck, doesn't just take her and goes. Gets out of the tractor-trailer. And then starts running in circles with Sally around the truck with the chainsaw guy chasing them. The tractor-trailer driver never got to safety. He just ran away and got off. Sally then hops into the pickup truck bed of this stranger, who then drives her away with the Leatherface doing this choreographed dance with the chainsaw, just waving it around. I'm upset. And then she's just maniacally laughing. And just driving away in the straight. And the stranger's cool with it. Just, oh, yeah, there's this blonde in my pickup truck.
Well, I mean, there's a guy with a chainsaw behind him. You got to get out of there.
Yeah, I mean, but what are we doing? I mean, why didn't my argument is, why did the tractor-trailer driver just pick her up and go?
He's probably shocked.
Why did he get out with the chainsaw? I mean, he saw the chainsaw guy.
Well, he was a black dude. He got out, and he was like, what the hell's going on here? So I'm just going to abort mission, and I'm going to run.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's what black people do.
They
just
did 2
run.
circles around the truck.
He just runs.
Before.
They do. They run. They're like, I don't care what it is. I'm out. I'm running.
I mean, not to make it, like, super serious or anything like that. I mean, you think about the times. He's like, what am I going to do, drive up with this blonde lady?
Exactly.
You think that's going to go well?
Exactly. Good point.
I'd rather take my chances with the chainsaw guy.
Great point. Yeah. Great point, Adam.
That's a really good point. That's upsetting.
Yeah. I hate to have to make that
He was probably more scared of the white lady than
Yeah.
Leatherface.
Yeah. Yeah.
At the end of the day.
Yeah.
That's an OG horror movie. Like, that is, like, really what kicked things off, Callus.
Well, now we're watching Ed Gein, John, and let me tell you, that is messed up. We are 3 episodes in, and it's one of these things, I don't want to watch it. Why am I watching it? But I can't stop watching
Can't stop watching it.
Guy's a freak.
Mm-hmm.
A freak.
Yeah, he inspired, he was real, and he inspired a lot of movies.
I don't know who's scarier in the show, Gein or it's Gein or or Alfred Hitchcock.
Yeah,
weird
Weirdo.
guy
Very
that
weird.
Hitchcock.
Very weird.
Yeah,
Very weird.
yeah. Not sure about that guy.
Yeah,
He got a lot of face on him too. That
he
Hitchcock.
got a goblet.
Yes, he does.
That goblet.
It looks like a turkey. I can understand why he was such a freak. No offense, Alfred. R.I.P.
So what the rating? What do you give Texas Chainsaw 1974 rating out of 10?
Out of
10. Out of 10.
3.
A 3 out of 10.
Now,
Okay.
what other ones did you see?
No, that was it. That was the only one I was supposed to watch.
I thought you watched more before this one.
No.
Oh.
Doran didn't give me any movies before.
All right, well, what's up next?
We're gonna double up this weekend.
Double up.
We have to double up. So.
I don't want to double up.
Well, I got to catch up. We got to catch up because we only got like a week until Halloween. So you got to at least watch 4.
3 movies is plenty.
No, you got to watch 4.
All right.
So we're gonna have to raise it a level. Like, that was a nice intro. I think you gave it a 3 out of 10. That's fine. That's what I gave it the first time I saw it when I was probably like 12. I was like, this is not that scary. I thought it was going to be worse.
I was curious who was going to survive and how they were going to survive, and that's about it. That was its only redeeming quality.
Yeah. So we'll have to raise it a level. Let me think on this.
While we're picking these things apart, this Ed Gein, let me tell you something. He's got this cute little blonde that wants to spend the rest of her life with him. I mean, I don't know what's real and what's not real through 3 episodes because there's flashbacks and a lot of it is what's going on in his head and all that. But far as I know, this lovely lady is like, yeah, I'm a freak too. I'd love to settle down with you and spend the rest of my life with you. And he's like, oh, no, I can't have sex with you in the graveyard because that would be weird. That's too far for me. Can't do that. Can't. You're still living and breathing. Can't be with you. He could have put all that stuff to the side.
Yeah.
Had a nice, normal life with a beautiful woman. But instead, he's like, nah, let me just hack the face off of people.
Yeah. I just don't.
Come on, Ed.
The whole thing where, like, it went downhill where he, like, changed, like, you know.
Whacks his brother with the stump.
Like, I could see that. Okay, like, he just, like, freaked out. But, like, then the whole, like, the weird stuff started happening. And obviously, they showed the, you know, of the other country. Did you see that part?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to give too much away. But I think that's fabricated, in my opinion. And that's just weird. Like, I can't see somebody transitioning into what Ed Gein became because of some pictures that he saw.
I don't know. Total freak. Schizophrenia, right? And you get the.
I mean, the opening scene was just, I was like, whoa. Whenever he was on the door.
Now I
The
can't.
opening scene.
No, I can't remember the opening scene.
Dressed up.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah.
I was like,
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that was the opening scene.
Yeah, and the mom's like, yeah, why don't you come downstairs butt naked, son? Yeah. Come on downstairs butt naked. I'm going to lecture you while you're not wearing any clothes. I'm like, jeez.
I would love to come downstairs.
Yes, mother.
Yes, mother. I'm sorry.
He's in Sons of Anarchy, too. That dude's a hell of an actor.
Sons of Anarchy is one of my top favorite shows of all time.
Mm-hmm.
Great actor. He's in the next Monster series, too. Lizzie Borden.
How many Monster series have there been?
There have been 3. 3. There has been Dahmer. There was the Mendez.
We watched the Dahmer one, which is like, what a weird thing to get entertained by. But it's like it is entertaining. It's just because it's incredible. It's like it defies belief.
Because it's real.
Mm-hmm.
Well, somewhat real. It's a lot of fabrication, but it was based off of real people that people knew.
Texter writes in, I'm really tired of the Ed Gein story. It's been told over and over. It's just goofy, not even scary, just goofy. You don't think it's scary? He's out in this, and again, a lot of this is fabricated, but he's standing there in the babysitter's yard, and she got the polio, so she's got a brace on the leg. She's got a cane. She can barely friggin' move around. Good babysitter choice.
Right.
And they're like, oh, the guy with the hat's in the front yard. She's like, oh, you're imagining it. And then she hears stuff in the basement. She's like, let me just hobble on downstairs. Because if something bad's going on, I'm sure I can get away. Come on. I'd be calling 911, man. My rotary phone. Like, come on. They thought they saw someone. You've been followed. He's already followed you.
Yep.
Now they think they see him in the front yard. Then you hear stuff downstairs, and your first intuition is, oh, let me go downstairs, just check it out. What are you going to do?
Yeah,
let me tell you what you're going to die. That's what can happen to you.
What are you going to do?
Come on.
Nothing.
Show some instinct. Guy's following her around, then they see him in the front yard. She's like, I'm sure he's not there. Oh,
you know what? You are right. And I say Crowley.
I'm not victim blaming, but like, what are we doing here?
Crowley can attest to this because he called the police on his own mother-in-law for being followed too closely without being told.
Well, that's because we had just watched Ozark, which was kind of creeping me out. I was on.
Ozark was?
It was, it was creepy enough. It was same kind of deal. It was a fall day. It was dark. It's early. My wife thought she got followed home from work, so I called 911 and I chased my mother-in-law away with a steak knife.
But see, you act in caution, which is why you're still alive.
Bingo. Similar thing kind of happened after the first 2 episodes we watched of Ed Gein. I accidentally set off our Guardian Protection Services alarm, and my wife sprinted upstairs. And she's like, oh, my God, what's going on? I was like, I let the dog out. I forgot the alarm was on.
Spooky. You're spooked.
And then she couldn't fall asleep.
Spooky. Thinking Ed Gein's going to come get you.
Well, it's a dumb thing to watch right before bed. I woke up this morning thinking about Ed Gein. I don't love that.
There's no Ed Geins anymore.
Oh, you don't know what the hell's going on out there, man. You have no idea.
There's no Ed Gein.
Some freaks out there. Halloween time. Spooky season.
Ooh, scary.
Mm-hmm. I think Chucky might be next for you guys.
I don't do dolls.
Child's Play. Callous.
That's next?
I think so.
Someone texted that in, said that should be next.
Really?
Yeah. There's a house a block over on our walking route that they have 0 Halloween decorations except for Chucky sitting on their front porch. And I'll tell you what, I think that does the trick.
You scared of dolls, Callis?
Not in particular. I think a lot of things can be scary. I wouldn't single those out.
What about clowns?
No, I like clowns.
It would scare the hell out of me. Like, zero chance I could ever.
I'm thinking between Chucky or Pennywise for Callis this week. Maybe both.
Clowns don't freak me out. That one does.
Yeah, he's vicious.
Like, people would be tying. Wasn't there a thing like right when it came out that people would like go around towns?
Yeah, tying the balloons.
Get the hell out of here. Get the hell out of here. No way. I'm way too easily spooked for that nonsense. You know what else is scary? The Steelers' defense. Kind of a terrible 1 o'clock window in the NFL yesterday, but a banging 4 o'clock window. We'll get to all of it. We'll jump all over the place today. James Franklin was on College Game Day. Pitt, all of a sudden, in the thick of a wild ACC race. Much to get to. So little time. Caboli from 8 until 10, bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Down the sideline, caught! And sliding to a stop at the 6 is Higgins. Brilliant, just brilliant. Could have gone in, but this way he stops the clock. 1:37 forces Pittsburgh to use its timeouts and sets up what could be a game-winning field goal.
First thing I wrote down this morning was, do you feel any better today than you did on Friday? And then we just played the clip there of T. Higgins sealing the deal, and I'm mad all over again, Dickerson. You take the emotion out of it a little bit, though. Friday, we were all charged up because the game ended around midnight. Then people tried to go to sleep, had nightmares about catch 17, 18, and 19 by Jamar Chase. And we ripped him a new one on Friday, deservingly so. But we were in the immediate aftermath of an emotional, typical Mike Tomlin loss to an aged Joe Flacco. Now that we've had some time to process, some time away, some time to see just how flawed every team seems to be in the NFL, can we take a step back? Can we look down from 30,000 feet? Can we say, all right, we feel a little bit better today? 412-928-9370, Doran.
I felt okay, honestly, immediately. Like, I know we had to go into detail and crush them a little bit for that loss because a lot of people felt it coming, and rightfully so. But I look around and I watch Green Bay. I watched some of these teams yesterday, and I'm like, all right, the Steelers. I have the most faith in the Steelers, at least in pertaining to who they play and who they're competing with fixing it. Like, I don't trust Cincinnati to keep on keeping on. I don't trust the Ravens to figure it out and fix it. I do trust the Steelers to fix it whenever it needs to be fixed, and hopefully that is this week in approaching to Sunday night against Green Bay. So I'm at the same spot as I was. I still think that they can win the AFC North. I think that everything is still in front of them. That was a loss, a bad loss that I think was bound to happen at some point, and it happened on Thursday.
I still think they're going to win the AFC North because of Baltimore not being very good, and I don't think you can just snap your fingers and Lamar comes back and your defense gets fixed. I'm not buying it. Now, the Steelers' defense ain't much better. The Steelers' defense is only giving up 6 fewer yards per game than is Baltimore's, and we have rightfully destroyed Baltimore's defense all season long, and at least they've got the injury thing going for them that they can use as an excuse. The Steelers, they were fully healthy in that game on Thursday against the Bengals. However, if I don't trust the Steelers' defense, and I don't trust the Ravens' defense, and I don't think Cincinnati is a real threat to win the North, then I'll take the team that's got 4 wins right now.
Right.
And that's the Pittsburgh Steelers. They are who I thought they were going to be, kind of. I mean, I didn't expect the defense to lay eggs like this against Joe Flacco, of all people. But Cincinnati does have weapons on the outside, some of the best in the NFL. I thought coming in they'd be like a 10-7 team. I didn't think they'd win the AFC North, but I also didn't think the Ravens would stink as bad as they do. I think if you get to 10 wins, you win the North.
Mm-hmm.
So do I feel a little bit better than I did on Friday? Yeah. And I ran into a bunch of people this weekend. that were like, man, you were fired up on Friday. And they were like, good on you, because you should have been. Yeah. Like, I feel a little bit better. Because you watched the league this weekend, and Adam Gretz, who covers hockey but is a huge Steelers fan, I think he's a really good follow on Twitter. He tweeted this out, and it actually made me feel a little bit better. Because I mostly agree with this. He wrote, I think as sports fans, we watch our teams a little too closely and are a little too critical in the moment. With only a small handful of notable exceptions, every team in the NFL looks like crap 90% of the time. You're kidding yourself if you think otherwise. Now, I think 90% is probably too high, but, man, I watched the Eagles yesterday.
Right, that's it. Boom. There you go.
Everyone says, emulate the Eagles. And I realized last year they were super good most of the season, and in the playoffs, they were really good, and in the Super Bowl, I mean, it was one of the all-time performances in Super Bowl history. But they played with their food yesterday. You know, the Vikings are a good team. I'm not taking anything away from the Eagles for beating them. Congratulations to them getting a massive win on the road. But the Eagles played around for like 3.5 quarters.
Yeah.
And they tried to run, couldn't run. Then they'd lob the thing up, and they'd make a play, and that was that. They don't look like a well-oiled machine.
They sure don't.
Everyone thought the Chargers were good. They got blitzkrieg. Now, maybe the Colts are really good. I think the Colts are really good, but I don't know that the Chargers are as good as we thought they were when they beat the Chiefs in Week 1. The Packers, you want to talk about playing with your food? They were in a dogfight with the Arizona Cardinals.
The last time we saw the Bills, they lost to the Falcons, who lost last night.
Right. To a team in San Francisco that's well coached, but I don't know that that's a great football team. I don't know that there are any great football teams, save for one that has turned it around, and that's the Kansas City Chiefs.
Maybe Detroit.
And Detroit. Detroit, on paper, really good, and mostly has been very good this year. But I do, because of what's happened around the Steelers, feel okay about the position they're in. The biggest question probably is at 412-928-9370, and we have open phones until 8 o'clock when Mark Cabali joins us. Was the Steelers game against the Bengals an aberration? Like, was that defensive performance an aberration? I don't know, man, because they've given up 30 in half their games. They gave up 30 to the Jets. They gave up 31 to the Seahawks. Seahawks pretty good.
Yeah.
And they gave up 30-plus points to a Bengals team quarterbacked by Joe Flacco. I mean, until they show us otherwise, they've been boom or bust. Against the Patriots, they forced 5 turnovers. Against the Vikings, they dominated the line of scrimmage. I mean, Carson Wentz was under pressure all day long. And against the Browns, who kicked the hell out of the Dolphins, they need to fire Mike McDaniel.
I mean, yesterday.
They kicked the hell out of the Browns up front. But then the other 3 games, if it's blocked up front, I think the Steelers secondary is perhaps cooked.
Mm.
Is it too early to say that?
No, I don't think so, because I think that happens to every team. That's the NFL. That's
if you can't block,
yeah,
or excuse me, if you can't get pressure, you're going to give up yards and points.
I mean, if you're covering for too long. Like, guys are, I know they're getting paid a lot of money to cover, but it's still hard to cover Jamar Chase. Like, that's why I think it is an aberration, like, or a 1-off, or a 2-off, because they're not going to
3-off
or 3-off. They're not going to face those guys every single game. They're not built to. They want to say, and they want it to be built to face Jamar Chase and T. Higgins, but at the end of the day, they're just not. But they are built to play other teams. They're built to go against, I think, even the Packers, who don't have as explosive wide receivers as the Cincinnati Bengals. I mean, obviously, the Chargers. I think that they're built to play against the Colts better than they are built to play against the Cincinnati Bengals. So I do think it is a one-off. I think it's something that they just can't figure out, and they just go in, they have a plan, and whenever the plan doesn't work, the floodgates open up.
This is a conversation for down the road, but because the Steelers didn't play this week and we can bounce all over the place, what do you do against Cincinnati the next time?
Exactly. That's why it's a 2-off.
Yeah.
It may be the same thing.
Yeah.
Like, every time that they play, I mean, there's not really.
I thought they were too passive. He got rid of the ball real quick. Real quick, did Flacco. I think more often than not they play with too much cushion and they didn't bring enough heat.
Yeah.
I think you press and you bring heat And if you get burned, you get burned. You got burned anyhow. You might as well live by the sword, die by the sword.
That's exactly why they didn't do it, because they didn't want to go up the big play, and they think that Joe Flacco can make that big play every time. Like, that would worry me. It's like, all right.
But then he did anyway.
And he's going to – but you kind of live with that, because it's like, we're not going to let you get the big play. But even though you got the big plays underneath and they turned into big plays, you're going to have to live with that and change it up next time.
I said this on Friday, and I still feel this way when what's-his-face, the running back, dropped the ball when they brought the heat.
Chase Brown,
Chase Brown, they had him over the middle, and they brought a ton of heat. If he catches that ball, he's still running. I think it made them go, all right, we're not going to bring the heat because that's a great call in that situation by Zach Taylor. We're not going to let that happen again. And they were just too passive for most of the game. I think next time you bring pressure probably up the middle, and you just live with it.
Yeah.
And if you make big plays, you make big plays because you made big plays anyhow. Because Flacco will throw you the damn ball. I'm interested to see what they look like the next time they go out.
Well, I mean, you need to ask T.J. Watt to make some plays.
Yep.
I mean, that's really what the game plan should be. It's like, TJ, you're going against this one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL. We need you to be a guy. If he's a guy the next time around, then you can do certain things.
And they should have played Herbig more too.
Yeah, that too.
Like, they were so enamored with trying to stop the run after they got gashed a couple of times early that I think it became too big a focus, and that's why Highsmith played as much as he did. No, you've been winning games because you've been creating havoc up front, and he's been a principal piece of that. He's been the better player of the two.
Yes.
He needs to play more. And I don't know that if he plays more that they win the game, but you need one play. You need to make one play defensively and you win that game, and he's a guy who's made plays for them consistently when he's been in there. 412-928-9370. We're jumping all over the place today. Do you feel any better about the Steelers today than you did on Friday? 412-928-9370. I don't feel better about them necessarily in a vacuum, but I look around the league, and I'm really not impressed by that many teams. Like the Broncos. I thought the Broncos were very good. They're down 26-8, and I realized they stormed back. They scored 33 points in the fourth quarter. They win the game, and that is impressive in and of itself. But to be behind at home
against the Giants,
26-8, that shows that there are significant issues that they got going on there. Like, I look around the AFC, I don't know that anybody but the Colts are playing great ball, and I would include the Chiefs now in that category. The Chiefs, by the way, who had 30 first downs. The Raiders ran 30 plays.
Oh, my gosh.
The Raiders had 3 first downs. 3.
Oh, my gosh.
That's 1, 2, 3. That is horrific.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Phone lines are popping. 412-928-9370. Are you feeling any better about the Steelers' loss today than you were when we were all emotional on Friday? I am a little bit. We'll also look for silver linings coming up next, but first, it's Nicholas Harry Callis Fan Headline.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, the Pittsburgh Penguins played. They ended up winning their game against the San Jose Sharks on Saturday, 3-0. Their record improves to 4-2 on the season. Also, Pitt football won on Saturday night, defeating Syracuse. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. New York remains the epicenter of football misery. For the Jets, it was another typical touchdown-less loss, but the Giants needed to surrender 33 points in the fourth quarter to historically blow their 19-0 lead. Other big losers, Jacksonville, which got hammered in London, Vegas, where Geno isn't the answer, and Miami's Mike McDaniel, well, looks like he's going to be a goner. I'm Boomer Esiason.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse, the award-winning online learning program.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
Designed by education experts, ABC Mouse seamlessly aligns with what your child is already learning in school. And with over 10,000 learning activities and more than 850 lessons, it's an engaging and comprehensive curriculum. More info at abcmouse.com/radio.
I have been teaching for 13 years, and I've never seen a program like ABC Mouse.
It encompasses science, math, reading, social studies.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials. Sponsored by Age of Learning.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd. Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Kevin Moret here for Mentality. Listen up, gentlemen. You're fighting an unfair battle. Studies show testosterone levels in men have plummeted by 25% in just 2 decades. That's why you're struggling with energy, muscle, and drive. But here's a game changer. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments boost testosterone by 30% on average. Imagine reclaiming the vitality your grandfathers had. Picture turning heads, dominating your career, and feeling unstoppable again. Don't settle for today's normal. Seize the day at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat feels like the front row at Rival.
Is it just me, or has watching television gotten way more complicated than it used to be? There are a million different services, lots of stuff you want to watch but can never find, and don't get me started on the bills. Well, thankfully there's Philo, a better way to TV. For as low as $33 a month, I get the channels I love, MTV, BET, Food Network, you name it, plus everything that AMC Plus has to offer. And guess what? They've added access to HBO Max Basic with ads plan and Discovery Plus, so I can enjoy all the best TV with one subscription. The best part? There are no contracts, no surprise fees, and just one low price. And their DVR is awesome too. I can save everything I love on Philo for up to a year and skip the ads when I rewatch them. That's a total game changer. I signed up directly at philo.tv. That's philo.tv, so I could lock in the best price around. Philo is the easiest decision I've ever made. Now the hard one is trying to decide what to binge next.
Clouds and sun today, the high 59.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your...
Windshield wipers. eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Spitzer's swinging into fall with Panda leading the way to wild savings and tame payments at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Start your next adventure and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Plus, chomp down on Spitzer perks. Every new vehicle comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can save even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you. See dealer for details in 10/31/2025.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident on Route 51 and 19, Sawmill Run Boulevard. It's at the bend just before the West End Circle. Watch for possible delays there. Parkway West inbound, you're putting the brakes on right around the top of Green Tree Hill, then jammed up just below Parkway Center. Parkway East is heavy as far back as Wilkinsburg now down to the Squirrel Hill tunnels. And Route 28, that is up to speed from Harmon to the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Got junk? Two Men and a Junk Truck.com. At twomenandajuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Rodgers avoids the sack. Deep downfield, caught at the 35-yard line and going all the way to the end zone is Freiermuth. Pat Freiermuth, 68 yards.
Ah, yes, the last time I was happy. Pat Freiermuth running down the field, scoring a touchdown. Wish he tripped.
Really might have, I mean, it wouldn't have really done anything probably, but.
No, because if you left 4 seconds left, they would have found a way to get the ball to
Right.
Jamar Chase 6 times and kicked a field goal. Are you feeling any better about the Steelers today after watching kind of lackluster performances by contenders all around the NFL yesterday than you were on Friday? 412-928-9370. Give us a ring in the fan hotline. Presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. You can also get in touch with the show on the text line, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. A texter does write in with a poor analogy, I think. The Steelers' flaws still are critical compared to the other teams in the NFL. If your neighbor's kid gets a D on their test, does that mean that your kid's F is not as bad now? Are we grading the Steelers on a curve? That's a poor analogy because whatever the kid next door is doing, it doesn't affect my kid.
Right.
If that kid gets a D, it doesn't change my kid's lot in life. This is competitive sports, though.
Mm-hmm.
And I watched the Chargers yesterday, and I think they're a worse football team than the Steelers. I do. Because I think they're flawed. They can't protect Justin Herbert. They want to run the football, and their running backs are hurt. They also don't have significant threats on the outside. So, yeah, I do feel better about the Steelers in comparison. I feel better about the Steelers because the AFC North stinks. Does it mean that I think the Steelers are a great football team? No, of course not, because they played terribly defensively in half of their games. 412-928-9370. To the phones?
Sure.
AJ in Canonsburg, first up today on a Monday. Good morning to you, AJ.
Morning. What's going on, fellas?
How you doing?
Living the American dream.
There you go.
So I think it's a one-off for the defense. If you look at the way that the season started, obviously the Jets game was brutal, but you have to remember majority of that secondary was new, and they didn't play very much live football together. Then you lose JPJ, and then Elliott goes down. You lose Highsmith. That's against what? The Patriots and the Seahawks?
Seahawks, yep.
After Elliott comes back, look at the last 2 weeks and how well the defense played.
Yeah, but then it played bad again against Cincinnati.
Mm-hmm.
But you got to remember, short week, divisional, I know that's a lame excuse, but I saw a stat yesterday in the Twitter sphere. No coach in the North has more than 2 wins on Thursday night away. So I think this mini bye will get them back on the right track.
Well,
and honestly, the Packers aren't very scary.
There is something to that, AJ, and I appreciate the call. Mike Tomlin coming off that mini bye, 9-2 in his career.
Oh, wow.
And coming off his most recent 9 failures on the Thursday Night Football, he is 7-2. So there is something to that. And also the stat that our guy was referring to there, here are AFC North records at home on Thursday nights. Baltimore is 9-0. Cleveland is 9-1.
Wow.
The Steelers are 9-2.
Wow.
Cincinnati is 6-2. On the road, Baltimore 2-6, Cleveland 1-5, Cincinnati 1-6, and the Steelers 2-9. So it is an AFC North thing. That doesn't make it excusable to me, though.
It doesn't, but I mean, there is a trend. Then
it's the way in which they lost the game, because they got off to a good start. And you had a chance to bury a team and make them question whether or not they want to be there. You know, you got Joe Flacco, but you're down 10-0. If it's 14-0, if it's 17-0, maybe you can take their will away. And it wasn't like it's a bad start. Like, I don't look at this Thursday game like some of the other Thursday games. We talked about it in the lead-up. Most of their Thursday night losses feel like they don't show up offensively.
At all, right.
It's a rock fight. They get off to bad starts. They're trying to climb out of the hole, and it's just ugly. And this one was kind of different. This was a shootout. We're not used to seeing the Thursday night shootout.
And that's the Aaron Rodgers effect. And that's kind of what I thought was protected. That's what I thought was protecting the Pittsburgh Steelers and losing that game on Thursday night. But it obviously just fell a little bit short. But that's the Aaron Rodgers effect. So, you know, you always can have a chance whenever you have him, clearly. So I think that you kind of wash your hands with that game against Cincinnati, and I think you. So do we have Tomlin's record on Sunday Night Football?
I don't have that in front of me.
Okay, we'll get that next. We can get that next. I think it's decent.
Very good.
I think it's pretty good. Yeah. So, yeah, you have a mini bye. You have some time to prepare. You play a late night game on Sunday against the Packers, who obviously lost to the Browns, and I just don't know about them right now. I think that they can get back on track this week.
This is from AI Overview. We'll take it with a grain of salt. I'll do a deeper dive during the break, but. On Sunday night home games, Mike Tomlin 17-8. Pretty damn good.
Yeah.
And Green Bay doesn't scare me either. They don't. Now, Micah Parsons will scare you, and I think Jordan Love's a pretty good quarterback, and they're as well coached, I think, as anybody on the offensive side of things. So it's a good test, and you're a 2.5-point dog as it sits right now. Mike Tomlin also has a good record as a home underdog, which we'll get into at some point later on in the week. I actually think the Steelers will bounce back. If they win the next 2, I'll say, okay, Cincinnati was an aberration. But as we sit right now, half their games, they've been crappy defensively. 412-928-9370. That is the number to call. Anthony in Oakland. Hello.
Thank you, fellas. Dorn, I'd like to ask you a question about Pitt. Were you at the Syracuse game?
I was not.
Baby watch.
Yep.
If the freshman quarterback had a bad arm, or injured arm, why wouldn't you replace him with the other guy?
Because he probably said that he could still go, and you kind of trust him at that point, and you don't want to play that kind of back and forth game. If he's good to go, then you keep him in there.
I didn't see good to go. I mean, and it looked like they were compensating for his injured arm, and they're lucky they got through it. But I just that just baffled me. I mean, put the other kid in, and you weren't taking him out for poor play. You were taking him out because he was injured.
Was that a stinger? It looked like it could have been a stinger.
I think it was a stinger.
Yeah, stinger. Thank you, Anthony.
Okay, now let me get to the Steelers.
Oh, sure.
It's time to change the secondary. If Trice is healthy, I bring him up. Eccles, and I also put Peppers in for Clark. That's it. You have to get faster also. And it was just frustrating. Now we see why Slade was benched. He just doesn't have it. He's too slow now. And they took advantage of him. That tight end, that ball down the middle to the tight end was inexcusable. After you had double coverage on the 2 wide receivers to expose yourself, it was just horrible.
There's not a single guy in the secondary that played well. I think the exception, however, might be, I thought Brandon Eccles looked better than the other guys.
Better than the other guys, but nobody, like you said.
Nobody played well.
No.
So if I'm not replacing.
Darius Slay looks cooked against those guys. I'll say that.
So did Ramsey.
Right.
Look, Ramsey is still good, I think, because he's played mostly well all season long. He's not as good as Jamar Chase. I don't know how many corners in the league are, Hopefully this was instructional for them, and they'll have a totally different game plan the next time they play wide receivers of this caliber. Next time they play Cincinnati, next time they're really trusted. But I think we saw that they're better than they've been in the secondary, I think, in recent years, but they're not as good as they think they are in the secondary.
Mm-hmm.
And I hope that's their biggest takeaway from this, because you can go out there with that group and win with that group, but you can't play schematically the way that you did and expect to have great results against good receivers. Because look at the Vikings game. Justin Jefferson played well, and so did Jordan Addison.
Yep.
Now, those are the best two units in the NFL, but your secondary is not as good as you thought it was, Tomlin. It just isn't. 412-928-9370. Do you feel any better about the Steelers today than you did on Friday? That's how I started the show. They're okay. Now I'm starting to go the other way because we're talking more about this team's particular flaws. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And that question is the subject of the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. We said we bring up a silver lining. Doran hit on it. We'll expand on that a little bit more when we come back. We'll also continue to take your calls. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, the Baltimore Ravens did not play because it's their bye week. The Cleveland Browns ended up playing, and they beat the Miami Dolphins by a significant 31-6 final score. Of course, the Bengals and Steelers didn't play because they played on Thursday. So at the end of Week 7, for all AFC North teams, Steelers still in the lead with a 4-2 record. Bengals behind with a 3-4 record. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Through my partnership with Fanatics Sportsbook, you've heard me talk about their one-of-a-kind fair play injury protection. I told you how I think it's really the best in the game. Yesterday proves my point. Oh, man, do the Miami Dolphins stink. I can't imagine Mike McDaniel having his job after today. They're so bad. Miami Dolphins tight end Darren Waller was injured in the second quarter of yesterday's game against the Browns. Not only did Fanatics Fair Play void all effective straight bets instantly, if that prop was a part of a parlay or a same-game parlay, your bet played on. No waiting around with your bet stuck in limbo. This injury would have made you lose on most other sports books. Why would you risk your bets if you don't have to? Fanatics first half fair play all season long, every game. I'm telling you, winning hits different at Fanatics Sportsbook. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Crowley here. Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms charge. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and have a 99.7% success rate, so that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Any accident, only 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Must tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Camlin Advantage, oil changes for life.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid only a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here. Spooky, and you've got old windows. That means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. You don't want that. Eliminate those drafts once and for all with Window Nation. And this month, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, plus you pay nothing for 2 years. years. Celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pens game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Got plumbing problems? Call the pros who've been going down the drain since 1969. A Quick Drain Service. Serving the entire tri-state area, they offer expert plumbing, sewer and drain cleaning, plus DOT certified gas, water, and sewer line installation. Senior and military discounts available. And get a lifetime guarantee on all sewer and water lines. Need help now? They're available 24/7 at aquickdrain.com. PA license 074216. A Quick Drain Service. Fast, reliable, done right.
Hey guys, Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And after losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks and keeping it off for over 3 years with Awaken, believe it or not, some of my priorities have changed. And now I'm starting to lift and I want to add muscle. And part of that is nutrition. Anybody that's been in the gym knows if you're not eating right, you're not going to see the right kind of gains no matter how hard you work out. Well, guess what? Everything I learned while I was on the program with Awaken 180 has helped me in that regard as well. I know what to eat. I know when to eat. I know how much to eat. I know, more importantly, what not to eat to help me achieve my latest goal. So even though that wasn't part of it with Awaken 180 weight loss, I was trying to lose weight. Now I'm trying to pack on the muscle. The experience that I have from Awaken 180, and even talking to my coach about it when I still check in, which is free for life even after you reach your goal weight, has helped me along with this process. You can lose weight, and what you learn with Awaken 180 can help you in so many other ways. It is the long-term solution for weight loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Hey, Crowley here for Sullivan Super Service. When your drain is clogged, you need help. Sullivan Super Service has the training and equipment to solve your problems fast. Over bridges and through tunnels, Sullivan Super Service has been saving homeowners in Pittsburgh from sewer and drain issues for more than 60 years. So when you need a hero, call Sullivan Super Service. And right now, they're offering a $64 drain clearing with a free camera inspection. Let their family take care of yours. Family owned since 1964, serving all of Allegheny County. Sullivan Super Service.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier local option for shredding and document management. We make it convenient with on-site shredding at your business or quick drop-off at our Strip District location. We also offer hard drive destruction, e-waste removal, plus new scanning and digitizing services to eliminate the clutter and boost security. Steel City Shredding, trusted, convenient, and 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next-day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
All right, I got one more stat. This from Dave Schoenfield. Thursday night records by division. This is insane. And it does actually make me feel a little bit better, even though Tomlin's worse than the other coaches. AFC North teams, since the beginning of Thursday night football at home, 34-5 at home.
Wow.
On the road, 6-27. What the hell?
Jeez.
That's like you're going into Cameron Indoor Stadium every time you go on the road on a Thursday night.
When did Thursday night football start?
That's hard to say.
Okay, I thought you had it in front of you.
I got some stats. I don't got all the stats. I will say the silver lining is you got a quarterback. You got a quarterback. And if you got a quarterback, you got a shot, right? Aaron Rodgers is third in the NFL in touchdown passes. Aaron Rodgers is 11th in the NFL in quarterback rating. Meanwhile, Justin Fields got benched.
Yeah.
It might be Tyrod Taylor. They haven't announced what is going to happen moving forward, but Justin Fields got benched. We know Russell Wilson already got benched, and you've got Aaron Rodgers. Do you think the Vikings might want Aaron Rodgers, by the way?
Yep.
I mean.
Yep. They'd be, yeah.
I think they, right now, would be the best team in the NFC if they had Aaron Rodgers. Because they'd have beat the Steelers with Rodgers if the Steelers had Fields. They'd have won yesterday, I think, if they had Aaron Rodgers instead of Carson Wentz. They got to be kicking themselves. Because I think they could have had him if they wanted him. I think he was holding out some hope there. Because that roster's damning good. Yeah. And that coach is damning good. And you're throwing to Jordan Addison, and you're throwing to friggin' Justin Jefferson. Come on now. But I'm happy the Steelers have him. And that's why, despite the fact that the defense was doggy doo-doo and has been in 3 out of the 6 games, which is 50%, that's half, folks, you've got a quarterback. And this is a league of quarterbacks. We've been saying it for years. Oh, the Steelers don't have a quarterback to contend. In any of the previous 5 years, they lose that Thursday night game like 33-12. And Rodgers gave them a chance. If they had 30 seconds left, they'd have won that game. And that is not to absolve the defense. That is absolutely not to absolve Mike Tomlin. They should be ashamed of themselves. But Aaron Rodgers gives you a chance every single game you play. And he's been even better than I thought that he was. And so I'm not going to just flush that. They've also been far more entertaining than they have been the last 5 years. Like, that game was a joy to watch, except for the end.
It really was. I mean, the back and forth. But that's exactly what we said that we didn't want to happen for it to be a shootout.
Yeah.
And obviously, the Steelers are on the other end of it. If you look at the AFC, where does Aaron Rodgers rank right now in quarterbacks? Now that we don't feel like the AFC and really just teams in the NFL are playing a great brand of football, there's only a handful of teams. Where do you think he ranks? Third? AFC?
I mean, he ain't. I mean, I mean, Mahomes is Mahomes.
Right. Daniel Jones.
I think he's playing better. I'd take him over Jones. I mean, Jones will run. He's throwing it down the field. They're running. The reason I take Rodgers is because the best back in football right now is who they got in Indianapolis. And that offensive line is really good. And I don't think either of those things are true for the Steelers. I think I would take Mahomes. I'd take Allen. And then I think Rodgers right now would be in my third slot.
Yeah.
Which, again, is going to give you a chance. They being the Steelers, need to be playing elite defense because you've got a defensive-minded head coach and you're paying more money for defense than anybody else. But if you just played average defense, I think you'd actually have a shot. Can you get to a place where you're playing average defense? I don't know. They've been so boom or bust. We haven't seen the so-so defensive performance. It's been 5 turnovers or 17 sacks over 3 games, or it's been we're giving up 30 and explosive plays left and right. We haven't seen consistently, oh, we're going to give up 20. If you gave up 20 every week, you'd be fine. But they're not doing that. They're giving up 30 half the time. 412-928-9370. Phones?
Yes.
Anthony in New York, good morning.
Gentlemen, now we have a quarterback. I agree with you 100%. Good morning, fellas.
Good morning. Now, are you from New York City or are you upstate New York?
No, I'm in New York City. I'm a New York State police officer in New York City.
Thank you. I would absolutely do terrible things for a New York slice of pizza right
Me
now.
too.
Yes. So fellas, we can talk about the defense all day. Look, they couldn't stop a bloody nose. We know that. Tomlin knew that. I don't know the time. You can look it up when I hang up. But at some point at the end of the game, the last time Pittsburgh had the ball, I believe it was 4th and 4. Why don't and I believe they might have been on the 48, our 48, somewhere in that area. Why do you not go for it? Even if you miss it, you're giving Cincinnati back the ball with a short field, but you're leaving yourself, the way we were moving up and down, you're leaving yourself enough time to come back and win that game.
Anthony, you're going to love this, except you're going to hate it. I got another stat for the people. You ready for another stat for the people? Here we go, Anthony. Here we go. Steelers' opponents have gone for it on 4th down 17 times. The Steelers have gone for it 3 times. That's it. Mike Tomlin preaches aggressiveness. Yeah, man, he lives in his fears. And, Anthony, you stay safe out there, man. Appreciate what you do and appreciate the call.
Thank you, sir.
There you go for a little Ray's pizza.
Ray's?
Oh, yeah. Fold that sucker in half.
Oh, that sounds so good.
Oh, my God.
That sounds so good right now.
Flies all over it.
Huh.
You know, on the streets of Manhattan.
Yeah.
Oh. My dad and I are trying to figure out what father-son trip we should do this year. And I got buddies who are going to Chicago for the Steelers-Bears game. But it's going to be late November, and I ain't trying to sit in that wind.
You should go to the Steelers-Lions game. It's indoors.
I think the Steelers are going to get their butts whooped. And do I really want to hang out in Detroit? You live there.
It's not bad.
It is a quick drive.
Yeah, 4 hours indoors.
And their fans are probably nice.
I might be going.
You might?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Maybe.
You want to hang out with me and Pops?
Yeah.
Drink some beers?
Yeah.
All right, we might be going to Detroit. I guarantee you if I go, hey, Dad, you want to go to Detroit? He'll say, hell friggin' no.
Don't sleep on it.
I won't sleep on it. You know. You played there.
Mm-hmm.
You lived there.
Mm-hmm.
You loved it there.
It's indoors, too. Like, it's nice and comfy.
See if the Red Wings are in town. Maybe do a twofer.
Uh-huh.
All right. Good stuff. Do you feel a little bit better about the Steelers today than you did on Friday? 412-928-9370. The Silver Lining, they got a quarterback. And I thought that was his best game of the season. I know he threw an interception whenever he thought, hey, I'm going to take a shot here. I don't mind the shot. Bad throw, bad decision. But I can't say, hey, take a shot, take a shot, take a shot. Then when they do, bitch about it. He still threw 4 touchdowns. He's the only quarterback in the NFL this year with 2 4-touchdown games.
Mm-hmm.
So you've got a quarterback. Shouldn't that be worth something? 412-928-9370. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won their game on Saturday over the San Jose Sharks 3-0. The Penguins' next game is going to be a home game against the Canucks tomorrow. Pitt football won against Syracuse on Saturday, 30-13. Their next game comes up this Saturday. They're going to play NC State at home. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Crowley.
Oh, thank you, Harry. Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just gotta. Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They're your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Ross Township, down live wires tying up the 3400 block of Evergreen Road near Kreider Lane. Also a transformer explosion on the north side at the intersection of Tripoli and Middle Streets. Crews are on the scene there. Also, traveling on the Parkway West, you're jammed right around the top of Green Tree Hill, but you're putting on the brakes as far back as that bend at Carnegie down toward the Ford Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East getting in line there at Greensburg Pike. Route 28 heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass. And then again between the 40th and 31st Street bridges toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
For that special occasion, order today. OliverFlowers.com. That's OliverFlowers.com.
Baird is proud to call Pittsburgh home. And with 6 locations in the region, we're even prouder to be helping so many of our neighbors build confident financial futures. From our big picture global perspective and business expertise, down to the personalized financial plans we create based on your unique goals and aspirations, your financial confidence is our first priority. Discover the Baird difference. Visit pittsburgh.bairdwealth.com. Robert W. Baird & Company Incorporated, member SIPC.
Barry and Steve Aronich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center. You know, getting something new creates excitement. For instance, on a scale of 1 to 10, a new TV might be a 3.
A new car might be a 7. But getting a brand new kitchen or bathroom, that is a 10. Few things equal the exhilaration and joy of finding just the right design for the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
And then there's the anticipation you feel as Petit's expert craftsmen transform your dream into a reality. From custom creation to expert installation, our family-owned business has been making people happy for almost 60 years.
Let us help you experience the one-of-a-kind joy you'll get from a brand new kitchen or bathroom from Petit. Visit us on Route 50 just off the Carnegie exit. Call 412-279-2222 or click PATETE kitchens.com. Haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
LGKG, your home team. Western PA injury attorneys born and raised in business over 90 years. Hi, I'm Dan Zangrilli with Larry Kelly and Joe George. So what exactly is the home team advantage, Larry?
You got to know Western Pennsylvania people. You have to know what makes them tick. I like to believe we have credibility with the judges. I've been doing this 40 years. Joe's been doing this 25, 30 years. And you got to earn your bones. It doesn't happen overnight. We have the benefit of our past reputation, our past credibility with the court staff, and the people of Western Pennsylvania.
Let's be honest. There's a lot of other firms. This is not where they lay their head at night. So how could they be as effective in a place that they otherwise don't know?
When you have that reputation, as we do in this area in Western Pennsylvania, that's a competitive advantage. To have that advantage on your side, it's huge. And being from Western PA, knowing the players in Western PA, believe me, it is an advantage to having folks that are right here in Western PA.
Accidents MedMel Workers' Comp is at lgkg.com today.
From 20th Century Studios, on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Good radio, you guys. Love the banter.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. In 10 minutes, I ask a question I never thought I'd have to ask about these Pittsburgh Steelers, and we would love you to weigh in. And the best caller can win 2 tickets to see Improv Under Hypnosis at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on November 9th. Colin Mockery.
Oh.
Of Whose Line Is It Anywhere fame.
Okay.
So he's a comedian, and he'll do comedian things, and they got a world-renowned hypnotist, and they call people up on stage, and they hypnotize them.
I love that.
And then Mockery makes a mockery of them.
I love that.
We got to go.
I like that a lot.
I loved Whose Line.
I like hypnotism, and I love magic.
Is Drew Carey still with us?
Yeah.
Thank God.
He's still on The Price is Right.
Guys, I'm not a 75-year-old woman. I don't watch The Price is Right.
We get home
by 11?
Yes, I watch it all the time.
I watch sports.
What sports do you get at 11 o'clock?
I just keep rewatching The Backyard Brawl from 9/13. That's all I watch. That's the only thing that could possibly bring me joy with the state of my sports teams right now.
Yeah, they stink.
They are the worst team in Power 4 football. It would sure be embarrassing to have lost to them. We'll get to Pitt, because Pitt's got a chance to win the ACC. That's right. I said it. There are 7 teams with 1 or fewer losses in the ACC right now. We'll get to Penn State, what James Franklin had to say on College Game Day 2 at the bottom of the 7 o'clock hour. But right now, we're looking for silver linings for these Pittsburgh Steelers at 412-928-9370. We asked, how many quarterbacks are actually playing better than Aaron Rodgers right now in the AFC? Someone wrote in, you wouldn't take Drake May? Yeah, in the long haul, I would absolutely take Drake May. And he's playing real well right now.
Mm-hmm.
So you can make the argument that May's been better than
Make
Rodgers.
the argument, for sure.
So where's that put Rodgers? 4th in the AFC?
Right, exactly.
Where was Russell Wilson? I mean, for a stretch he was playing well, but on the whole, bad. And he just got benched. Where was Justin Fields? He was managing the football, but we didn't see him be dynamic with the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're in a much better quarterback spot now than they were in any of the years since Ben. And so if you were looking for a silver lining, that's a pretty damn big one. That's like saying, oh, we're the New York Rangers. We stink, but we got Igor Shesterkin. It's going to cover up a lot of mistakes. A big-time eraser. We've also asked the question, do you feel any better about the Steelers' loss today than you did on Friday? And the votes are pouring in. 90% of people saying no.
No. Mm-hmm.
I thought if you took the emotion out of it, I'm feeling a little bit better. A little bit. Phone call?
Sure.
Big C in Fort Myers. What up, Big C?
Hey, good morning to you guys. I really appreciate you taking my call this morning.
We appreciate you calling, Big C.
Yeah, likely. Hey, Dorn, real quick, off topic, this question's for you. What is up with these college players with no knee pads wearing their pants halfway up their thighs? Is this illegal or what?
Oh, listen, Big C, I ask myself this every single week, and I have no freaking idea. I have no idea what the point is. I don't even have the want to even ask a player, like, what's the deal with it? Because I don't care. I think it looks stupid.
It looks ridiculous, and until somebody gets hurt,
right?
Then somebody's going to put a rule or change it. But I just think it's the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen in football. So, but thank you for that. But back to the Steelers. I really appreciate what Rodgers is doing for the Steelers. They do have a quarterback, and I'm going to piggyback off this and say if they make it to the AFC Championship game, I'm not putting the wheel before the horse.
Yeah, you are.
You got to roll it. Yes, okay, but you got to roll it back with him. And I think in the draft, you got to load up. You got to load up on the secondary and the defensive line because they're getting no push on that defensive line. Those corners are out there on an island, and we're expecting them to do impossible things. They don't match up well against double receivers like that. I don't know what happened in the Minnesota game, but if they have to see the Bengals again, maybe Burrow comes back for that game, it's going to be the same output.
I don't think he will be back for that one, Big C, and I'm not sure it matters because they got the magic man, Joe Flacco, and thank you for the call. You're allowed to get pressure quick.
Exactly.
Like Benton early, I thought it was going to be a long day at the office.
Same here.
He won in like half a second and bang! And it's like, oh, dang. This line can't protect. And then the rest of the game, there was none of that.
Mm-hmm.
Not until late whenever they did try to drop Joe back and you got the half sack by Cam and by Watt. But other than that, my man left with his jersey clean.
Well, it's looking more and more that they got lucky that they played Carson Wentz instead of somebody else for the Vikings. Like, with those two receivers, like you think, put Joe Flacco there. Joe Flacco carves him up just like he did with the Bengals.
Yeah.
Carson Wentz is just, I think that's really what aided the Steelers winning in Ireland.
Yeah, the Steelers' defense is going to look good against teams that
aren't explosive.
Or
in the pass game.
Need to have 7-step drops to be explosive, and they want to hold the ball. Like, they're going to get pressure. But if you get it out quick, the Steelers been figured out. That was the problem down the stretch last year. If you got it out quick, T.J. Watt was rendered ineffective. The pass rush was rendered ineffective, and that all reared its ugly head on Thursday. 412-928-9370 is the number to call. I'm going to ask a question I never thought I'd have to ask when we come back about these Pittsburgh Steelers. Best caller on this subject wins 2 tickets to see Improv Under Hypnosis at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on November 9th. First Fan Weather, brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. We'll let KDKA take care of that. It's a Fan Morning Show.
Morning, most of the rain's out of here with just a couple of isolated showers left over at this point. If you're wondering, Pittsburgh's total rain will be around 0.85 of an inch. Looking ahead, afternoon high should hit the upper 50s with partly cloudy skies. Winds will be a little breezy, up around 15 miles an hour and gusting up to 30 miles an hour. More rain's expected Tuesday and Wednesday, so keep the umbrella handy. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. Member FDIC.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Reports of an accident now. This is on Camp Horn Road at the ramp to the outbound Parkway North. Crews are yet to arrive on the scene. Meanwhile, the Parkway West, that is jammed for you right near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28, heavy past the Route 8 at the bypass towards Shaler Waterworks. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brought to you by Moderna.
Mnexspike COVID-19 vaccine mRNA by Moderna has arrived. To learn more and find it near you, visit mnexspike.com. That's MNEXSPIKE.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
They seem to be having a good time.
On Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You know, the first half, we allowed them to run the ball too much. I think they had about 100 yards rushing at the half. And then we turned the ball over a couple times. And so that just kind of set a negative trajectory, and we're fighting uphill the rest of the way.
Football Talk on the Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. That, of course, was Mike Tomlin following the disappointing Thursday night loss to the Cincinnati Bengals, where he's going 50-50 on the blame. He's blaming the defense for not being able to stop the run. They couldn't stop anything, actually, on Thursday night. And then he blames the offense and really Aaron Rodgers for 2 turnovers. One turnover was Aaron's fault. The other was just a hell of a play by Cincinnati, and it was a great throw by Rodgers. And I keep coming back to that. Oh, it was the turnovers. No, it was your damn defense. Mm-hmm. And so here's the question, because I don't know how Mike Tomlin sees it. 412-928-9370. We are 6 games into the season. Do we trust the offense or the defense more? I think the answer is an obvious one. And it's shocking to me, but it's got to be the offense, no?
It's the offense just because of Aaron Rodgers.
Yes. They have one player, I think, playing at a borderline elite level offensively, and that's Aaron Rodgers. DK Metcalf has been very good. And I think Jaylen Warren, when given an opportunity, and he was on Thursday, has also been very good. But that's three guys.
Mm-hmm.
Defensively, you've got a future Hall of Famer in T.J. Watt, probably a future Hall of Famer in Cam Hayward. You've got two good edge rushers on the other side. You've got a Super Bowl champion at both corner spots, including one who was playing at a high level until this week. You've got a good safety in Deshaun Elliott. You've got Patrick Queen, who's been reinvigorated. You've got a lot better players on the defensive side of the ball. It is inexcusable that the question can even be asked. Which side of the ball can you trust more right now? But I think it's obvious. He's the bright spot. The offense is the reason why they're 4-2 right now, man.
No doubt. There's no doubt. He's kept them in the games. I mean, even think about the Jets game. If it wasn't for Aaron Rodgers, they probably would lose that game.
The defense played bad enough absolutely to lose against a quarterback who just got benched and a team that hasn't been close really to winning a football game except for when they played you. Now, it's week one and weird stuff happens, but man, hindsight, it's inexcusable that it was even a coin flip game.
Is it okay to say that Patrick Queen is the close, consistent second? If we're going for a defensive guy? Is he the most consistent defensive player for the Steelers thus far?
I would have said Herbig until the last game, but you have to take the full body of work. Yeah. And they didn't play Herbig enough, and he's allowed to make plays when he's in there and didn't.
Mm-hmm.
So up until that point, I would have said Herbig or maybe even Cam. But, yeah, I think Patrick Queen's probably been their best defensive player, which that ain't good enough.
Mm-mm.
It needs to be a pass rusher. It just does. 412-928-9370. Here are some statistics that would back this up. The Steelers' defense is 18th in points allowed per game. This is going to piss me. It's pissing me off. You're paying more than anybody. You've got damn Mike Tomlin, who's a defensive coach. National media might tell you he's a defensive guru. They're 18th in points per game allowed. 28th in yards per game allowed.
Wow.
They're only 6 yards better than Baltimore. We're talking about 18 feet. The difference between them and Baltimore. Math.
Well, that's after this game, right?
Yes.
Okay. Baltimore it was off. Okay.
Yeah, Baltimore would have found a way to give up a lot of points and yards if they had played. They're 17th in rushing yards allowed per game. Come on. After giving up 299 to the Ravens all offseason, got to stop the run. Cincinnati was rushing for 57 yards a game and gashed your ass. So you're 17th against the run. They are 31st in the NFL in passing yards allowed per game.
Jeez.
It is second to last in the NFL at defending the pass. That is inexcusable. Inexcusable. The offense is 12th in the league in points per game. They're scoring 25 a game. With the people that you have on the defensive side, scoring 25 per game, that's pretty damn good.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like 0.7 points away from being a top 10 offense in the NFL in scoring. Now, they're 26th in rushing yards per game. They've been much better the last 3. That seems to be an arrow pointed up. They're 19th in passing yards per game. But they're 4th in red zone touchdown percentage, which is something that I don't expect to change. And running the football is something that I would expect them to continue getting better at. These last 3 weeks, they've been one of the better teams in the NFL at running the football. Some could argue that they got away from it a little early against Cincinnati. I won't, because they still scored 31 points, which should be enough to win. So I also think the offense is just going to keep getting better and better. And they could add a piece on the outside as another receiving threat. The defense, it's inexcusable.
And somehow they only have two losses.
Correct. And that would be another silver lining.
They only have 2 losses. So that's why I kind of still have faith in them figuring it out. I don't know what they're going to figure out and how they can, figure out some of the issues that were apparent on Thursday night, but I still think that they'll get it together. I think that TJ will get it together. I think that those guys will start showing up on a more consistent basis. That's just me, though.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry about TJ Watt. Because you go back to last year, and he wasn't getting it done at the end of the season, and he was banged up too. I'm not trying to make excuses, but I am trying to be fair here. But the second half of last season, he was a milk carton guy. And against Cincinnati, you're just waiting for him to make the big play, and the big play never came. and he's being paid, obviously, to make the big play. Like, I go back to the second half of last season. Come on, Pro Football Reference. And there's a couple of games where he splashed, but more often than not, he was a total no-show.
Mm-hmm.
6 games in the last 11 where he doesn't have a sack. 6 sacks in the last 11 games. Which, okay, for some guys in the NFL, you'll take that.
That's great, right?
For him, you won't. You need better than that from T.J. Watt, and I'm starting to wonder if the age has caught up to him. Not that he's a bad player, but he ain't a $40 million player right now.
Hasn't looked like it at all.
No. And he's easy to game plan for because you know where he's going to line up, so you're not running at him. He's one of the best run defenders in the NFL, but he's not going to be able to make an impact if you're going to consistently run away from him. And then we're not seeing enough splash on the third downs. And that's where, like, I don't want to hear that you can't get home. Like, that's when you know they're going to throw. You need your pass rush to come up in the biggest moments, and they have been horrendous in third down defense this year. And that's when you need to be seeing the Cam Haywards, the Herbigs, the Watts, the Highsmiths, the Queens, all getting home. And we didn't see that at all against Cincinnati. That's one of the worst offensive lines in the NFL. That's why Joe Burrow's hurt, for God's sake.
Absolutely.
All right, best caller right now will win 2 tickets to see Improv Under Hypnosis at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on November 9th. We had a hypnotist at our prom.
So did we.
I buy it.
Me too.
I don't know how it works. But I've seen people do stuff that they otherwise wouldn't have done and would never embarrass themselves like that in public. There's something about hypnosis I just don't understand, but it freaking works.
Did you get hypnotized?
You think that I would do that?
Maybe.
Abso-freaking-lutely not. Did you get hypnotized?
No.
Did any of your buddies get hypnotized?
Yeah.
I saw my buddies get hypnotized, too. I'm like...
Maybe they go limp, too. They're just like...
Yes! Like, I ain't ever seen Jimmy try to play, the cha-cha slide on his butt cheeks, but now he is. He would never do that. There's something there. Dave in North Huntington's been waiting patiently. Hi, Dave.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Well, there's one thing that's consistent with the Steelers' defense, and it's, once again, Coach Tomlin. He's supposed to be the guru, all this, everything else. I heard some comments over the weekend, and it was right on point to me. He might change the scheme and everything else, but pre-snap, they don't do anything. That's why even after this last game, Jay said we knew what they were going to do because they don't disguise anything. So you can have 6 different schemes, but pre-snap, you're in a set, and no one moves around, no one changes. You don't try to disguise anything. The teams know what you're going to do. I knew they were going to lose to Cincinnati from the beginning, and then once they got once they made the trade for Flacco, it was all over.
Well, Dave, I'll disagree a little bit here, and thank you so much for the call. And this is by no means defending Mike Tomlin. We asked the question on Friday, was it a scheme or a personnel thing? It's obviously both.
Mm-hmm.
They acquired these guys so they could play mano-a-mano, man-to-man defense against the Cincinnati Bengals in particular.
Yes.
And Mike Tomlin was on the podcast with Ryan Clark before the season, and he said, we think we can match up against anybody in the NFL with all due respect to Cincinnati. And guess what? They could not do it.
No.
They tried it early, couldn't do it, and then they actually did throw the kitchen sink at Cincinnati. They did all kind of different stuff. None of it worked. And that might be a bigger problem. That the secondary might just not be anywhere near as good as they thought. Like, it's supposed to be a strength, and in this game it was a weakness. Now, I think the truth probably lies somewhere in between, but the stats are bearing out this is a bad secondary.
Well, I just love the fact that Jamar Chase says that we know exactly what they're going to do, and then I remember a clip from maybe last year, 2 years ago, of Julian Edelman saying that. Know exactly what they're going to do.
I think the pre-snap stuff is real. I think that's a pretty good call.
That is a good call. That is a good call, but at the same time, I've seen teams do so much pre-snap stuff that it was just unnecessary because you know exactly where they're going to end up, and they ended up exactly where you thought they were going to.
Exactly.
So sometimes it's like, if you know the identity of a team and of an offense or a defense, and they want to start throwing those weird stuff, looks at you, and you're like, all right, you're fake. Get out of here.
Especially Joe Flacco, who there's nothing he hasn't seen before.
Right.
That's one of the big strengths. That might be the biggest strength that Aaron Rodgers has right now. Oh, you're going to do this? Okay. I know what the antidote is to all of this. It's why Tomlin was so damn scared of Joe Flacco to begin with. And we said it leading into the game. If you don't get to this guy, It could be a long day. They didn't. It was. Couple of Mikes online. Mike and Mike. From Bethel Park, Fort Wayne, Angela and Beachview and others also waiting patiently on hold. Give us a ring. Do you trust the Steelers' offense or defense more? I could see the offense getting better because you got Rodgers. Defensively, what have they done the last couple of years? They've cratered down the stretch. I'm despondent. 412-928-9370. Again, best caller wins a pair of tickets to see Improv Under Hypnosis at the Carnegie of Homestead Music Hall on November 9th. If you've been hypnotized, we should hear from you too. I want to know what that feels like. 412-928-9370. Text lines brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, the Cleveland Browns were the only team to play. The Ravens had a bye week, and the Steelers and Bengals played on Thursday. Browns beat the Miami Dolphins by a 31-6 final score. The end of Week 7 for AFC North teams. The Steelers still up top at 4-2. Bengals are 3-4. Browns are 2-5. Ravens are 1-5. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now here's Dorn.
You've heard me talking about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for businesses, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Sunday's biggest winners start with Indy's red-hot Daniel Jones. Drake May led Mike Vrabel to a sweet revenge victory in Tennessee, and Dak Prescott is playing at an MVP level, folks. Elsewhere, Matt Stafford rifled 5 scoring passes. Bo Nix's heroics rallied Denver. Philly's offense finally woke up, and injury-depleted San Francisco sucked it up against Atlanta last night. I'm Boomer Esiason.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play could be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right, you can get on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. There's an MVP candidate out in Tampa. Man, that's always a pretty good bet, the way they wing it around no matter who's catching the ball. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey. Get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers for just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
Natural disasters happen every year.
fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the Bloomfield section of the city, crews checking reports of an accident now, the intersection of Liberty Avenue and Taylor Street. Meanwhile, we do have an accident working. This is on Camp Horn Road at the ramp to the inbound Parkway North. That's causing delays as you get to the left lane to get around it. Parkway West, you are jammed over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy exiting off at East Ohio Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
James Franklin was on College Game Day this weekend. He did a great job. Nick Saban went to bat for him. We'll get into that coming up at the bottom of the hour. Plus, Pitt now finds itself in the thick of this ACC conference race. First, though, we have both expressed the fact that we are more confident about the Steelers' offense than we are about the Steelers' defense. That is a crazy place to be when you think about where the Steelers have been since like 2018, where the offense these last 5 years for long stretches, most of the time, has just been futile, and the defense has been pretty good until you get to the playoffs. Now the defense is statistically one of the worst in the league, and offensively you're darn near a top 10 unit. And people didn't want Aaron Rodgers. What's the biggest problem with the defense right now?
Well, I mean, it's not communication, which it was before. Well, there has been times where we saw with the last game, against the Browns, right? There was that communication issue. Or no, that was last game.
They had it at the end with Jamar Chase.
That's right.
The one that you laughed about, and then it went viral.
Yeah, that's right. The shallow route. I still can't get over it. I can't.
We got big TVs. It's 2025. There was no one on the damn screen.
Nobody there.
That was his 16th and final catch. You would figure after the first 15 times, that's what's up, man, is not only is it they weren't good enough, then the miscommunication, which hasn't been there really since the end of the Vikings game and the Jordan Addison play. Like they hadn't had that. then it reared its ugly head at the worst possible moment.
So to me, the biggest problem with the defense. Now people are going to say, and we have said a little bit that, guys just can't cover on the back end, but it goes hand in hand, man. Like, it does. It goes hand in hand. It's the NFL. Like, my biggest issue is your front not getting home.
Yep.
It's TJ. You just paid TJ Watt $41 million.
And you've seen it bared out that way right in front of your face.
What about Alex Highsmith? I don't care. Like, okay, he's great against the run. Like, bro, go get the quarterback.
Go get him.
That's what you're getting paid for real to do. You're not getting paid to be set the edge. You are, but you're really getting paid to go sack the quarterback. Where are these guys at? Like, so Nick Herbig is your best pass rusher, a guy that is a backup? That's a 4th-round pick? That's not a good place to be, in my opinion.
No, we can talk about and have talked about. We'll continue to talk about how bad the secondary was against the Cincinnati Bengals. But you're right. Where's the money being spent?
Exactly.
TJ Watt is or was the highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL, and he has not played up to that level.
That's my biggest issue. Like, you pay TJ Watt to be a superstar, an all-pro against the offensive line that's one of the worst in the league. That's why you pay him for games like Thursday. And he didn't show up.
It's been boom or bust. The defense has looked really good when they get to the quarterback. Imagine that. The 3 games prior to this one, 17 sacks. Guess what you do? You beat the Vikings, you beat the Browns, you beat the Patriots. Your pressure forces turnover against the Pats. You had Carson Wentz running all game long in Dublin, and Cleveland, didn't have a prayer in that football game. Didn't have a prayer. But when you can't get home, you wind up giving 30-plus points to Joe damn Flacco. 412-928-9370. You make a compelling argument, and I'm there to agree with you.
Yeah, that's it.
Angela in Beachview, the queen of the fan morning show. You ever been hypnotized, Angela?
Yep, and it didn't work.
It wouldn't work on you.
No. Nobody's going to tell me what to do.
You're like a damn Jedi, Angela.
Well, things that this reasoning wanes as the years go on. But Stephon Tuitt didn't announce his retirement until after the draft that year.
Right.
So, so he lost his brother and had some mental issues and whatever. Well, I lost my brother and I went to work every day. So that again, because of age, that issue wanes as the years go on. But what they, talk about Edelman saying we knew what they were going to do. They also know what we're not going to do. They have 5 yards. The defensive backs of defense has 5 yards to maul these receivers. The Mel Blount rule. I don't see that. They start backpedaling immediately.
We saw that all game on Chase. Thank you for the call, Angela.
I understand. And everything that we talk about is obviously easier said than done. I would worry if you have a Joey Porter Jr. or you have a Darius Slay, an older guy and a guy that's really handsy, and the guy, you know how hard it is to recover if you get beat? And I love press coverage because I knew that if I got off, I'm gone.
Yep.
I'm gone. So pick your poison. I understand, and I get it, and that's a part of playing defense is mauling guys. But if you miss, lights out. If you miss, it's lights out against really good players like you saw on Thursday.
Yeah, that's what they thought. I mean, that's why you're not going to let Chase take the top off your defense, and so they played soft, and it was just out, slant.
What are you going to do?
It was death by 1,000 cuts. 412-928-9370. We don't need to do the Stephon Tuitt thing, though, Angela. We love you. I mean,
yeah, I didn't even.
We don't gotta.
I didn't even listen to that.
Don't gotta do that. You can tweet us. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. She got hypnotized and it didn't work. I love that. She's like too hard-headed. She just has visions of linebackers not hitting their gaps, dancing in her head. So she is impervious to the hypnotization. Texter, hypnotism just gives you the excuse to act like a fool in public and then blame hypnotism. That's why it works. I could buy that.
Sure, but I've never really seen somebody in public that was like hypnotized just walking around. Maybe I haven't. I just didn't know it. I don't know.
Take your shirt off. You're hypnotized. Okay, sure. Get your nipples pierced. You're hypnotized. Hey, all right. Sure. Coming up next, there is another silver lining for the Steelers. We'll touch on that briefly, but James Franklin goes on College Game Day, and Nick Saban defends him. First, a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins won their game on Saturday over the San Jose Sharks. They shut them out 3-0. Penguins' next game is tomorrow at 7 o'clock at home against the Canucks. That's the first home game the Penguins are going to play in about a week. Pitt football also won on Saturday by a 30-13 final score over Syracuse. And their next game is coming up on Saturday, October the 25th against NC State. That's a home game for Pitt. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
It's a Monday, which means my weekend was filled with dip. Specifically, Daisy French onion dip. During ball season, I put my feet up, I get some chips, some veggies, some wings, and I douse it all in Daisy French onion dip. And now Daisy's come out with a delicious Daisy ranch dip. That's what I use on wings. These are as delicious as homemade dip, made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. So when you're watching both Monday night football games tonight, grab yourself some Daisy French onion dip and some Daisy ranch dip, available at a grocery store near you.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh. Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than Hopper House Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-2328 or email Heather at hopperhousepittsburgh.com to get started.
On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show all week for your chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 five-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
Want a health plan that travels with you? With UPMC Health Plan, you can access care wherever you are. That's access to UPMC doctors and hospitals, an extensive network of local providers, plus urgent and emergency care nationwide through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. What's more, you get 24/7 access to virtual care. All this with award-winning customer service from their healthcare concierge team. When you're given a choice for health insurance, choose the best. Choose UPMC Health Plan.
At Uline, the prevailing opinion is, if you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people at Uline believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 41,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers, believe it. Uline is the hardworking, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com.
Oscar Wilde said, "Who, being loved, is poor. You may be rich in love, but thin on dollars." Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. An engagement ring is not only an emotional purchase, but it's a big investment. At Urbanowitz Jewelers, we will help guide you through the ring buying process and take our time to make your engagement the perfect memory with either a designer ring or a custom design with natural or lab-grown diamonds, all at a price you can afford. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township. Check us out online at pittsburghdiamonds.com.
Hey guys, Precision Pointing, an amazing company, amazing crew of workers, amazing craftsmanship. I've been talking about them for quite some time now, and I'm not going to stop talking about them because they're that good. If you've got a masonry project that you need done, like brick pointing, chimney repair, anything else, well, I can't say enough good things about them after I saw them work their magic on my own home. No down payment required. That's crazy. A guarantee on all of their work. Who does that? Precision Pointing does. BrickPointingPittsburgh.net.
October means big Jeep savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Take home a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with payments starting at just $289 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. These fall offers end soon. See dealer for details.
This is Jeej at Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that it's never too early to kick off your holiday shopping. Shop now for the best selection of fine designer jewelry, timepieces, and home decor. At Lewis Anthony Jewelers, we'll help you stay ahead of the game.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
You made the statement, it's not like up to you to decide what's fair or unfair when Reese answered that question. I'm going to answer it. It's unfair as hell for you to go to the Rose Bowl, the Fiesta Bowl, get in the Final Four, come out being ranked #1 this year, an expectation that you created by what you accomplished at Penn State. And for those people not to show enough appreciation for that and gratitude for all the hard work that you did, I'm saying it's unfair.
Wow. Nick Saban coming out and smacking Penn State, sticking up for James Franklin. Now, perhaps important to note that Nick Saban and James Franklin are represented by the same agent. Perhaps that matters. Perhaps it doesn't. I don't know that Nick Saban's the kind of guy who minces words. I think he's going to tell you exactly how he feels, and he feels like James Franklin got a raw deal. And it has me re-examining whether or not James Franklin got a raw deal. I mean, he didn't win the biggest of games, but he did get them to the damn Final Four with a couple of plays away from playing in the national championship game last year.
I think that Saban, like that was some serious stuff right there. I think Saban kind of looks at himself and is like, he probably thinks like, I couldn't imagine if I had a down year and this is how they treated me at Alabama. Like they would never. And he looks at James Franklin like, you have a down year and they just, part ways with you. Like, what? I honestly think at the end of the day, now taking my Pitt glasses off and just being a radio host and a fan of college football, I think that Penn State is going to regret this. James Franklin had them knocking at the door every single year. There's a lot of schools out there that aren't even close to the vicinity of the building. James Franklin was at the door every single year. Who are they going to find that actually gets them through that door?
I'll tell you who they
That's
can't
the question.
hire. They can't hire Matt Rule.
No.
He goes out and he lays a massive egg against the Row the Boaters in Minnesota.
Terrible.
You can't be losing to Minnesota. Not when you're 5-1 and you feel like you've brought Nebraska back to relevance. And his record against top 10 teams
like
is
4-.
Oh, it's like 4-23. Yep. He's Franklin.
So, Crowley, what is their plan? Like, who's going to be better and get them into a better spot in the next 5 years than what James Franklin had done?
I've said you go for Urban Meyer, and that's you're swinging for the fences there. And there's no guarantee he could come in and be what he was before. Absolutely, there's no guarantee. But that's one of the best college coaches in the history of the sport. So I would shoot for that. I really would. Short of that, I'm going after Matt Campbell at Iowa State. But guess what? That's not going to win the press conference.
That's not going to win. But you think it's going to win either.
It might.
What has Campbell really done?
That might be as hard a job as there is in college football at Iowa State. They got nothing. They got nothing. A lot of the resources get poured into basketball. I think he's a hell of a football coach. I don't know that any of the names are going to excite you if you don't get a guy like Urban Meyer. Like, you're not, I wouldn't think, taking Marcus Freeman from Notre Dame.
Why would he do that? He went to Notre Dame. Notre Dame's a better job.
I would never leave Notre Dame for Penn State.
Not if, you're a former player. That is the most insane thing ever, if he ever did something like that.
You drew the parallel between what Saban was doing at Bama and if they kicked him to the curb after a down year. He won all those national championships. You think about Penn State. They won the national championship since 1986. But for them, it seemed like with Franklin, it became national championship or bust.
Right.
What could happen here, and what I think is more likely than not to happen here, is the next guy is worse. You're right.
Exactly.
And you're not a program that has been routinely contending for national championships until James Franklin came to town.
It is a top job, clearly. I'm not saying it's
absolutely
not. You have all the resources. But for you to come in, as crazy as it sounds, that is big shoes to fill. That is huge shoes to fill. James Franklin's shoes.
Yeah.
And I just don't know if there's anybody out there. Actually, I do know there's nobody out there that's going to come in and immediately do that. And that's what I think that they're banking on. And that's just not going to happen. You're losing every single recruit. They get 5 and 4 stars. They make fun of Pickett because Pickett gets 3 stars. They get 5 and 4 stars. The best players in the country go to Penn State. The best players in the country have decommitted to Penn State. They decommitted. So now you're going to bring somebody in to actually try to get those guys back? Now, I know the transfer portal is different now. College football is different. You don't just count on the recruits, but I don't know who else out there can really just walk in and do a similar job that James Franklin did.
The recruiting point's a really good one. I mean, I look at the 11 years prior to Franklin getting there, and they had 3 double-digit win seasons. Franklin's done that, and then some in his tenure. He had them in the national semifinal last year, and his roster this year, we could talk about what they've done. They've lost their last 4 games. They haven't beat a Power 4 opponent this year, but their roster was thought of as maybe the most talented in the sport. Penn State has something to do with that. James Franklin has more to do with that.
Absolutely.
With the talent that they brought in.
Absolutely.
Here are all of the schools that have won national championships since Penn State won a national championship in 1986. You got the Miamis, you got the Notre Dames, Colorado and Georgia Tech have won more recently. Washington has won more recently. Nebraska, Florida, Florida State, Michigan,
Ohio State,
USC, LSU, Ohio State, Texas. A lot of repeat champions in here. A lot of Alabamas. Alabama, Clemson. UCF claimed the national championship at 13-0 with Scott Frost. They sure look like national champs on Saturday against my boys. Dear God. You think about all the programs, Georgia, that have leapfrogged Penn State as it relates to national championships, which is their stated goal. It's a great job. They're not what some of these schools are.
No.
At all.
No.
And so you got to be careful what you wish for. And I'm starting to come around on he's a victim of his own success. Like, he couldn't win the big one. I totally get that. That's frustrating. But remember where you were before him.
Yeah.
And of late, it hadn't been good.
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't look. I look around and there's other good jobs. Like Florida's a good job.
Which I think that's where he'll go.
Florida State could be.
Yep.
Open in the near future. Arkansas, that I wouldn't compare to Penn State, but they got big money. I mean, look what they did in basketball, Arkansas. Oh, okay. We got all this money. We got all this SEC money. We got money growing on trees. We'll go out and get John Calipari at damn Arkansas.
That's what you have. You have to get the equivalent, but I just don't know who the equivalent of that is. That you would get. Who's the big splash that could come right into Penn State and recruits would be like, oh, I'm going to recommit.
I think Urban Meyer, but I don't know that he wants to do it.
Right.
And I saw people on social media saying that James Franklin went on College Game Day to audition for television. That's not how I took that at all. I took it as I'm back into coaching next friggin' year.
Oh yeah, ASAP.
ASAP.
Yeah.
He said he's going to go win a national championship someplace else.
He has a lot to prove. And he wants to do that. He's not going to just, okay, I'm going to sit back and just collect some TV money and go have fun. Like, nah, I think he has a big chip on his shoulder that he wants to go to a Florida, one of these SEC schools that might be might be opening up one of these big-time schools. There's a lot of schools out there that are going to have vacancies at the head coach spot. But I think Florida is a place where you could walk in, and the way that he recruits, and win big, and revitalize that program, because that program was, when I was in college, that program was it.
Think about what LSU did in 2021, just a couple of years removed from maybe the best college football team of all time, arguably the best college offense of all time. They went 15-0-0 with Ed Orgeron. 2 years later, he's out. They bring in Brian Kelly because Ed Orgeron had become a victim of his own success. They're 15-0, then they go 5-5, they go 6-7. It's not like I don't get that, because we hadn't seen until this year James Franklin have a truly bad season. But Ed Orgeron, we had great coordinators, spent a lot on the coordinators. We had some of the best talent, really, in the history of the game. It really wasn't Ed. Let's go with somebody else. Brian Kelly's been, for that program, average as average can be. And so when you fire a guy, it doesn't always work. Now, Georgia did. Mark Richt was great at Georgia. They were winning 9-10 games every year. They were part of the national conversation every year. They're playing for SEC championships every year. And he became a victim of his own success. All right, when's the next jump? And they replaced it with Mark Richt, and that's worked out. So it can happen. But I think the list of great coaches, and he was a great coach at Penn State, James Franklin. The list of great coaches that get removed because they fall just short and then replaced, and then that guy does better, there's a lot more failure than there is success there.
I have an honest question for you. Now, the schools like Georgia, the schools like Alabama, they have the brand. And sometimes, and it's very rare, but like whenever you have that kind of revolving door of coaches and then they come in and automatically win, like you think of a Kirby Smart, the brand, I think, helps them win.
Absolutely.
Does Penn State have a strong enough brand to have the recruits and the transfers to want to go there or stay there for the next head coach to come in and then for them to transition into winning? Like, Georgia was always going to get Georgia players. They're always going to get Georgia 5-star recruits.
Right. Fertile ground.
Alabama's always going to have Alabama players. It doesn't matter, really. It does matter who the coach is, obviously, but they're still going to have the big-time players. Is Penn State big enough to keep that?
I think Penn State's a great brand, but it ain't Ohio State, it ain't Michigan.
Right.
It ain't Oregon. Oregon's got a much better brand right now.
Right. And
that's just their conference.
And not us being biased at all. Like, I just wanted to ask a neutral question. Like, is their brand big enough for the brand to keep winning?
It's just it's a different time where history seems to mean less than it ever did.
Yes.
And dollars and cents matters the most. But I think if you are a pro, like I'll give the West Virginia analogy. Like, you haven't been relevant in 7 years. How the hell do you get back on the map? Now, Penn State obviously has been relevant, and you get to go play in front of 110,000 people and all that. But Ohio State won the national championship last year. They're number one in the country right now. If you're fighting for the same recruits, where are you going? And they're going to pay you more.
Right.
Michigan won a national championship 2 years ago. Oregon's the cool, fun West Coast school that everyone wants to go to. They score points. They got the Nike thing, the uniforms. They got money. I mean, you're fourth in the conference. And USC's a brand in the conference. And be careful what you wish for with the Big Ten expansion, by the way. So I think it's a great brand, but I think it's like more of a top 12, top 15 than a top 5.
Yeah, and whenever you're in that range, it's not the transition of coaching is not going to be easy, I don't think, because you're going to lose a lot and have to regain a lot to become relevant again or to stay relevant. Some of these schools can just roll. Like USC, I feel, is a brand that can just, hey, next head coach, come in. We're USC. We'll rebuild. We're California. I don't know if Penn State is that brand. They're a huge brand. I'm not saying that they're not. They're a huge brand. Great school. I will say, great school. Huge brand, but not compared to who they're competing with.
No, they've got national championship aspirations, and there's like 12 teams that every year are on third base, and you're on second base.
Yeah, like Texas.
Exactly.
Right.
You're not the brand that Texas is, and they're having similar seasons. I totally get that. Texas finds themselves back in the top 25. Get the frig out of here with that. You beat friggin' Kentucky 16-13. My God, Kentucky? But they're in a similar spot this year. But Texas has absurd money. Texas A&M in the top 5. They've got absurd money. Vanderbilt's got absurd money because they're in the SEC in these paychecks. And I know the Big Ten does as well, but Man, you're not starting from ground zero because there are players I would bet that will still go to Penn State that have opened up their commitment, and they'll spend money in the transfer portal because you have to because of the decision that you just made. So you're going to come in next year with a pretty good roster, but are you going to be what you were last year? No, not right away. And then, mediocrity begets mediocrity. Like if you're 8-4, it'd be better than this year. But who wants to come around now for 8-4?
Right.
And then then you're 8-4 again. Look at Nebraska. They were winning 9 games a year with Solich. They get rid of him. They've been ass ever since. And Riley, he was there. He was doing okay. They got rid of him. They've been ass ever since. 412-928-9370. I told you we would have a silver lining for the Steelers. We will get to that. Mark Caboli going to be joining us at 8 o'clock. I didn't realize that we had gone as long as we did there in that segment. So should I give the silver lining now, and we'll just let this be the final segment of the hour? Harry is nodding his head. Yes, silver lining for the Steelers is the injury report brought to you by Shederovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. They're healthy. They didn't lose anybody in that Cincinnati game, and that's a massive deal, and you got the extra long week here. You got the mini-bye. That's the injury report brought to you by Shederovich and Fishman. They've got your back, not your wallet. Texter, Kentucky would rock WVU. Yeah. We're talking about Texas football.
Right.
Also, are you a Penn State fan? Because West Virginia has something that Penn State doesn't, and that is a Power 4 win. Sorry. Texter, Doran, as a fellow Pitt guy, you're way too anti-Penn State. I don't think you said anything that's wrong there. Like, we did this on Wednesday last week. How many brands, how many programs, how many jobs are more coveted than the Penn State job? And you land somewhere between 12 and 15.
I'm not anti-Penn State. I think they made a dumb decision. I'm actually like, you should have kept your coach now had you winning.
I definitely think you can make the argument that if they continue to have as bad a season as they've had this year, and they go, 5-7 or something, you give Franklin one more year.
Yeah.
This season could have put him on
earned
the hot
that
seat. Yeah.
He earned that, don't you? And I think in any world, and I think that's what Saban was basically saying. You earned the will to at least have an off year, you would think, after what you've built. Now you got to rebuild that.
The problem is that they spent $3 million on their defensive coordinator, and their offensive coordinator is supposed to be, quote unquote, I'll put that in big time quotes, one of the best offensive coordinators in the sport. And this is maybe your most talented roster that you've had since 1986, since the mid-90s. This was supposed to be the year. And it's one thing if you lose to Oregon again and you lose to Ohio State and you still get into the playoff at 10-2. For them to lose to UCLA and then Northwestern, that's not even playing in their own stadium, for God's sakes, that's unforgivable.
Yeah, it definitely is, but we'll see. We'll see if they make it. We'll see what it looks like next year or a year after that.
For sure.
We'll see.
For sure. I can understand why they did it. I can also make the argument that they could have waited a year, but I think you and I are both saying to expect them to be where they consistently were at the end of the Franklin era is probably unrealistic.
You're going to be paying a lot of money.
Yeah, you are.
Moving forward. A lot of money.
50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. You want to weigh in on the Penn State talk, you can at 412-928-9370. Caboli, next. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Fall's finally here. For good. It's here. No more 70-degree days like we had this weekend. That was glorious. Today, a high of 58, low of 46. Clear skies. Tomorrow, high 60, low 44, 40% chance of rain. Caboli, next. It's Fan Morning Show.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cleveland won yesterday. Cleveland beat the Miami Dolphins by a 31-6 final score, so they're now 2-5 on the season. All AFC North teams have played in Week 7, well, except for the Ravens, but it was their bye week this week. Ravens still down at the bottom of the division at 1-5. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local super lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. Crews still working to clear an earlier accident on Camphorn Road in Ohio Township at the ramp to the inbound Parkway North. That ramp is back open. Traffic's still a little heavy heading through the zone. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Rival, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now, Bowser Chevy gets 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Oh, that's the power of
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Hey Steelers Nation, it's Chris Muller here, and you know like I do that there are veterans in our community who have given so much. They've worn the uniform, they've served our country, and they've sacrificed for us. And now you have an opportunity to help give back to them thanks to Verizon. Verizon is committed to supporting our military and veteran communities, and they're teaming up with the Steelers for a sweepstakes that will give a special VIP dinner to 20 local veterans and their guests with Steelers players Will Howard and Jack Sawyer at the UPMC Rooney Sports Complex on November 18th. It's more than just a day of football, it's a day of recognition and honor. Think of a veteran you know, a family member, a neighbor, or a friend. Then simply head to any participating Western PA or Ohio Verizon store or go online to submit an entry form on their behalf. They could be selected as a potential winner, and it's a wonderful way to show your gratitude. And if you're a veteran, you can of course submit an entry for yourself. Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. For official details, visit your local Verizon store or check out Verizon.com/Steelers Salute. No purchase necessary, ends October 26th. Open to legal residents of Pennsylvania and Ohio, 18 and older. Player appearances subject to change.
My house has a new glow. I love my windows. Universal Windows Direct.
Hey, it's Chris Muller. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free. No interest for 3 years. Restrictions apply. Call 412-545-6003. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
I love my windows. They've got that brand new home effect. Universal Windows Direct.
Never-Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic.
If you kid only see
A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Kevin Red here from Mentality. Life's a relentless competition, and you might be losing without even knowing it. With testosterone levels plummeting 25% in just 2 decades, you're likely operating at a fraction of your potential. Your kids sense it when you're too exhausted for playtime. Your wife notices when that spark fades. Here's the harsh truth. Without addressing low T, nothing works. Diets fail, workouts fall flat, but there's hope. Mentality's FDA-approved treatment restores testosterone by an average of 30%. Don't let low T rob you of life's precious moments. Start at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hey, it's Jason Mackey, Westminster College class of 2006. Westminster College means a lot to me.
I learned from great professors and received hands-on experience in media that prepared me for the career I have today. At Westminster College, every student accepted for fall 2026 is guaranteed a scholarship, making exceptional education genuinely affordable. I'm living proof that real experiences lead to real success. Visit westminster.edu to learn more and to find out if you're eligible for a $1,000 visit grant.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the FanCash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Oh, how's that flu, babe? Did you take Dayquil Intense Flu yet?
Nah, I got this. Ugh, okay, I don't got this.
You stay on the couch, and I'll grab the Dayquil.
Undo your flu symptoms with Dayquil Intense Flu. Dayquil Intense Flu provides powerful relief of your flu symptoms.
I'm ready for that to-do list.
Wow, you do got this.
Dayquil Intense Flu. The daytime coughing, aching, fever, under your flu, medicine. Use as directed, keep out of reach of children.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
Swinging into fall and leading the way, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In Ohio Township, crews have cleared the earlier accident, reopening Camp Horn Road at the ramps to the Parkway North. Traffic seems to be moving along at a pretty good clip. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacks at Wilkinsburg. Route 28, that is heavy at the Route 8 at the bypass down toward the north side. Parkway North heavy from McKnight Road down past Venture Street, and then across the Veterans Bridge, jammed on the crosstown over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Van Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling.
That's right, Mark Aboli joins us now. He's brought to you by Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. You can also thank Icy Light for sponsoring Mark Aboli's appearances on The Fan. He is brought to you by Icy Light. Last couple of things on the James Franklin conversation. Someone texts in at 412-928-9370. Adam, Penn State faced arguably the biggest scandal of all time and was able to rebuild without NIL money. PSU will be fine. Y'all letting your Pitt, West Virginia bias show through. First of all, you can drop the arguably. It was the biggest scandal of all time. Secondly, I think you can use the NIL argument, but the other way. 5 years ago, back in the olden days of college football, Cignetti goes to Indiana if he does the same thing. And then he becomes the Penn State head coach because they could pay him more. And you're going to get better recruits. And you got 110,000 people in your stadium. Now, the Indianas of the world, the Vanderbilts of the world, they're on a different playing field now. Indiana's got all this Big Ten money. They've got Mark Cuban behind them. And they can pay him what Penn State could have paid him.
Yep.
And so why am I going to go to the devil I don't know when I can stay with the devil I know? 5 years ago, that wouldn't have been the case.
Good point.
So, Penn State, they're going to be in an advantageous situation financially, obviously. They're one of the haves, not the have-nots, but they're still not Ohio State. I don't think that they're Michigan, and they're not Oregon within their own conference. The other thing is someone texts in, the goal is to make the playoff every year, so you don't have to be a top 5 team in the sport. You got to be a top 12 and eventually a top 16 team in the sport. Okay, fair enough. Isn't that what
Franklin did?
Yeah, every year, pretty much. That's it. I can understand why enough was enough at Penn State. I really can.
I can see. I'm with you.
Because it wasn't just the losing the big games. It was now he's doing the thing that he had never done, which is losing the games he's supposed to win. So I get it. But that does not mean the next guy's going to do what Franklin was doing. And I would bet if Franklin stayed there for the next decade, they'd be in the playoffs 6, 7, or 8 times in those 10 years. But Caboli's here. Not on the hotline, which is brought to you by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. He's in the flesh. Fresh off a 5-hour cheer competition you were at yesterday, Mark. I'm sure you loved that.
It was like a 2-minute actual event by then standing around and watching a bunch of other stuff. If I would have known this, I would have went home, then come back, but I did not.
If I were the president, I would write up a bill, introduce it to Congress, maybe just do an executive order. When you go to one of these things, a show with your kids, whether they're dancing or gymnastics or cheerleading, there should be a 3-minute break between every performance where the parents of the kids who just performed can grab their kid and leave. I don't need to watch other people's kids. I don't need that. Who needs that?
Instead, you get the note that says, please stay around till the end of the competition to provide support for your fellow teammates and fellow schoolmates.
No. The worst
you guys are bad teammates.
Yes, I'm a bad teammate.
Wow.
If my daughter is she's doing Irish dance. Let's say they do an Irish dance day, and there's 30 performances, and she goes first. I'm supposed to sit there for the other 29? Hell no. I'm paying for it. I'll make a donation when they pass the buckets around. I'll do the 50-50. I'll do the raffle. I'll buy the shirts and merchandise. I ain't staying around the next 3 hours to watch other kids dance. Hell no.
Not to mention it costs $10 per person to get in, so it cost me $30 for 2.5 minutes just to watch this. And, it's how much I really not pay attention but know about it is when they announced the winners, I'm like, yeah, they won first place. And I was like, no, that's not their age group. I'm like, oops.
I'm like, listen to you guys complaining about your kids going and doing events. And
no, we're not. We're just talking
You're complaining about giving $30 to this event for your daughter.
$30. Do you have to understand how much you have to pay to have your daughter cheerlead?
That's what I'm saying. It's not.
Do you want to know?
My kids play every other sport too, Mark. I pay thousands of dollars a year,
which is great, and we all should do that for our kids, and they should find their passion. Like mine was rowing, and I've made a great career of it. Coxon, careful. Find your passion. Great. I ain't paying to watch the other kids. I'm paying to watch my kid.
They did finish second place, so that was good.
Also, I'm a bad guy. You can tweet.
Hey, I stayed there, so that makes me a good guy.
You didn't have a choice. Your wife would probably slap you upside the head.
No, me and the kid just went for a ride around the neighborhood for a while.
You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. I'm guessing you're one of these don't panic guys when it comes to the Steelers? You think things are hunky-dory in Steeler land?
I think you just got to wait. I mean, we were at one level with when they won against Cleveland. Best defense, turning it around 2 in a row now, Minnesota, Cleveland. Now they're the worst defense. You just got to let things play out.
They've given them 30 points in half their games, Mark. They've given up 30 points in half their games.
Yeah.
That's no good.
Out. You got to let it play out. But 2 weeks in a row or 2 games in a row, you're probably saying opposite. Hey, we finally figured it out. Right?
Yes, I was. And I look like an idiot, and I've got egg on my face.
Well, we can't go. I mean, we can for our job, but like going game by game and being so high and so low is kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because you know that Monday morning you're going to come in and be like, oh, the Steelers are back.
I'm not saying they're back if they beat the Packers. I'll say they're back if they beat the Packers and the Colts.
If they have a stellar performance on defense, T.J. Watt has 2 sacks, Nick Herbig has 2 sacks, and Jalen Ramsey has a pick, and Joey Porter Jr. has a pick Sunday night.
Joey Porter sucks.
You're going to come in and be like, oh, well, you know what? I'm actually feeling better.
Of course I'll feel better, but they are a team that I think is winning 10 games and going to win the division because everyone else in the division sucks. But because of that Bengals performance, I just view them as the team that they've been the last 8 years. One that's good enough to get in, but not good enough to do anything. And it's going to take a couple of big-time performances to have me change my mind. Of course, I want them to beat the Packers. I actually think they will beat the Packers because that was a Tomlin loss. This would be a Tomlin win. And there's some statistical reasons to believe in that. But unless they do it against them and Indianapolis, like, you got to show me now. You got to show me because we just saw what their bad is capable of. And we saw what their bad defensively was capable of against the Jets. And if they play like that against any of these big-time teams, they don't got a shot.
Yeah. You know what? They played pretty well for a quarter, right?
They did?
Defensively.
What quarter was that?
First quarter. It was 10-0, wasn't it?
Yeah.
They played at least well for a quarter.
Great. They should pay the defense a quarter of what they're paying them then.
The way I look at it is sometimes you just have a bad day. Bad day, bad game, bad performance.
Those guys are getting paid too.
You know, it just sometimes that happens. Now, if you start stacking them together of saying, okay, they get whipped by the Packers, they get whipped by the Colts, they get whipped by the Chargers, you come in here and you can,
right,
slam your head off the table here and say, yes, there's a problem here. Right now, I just look at it as a one-game blip here. I mean, both ways. I mean, good and bad when they were good and when they were bad. So I think it's just a little bit too early to figure this out. I mean, obviously some things need fixed.
Yeah.
Some things need fixed. I mean, the problem I do think is we were banged over the head with this defensive backfield, cornerbacks. And there's a reason why the Watson, Highsmith, and Herbig, at least this week, did not get to the quarterback. It's almost impossible to get to the quarterback in 2 seconds, right?
What about the hurries? You can.
Well, the 2 seconds are tough, right? So you have that, or we were told you have those corners that could be able to at least, I won't want to say press you, but at least put
disrupt the timing
a little bit here to allow that 2.5 seconds to turn into 3. And you either have to have confidence in these guys, the Slays, Ramseys, and Porters of the world, or you don't. Because teams are going to keep throwing the ball in 2 seconds. Is going to keep happening like it did last year.
That's what it was last year.
The reason why you got these guys is to allow those guys have more time to get to the quarterback than 2 seconds. So, plus, you need some pressure from the defensive line. I mean, everything seemed to go bad in Cincinnati. I don't even know if one guy on defense played well.
No, I don't think anybody really did.
I can't think of one off the top of my head that said, boy, he played well.
No, not a single guy did. And you're allowed to get pressure quickly, too, by the way.
It's hard, though.
Keanu Benton did early. When
nobody blocks you.
Yeah, it's Cincinnati's offensive line. Joe Burrow's on a gurney somewhere because that offensive line couldn't protect him.
What I'm saying, if you've got the corners to play at least man coverage, should allow you time. That was the whole point of bringing these guys in.
Right. And so now we saw that they they can, at least against that team and those wide receivers. So
Which are not, they're
I mean, you don't see that every week. Fair enough. We did see it against the Vikings. Both their big guys ate. And we now saw it against Cincinnati. Both their guys ate. So next time they play Cincinnati, you can't be putting them on an island again, correct?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, good.
But I think if you're going to do any sort of press man, that would be the time. Then have the safeties play over top, something to be able to prevent. They were afraid of getting beat.
Yeah.
The big
plays.
Big splash plays. I mean, that was obvious.
But you know what happened? It did it anyway.
Yeah. No, they caught the ball 17 times by Chase or whatever it was. What were those two
16.
targeted? 33 times?
Yes.
That's ridiculous.
Yes. Chase had 16 catches. He had 2 drops and then 1 that they overturned. He could have had 19 damn catches in this game.
What's crazier about it is that they had a running back over 100 yards, too.
And that guy hadn't been good all year.
He had a couple big ones. Can't allow that to happen.
No, you cannot. And I think that spooked Tomlin, too.
Yeah.
And
they blamed it all on the defensive line. I mean, Hayward blamed it on himself and the front. But
what kills me, Mark, is yes, they did get Joe Flacco, and he deserves credit. He got rid of the ball real quick. But you did have some situations where you had them in not advantageous down and distance situations, and that's where you need Herbig. That's where you need Watt. That's where you need Hayward. That's where you need Harmon to get the guy on his freaking ass. And it just didn't happen.
Accurate as can be.
Oh,
too.
ridiculous.
It was just right there. I mean, there was maybe a handful of poorly thrown balls, but not many out of Flacco. Not many at all.
No.
And I don't know. Sometimes I wonder if Tomlin spoke the Flacco, the Flaccoism into, for lack of better words, into existence of how great he was,
The way he talked about Flacco last year after they lost to the Colts was jarring to me. He talked about him as if he was Joe Montana. And then he brought him up unsolicited earlier on this season, and then he lost his mind on Andrew Berry in an uncharacteristic way. This guy is canonized damn Joe Flacco.
And these guys obviously see this stuff. I don't know. Maybe he talked it into existence.
I don't think they were one of the heaviest blitzing teams in the NFL coming in. And I understand you got Chase and you got Higgins on the outside, so you're scared of getting hit with the deep ball. I still would have mixed in a little bit more pressure. My man's a tree. He cannot move. He moved one time. All right.
Well, that was a pretty nice.
It was a hell of a play.
That was a great play.
It's a hell of a play.
It was like you don't deserve to win if you allow him to go 50
He was moving too, though.
I watched all Saturday and all Sunday football all weekend long, and I didn't see a better play call in the entire damn weekend.
I did.
I wonder if it's a play call.
Which one was that?
The Chiefs. Whenever Mahomes was acting like it was no snap.
Okay, that was.
That
was great.
I was at cheer competition, so I didn't see that.
We're going to get into the Chiefs because
Raiders are bad though.
You think?
Real bad.
Real bad.
Who was their quarterback? Where did he go to college?
Both of them were bad. Pickett played 8 snaps and fumbled the football. Had to get that.
Is that funny, Mark?
I don't know.
It's funny because of how quickly I got it off my guy. You can text us, brought to you by Egger Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Coming up next, we need to have a real conversation about Joey Porter Jr. So we're going to. But first, a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Cleveland Browns, they won on Sunday, yesterday against the Miami Dolphins, 31-6. That improves their record to 2-5. They've got a half game over the Baltimore Ravens right now. Ravens are down below at the bottom of the division with a 1-5 record. It was their bye week this week. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now, here is Dorn.
It's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for a perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. Knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will actually assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Their communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands. In dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee of materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Dorn sent you. That's trustpj.com.
This Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Prevagen. Prevagen made for your brain. Friday night, Shohei Ohtani struck out 10 while scattering a pair of hits over 6 shutout innings. At the plate, all Ohtani did was smash 3 moonshot home runs. It was an amazing performance, unlike any other in baseball history, and one we may never witness again in our lifetimes until the start of the World Series. I'm Boomer Esiason.
David is a real Prevagen user, and this is his story.
Nice to meet you. My name is David. I've been a pharmacist for 44 years, and I'm from Flowery Branch, Georgia. When I first started taking Prevagen, I noticed stuff just seemed to come together and fit like a jigsaw puzzle. When I have customers come in, I recommend Prevagen. Number one, because it's safe and effective, does not require a prescription, and I've been taking it quite a while myself, and I know it works. I wouldn't recommend something like Prevagen if I didn't think it was worth it, because it works so good for me. And I love it when the customers come back in and tell me, David, that really works so good. Makes my day.
Prevagen, at stores everywhere without a prescription. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. Testimonialist was compensated for their time.
All your favorite NBA players are back, and DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. With more markets open for more of the game, DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Are you tired of online threats? Then get an antivirus. It's the only online protection you will ever need.
Disclaimer, an antivirus is just half protection online. It will not protect you from snoopers or encrypt your traffic. So get better online protection with NordVPN. NordVPN will encrypt your traffic, protect you from malware and phishing, and stop annoying ads. Save 77% on NordVPN and get 3 extra months.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things, like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love, guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Troublesome Morning Rush continues. This report brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Couple of accidents, one of them in Swissvale Borough at the intersection of South Braddock and Woodstock Avenues. Watch for delays through there. Also an accident being cleared in the Bloomfield section of the city on Liberty Avenue at Taylor Street. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East exit Wilkinsburg. Route 28 heavy past the Shaler Waterworks. And then again from Millvale to the north side. Parkway North heavy approaching the Veterans Bridge. Then jammed coming off the Crosstown over toward the Boulevard of the Allies. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Did your doctor just add another medication to the list? Maybe for blood pressure, cholesterol, type 2 diabetes? Ask them how you'll get off of it. Losing weight will be the answer, but you already knew that. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
All right, we're going to talk about Joey Porter Jr. in a couple of moments here. I got a weird one for you. I meant to bring this up on the pre-show because this disturbed me. So we talked in the pre-show. Mark, have you seen this Ed Gein?
Who?
Ed Gein.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
He was a
serial killer.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
He would
want
dig
that
up
stuff.
dead bodies.
That's a Dorn thing.
He'd wear their faces. Movie Psycho and
would he take
Texas
out,
Chainsaw Massacre were based off of him.
I was going to say, would he take out Voorhees or not?
No,
he's real.
But he's real.
Speaking of that, who's the most feared Voorhees? Which Friday? What Friday the 13th?
Probably 6 whenever he became like zombie Jason, where he like stopped dying. I mean, not like dying, but like he was like superhuman. He was breaking people in half.
When
with his
he
hands.
came out of the lake, scared the living bejesus out of me when I was a kid.
The real stuff's the stuff that freaks me out even more. I say because I haven't watched that stuff. I'm sure that would freak me out too. But what my wife did last night was just insane to me. We sit down. We watch the first 10 minutes of episode 3 of the Ed Gein thing on Netflix, and there's all kind of nastiness going down. She pauses it. She comes back. She's got a charcuterie board. She got all this like cheese and meat.
You can't eat.
Exactly right.
You can't eat during that. No way.
You're a horror guy. You ever sit there and I'm going to eat nachos with salsa?
There's been times where I've been so hungry, but I want to finish watching the horror movie because I know that if I eat something during the horror movie, it'll ruin that food for me forever.
Absolutely.
I've done that before in a horror movie, and I can't eat Sonic anymore because I ate it before I watched a nasty horror movie, and I'll never eat it again.
No more tots for you.
Uh-uh.
That's what I said to her. I was like, how can you we don't know what this guy's up to next. We don't know who he's digging up next or what he's going to do, and you're going to sit here, you're going to eat your charcuterie board?
No way. No way.
Hell no. All right. Watching Joey Porter Jr. play corner on Thursday might have made people rethink their food options.
I was wondering how you're going to get to
I
that.
think I nailed that, to be honest. What's up with JP? Jamie? I thought he played great against the Browns, but the Browns is the Browns. He's not a number one corner. I don't think he's close to a number one corner.
Same thing that he did when he was at Penn State. It's never gotten really better. I mean, he has all the talent in the world. He has the size, which you're absolutely in love with. He has the pedigree with his old man. But, man, he's just handsy. He just can't keep his hands off the other receiver. I mean, we're talking what now? 8 penalties and
2 games against Cincinnati?
Something like that.
Yep.
Only a couple. I mean, I think 2 of them were declined or something. And that's been the biggest issue with him right now. And the biggest issue with the Steelers is Slay's not playing up to his capability. I think his...
Or is he? That's my fear.
I mean, what is he allowing? 70% catch rate? Something like that? I mean, that's just not has been good right now. When you move Ramsey around like they have been doing, you're expecting a guy like Porter to step it up. And, hey, that's why they got rid of their defensive back coach last year. They needed a jump from Joey Porter, and it hasn't gotten there. I still think he has a ton of talent.
Of course he does.
He has the size. He has the talent. He has the mentality. He has everything necessary to be a great corner in this league, but it just hasn't gotten there yet. And obviously I'm not a coach and not how to get it there, but They're going to have to make a decision on him in a year now, right?
He's not a ball hawk. He doesn't take the football away.
Never been like that.
He didn't do that at Penn State. So I'm only half joking here. Tape his hands.
I said that to somebody the other day. I was like, put boxing gloves on his hands.
Seriously. I'm talking games.
In the games?
Yeah. Have him be one of the sticky bandits.
The thing that's crazy about this, though, is that the Steelers are going to stick with him regardless. They wouldn't make a move, and I don't even know who even for like Eccles or something.
I think Trice is close to coming off of the
I thought Pierre
IR.
played well at the end of the Vikings game and at the end of the Cleveland game, but you're not going to do that either.
I just think that they want him to be the number one guy for the future, and I think that they're trying to get the most out of him. So even if he has 8 penalties a game, I don't think he'll ever sit down.
Yeah, and the thing is he really struggled early in his career with tackling. He got that fixed. He fixed that up. So we know he's capable of learning, for a lack of better example right there. So
he holds on every play.
Every single play.
That's not even hyperbole. That's literally every single play. And you can't call it every time, but they are going to call it multiple times a game.
Well, now that they're aware.
The book's out.
The book's out on them.
Yeah.
So like they're reaching for their flag immediately.
Especially that crew, they knew coming in that crew was kind of flag happy.
And Tomlin did no favors last year saying that we're going to match him up against Higgins because it's Hack-a-Shack. Basically saying we're kind of okay with him doing it. So now you're going into another game in Cincinnati, and he does the same thing. Of course they're looking for
And the Hard Knocks, when he said, hey, I'm not worried about this right now, about him being that guy that gets called for penalties, just go play your game. He definitely does. I mean, you look at it, you got 2 older corners and the 2 corners that really haven't played that much, so you're expecting a lot out of Joey Porter. And like I said, I think he has the talent. Something just has to click for it all to come together, and it just hasn't happened yet. I thought he was really good his rookie year, minus the tackling, but it's just been flatline.
I'd rather him be a bad tackler than the guy who holds on every single play.
No doubt.
He's a damn cornerback.
Plus, he's huge, strong, fast. He's everything you want in the corner.
We will look at T.J. Watt's most recent performance when we come back. Also going to look around the NFL. Kaboli kind enough to join us for the entirety of the show. You can chime in at 412-928-9370. The Twitter poll question up at _Adam Crowley. Right now it's a Nicholas Siricalis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football has a couple features tonight. There's one of those you can listen to, though, right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's the Houston Texans-Seattle Seahawks game at 10 o'clock. Coverage through Westwood One begins right at 10. And, again, you can listen to that coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now it's Crowley.
Thank you, Harry. I want to tell you about my new obsession, Daisy French onion dip. My God, did I eat all the Daisy French onion dip this weekend with dips and chips. Even mixed some veggies, and my wife told me to. And now Daisy came out with a delicious French onion dip and a Daisy Ranch dip. These are a game changer, as delicious as homemade dip. They're made with real herbs and spices, other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. You can look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Safety isn't just a priority, it's our foundation. At PJ Dick Trumbull, the Lindy Group, our teams integrate safety values into everything they do. Every day, on every job site, we put safety first to promote our workers, our partners, and our communities. From rigorous training to the latest protective equipment, PJ Dick, Trumbull, and the Lindy Group make sure that everyone goes home safe and sound. Join a team that puts people first. Learn more at pjdick.com.
This year's senior class is back at homecoming, reunited and protected with mNEXSpike, the new COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna for adults 65 and older. That's because these seniors know they face the highest risk of severe COVID. mNEXSpike, COVID-19 vaccine mRNA, is a COVID-19 vaccine for people 65 and older and for 12 to 64-year-olds at high risk for severe COVID. You shouldn't get mNEXSpike if you've had an allergic reaction to a previous Moderna COVID-19 vaccine. Rare cases of inflammation of the heart muscle and outer lining have been reported. Common side effects include pain at the injection site, tiredness, headache, muscle or joint pain, chills, nausea, vomiting, and underarm swelling or soreness. mNEXSpike may not protect everyone. This year's senior class came ready with a COVID-19 vaccine that helps them keep showing up. mNEXSpike from Moderna, here for the senior class. Visit mnexspike.com to schedule your vaccine today. That's mnexspike.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
From 20th Century Studios, on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
It's all treats and no tricks.
At Joe Ball GMC's Spooktacular Sales Event.
Save $7,000 on brand new 2026 GMC Sierras.
Ask about 0% financing, too.
Who you gonna call?
Joe Ball GMC, 412-487-8500.
JoeBallGM.com.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
93.7 The Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Sally gets away, being chased by Leatherface with a chainsaw, flags down a tractor-trailer driver who does indeed stop, and then starts running in circles with Sally around the truck with the chainsaw guy chasing them.
You think about the times. He's like, what am I going to do, drive up with this blonde lady?
Exactly.
You think that's going to go well?
Exactly. Good point. He was probably more scared of the white lady than Leatherface. At the end of the day.
The Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mark Cabali in with us until the end of the show. You can watch on YouTube. Wildly popular YouTube stream. You can also listen to the Fan Morning Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you get your podcasts. T.J. Watt, including the playoff game against the Baltimore Ravens, has 4 sacks in the last 10 games, Mark.
Not good enough?
And you and I thought that he could get 20 this year.
Yeah, because I based that off of a secondary that I thought was going to be a lot better than what it was. They were going to play man. They were going to play at least semi-press coverage to allow those guys to get home a little bit quicker, and that obviously has not happened yet.
Well, it did for 3 games. Like, they had 17 sacks in 3 games. So the question for me is this a coverage issue? Is this a pressure issue? Like, when they ain't getting home, they're in trouble.
Yeah, maybe it's just a Bengals issue like we talked about earlier.
But the Jets did it too, and they suck.
Maybe there's just teams. Well, that's week 1. I don't think we can read much into that right now. I mean, if they play the Jets again, they'd probably win 30-0, right?
Maybe.
Is there some teams you just don't match up well against? Like,
sure.
Yeah.
Like West Virginia and anybody. But
why do you got to do that?
That was a stray, right?
Matched up against.
Maybe they just don't match up with these older fellas in the secondary. Match up with Jamar Chase and
Okay.
T. Higgins. Maybe it's as simple as
you
that.
might be right. But then that, to me, is disastrous because you got these guys specifically for that game.
True.
For those 2 games.
True.
Like, you got Derek Harmon. You're like, oh, we got Wyatt Black. We're going to stop the run. Patrick Queen, year 2 in the system. 2nd year of Peyton Wilson. We're going to play much better defense against the run. We brought these guys in to defend the pass, and specifically, they called out the Bengals. Tomlin did on the Pivot podcast. And
he did it before that, too. So
yes, and it's going to be a historic defense. And let me tell you something. That's the worst game they played all year. That's the worst game they played in years, arguably. And this was the game that you brought these corners in to play. That's disaster.
Mm-hmm. I mean, but at least they tried.
Gave it the old college try.
I mean, they tried. But they tried by bringing those guys in. They tried to. They didn't ignore the issue, and they tried to get the guys that they could possibly get to try to fix the issue, and it just didn't get fixed.
But did they play at least on Thursday to allow that to happen? You know, it seems like we want these guys to come in here to face Higgins and Chase in this certain way, but they did not act like that. They did not have a scheme based on that. That's what it seemed like to me. Whatever they talked that big game did not translate into what we saw on the field, as in where they were lining up and what they wanted to do.
I think that Terrell Austin and Mike Tomlin didn't want to make them fully vulnerable, and maybe press them on the receivers and them get beat, and then lose their confidence.
They probably thought the one way they could lose is if they gave up some big plays.
Yep.
And instead, they just gave up a million
chunk
plays,
Yep.
slants and outs.
And
all
I feel like
day
you live
long.
with that though. Like
I mean, I'm
still there.
You let that stuff happen, but when you're 3rd and 7, let's have some field awareness, some stick awareness.
I'm with you on that. But so, I think the reason why they're allowing the slants and the outs is because they think, okay, matriculate the ball down the field, and we're going to get a turnover, or we're going to stop you in the red zone, because that's what they've done for chunks of the year. And Flacco didn't make the mistake.
Right.
He didn't flirt with the mistake. Did he put a single ball in harm's way?
I don't think so.
I don't think he did. Not a single ball in harm's way.
No.
But Watt's got to be a lot better, man. A lot better. And I'm sorry, it can't be the ball's out too fast. Like then don't pay him $40 million. Like, if it can be that easily countered, don't pay him $40 million.
I mean, isn't that how the Steelers negated Myles Garrett?
Sure. It's 10 games. He's got 4 sacks. I don't care what the
what I'm saying is, it seems like that is the way the league is going. To beat these guys, you're not going to double them. You're not going to triple them. You're just going to get rid of the ball quickly.
Then do what you're scared of doing, and you play press man on the outside.
Yes.
And you just do it. You just do it. You do it because you're giving up points and yards. They're 28th in the league in yards. They're 31st against the pass. So you're giving up points and yards anyhow. And they blitzed heavily the 3 games prior to this when they barely blitzed at all, and they still wound up losing, giving up 33 points.
I'm glad how you focus in on the positive here. Not one word about the offense yet, right?
We spent a good chunk of the 7 o'clock hour talking about the offense. I think there's arguably only 3 quarterbacks in the AFC playing better than Aaron Rodgers. That's an absolute positive. What's more important than quarterback? I'll answer it myself. Nothing. And they got a great one right now. And that was the best Rodgers has looked to me. Now, that defense blows. but he moved around like Aaron Rodgers.
Yep.
So that does make me feel, upon getting separated from the game by 72 hours, it does make me feel better because you got that guy on your side. And Freiermuth made an appearance. There were positives.
Still, don't you still in the back of your mind thinking, I really think this defense is going to figure it out. They just have too much talent to.
Did they
to
figure
play
it out last year?
No, I'm just saying that's a different team. It's a lot of different. Half the players are different than last year.
Yeah.
But aren't you right now thinking, okay, if I had my choice, I would take a defense that's struggling right now because I think they have the talent and the pedigree to get better.
I think they figure it out over Baltimore figuring it out on defense.
I would bet on that, too, because Baltimore's banged up as well, and they were bad before they were banged up.
So all I'm saying is if I had one portion of my team that's struggling right now, I would much rather it be the defense than the offense because I think we've seen the offense for years and years now that they never really get better. At least with the defense, I still think there's a lot there.
I will agree insofar as if the offense had been bad or looked the way it's looked the last 5 years through 6 weeks, I'd have zero hope right now. Yeah. I am clinging to hope because you got Aaron Rodgers and he's played well. And we called it before the game. Like, we don't think that they had even scratched the surface on what they can be offensively. And we saw that they were trailing. Then you get Freiermuth involved. I think there's still meat on that bone, too. At least they're good offensively because they do have the talent. Of course, they have the talent to be much better defensively.
Make no mistake about it. I think we learned a lot about this team in the next 3 weeks.
Totally.
I mean, you either, one and done, if that, or you have a legit shot at least winning a playoff game, depending on what happens over these next 3 games.
2 of the 3 are at home. The worst team of the 3, I think, on the road, you got to win 2 out of 3. We'll get into that a little bit more in the 9 o'clock hour. Coming up next, we'll go around the NFL. Something seems inevitable once again. Right now, it's a hairy headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, the Pittsburgh Penguins won their game against the San Jose Sharks by a final score of 3-0. Penguins have a game coming up on Tuesday, which is tomorrow, 7 o'clock. They play at home against the Canucks. Pitt Panthers football team won 30-13 over Syracuse on Saturday. Their next game is this coming weekend. They're playing at home against NC State. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Doran.
Let's take a look at the latest pro football injury report presented by Fanatics Sportsbook. If you're like me and you love prop betting, pay close attention to this early injury list. 2 Monday night football games. At 7 p.m., Bucks-Lions. Lions are given 6 points. At 10 p.m., Texans-Seahawks. Seahawks are given 3 points. Bucks wide receiver Emeka Egbuka is questionable with a hamstring injury. Bucks wide receiver Mike Evans is questionable with a hamstring injury. And another Bucks wide receiver, Chris Godwin, is out with a lower leg injury. Bucks running back Bucky Irving is out with a foot injury. Lions safety Brian Branch is out due to a suspension. And pretty clean on the injury report for both the Texans and the Seahawks. That's today's report. Listen all season long for weekly injury updates presented by Fanatics Sportsbook, the home of fair play. Download the app today. Football's in full swing, and let's be real, there's no better place to bet than Fanatics Sportsbooks. So don't wait for a bad beat with another sportsbook. Switch to the home of fair play, where they protect all pro football player prop bets, straight bets, parlays, and same-game parlays across any first-half injury. Some sports books protect your bet for just the first quarter. Some do nothing, but not at Fanatics Sportsbook, where they flip losing bets into winning bets on every football game day. Whether it's quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, or any eligible player prop, Fanatics Sportsbook Fair Play policy gives you the edge when it comes to cooking up a parlay. That means if your player gets injured in the first half, your bet will play on with all the remaining legs, meaning a loss can be turned into a win. So bet with the sportsbook that will always have your back. Fanatics Sportsbook, winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Still some trouble on the roadways. This report brought to you by Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. Call the pickle today. Cruising the final stages of clearing an earlier accident in Swissvale Borough, the intersection of South Braddock and Woodstock Avenues. Also, an earlier water main break in Javosburg that ties up Route 837 at the Mansfield Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg, and you're jammed on the North Shore Expressway over to and across the lower deck at the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Gherkin Roofing now offers 3 different packages to work with any budget. They got multiple financing options, including a 0% for 18-month credit card with approved credit. Call the Pickle today, 724-515-5551, or call thepickle.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar, Waterworks, and Collier locations. Cold beer, hot wings, tonight's game live at Rival.
House stealing. It's a nightmare that's real. It's the FBI's term for thieves stealing your home's title and draining your equity. Just one fake document filed with a recorder, and scammers can own your home on paper, drain your equity, and do it all without you even knowing. Imagine waking up to a foreclosure or eviction notice. Listen to former title thief Matt Cox.
What people don't realize is the ease in which this crime can happen. I can take the deed to your house and I can transfer that deed into my name. It's a great crime, and it's happening all the time.
So how can you stop the nightmare and protect yourself? Find out if you're already a victim now at HomeTitleLock.com. Use promo code RADIO and get a 30-day free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection, a title scan, and access to a title specialist, a $250 value. Don't wait. Go to HomeTitleLock.com now. Promo code RADIO.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Hey, Colin Dunlap from my great friends at Schultz Ford and SchultzFord.com. Be sure to check everything out. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but it's going to get cold. So you better get a vehicle to get ready for that cold. Get in that Explorer, get in that Expedition. How about that F-150? Get you geared up for that cold weather. Listen, there's so much happening. Great people at Schultz Ford, all those spectacular locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South in West Mifflin, and Schultz Ford in Wheeling. Again, always online at SchultzFord.com. They got mobile service, too. You need anything done to your vehicle? Come right to your driveway. Get it done there. Pick up and delivery. If it's a little bit more extensive, they'll grab it, take it to the dealer, bring it right back. So there is that. And again, it's going to get a little bit cold. So be sure to be prepared for this winter. Richard Bazzi and his staff will treat you well. All those great locations and always online, SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Now it's time to showboat.
Back to the Fan Morning Show.
Wow.
On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Now it's time to go around the NFL. Football talk on The Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. Count on Sundays all season long with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Is everyone in the AFC just playing for second place behind the Chiefs?
Yep.
Son of a...
Yep.
It feels like a wide-open AFC, and I think aside from them, it is. So they're just going to be the last man standing at the end of the day. I know the Raiders are bad, but that was the most thorough ass-kicking we've seen in the NFL this year.
Well, they got one of their top weapons back, and immediately he showed. I think he had, 3 touchdowns?
Yeah.
Rasheed Rice.
I did bet on that anytime. Good for me.
Did you?
I did.
Nice.
Yeah.
Good.
He's so happy when I hit a bet.
I am.
Look at his face.
Now, what is it, like a $5 bet?
It is, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're back.
Mm-hmm.
They're back. They had 30 first downs. The Raiders ran 30 plays. The Raiders had 3 first downs. It was as thorough an ass-kicking as we've seen all year.
I looked at some of the stats in that game, and I saw both their inside linebackers, Devin White and Landon Roberts, a combined 34 tackles.
Oh, my God. So they had – that's insane.
Oh.
They had more tackles than there were plays. Mike McDaniel get fired today? The hell are they waiting for?
Yes.
Are they the worst team in the NFL?
Yes.
I don't know. Tennessee's pretty bad.
Tennessee is bad. They already
Jets
fired their
really
coach.
bad.
Do you think he makes it more than one season?
Who?
Aaron Glenn?
Maybe just because he played there.
Here's the thing about the Jets is they have talent. They have a lot of talent.
I think they're more talented than Miami. especially without Tyreek.
Wilson, their defense is not bad.
I think once they find their quarterback, I think
I'll never. I mean, week 1 in New York, a lot of people say, "Yep." Listen to the media. Jets may have lost this game, but they finally found their quarterback.
And then they cut the guy who fumbled, and so there was going to be accountability, and now here they are at 0-7, and they've benched Justin Fields. So Fields and Russ get benched. Meanwhile, Aaron Rodgers, with 14 touchdown passes, third in the NFL. He is on pace to set the Steelers' single-season touchdown passing record.
Oh, Ben's not going to like that.
And he just passed Ben for yardage on Thursday.
What about? I know you guys talked about it. That Hail Mary.
Oh my gosh, it's ridiculous. I mean, he's the best ever to do it.
Oh. Unbelievable.
That's what, the longest throw in the NFL since 2017?
Oh, 72? 74?
69.
60. Oh.
But they don't do it the way that they do it in baseball. They do it with where it got contacted. That thing would have gone even further. It would have gone 75 yards.
Mm-hmm.
Baseball, like if it hit someone in the face, they're like, yeah, if it didn't hit that nice young lady in the face, it would have gone for another 35 feet. They don't do that in football. That thing would have landed in the middle of the end zone, which is just insane.
I mean, I know he doesn't want to look past this year, but he has to be thinking in the back of his mind, man, next year might not look that bad after all.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get into that a little bit in the 9 o'clock hour. There's still so much ground to cover, including what the wide receiver market looks like. Does Trevor Lawrence stink?
Yes.
He stinks.
Every time I watch him, there's an obvious third down where it's like 3rd and 6 or 7, and there's an obvious read, the easy throw, and he chooses to throw across the field, and then it's 4th down. Like, there's always somebody open that's the throw that you're supposed to throw to that is sitting there at the 1st down sticks, and he doesn't even look that way, and he throws the out route or he throws opposite, and it's incomplete. He does it all the time. I'm like, how is he at this point in his career and he's not making the right reads?
Man, I'm with you because he didn't make like the ghastly turnover mistake or anything yesterday. He just did all the little things wrong.
And he finally used Travis Hunter a little bit, right?
Yeah, he did, and I had him on my bench in fantasy, but nobody cares. Nobody cares.
You know, I think the same thing about Justin Herbert. He puts up crazy stats, but man, what does he ever want? Nothing.
I feel pretty good about the Steelers in that game, actually, because that is a team that wants to run, but their running backs are hurt. And then they're going to put it on Herbert, who is good, but they can't protect him at all.
Because they're hurt.
I think you talk about matchups, I think the Steelers are a tough matchup for them.
Yeah.
All right, last one. Broncos all-time win that was also an all-time Giants loss. They had that thing on cruise control. Jackson Dart, who had played so well, Scatabo played so well, but then Jackson Dart made the mistake, and they took it and ran.
Yeah, it just deflates you because it looked like the Giants were on that right track. Now you got a couple rookies have to come back from this.
Mm-hmm.
That's not an easy. I mean, if you're the Steelers, you're not very happy because you're like to see the AFC team lose.
Right. Correct.
But would they give up 30 points in the
4th?
33 in the 4th, yeah.
That's just out of control.
They outscored the Giants 33-0 in the 4th quarter. I never seen nothing like that.
That's crazy.
Not in the NFL. All right, that was around the NFL. Coming up next, we got another full hour of Mark. Will Rodgers come back next year? What's the wide receiver market look like? Does Caboli think the Steelers are still going to be AFC North champions? That and more. First, Fan Weather's brought to you by Myers Law Group. I can hear you making snide comments,
Yeah, he's
Mark.
like whispering in my ear.
For God's sakes, we're doing a radio show. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. High 58 today, low of 46. Clear skies, more rain tomorrow, high of 60, low 44. 40% chance of rain. It's Fan Morning Show.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month. Plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Norm Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. If you're having plumbing and heating issues, stop what you're doing and call my good friend Jake at Southside Plumbing and Heating. I've been working with Jake for over a year now, and I can confidently say that Jake and his team have been nothing but exceptional. They've been family-owned and operated for over 70 years in Pittsburgh, and Jake has come through every single time I have an issue. Call Jake today and make Southside Plumbing and Heating your go-to plumber. 412-431-7455. I promise you won't be disappointed. Southside Plumbing and Heating.
You finally did it. You found the perfect girl for you. Before you pop the question, make sure you have one of my rings in your pocket. Hi, I'm Joe Urbanowitz, the jeweler. Urbanowitz Jewelers offers the area's finest unique selection of diamond engagement rings, designer lines, vintage, and all the classics. Don't settle for a mall chain store bargain when you can have the ring she wants at a price you can afford and from a local, family-owned business that has been making couples happy for over 40 years. Urbanowitz Jewelers, Peters Township.
This October, power meets performance at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Get behind the wheel of a 2025 Ram 1500 with savings up to 25% off, or take advantage of 0% financing for 72 months. But hurry, these fall deals won't last. See dealer for details.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning Rush, still tied up in a few spots. This report brought to you by the injury lawyers LGKG. Insurance companies prepare to settle auto accident cases, not LGKG. LGKG prepares for trial. LGKG, your home team, LGKG.com. Parkway West, you're jammed at the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Parkway East stacking at Wilkinsburg. And the North Shore Expressway is heavy coming over from Route 65 toward Route 28 and as well heading the other direction across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com, your local super lawyers.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. It's time for Mark Cabali.
Holy moly! Mark Cabali! The Fan Morning Show keeps the sports talk rolling!
Yes, you love playing the Mark Cabali intro music, and he's nowhere to be found. Wandering the halls with his busted up Achilles.
Yep.
Both of them.
Yep.
So wherever he went, it took him a long time to get there, and it will also take him a long time to get back.
Yes.
It also took him 7 hours to get to Cincinnati for the game on Thursday. What a terrible weekend for Cabali. He did that. He had to sit through a 5-hour cheer competition, and he's back in the studio now just with zero sense of urgency.
Yeah, he's the Grinch.
Mark, you know
Not my fault. Not my fault. Larry Richard jumped in front of me, and his coffee took 7 minutes to brew, so he jumped in front of me.
I mean, you could always have just gotten your coffee at the end of this segment. You're a professional.
And here he comes right now, so there wasn't a sense of urgency with Larry Richard.
He probably doesn't start till like 9:05 this hour. Mark,
They do a newscast before his show resumes.
What did I say before I left here? Harry, how long we're going to be? Oh.
I said 4 to 5 minutes.
Oh.
Text us brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. What % chance do you give Aaron Rodgers of coming back next year, Mark?
Probably 50-50 at this point.
What do you think it was before the year?
You mean after the Jets issue happened?
Like after he signed with Pittsburgh, let's say
okay.
between training camp and the start of the regular season, what do you think he was thinking?
I thought you meant after last year. I think he was pretty much reserved. He was leaving that little door open, probably a 10% chance of coming back. But if you're playing this well and your body still feels good, you still like what you're doing, I don't see why he would not come back. But what it's going to be much of the same. Whole off season. Is Aaron coming back? Is Aaron coming back type of situation?
I think he'd do it immediately.
Really?
Yeah, I think he has so much respect for the organization and Mike Tomlin, and I think he genuinely loves it here. I think that would be the deciding factor. I know that he's playing decent, he's playing well, he's feeling comfortable, but I think he genuinely likes Pittsburgh and loves the Steelers organization, has a lot of respect for it, and I think that he would do it immediately just based off of respect.
Yeah, I mean, I still think it would take some time. I don't know immediately, but I understand it would be in the OTAs.
It'd be before the draft.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. I think give him.
Now the question now, Adam. I mean, I don't mean to cut you off. Would you want him back?
Yes, 100%, no question about it. Even if you decide that there is a quarterback worth taking in round one, I would love for him to sit behind Aaron Rodgers for a year. Just absorb the tutelage. Because you're going to hear it this week. There's going to be some narrative busting going on from Jordan Love. You don't think he's going to be asked about the relationship he's got with Aaron Rodgers? He will. He's going to say nice things. He said nice things on the documentary that Netflix put out on Rodgers.
Yeah.
Now, he didn't have to do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I think it's noteworthy. Like, he's not going to get on camera and be like, oh, this Rodgers was a jackass. Not with both guys active. He didn't have to go on. He did. He said nice things. I wouldn't mind Rodgers coming back. In fact, I would love for Rodgers to come back. And the rookie quarterback, if you take one to sit behind him for a year.
But if they do not accomplish their goal this year, which is, I don't know, is their goal the Super Bowl? Is their goal with division? There's going to be changes. Just how the roster's set up and the money they have, there's going to be a lot of turnover there too, I think. I mean, especially, I think, defensively. So he might have to take that into account. Well, I like this team. This team that's coming in might not be a team that I'm familiar with, and I might not get along with as well. I mean, there's a lot of room to go, a lot of time to go. But, man, if you're playing that well, forget it. I would come back.
I mean, what change could really be that so crucial to him making that decision? Like, what's the big change you're talking about?
Yeah, I think Tomlin's the guy. I think he wants to be here with Mike Tomlin, so long as they have a successful season, win 10, 11 games, maybe
well,
a
you
playoff
could have
game.
Austin gone. You can have John New gone, Jalen Ramsey gone. You can have Slay gone. I mean, there's a whole number of things that could be different from this year to last year, or last year, whatever, this year to next year. So, but we might be getting ahead of ourselves because there is a guy from Ohio State still sitting there waiting to get active.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm not doing that right now.
But you talking about putting somebody in a bad situation. The guy's been ready for a month now.
He's a sixth-round pick.
Right. Get him out there and let him throw the ball around a little bit.
Who cares?
That's the last thing I'm thinking about right now.
Well,
Getting Will Howard reps.
I'm
trying to win ball games right now.
I'm not talking about reps. I'm like, put him in his uniform and say, we did this for the past 20 years of have 3 quarterbacks active. Why all of a sudden we only have 2 quarterbacks active? I want if Aaron Rodgers does not come back next year, to have Will Howard at least feeling good about himself of getting an opportunity to compete. Right now, he's not. He's not.
He's a 6th-round pick, and the chance of him being a Pittsburgh Steelers starting quarterback at any point in the future was destroyed when he didn't play in the preseason. You ain't waiting around to see. Who cares? Will Howard.
I would definitely put it this way. I would definitely activate him and get him out there. I'm not saying play him or anything like that. He can just put him as the 3rd emergency quarterback. What's wrong with that?
I guess there is nothing wrong with it, but I just haven't thought about it.
You come next year, you got Aaron Rodgers will be 42 if he comes back. You got Mason Rudolph will be in his final year. You got Will Howard who has not played one snap of his career, and say the quarterback situation of I'm drafting a quarterback in the first round does not pan out because something happens and somebody else is available. Then where are you at? At least
you're in exactly the same spot you are right now.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
You want Will. That's what I'm saying. That's why, in my opinion,
Howard to just put on a jersey.
I want him to go out there and have a feeling of what it's like to be a professional athlete. Even if he doesn't go out there. No, he doesn't. He goes out there.
You want him to put on a damn jersey.
He goes out there. He works out. He throws the ball. Maybe takes a handful of second or third team reps or something like that. What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with it, but I don't think it all of a sudden turns him into a player for next year.
What I'm saying is they're putting him in the situation to be an absolute failure.
An injury put him in that situation, unfortunately.
An injury that was how bad? 2 weeks.
Okay. He's a 6th-round pick.
Okay, but you're basing your whole future of this franchise off a 42-year-old and a guy on an expiring contract. I'm not saying start the guy. I'm not saying anything like that.
Are you saying like practice reps? Or are you saying like dress him for the games?
Because you have to dress him for the games because he's the emergency quarterback. Right? No, nothing. He's sitting there in warm-ups. He's just watching. He'll throw on the side a little bit.
So you're telling me if he wears
nothing, he does nothing.
You're telling me if he wears a jersey and gets to warm up that next year he can be the guy.
Right. That's what he said.
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. Well, hey, I listened to Mike Tomlin. He says we view those guys as getting out there as second-year players because they went through the whole process already once. What is wrong with this?
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with it. I just don't think
Right, I'm not saying start him. I'm not saying play him. I say activate him. Get him part of the team. Get him out there. Let him take one throw.
What do you think? So we can get the frig off of this. What do you think the reason is?
I am not the only one thinking this.
Fair enough, but why do you think they haven't activated him?
That's a good question.
You don't have a theory.
Well, apparently he doesn't either, unless he's lying to me.
Oh, is Will Howard a little perturbed?
No. I mean, anybody who's not playing or not dressing is perturbed. Come on, right? You think Roman Wilson's happy wasn't playing before?
I thought he played okay on Thursday.
Well, before that, he wasn't getting any snaps. You think Pat Freiermuth was happy that he was getting 18% of the snaps? You're not playing. You're not happy.
So a second-round pick that you paid and a third-round pick from last year aren't happy. It's the same thing as a rookie 6th-round quarterback when you've got future Hall of Famer Aaron Rodgers.
If I'm a professional, there's only one professional athlete in here. Would you be saying, boy, I'm not getting dressed or not anything? I'm okay with that.
I'd be
like, no, I want to be out there.
I'd be happy if I was on the team.
Oh, you're just lying to me.
And now you're going to argue with a professional athlete? How dare you?
Think about it. Like, I could easily be cut. They could easily kept Skylar Thompson. They could easily picked up somebody else.
Thompson is there. They got like 7 quarterbacks.
I'm just saying. Like, I could easily be. I'm a 6th-round pick. I'm so expendable. I'm just be happy I'm there. That they even like want to keep me around.
So it started with the question that is on everyone's mind.
And I'm not that big of a Will Howard fan, but I just think he should have the opportunity.
To what? Throw a couple passes in practice?
Yes.
And that's going to make a huge difference.
For 20 years, they've had 3 quarterbacks active on this team, and all of a sudden that is changed this year because they need a 9th defensive tackle. No. Get him out there.
You think the Steelers will win the AFC North, Mark?
Yeah. No, I'm not as guaranteed because I rubber stamped it if they won over Cincinnati. It was over. Here, there's a little bit of a door crack open in that door. Cracked open a little bit.
They did. They absolutely cracked it open for both Baltimore, who was idle, and will now get Lamar back, and for Cincinnati, all of a sudden they believe, and they've got the Jets. They're playing the Jets this week.
Yeah.
The Cincinnati Bengals all of a sudden could be sitting there at 4-4, and Vegas thinks you're losing to the Packers. They got them a 2.5-point road favorite. If you're sitting there at 4-3 and the Bengals are 4-4, rut-row raggy.
Yeah. Let me ask you, do you believe in the Bengals at all?
No, I didn't believe in them when they had Burrow, so I don't believe in them now.
So, me neither. I don't believe in the Browns either. Obviously.
Of course not.
Ravens are still that wild card. If they get healthy, they can go on a run. But I still think Unless it's a total collapse. Then you got bigger problems if that happens.
This might be bad analysis, so I'll preface it on the front end. But I think if the Steelers get to 10 wins, they're going to win the North. If one of those wins is against the Ravens, Baltimore needs to be basically perfect the rest of the way. And I don't care how good you are, it's so hard to be perfect. The Eagles had just come off 2 straight losses. They were flirting with a third yesterday. Everyone loved the Chargers early. They've lost now 3 games. Even the Lions have lost a couple of games. The Packers went on the road and lost to the Cincinnati Bengals. These are all teams that we all think are pretty good, right?
Don't the Ravens normally struggle with who? Was it Cincy or Cleveland?
Cincy.
So, I mean, that's a prime example.
Cincy struggles with Cleveland.
It's a prime example where, anything can really happen right there. It is tough to go, perfect the rest of the year.
Well, that's the thing. Atlanta beats Buffalo last week, and then they win last night.
They lost.
Oh, well.
Yeah. They look like world beaters against Buffalo,
That's what I meant.
and then they look
correct
like crap against 49ers.
So for the Ravens, you got to be perfect the rest of the way, pretty much. And that means the pressure's ratcheted up. That means that every game's like a playoff game. And what do we know that they do in playoff games?
Right.
They don't win enough of them. So I just don't see it with Baltimore. Now, could the Steelers go 9-8 and it's tight? Sure, of course. But I think that they're going to be a 10-win team because you got good enough quarterback play to be a 10-win team.
The only thing that would not stink if they're a 10-win team is it sure is trending towards them getting a pretty good first-round opponent. If it's Buffalo, if it's potentially Denver and or Kansas City. Or
if the playoffs started today,
hey,
I'll steal your bit.
Okay.
The Pittsburgh Steelers would be hosting the Buffalo Bills at Acrisure Stadium. I mean, the bottom of the you should hope like hell that the Steelers, and we've done this before, David Garrard and Blake Bortles, but I would sign in blood, obviously, for the Steelers to be the number 2 seed and get Jacksonville. Oh, that'd be glorious. I don't know that Jacksonville's making it, though.
No.
I think the bloom is off that rose. Kansas City's your 8 seed right now. I think they're the best team in the AFC. And I believe in Indianapolis being good. I don't believe in them necessarily being Super Bowl good. I've watched all their games, and I'm impressed.
Do you believe in the Patriots?
I believe in them being good.
Yeah, making noise a little bit, but not great.
I think there's only one team you could feel that if you had to put money on to be representing the AFC in the Super Bowl this year, there's one team I think any of us would feel good about putting money on, and that's Kansas City.
And that's based off the last 2 weeks.
And their track record of wonderful success with Mahomes and Reed. Yeah.
Boy, Kelsey seems like he's lost it, huh?
Yeah, but now you got Rashee Rice back.
4 catches for 50-some yards yesterday.
Yeah, he was, but he's
that's
still
the first
valuable.
quarter normally for him a couple years ago.
He got that in the first quarter.
Why is it okay to criticize him for being old, not the same? But whenever I bring up T.J. Watt, you go, "Oh, they get the ball out so fast."
Steelers have a great quarterback situation, but it could be better, according to Mark.
My God, you guys like to.
It could be better with Will Howard getting practice reps.
Now it's going to be on the fan webpage.
Will Howard got to get practice.
Will
reps.
Howard should start, says fan filling guy. Or
everyone's blowing, and you've just dragged.
I'm already on it.
You've dragged the show to a place that we just shouldn't have gone, and now we're getting blowed up on the text line. Why don't you believe in Will Howard, Crowley?
It's true.
Oh my goodness.
Now I'm going to say he should start. No, he shouldn't start.
Mark Caboli, The Biggest Loser, brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Visit them at awaken180weightloss.com. Let's talk about that hot wide receiver market and what the Steelers might be looking at next. But first, it's a Nicholas Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Over the weekend, the Pittsburgh Penguins won their game over the San Jose Sharks by a score of 3-0. Penguins play the Canucks coming up tomorrow at 7 o'clock. It's their first home game in a little while since they went on that road trip. Pitt football won 30-13 on Saturday over Syracuse. Pitt's next game is this coming Saturday at 3:30. It's a home game they play against NC State. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. 5-1 Tampa Bay visits 4-2 Detroit in the opener of tonight's NFL doubleheader. What a game this promises to be. Baker Mayfield may be without one or two of his top wideouts. However, the Lions' weak spot is their banged-up secondary. Coming off their loss at Kansas City, Detroit will make this a track meet, and I believe they'll win 34-27. Enjoy the game. I'm Boomer Esiason.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Listen, if you have followed my story for the last couple of years, you know how important Awaken 180 has been to me. I checked in with a doctor a few years ago, and my numbers were terrible. Everything looked bad. For somebody my age, only in his mid-20s, that wasn't a good thing. And the weight, that was just part of it. I didn't like where that was either, but Awaken 180 is what helped me fix that. Awaken 180 changed my life. I followed the program, I got the great coaching, and then just 10 weeks later, I was already 45 pounds down. And now just 2+ years later, I'm down even more, over 50 pounds. I have lost the weight, I have kept it off. Without Awaken 180 steering me in the right direction, who knows where I could have been? Over 300 pounds? Maybe worse. Check it out. I promise you, it is the real deal. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Taylor, during your Jeep of Pittsburgh's Drive Into Fall sales event, what's your difference?
Simple. Bring us your best offer on any new Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, or Ram truck, and we'll beat it. Within minutes. No waiting, no games. Easy as that.
And if you can't,
Bob, we haven't run into that problem yet.
Get to Fournier's Three Rivers Chrysler Jeep Dodge Ram at the corner of West Liberty Avenue and Brookline Boulevard across from the Golden Arches. Or visit jeepofpittsburgh.com for all the details.
We truly are Pittsburgh's Jeep store.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than Saquon Barkley, the NFL's reigning leading rusher. I'm also the NFL's leading husher. Shh, hush up back there. Wow, I might have just set the hushing record. Well, almost. For your insurance and financial needs, Nationwide is on your side.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
You know that Big Bargain detergent jug is 80% water, right? It doesn't clean as well.
80% water? I thought I was getting a better deal because it's so big.
If you want a better clean, Tide Pods are only 12% water. The rest is pure, concentrated cleaning ingredients.
Oh, let me make an announcement. Attention shoppers, if you want a real deal, try Tide Pods.
Stop paying for watered-down detergents. Pay for clean. If it's got to be clean, it's got to be Tide Pods. Water content based on the leading bargain liquid detergent.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Parkway West, inbound delays approaching the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels, while the Parkway East is jammed at Edgewood Swissvale. In Shaler Township, utility crews restricting Route 8 in both directions between West Penview Street and Saxonburg Boulevard. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and the AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by Staples.
Your local Staples has hot deals and super low prices throughout the store on everything for your business. And right now at Staples, save up to $125 off your print order. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details. NC11-1. Plus, save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Steelers offense 12th in the NFL in points scored, just a smidge outside the top 10. Steelers offense also 4th in the NFL in red zone touchdown percentage. Yet all we keep talking about is them needing a wide receiver too. I'm fine with it, but this team's got bigger issues than that. Namely, the entire defense just disappearing for games at a time. Like, I don't know how much another receiver changes the upside of this team. Again, I would still go get one, but it's really discouraging to have watched that defensive performance and think that even with another wide receiver, like if the Steelers had put up 40, I feel like the Cincinnati Bengals on Thursday could have put up 41. I feel like they could have named the score. So it's worth talking about, and they're probably, in my opinion, and Mark, you can weigh in, they're probably going to do something at wide receiver, but I'm less excited about those possibilities now after having watched the way the defense performed on Thursday.
Well, I mean, just take a page out of the Bengals book. Like, you're better on defense than the Bengals. I know it didn't show that, but all around, like, full landscape of it,
yeah,
you're better defense than the Bengals. You add another receiver, you fight fire with fire.
Yeah,
you could be like the Bengals, but with a better defense.
Like the Cowboys.
A better line. Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
George Pickens.
That version of George Pickens is not walking through that door on November 4th.
He's the, third leading receiver in the NFL?
We all
First in touchdowns?
We all expected this.
Yeah.
I totally expected
Absolutely.
this. That doesn't mean it wasn't a good trade for the Steelers.
No, I don't know that he'd be doing the same thing here for a myriad of different reasons.
I think there was stuff ready to implode. The entire, losing the locker room, fights internally that were just brewing to happen. So they really didn't have much choice. As for the number 2 receiver, if you use Freiermuth like that, that's number 1. And number 2, Roman Wilson, man, that's 50 some odd snaps in 2 games now. It looks like he's trending upward, getting on that moving train after 2 years.
I thought he made a couple of tough catches, too, where he got popped.
Yeah, he's a tough guy. He just needed an opportunity and to produce during those opportunities. What did he have, only 3 catches? He didn't have that many.
No.
But at least one of them was significant, and it didn't look like he screwed up. So I can see that continuously getting better. And Calvin Austin should be back here a week or so. Maybe this week, maybe next week. So, do you find somebody depth-wise? Sure. But I'm not going to get your buddy Olave or anything like that unless they're handing them to me for free.
Yeah.
Yeah, the cost matters. It just does. And I'm more concerned about the DK Metcalf replacement than I am fitting a guy in because they've shown the ability to move the ball, score points. They've been a good offense this year. I mean, they're a top half in the league in scoring points.
I think Metcalf has played 90% or more of the snaps in like 4 of the 6 games.
It's encouraging to me that
he played a lot.
I know Cincinnati's defense is really bad, but it's encouraging to me that he only had 3 catches and you still put up 31 points. Like, I feel like this was the game where you go, okay, this is what they have envisioned at the tight end position.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You brought it up. They had 4 touchdown passes caught by the tight ends, and Connor Hayward could have caught one too. They had him on a play action back of the end zone, and it just didn't happen. That's what they have this offensive vision as.
Yep.
And the last 3 games, they have been running the football more. I wouldn't mind another guy on the outside, but You know, the defense just has me so discouraged. I would love, I'd like to say add something there. I don't know what you add.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. First of all, there are three
Another defensive lineman, maybe.
Three tight ends all had over 35 snaps. That's you don't see that much, if ever. I would have to go back and look. You don't see that very often. So that Arthur Smith tight end thing that we talked about for so long seemed like it finally come to fruition there a little bit. But defensively, you said that's where you want to add. Okay, where can you possibly get to upgrade this team? You're going to say, or people out there are going to say corner.
Yep.
Who? What? You're not finding anybody out there better than what you have. It's a case of you got to play better.
I'm with you on the defensive side, but that's where they need to improve the most. Like if they played with this offensive roster the rest of the year and they stayed healthy, and that's the big thing, they're going to put up points. They're going to put up yards. They're going to put up numbers. They're going to be fine. Maybe not elite, but on the cusp of a top 10 offense in the NFL. Defensively, they need to be scores better. And where are you going to upgrade? Patrick Queen has been, and the thing is, everybody's played up and down.
Mm-hmm.
Like they've had 3 games where the pass rush was there, 3 games where it looked like the secondary was okay. Then the other 3 games they look like total ass. You'll find out, I think, more about the need for a number 2 wide receiver after playing Green Bay. They stopped the run. They're the best rush defense in the NFL. So you might have to put the ball in the air a ton in this game. Can you do it against that defense?
But you have what you didn't use against Cincinnati and Gainwell. Sort of that guy you can use the extension of the run game. Even Jaylen Warren, extension of the run game with those short passes. I thought Jaylen Warren was unbelievable.
He was very good.
Very good.
Do you think they got away from the run too fast?
No.
And they still put up 31 points.
Yeah. Last thing I look at that team and say they had offensive issues. They had defensive issues. And we all know what the defensive issues were. I wouldn't be shocked if they come out and play extremely well defensively against Green Bay. But they got to be consistent. If you're not consistent, I mean, at any point this can happen. And that's not a good recipe for success in any sport.
Green Bay's middle of the pack in pass defense. They are the number 1 rushing defense in the NFL. And Aaron Rodgers is playing his old team. Typically, as I do my Tomlin analysis, just the way he talked after the game. Oh, turnovers and rush defense. That's why we lost.
Penalties, too? Did he say that, too?
Yes.
There were some bad penalties in that
He said it after the Cleveland game, and then they didn't clean it up for the Cincinnati game. But my point is, in any of the last, 6 years, if Tomlin came out talking about turnovers as a reason they lost, you would see them go into their shell for the next game, pound the rock, play defense. I think we're going to see the opposite in this game for all the reasons that I've laid out.
Number 8, that's the big reason.
I think he's going to put on a show.
I do too.
Former team, primetime audience.
After a loss.
He's loving this. Yeah. This is what he's born for, made for.
I want to get a little bit more into the Green Bay game when we come back. Still a lot of stuff to cover with Mark Caboli. He's with us until 10. Right now, it's a Harry headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football has a couple features tonight. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Detroit Lions play at 7 o'clock. Then the Houston Texans and Seattle Seahawks play at 10. That Texans-Seahawks game can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll be carrying that game, through Westwood 1. Coverage starts right at 10 o'clock. Listen on the radio or listen on the free Odyssey app. For more, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Adam Crowley.
Oh, thank you so much, Harry. It's mid-October, and the return of chilly air is here, seeping into your home. That is, if you've got old, stuck, or cracked windows, you can eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with top-quality replacement windows from Window Nation. Window Nation is some of the best replacement windows out there, and their installation crews finish the job in 1 day or less. With my kids, that's such a huge deal, not to ruin the routine. You can get back to your daily stuff with minimal interruptions. Window Nation also offers a lifetime warranty on all their windows, so you can relax knowing your home is protected far into the future. And this month, what a deal. When you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free, and there is no limit to how many windows you replace, and your price includes 1-day installation. Plus, make no payments for 2 years. No monthly payments, no down payment, no interest until 2027. That's a big deal with the holidays coming up. Again, Window Nation's deal. This is a great one. When you buy 2 windows, you'll get 2 for free. No limit to how many windows you replace. Your total price includes 1-day installation and no monthly payments until 2027. You can also celebrate your newly upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Penguins game. Get started on your free estimate before October 31st to save big on your replacement windows. Schedule a fast free estimate now with the pros at Window Nation by calling 866-90Nation or windownation.com.
Dave from the BetMGM Network here to help you beat the books. I'm taking the Bucks +6 in Detroit on Monday Night Football. The Buccaneers expected to get back Mike Evans after missing nearly a month of action, but this play is more about backing Baker Mayfield. Mayfield's been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL through the first 6 weeks of the season. He's a dog, and I don't think he loses by more than a touchdown on Monday Night Football, so take the Bucks +6. Bet smarter, beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, is the new Bruce Springsteen film starring Jeremy Allen White as the boss, and it's mind-blowingly good. I got a sneak peek, and it happens to focus on my favorite album, Nebraska from 1982, which marked a period in Springsteen's career between The River and Born in the USA. This is a look into his heart and soul at the time. You don't want to miss it. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show for a chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters October 24th.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Looking to upgrade your home comfort without the upfront cost? McVay Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and Bryant makes it easier than ever. Right now, get 0% APR special financing for 60 months on select new Bryant Heating and Cooling systems. That's 5 years interest-free comfort for your home. Don't wait. Call McVay today to schedule a free in-home consultation and stay comfortable year-round. Or visit callmcvay.com to schedule online. McVay and Bryant, whatever it takes. Financing subject to credit approval. Offer applies to qualifying purchases of Bryant systems only. Restrictions and conditions apply. Call for details.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
This holiday, give the gift of peace of mind with a AAA membership. Enjoy exclusive savings on shopping, dining, theme parks, and even travel planning, plus 24/7 roadside assistance. Right now, gift a membership for just $35 and get a free household member. We'll even thank you with a $20 Visa gift card. Visit AAA.com/gift. AAA, we're always with you.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
Black and gold fans at Schley.company, we're intercepting all the high prices. Schley.company.com.
We know there's a lot that can go on during one night of baseball. Long home runs, epic pitching performances, catches that defy space, time, and gravity.
Climbing the wall! Did he catch it? He did!
But what if you could get all of that summarized in a quick, concise, and at least we think, funny podcast that's under 10 minutes? Check out MLB.com's morning lineup. It runs Monday through Friday mornings on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you love listening most.
93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Steelers-Packers Sunday Night Football at Acrisure Stadium. Aaron Rodgers against his old team, coming off a 4-touchdown performance against Cincinnati. And the Packers are a 2.5-point favorite. Fair?
Yeah.
I don't think they're that good, the Packers. I don't think they're a bad team or anything like that. I just don't think they're good. That good.
I think they could be good, but they haven't really shown it yet.
They're still coming together, so to speak.
I mean, if you look at the game with the Steelers, obviously, and the Bengals, and you see that Chase Brown had over 100 yards, what the hell do you think that Josh Jacobs is going to do to this defense?
Yeah. I don't feel great about that.
Josh Jacobs is a dog.
Yes. But you got the extra time. They had stopped the run prior to the last game in the previous 3. And I think that we talked about this on Friday, I think that their intention was we got to limit what these receivers are going to do on the outside, and they allowed Cincinnati to actually be able to run the football, and then they could do whatever the hell they wanted. Now you're scrambling. I think you say, hey, you stop the run this week and see what happens.
You know, on the flip side of that, you can sit there and say, Jacoby Brissett just threw for 280 yards and 2 touchdowns against you. You know, and you put up 330 yards. Arizona put up 330, 350 yards, and you barely won this game as well. So, and you lost to the Browns. So they're flawed as well. I wouldn't have made it that. I would have probably, if I'm setting these lines, I'd probably make it more of a, one way, like a point Steelers favorite type of situation.
I can't be the guy that all week long, and really for weeks, leading up into that Bengals game after they got Flacco, say, well, Mike Tomlin's 0-6 in these Thursday night games. On the road and against AFC North opponents. Mike Tomlin's 2-9 overall on these road Thursday night games. And then at the same time say, well, the Steelers aren't going to lose to Cleveland because they've won 22 consecutive games at home. To then not bring up the statistics here. Mike Tomlin, I think I found this on AI Overview. The only coach in NFL history that was an underdog 50 or more times to have a winning record as an underdog. And he's a home underdog where he's had success. He's been very good on Sunday Night Football. He's also been very good coming off of these Thursday night losses, 7-2 in his most recent games after the mini-bye. So those statistics would point to this being the different kind of Tomlin game. Because he does – look, I criticize Tomlin. We all criticize Tomlin. Tomlin deserves to be criticized, win a damn playoff game. But he'll have the game every year that makes you go, oh, man, how did they lose that one? He'll also have the home game where they're an underdog and they'll find a way to win the game. They did it last year against the Ravens. They did it a couple of years ago. They were an underdog against the Browns coming up in here. They got slaughtered by the 49ers. They're an underdog. They're playing the Browns, and they slapped them around. Now, that's Cleveland, but you get the point. So there'll be a game like this. I'm more worried about Indy. I'm not too worried about the Chargers. I weirdly have a good feeling about this one. It's early in the week, subject to change, but I feel pretty good about it.
I got another big stat for you.
Oh, hit me.
You ready for this one? Under Mike Tomlin, the Pittsburgh Steelers are 16-5 in designated throwback uniforms, and they're wearing their throwbacks.
Look at that.
Oh, man, they wear them damn ugly ones, those
which one are
yellow
they wearing?
ones.
There you go, 16-5.
But, okay, so that doesn't really mean much. But
Really? Why not? It's a stat.
But here's why it means something. 'Cause they usually do it in the big games. They do it in the big games. So you wear it for big games. And thus you're 16-5 in big games with those uniforms. Bang. Oh, they got no chance of losing. And are the Packers wearing their stupid ones?
It's going to be any worse than the Chargers yesterday. I don't think they are. Those Chargers look like the Savannah Bananas yesterday.
I've always thought the Chargers uniforms are overrated, but their score is better than the one that they wore yesterday.
Yeah. Wait, you think the baby blue is overrated?
They're okay. I think Carolina does it better.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You're out of your mind.
They're fine. I'll take
Carolina
the Steelers
does nothing better.
I'll take the Steelers and Packers regular uniforms over
They can't
the
even
Chargers
make ribs
uniforms. I'll take the Giants uniforms. I'll take the Chiefs uniforms.
Current or throwbacks?
All current uniforms over.
I like the Giants
the
throwbacks.
Chargers.
I think the
Those
Patriots.
are sick.
I think the Patriots.
white
Patriot
one?
Pat or whatever his name is.
Yeah, I like that too.
By far the best.
Yeah.
I think.
Now,
I think the Seattle one's the best.
the Seattle throwbacks.
I grew
are
up in the Seattle. We grew up in the Seattle area.
We?
That was like normal uniforms.
Mark, you're 67 years old.
Yeah, but those are normal
Who's
uniforms.
we?
Although Houston, the old Oilers were pretty sweet.
Those were great. Those were great, baby blues. I don't like the number on the side when they go to baby blues. The Chargers,
I can't.
the white helmets with the black lettering. I don't like that.
I was going to say something negative about something, but I probably shouldn't.
Okay, that's the first time in your life you've stopped.
Well, I'm going to say it anyways. It can't be any worse than the Doran Dickerson era Pitt Panthers helmets. Oh my goodness, those were horrible. You have to admit it. The old Panther.
That wasn't even necessary. We're talking about pros.
Now I was thinking of just bad looking uniforms.
This annoys me.
Although the Pitt uniforms now are sweet. I like when they wear I like the white and the gold pants. That's my favorite.
Awesome.
But
that is their best look. I agree with you on that.
Ooh. But the Ramon Walker days and stuff, yeah. Bad.
I'm such a uniform guy that it really ticks me off that we don't get traditional Packers versus traditional Steelers uniforms this weekend. Wear your goofy-ass uniforms against another team.
Can't sell those, brother.
Wear them against the Dolphins later on in the year. Guaranteed dub. They're terrible.
Who, the Dolphins or their uniforms?
Yes. I like the Dolphins uniforms, too. People are crushing me for disliking the Chargers unis.
I cannot stand. I might be the only person ever. The white on whites. Anybody white on whites, I can't stand it.
Why?
I just think it's a terrible look. Maybe because being a large human, that you wouldn't want to wear that if you were an offensive lineman.
No, white's slimming. No, black is slimming. I was wrong.
White's not slimming. Your whole butt showing and stuff. No, I'm not big. I'm not a big white on white guy. And everybody thinks, "Oh, that's so smooth." No, it's bad. It's bad.
It's really good.
You like white on white?
Yeah,
I don't like white on white.
Penn State.
Exactly.
The Cowboys' home uniforms might be the best in all of sports. How's that for a take?
Like the ones they wore yesterday?
Yeah.
White helmet?
No.
Not the silver helmet?
No, you gotta have the silver helmet.
Yeah, they had a white helmet.
Yeah, you gotta have the silver helmet. Yes, Harry?
Mark said he liked the white on black uniforms.
I said white on white, I said.
That's why he likes the show a lot, but then I didn't want to say that.
Well, it's because he said white on white.
Didn't Harry want to be a part of the show and you ignored him about an hour ago?
Yeah, didn't you have a question about the defense?
Yeah, I was going to ask you, if you're so frustrated with TJ Watt, why were you okay with the Steelers paying him so much before the season started? Because you and I had argued about that a little bit. Ooh. But then the topics just changed wildly to Will Howard and all that stuff, so I let it go.
I could live with it because of the term, but it's not aging well so far. The Watt contract. Has he been good enough? Has he been worth $40 million, Mark?
That's why I wouldn't have extended him to begin with, anyhow.
Well, I guess if you'd have to compare him to other $40 million players.
He's had 4 sacks in 10 games.
Is Myles Garrett worth $40 million?
No.
Is Max Crosby worth $35 million, whatever he's getting paid?
No.
So nobody's worth it in your eyes.
Quarterbacks are. They're the straw that stirs the proverbial drink.
You would think that if you're paying TJ Watt that much money,
yes,
he would be able to dominate
I agree.
an offensive line of the Cincinnati Bengals. I don't care how fast Joe Joe Flacco's getting the ball out.
I mean, not only that, we saw the teams running away from him. We saw double, triple teams. But you do have to find ways to scheme him open. And obviously, they're not moving him around anymore. That was, once again, by the wayside.
I was okay with that because you had Herbig just causing mayhem on the other side. But he didn't on Thursday. I mean, he deserves criticism, too. And they didn't play it. Why didn't they play him that much?
He played 30 snaps.
Okay, but you had Highsmith play, 20 more snaps than he did? Why?
Probably. I would imagine coverage maybe with the two inside guys. They couldn't figure out. I'm guessing. Right? Do you want Nick Herbig playing that inside linebacker role where sometimes he might have to cover? And
No, I want him coming off the edge every damn play.
Well, he's not going to come off the edge when the other two are in there. So you're saying take Highsmith.
Taking Highsmith off the field.
Why?
Because he's not as good as Herbig.
I think you go with all three.
How'd that work?
It worked pretty well 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, Cleveland. All right, one more segment. You dragged us into uniform talk. I couldn't get out of it.
Will Howard has nice uniform.
And that. Right now, it's a hairy headline. You just son of a...
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Oh, what a show! Hooray! The Cleveland Browns won on Sunday against the Miami Dolphins, 31-6, improving their record to 2-5. Steelers still lead the AFC North. However, Monday Night Football is tonight. Two features, in a matter of fact, but the Texans-Seahawks game can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. We'll have coverage through Westwood 1 beginning at 10 o'clock. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
In the uptown section of the city, crews on the scene of a multi-vehicle accident on the inbound side of the Boulevard of the Allies at Jamonville Street. Meanwhile, the Parkway West delays as you run past the runaway truck sand pile to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East lining up at Edgewood, Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This report brought to you by IHOP.
Introducing the IHOP Value Menu, where all your breakfast faves are just $6 each every day. Where else can you get a big, filling, sit-down breakfast for only $6? Go to your happy plates with the $6 IHOP Value Menu. Available every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now, Bowser Chevy gets 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Oh, that's the power of Bowser. Yeah.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the FanCash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
This football season, huddle up at Rival Sports Bar, Fox Chapel Waterworks, and Collier Town Square. Fresh pizza, hot wings, cheesesteaks, ice-cold beer, and 30-plus big screens showing every Monday night game. Rival, your sports home.
Join the Riverhounds this Saturday at 7 p.m. when they host Phoenix Rising for the regular season finale at Highmark Stadium. The night will be full of fun fan activities and giveaways. Arrive early for fun in the tailgate zone and stay late for post-game autographs. Tickets at riverhounds.com/tickets.
Hey guys, if you suffer from ED, low T, there's only one, Steel City Medical Center.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course. And it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4
That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
It's showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
It's the Fan Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Steelers' offensive line played well against the Bengals. That might be the most feeble pass rush that I've seen this year. Cincinnati's without Trey Hendrickson. But you were just saying off air that Broderick Jones, when he tackled Aaron Rodgers, that is that guy in a nutshell. What do you mean?
In a nutshell.
What did Rodgers say? Do you know?
I haven't talked to him since. I'm sure he wasn't. He's probably thinking, I got Achilles tear too. What in the world are you doing to me?
It's like if I jumped on my dad right now. He'd be like,
there's absolutely no malicious intent at all. The guy is just so happy that he's just like, let me just go grab this guy and fall on him. And that is just, I don't even think I could put it into words describing. If you would say one snapshot is Broderick Jones, that's him. Just being so happy-go-lucky, loves everybody, excited about everything, and sometimes that excitement might get him into trouble, as in how he plays.
You have just described a chihuahua, man. Like, you got to hold it together.
6'7", 3 bills, he could be a chihuahua.
6'7".
Trust me, I got it.
Best way to explain that to old people is 220, 221.
I don't even know what that means.
From Mr. Mom?
No clue. You got to go back a little bit further than that, Doran.
You never saw Mr. Mom?
What?
Oh.
Steve Martin?
Steve
I don't know what 220, 221 means.
Did you say Steve Martin?
I never saw Mr. Mom.
Michael Keaton?
That's what I said. You just misheard me.
Oh, my God. I can't believe you've never seen Mr. Mom with Michael Keaton.
Or the Steve Martin remake.
Was that a classic 1984 movie?
Cheaper by the dozen.
85
That was 83.
All right.
What?
Look at him trying to pretend like he knew what it was.
He said Steve Martin.
I meant to say Michael Keaton.
Boy, all my Will
At least I
Howard
didn't say
talk.
Russell Crowe or something.
Steve Martin.
ACC standings in college football. Georgia Tech 4-0, Virginia 3-0, SMU 3-0, Pitt 3-1, Duke 3-1, Miami 1-1. So you have 8 teams in the ACC with 1 or fewer losses, and the Pitt Panthers behind Mason Heinschel, right there in the middle of things. Doran, how about that?
It's awesome. Got to keep it rolling, right?
I would say that you do have to keep it rolling.
Well, you got to get through these games.
Yes.
These games, and then it gets real.
NC State, Stanford, and then it gets real. You have a bye week in there, too.
Stanford's no pushover. I thought they could be the worst team in Power 4, and they just took down Florida State.
Especially out there. You got to go out there.
Yes.
We know how hard it is to travel to the West Coast.
Well, that's what cost James Franklin his job, right?
Then you got Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, and Miami. At least 2 of those games are at home.
And those, what you would say, are the 3 best teams in the ACC. I know that Miami lost to Louisville. Louisville's good, but that's as tough an ACC stretch as anybody's going to play this year, Doran, because the stupid schedule in the conference is it's random and not everybody plays each other. That's a tough final stretch. If they can get there at 7-2.
How's the Mountaineer schedule looking?
Oh, it's looking rough down the final stretch.
Sure, be embarrassing to lose to them. I mean, 220, 221, whatever it takes. Did I nail that?
Yes. Yeah, you just read somebody texted you that.
I laughed my socks off first time I heard Steve Martin utter that line. All right, that's going to do it before Starkey yells at us. We'll talk to you tomorrow at 5:40. Fan Weather is brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Today, high of 58, low of 46. Tomorrow, high of 60 and rain. Goodbye.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top-quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 5-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
This is Jeej at Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that it's never too early to kick off your holiday shopping. Shop now for the best selection of fine designer jewelry, timepieces, and home decor. At Lewis Anthony Jewelers, we'll help you stay ahead of the game.
You feel a chill outside? Turn up the heat with DraftKings Casino. Spin the largest collection of cash eruption slots, including new and exclusive Big Bank Breakout. New players can join the fun with 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of cash eruption slots when you wager $5. Play classic cash eruption today, then Red Hot Joker or coins and clovers tomorrow. It's all up to you. Get the app. Sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Then start spinning on the home of cash eruption in partnership with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for feature game only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends January 4th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
Nationwide is so much more than a great insurance company. They're one of America's largest financial services companies. Like how I'm more than just Peyton Manning. I'm also motivating Manning, and you too can be so much more.
Nationwide Investment Services Corporation, member FINRA, Columbus, Ohio.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Lots of problems at the end of the morning rush. This report brought to you by Injury Lawyers LGKG. Be careful fighting morning traffic. If injured in an accident, local super lawyers LGKG will help you navigate the legal fight. Forward Township, crews arriving on the scene of an accident on Bunola River Road in the 100 block. This is between River Hill and Elkhorn Roads. Also one in Harrison Township, 200 block of Alter Road, and one in the uptown section of the city on the Boulevard of the Allies at Jamonville Street. Inbound Parkway West, you're heavy at the runaway truck Sandpile. Parkway East at Edgewood Swissvale. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Yesterday, the Cleveland Browns got their second win of the season, 31-6 against the Miami Dolphins, with the Steelers and Bengals both playing on Thursday night. And the Ravens on their bye. The Browns were the only AFC North team that was in action. San Francisco wins on Sunday Night Football against the Atlanta Falcons, 20-10. Two Monday Night Football games tonight. Detroit will host Tampa Bay at 7. Houston is at Seattle. That's the game you can hear right here with the NFL on Westwood One beginning at 10 o'clock. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, the proper Bowser Genesis of Monroeville, all reunited on Pomp and Joe.
Get a load of this. I'm turning it up.
Talking Pittsburgh sports on the Pomp and Joe Show.
Oh, it's all for real.
Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
That's the whole key to it, Bob. It's just taking an easy swing. It's like life. If I learn, I won't speak for anybody else, just to let go a little bit, it can really make things easier. And in golf, I was at Bedford Springs this weekend. I played that course twice, as I said, and got a 91 yesterday. The greens, who's Donald Ross?
Donald Ross, yeah. That's one of the old-time architects, and they do really good work, that whole group.
Oh, my gosh. You've played that course? Well, the greens were very difficult, but as far as hitting the ball, it's the best I ever struck the ball. Here's the other beauty of it, Bob. I was the first guy on the tee. I was behind 4 people that I recognized from the night before, and they were all hungover, and they were at 9 o'clock. And they said, "Are you a single?" I said, "Yes." They said, "Go ahead." Bob, one of the most beautiful golf courses, if not the most beautiful, that I've ever played. And I was by myself and had a 2-hour round and shot a 91 that if somebody who knew how to putt better had all my shots except putts, they would have shot in an 82. That's how good it was, Bob, and I'm feeling good today.
And that's a great place to be. It's a tranquil place to be, and so therefore you feel like you're kind of out away from everything, which relaxes you and in turn makes your swing a little less chaotic. You know what I mean? You're just relaxing. You're taking your time. Therefore, your backswing can be more just tempo.
God invented golf clubs for a reason, to do the work.
But you're going to find out, like you do with losing weight. You get to a certain point, you can put a bunch of it off quickly. But then you get to from the 90s to the 80s, it takes time. From the 80s to the 70s, it takes a lot of time. And most of what you said is true. It's all putting. If you can just putt better, man.
One swing at a time.
How much do you practice putting? You probably never do.
A lot.
Like I never do.
I always do.
I never do.
Yeah.
I need to do it.
Did you have a nice weekend? Restorative like mine was? The
I worked
grounds
Saturday and Sunday, so I don't know how restorative it was, but it was fine.
You look bright-eyed and bushy-tailed today. Dressed in green, maybe a little early Christmas outfit for you.
I just have a lot of golf clothes that I don't necessarily wear, and so when I get a chance to wear them, I want to wear them.
Well, you just got another one
Yeah,
there.
Mr. Greg Sipos. Wasn't it fun playing with him and Brad?
He was great. And he brought us gifts last week, and I kept yours nice and...
I got it. Thank you. And thank you, Greg. I appreciate that.
Folded up at home, and now you have it. A nice Oakmont T-shirt for you, Bob, to add to your collection.
Let's go to the gym with the Oakmont T-shirt. Tee off in there.
Limits, how would you describe your state of mind and physical well-being?
Flustered and emotionally damaged.
Loss.
What'd you say?
Flustered and emotionally damaged.
From the Penn State game?
Yeah.
Well,
No, altogether, I'm doing well. At this point, it's just the point is mute.
Yeah.
On what the season is. They're going to lose to Ohio State. They're going to lose to Indiana.
How about if they don't? How about they shock the world and win both of those
I think
games?
they're going to win one of them.
Are we on Mars?
Yeah.
I'm just saying. Well, hey, listen, I saw Denver come back from a 19-0 deficit in the fourth quarter yesterday.
Bob, I haven't seen really a game like that had those kinds of feelings. Like, this is crazy since Bills were down 35-3 to the Oilers all those years ago. Like, what has happened? Now, there was a great comeback recently.
It was your Buffalo Bills against the Ravens in the opening week.
That was a late game. They're down 15. They get a turnover. It was incredible.
Still 15 late
but
in the fourth quarter like
not
that.
like that. The Broncos had no points going into the fourth quarter, and they finished with 33 without the benefit of overtime. I think 1,600 teams in a row that were down 19 or something with 6 or less minutes left. 1,600 teams in a row had lost that game, Bob. It was phenomenal. Were you?
I watched the whole thing.
I couldn't watch it because it wasn't on here. I was stuck with George Pickens.
Well, he had a pretty good game again,
I know
too.
he did.
But we have those monitors down there, so we're watching a bunch of them. And I'm looking at that game thinking, finally, Brian Dable's going to end, Jackson Dart looked pretty good and blah, blah, blah. All of a sudden, they score, get a 2-point conversion. And the key to this game was 2-point conversions and missed extra points. But then it's 19-8. They come right back down and score. So it's 26-8.
Right.
There's only like 8 minutes left in the game. There's no heartbeat.
No chance.
They needed to bring in those paddles and try to get everybody back in shock on Denver. And lo and behold,
Dart gave him one.
Dart gave him one.
I'll tell you what, though, I agree with Kyle Brandt. Even though that was a horrific loss, and I think the Giants headline said it well, worst loss ever. Except weren't they the team that had the Miracle in the Meadowlands go against them? Herman Edwards,
you're
right?
About Joe Pisarcik?
Yes.
That game?
Yeah, that was the Giants.
That was the Giants.
The New York Daily News is saying worse. They're rating this worse than that.
You forget going back or how devastating that loss was, and because of the circumstances of it.
Right.
Yeah, but
anyway, that was
what did
phenomenal.
Kyle Brandt say about?
Kyle Brandt said, "I don't care. I still feel good because we have a guy." Jackson Dart was really good yesterday. And Bo Nix, my NFL MVP, was unbelievable in the fourth quarter.
Especially in that last drive where...
Bobby scored 4 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, 2 running, 2 passing. And every time I watch a game these days like that or a college game, all I can think about is the Steelers' future quarterback. Who is it or who should it have been? Who will it be? Limits the other day tweeted out the Penn State misses Drew Aller. Can you believe that, Bob?
Yeah, well, I'm not surprised. I would agree with that assessment, by the way. I think if he had been in there that day, they would have won that game. They're up 21-10.
What I said was people should have a newfound respect for Drew Aller after watching that performance.
Because he's better than a horrible quarterback?
Well, he would have given them something there that they did not get in that game. So from that point of view, I get it.
He's a profound disappointment, but are they. They're one of the most disappointing sort of collapsible teams in college football history. Collapsed teams, I should say, having been ranked number 2 in the country. But that isn't what we came here to talk about, Bob, is it?
No, but we started there because we go in different directions, which I like.
Because we like to take an early shot at limits.
No one's denying that point, though, too, that this has been an absolutely disastrous, awful, the worst season in program history on the football field.
Yeah, nobody's denying that. But you know what this is, Bob? This is a big week for the Steelers. And I went back and looked today. And I would argue I would argue that this is the Steelers' highest profile game leading in, sort of from a national perspective and local perspective. Their highest profile matchup out of division since the Jesse James game. When the Patriots came in 10-3, the Steelers were 11-2, and everybody was watching Nance and Romo, I believe, on that one.
Yeah.
And it turned out to be a great game, but the lead-in was giant. Mike Tomlin had already been bragging that they would face each other again in the AFC title game, and maybe including that one, and maybe including the division. This might be the Steelers' highest profile matchup in terms of the excitement that it's stirring. And the Aaron Rodgers factor is obviously what makes it so, but also two teams that are, a combined 8-3-1, I think. Him going against his old team, an all-time great. The Packers coming in here on a Sunday night. It might be the Steelers' highest profile matchup in a decade.
You're probably right. When was the Christmas Day game with Antonio Brown with the extension?
Same year as the Jesse James game. Yeah.
Yeah. I can't remember what it was like leading up to that. I just know it was Christmas Day. And
huge, because it was going to be, I think, pretty much for the division, as I recall.
Yeah, Baltimore and Pittsburgh for the division. That's what it was. So that was big.
Pretty much.
But I agree with you. I think that Patriots game, everyone was, because it's Tom Brady. It's quarterbacks always get the attention, and they had two good ones on display there. This is Aaron Rodgers, pure and simple. The guy who was drafted, Jordan Love, who is eventually going to take his job, going against the guy who is back, taking on his team. And I don't care what he says leading up to this, just like he did with the Jets. He didn't say anything all week. But I guarantee you, after the game, if they win, he will tell you what this means to him. And he did it in New York after that game.
And it's a night game.
Yes.
And the Packers made one of the highest profile trades in the history of the league to go out and get Micah Parsons. All of that, mostly the Rodgers factor, but you add it all up. And I honestly believe that. I'll call it their highest profile game since Brady and the Patriots came here for the Jesse James game, which was basically for the top seed in the AFC that year. Certainly out of division, I think, but probably overall. Looking ahead to Ben's retirement game against Cleveland, that was big. But I'm talking nationally. I'm talking the whole country going to be watching this. One of the greats of all time going against his old team here. And the fact that he's playing really well. Micah Parsons is coming off a 3-sack game. Bob, you throw it all in the pot
like
there
a
and
toss salad. Just throw it all together.
Yeah,
Put
in
some
a bowl.
dressing on.
Okay, a bowl.
You don't even
We'll
need
throw it
dressing
in a bowl.
on this one. It's already come with.
No, you don't need dressing limits on this
listen,
one.
I think that Aaron Rodgers is going to play a tremendous game. And coupled with the fact with how that game ended Thursday night, and the fact that it's his former team, and they need him. And I think he's one of those guys who rises up to these occasions. He will. Now, the other thing going for the Steelers is they play well on Sunday night. As bad as they are on Thursday, they come back on Sundays, and they're one of the best teams. And Tomlin is really good after losses on Thursday. Somehow, some way, they regroup. So I think this is – and Green Bay has a lot on their line too. I mean, they're looking for potentially a number one seed.
Yes,
and
they
they're
are.
4-1-1 right now, so all these games matter.
It's also – and tell us if you agree or disagree with that it's – I think anyway, it's the Steelers' highest profile game since the Jesse James game. Out of division, certainly, but maybe overall. And how I define that is, the entire country has its eyes on Pittsburgh and will be watching this game with great interest for all the reasons that we just delineated. But I also believe, Bob, and off the top presented by JP Roofing and Siding, I also believe it's a prove-it game and a swing game for the Steelers. I don't know what they are yet. I mentioned last week that Pony and the PM guys threw out the question late in the week, is this team closer to great or average? And as high as I was coming off Minnesota and Cleveland, I still said they're closer to average. I don't know what they are. I don't know what they are. That's A. And B, suddenly if the Bengals beat the Jets, which everybody does, including Carolina, and the Steelers lose this game, which they easily could, because Green Bay's good. I don't think they're great, but they're very good, and they're pretty good in all areas. Then all of a sudden we're looking at a 4-3 team that has another tough game right after that in Indy. Maybe it's toughest game of the year for all we know, because they looked great yesterday. So this is a gigantic game, I think, in terms of believability and their spot in the division and the AFC, even though it's an interconference game for the Steelers. Do you agree with that?
Totally. I mean, they got to right the ship also coming off of that performance on Thursday night. And I don't know, I agree with your assessment. I don't know what this team is right now in terms of how they play defense, because if you look at the first 3 games, and that includes their win in New England, right? They still gave up so many yards, rushing yards, passing yards.
Yeah.
And then they've rectified it when they went to Dublin. That got better. And then the Browns game got better. Again, it's a rookie quarterback. I get all that. But I thought for sure they would come after Joe Flacco. They did not and paid the price. So they're back to giving up tons of yards. The run game, man, to see Chase Brown just carve them up was stunning to me. I didn't think they could do that. I thought they would pass the ball, but not like that. So I don't know what this team is right now.
I don't either.
And they're going to have to figure that out consistently, because after that game this week, you're right, they have the Colts at home. Colts are real, 6-1. They went out to the Chargers and really just destroyed them. It was not even that close as the final score indicated, as you hear that a lot. Then the Bengals come here. And what are we to make of the Bengals at that point? You're right. They may get a couple of wins here, and all of a sudden they come here. Tiebreakers are huge in this division.
I mean, they're so bad defensively that it's hard to take them seriously. It really is. And who knows? Maybe they won't shred teams like they shredded the Steelers. The Steelers have this penchant defensively on certain weeks, going back years now, just to get absolutely annihilated in seemingly unlikely spots. And Flacco had beaten them, so maybe it wasn't so unlikely. But what about their first game of the year this year? Did you see what Justin Fields has done since then? Last week he had minus 10 yards passing. Yep. You or I could get 0 yards passing, Bob. Minus 10? This week he's benched in the third quarter with 45 yards passing. The Steelers made him look like Joe Montana in that game. How do we wrap our minds around that? And then, Mike Tomlin gets all kinds of credit for his record in one-score games. And I would say that some of that is deserved, and some of that is his overall philosophy and how he has a penchant for turning games that never should have been one-score games into one-score wins. The Jets, we realize now how truly awful they are. Like maybe
and the Steelers should have lost that game.
And they won by 2. The Vikings game, a one-score game that miraculously became a one-score game late because of Tomlin. The Browns game almost became a one-score game late, Bob. And then, won another one-score game. I don't know. I'm not that overly impressed with that. I don't know what this team is, and I think Green Bay will tell us something. I think it will.
Yeah, it's a pretty good test, and they have to figure out, I think, both their identity on offense and defense. They want to try to run the ball. Green Bay is one of the best at stopping the runs. And, if they do that in this game, Aaron Rodgers is going to pass the ball. I don't know how many times. I want to see an over and under what they expect for that, because you look at this game, if they do shut down the run game, they're going to pass the ball a lot. They're obviously looking at tight ends a lot. Defensively,
I'm more concerned about the defense.
Yeah, so am I. I'm just saying both sides still need to determine what they are. But I think defensively, against a guy like Jordan Love, I'm going to do what I think they're best at doing, is getting after the quarterback. That's what they did well. When they're going well, that's what they do well. I'll figure out ways. If I'm Terrell Austin / Mike Tomlin, they got to figure out ways to come after him. I know he can scramble. I understand that.
Yeah.
But you can't sit there and worry about that. You got to go after him, disrupt pass routes. I like to see press coverage. I do not like to see guys just running free all the time. And if they looked at the game tape, and I'm sure they will, slant patterns over the middle kill the Steelers. They just do not stop them well.
I see similar offenses here. The Packers don't really have a star receiver. They have a pretty good run game.
Good tight end.
They have a good tight end. Josh Jacobs has been good, not great. I think he's averaging under 4 yards a carry. Love's been good, but it's not a great offense. Just like the Steelers, it's a good offense. It's a good offense so far, and they're a well-rounded team. I think they're top 10 in scoring offense, top 10 in scoring defense. They have a superstar in Micah Parsons, who's coming off a great game, and I think. Top 10 quarterback, Jordan Love? I think so.
Yeah, he's on the edge if he isn't there, just because he's somewhat erratic. There have been games that I look at and I say, what's he doing out there? Like most quarterbacks.
Yeah.
But he's very talented. And a lot of people had him as an MVP candidate coming into the season, so the respect is there too.
And I look at the Steelers' schedule, and I see a horrible win over the Jets to open the year. I see a 14-point loss. I see a win over New England in which Drake May, who, by the way, is the latest star. He's the newest star in the NFL.
And that's why they're, what are they, 5-2 or 6-2, whatever they are, 5-2.
They put the ball on the ground. Credit to the Steelers, I guess, but he absolutely diced them up. I don't think that was a hugely encouraging win. And then Minnesota, I thought, was a good performance overall that turned a little sour late. Cleveland's Cleveland, and then this disaster. Yet they sit here 4-2, and like I said, the lens sort of shifts every week, but it can shift in a positive direction. They come out with a command performance, and they beat the Packers convincingly. Then nobody remembers the Bengals, right?
It's a week-to-week narrative. This is how we go around here and around the NFL. 1 week, you're on top of it, 2 straight wins. Everybody's thinking this is going to be an easy game against Cincinnati. And then all of a sudden you're hitting the face with this, and now you wonder what they are after that. So if they win against Green Bay, they'll have a lot of momentum going into the Colts game. And I got to believe they'll be up for these. They're both big games. This team has to – and the fact that they had a mini bye here, again, Tomlin's record on mini byes is much better than most. So I'm surprised that Green Bay is favored by 3 points in this game. I thought that was a little bit much just because they're playing in Pittsburgh. It's a Sunday night. The numbers all bode well for the Steelers on Sunday night, and yet Green Bay's a 3-point favorite.
Yeah.
Are you surprised by that?
Yes. It's interesting, but everybody saw the Cincinnati game, Bob, and I just read the schedule. Like, which one of the Steelers' games has you convinced that they're really good? My answer would be none.
The one that's closest to it was the first half against Minnesota.
Yeah.
I thought that was the most complete.
Yeah.
But it's erratic again.
And you're going against Carson Wentz, a rusty Carson Wentz on top of that.
Right. So
isn't he always? I guess he's always rusty.
So they're going to get a run of quarterbacks here. Here are the next 3 quarterbacks. You know about Jordan Love, and then
next
you have
4.
Danny Dimes.
Read your next 5. Read your next 6.
Well, exactly. You can go that. Then you have Herbert. Then you have Flacco again.
Yep.
Then you have Caleb Johnson, who's doing better than most people.
Williams, 4 in a row.
What did I say, Johnson? Williams.
I don't think Caleb Williams has dropped a kickoff this year.
And then Josh Allen. And then you get back to Lamar.
Yes.
Because then I wonder about this 1-5 team. I've watched closely these odds. Somehow they're still hanging around, and people think at 1-5 they can still either win this division or get into the playoffs, both of which are going to be tough to do at 1-5.
Nick Costos was on here Friday trying to convince me that the Ravens are going to win all these games the rest of the year.
Their defense cannot make you think that. If you watch their defense, more than their offense,
it's horrifying,
they need Lamar
Bob.
Jackson. But their
they need
defense,
Dean Pease back. I didn't realize that he came in last year,
remember
helped
that
them,
whole brouhaha, Dean Pease,
and then left.
Yeah.
So he hasn't been with them
Maybe
this
he'll
year.
Be back.
Man, if he's not, he should be. And they have a game against the Bears. Like, what makes Nick Costos or anybody else think that the Ravens are just going to have an easy time of it with the Bears because Lamar's back? Not me. I don't think so.
I wouldn't think that either. But I also think if they win that game, then they can go on a little bit of a streak here, and things change quickly if they do.
Maybe. Then they go into Miami. They should win that. But then they go into Minnesota. That's not.
Well, Minnesota's not been all that good either. They lost yesterday to the Eagles, and I thought they were.
And then the Ravens go into Cleveland. So I'm not convinced. Here's the thing: their margin for error is near 0.
Right. That's what 1-5 does to you. You cannot. They have to win. They can sustain, I think, 1 loss.
They have the Steelers twice, New England, and Green Bay, and at Minnesota and Chicago left on their. It's just not realistic. You can't start one. There's a reason. Only 4 teams have ever done it.
Right.
Started 1-5 and made the playoffs. 4 teams ever.
And none of them have won a championship. 4 got to the playoffs, but that was it.
And I think that Bills game crushed them emotionally, and then they were crushed physically after that. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I don't know. That first game of the season really did kill them. That took a lot of starch out of them, the way they lost that game. And honestly, Henry has not been the same running back since then.
No,
he's been affected by. I think he runs differently because he is so aware that he can't find. He fumbled 3 straight games.
Plus, him and Lamar are the synchronicity there and how they work off of each other. I think is just critical for Derrick Henry, and he's reached that magical age. Like he was, I thought he was an MVP candidate last year. He was so great. I don't know how long you can go, but he did have 122 against the Rams.
He did,
and their defense improved in that game. but you're just not winning with Cooper Rush or Tyler Huntley. You're just not. But, Bob, what do they have? 2 more losses, and they can still make the playoffs, probably?
That may be a stretch. We'll see.
I think 10-7 gets you in, don't you?
Maybe. It depends on how the rest of this goes. But if they can just lose 1, but that's a hefty assignment to lose 1
you know
game.
what? Who are we kidding, Limits? We all know where the AFC is headed. The whole
There we
season.
go.
The whole season. And I said the
They
same
weren't
thing
in your
the first
bubble.
day last
They weren't
year.
in your bubble. You took them out. You burst the
first
bubble. You
day
said the
last
Chiefs
year.
are dogs.
Yeah,
is what
I
you
did.
said.
It's all
did you say
headed.
dogs? No.
Yes, he did. It's the Chiefs. That's where we're all headed again. Because in a year where they might have taken a step back, so did the entire AFC. And some people think they're better. And Mahomes is back to being an MVP candidate.
Incredible yesterday.
And he's got all his weapons. Now Hollywood Brown, all of a sudden, who wasn't healthy a lot of last year, he's a weapon.
How about
So is
Rashee Rice?
Rashee Rice
comes back. And
Juju.
Then Thornton's been
Worthy.
tremendous.
Travis Kelce looks like he's 85, but
But
still,
Travis
he'll
will
show
He'll
up.
get his 4 or 5 catches.
We're
and they'll be
talking
big
about
ones.
the same
Same.
things. Can we hear from him?
We're sitting here again. We're sitting here again talking about the same things.
Another loss for him this weekend. Huh?
Yeah, how about that? They're not doing so well.
Indy,
How many firings have we seen in college football?
Billy
It's
Napier
crazy.
was fired. The Colorado State
And
coach,
now-
I think, was
Mike
fired.
Norvell will be ultimately, too, at Florida State.
Brian Kelly needs to go. You should see the
Do
reaction
you think the people
of
of
that fan base.
Wisconsin are looking back and say, why do we get rid of Paul Christ?
No.
No.
I don't think so any more than the people at Pitt
Yeah,
are.
but they have Luke Fickle's
I
going
know.
completely fickled.
I know they're in a fickle right now that
they
they're
are.
not getting out of.
Fickle is in a pickle, Bob.
Who else? Brian Dable should be fired like 10 minutes ago.
There's your interception by Jackson
What a
Dart, right? That was of all the throws he made.
I know.
That guy standing right there, he had to have seen
But
him.
he came back, Bob, and drove him down the field. He
did.
converted a 4th and 19.
He got a big PI on that, though. I don't know.
I know, but he also converted 4th
Yes, he
and
did.
19 and
No,
ran
I'm
it
not
in.
taking anything away from him. He
I
did
know.
a very good, and this is what you're talking about here.
That was a horrible
That's the
interception.
same interception.
Anyway, Off the Top is presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan Text Line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. A giant game for the Steelers coming up Sunday night. The entire country's going to be focused, laser focused, you might say, Bob, on this one. It's Aaron Rodgers with Micah Parsons coming after him. It's Steelers, Packers, 2 of your flagship franchises. It's a night game. It's a prove-it game for the Steelers. I think it's their highest profile game since Brady and the Patriots came here in 2017. They were 10-2. The Steelers were they were 10-3. The Steelers were 11-2 at the time, and we all know what happened with Jesse James in that game. This is why you lift all them weights, Bob, right? Games like this.
It is, and under the lights, big audiences, great crowd. I mean, it's going to be wonderful to watch. I love games like this.
Are the Steelers going to get exposed?
No, I think they're going to win.
Or shut some mouths?
What do you think? I think they're going to win. I think they're going to
I
bounce
haven't
back.
decided yet.
And then I think I have a
I need
different
to see
opinion
the
than probably
film.
the next week.
What?
I think in these next 2, they'll probably go 1-1.
Yeah. And then the Chargers at the Chargers in another night game. But this one is big. 412-928-9370. And it's also big from a Steelers standpoint in terms of what are they actually? And it's a giant swing game. You know, I know it's only one game, but you're 5-2 with 2 really tough games ahead compared to 4-3. If the Bengals beat the Jets, if the Ravens get back on track, if the Browns win again like they did, everything looks muddled. Everything looks different. You got to give yourself a cushion. Giant game. 928-9370. What are you watching,
I'm watching
Bob?
worst loss ever. The New York Post back headline.
Do you think that was worse, though, than the miracle at the Meadowlands?
No, I think that was different kind of circumstances, but that was, I mean, you never expected that. You never expected that to happen. When it happened, how it happened.
Yeah.
But to me, this was just a collapse. When you say worst loss, define something worse than leading by 19 points.
Literally, the only thing I could think of is a kneel-down situation where you fumble and the other team runs it in.
Well,
that's the only scenario I think that would be worse than this.
Well, all I know is Brian Dable's going to have a hard time trying to rally the troops after this one.
I don't see
Did you
how.
see the post-game? They had, people in the tunnel as a couple of guys. Brian Burns was running back there and saying, I can't believe what kind of defense are we? He was questioning everything.
Yeah, they only rushed 3.
Yes.
Dropped 8, and the Giants players were ripping
and
them
Bo
for
Nix
that.
is why he just took as much time. You give any good quarterback time, somebody's going to break free and he'll find them. And that's, again, that's what kind of the Steelers did in this game about Flacco. Give him time. He's going to carve you up. You just can't do that.
Well, Bob, how long are you here today? Till 11:40?
11:30.
11:30. We have a lot of questions to get to. That's where I wanted to go next as we talk to some people in the next segment as well. Is a 6-pack of sorts, but it's burning hot Steeler questions. Is there concern about T.J. Watt? Weren't we promised that Nick Herbig was going to play a bigger role than he did the other day? Is he better than Alex Highsmith? Should Pat Freiermuth be a de facto 2 receiver the way he lined up and performed the other day? That would seem to make sense. Lots of questions with the Steelers going into this one, and some former Steelers going into this one. If you saw what happened with Kenny Pickett, Justin Fields, George Pickens, and others, we're going to get to all of that coming up on Pomp and Joe. Limits?
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Joe, there's a Monday Night Football game on the Fan tonight. There are 2 total on the day, but the game that you'll be able to hear is the one that kicks off at 10 o'clock between Houston and Seattle. The NFL on Westwood One right here on the Fan. You can also listen on your Odyssey app at UDACY. Tampa Bay and Detroit is the early game that begins at 7. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, Papa Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. Right now, here's a message from Joe.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of compassion. The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, man, Tampa Bay, Detroit. What a game. FanDuel has given all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right. You can get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Obviously, I'm going over. And I think Baker Mayfield makes a huge statement. Wide receiver injuries or not, this guy's been on fire all year. I think Tampa Bay is going to win the game because of Baker. Make FanDuel, as I said, your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Boomer Esiason with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Memo to Commissioner Roger Goodell. School children and morning sports talk radio hosts don't want any more 10 p.m. kickoffs. That said, Houston at Seattle tonight and ending in the early morning hours here on the East Coast could be intriguing. The Texans have won 2 straight behind their stout defense, but Sam Darnold's Seahawks are more well-rounded and should prevail 24-20. I'm Boomer Esiason.
O'Reilly. Check engine, ABS, or maintenance light on? Take the guesswork out of your warning lights with O'Reilly Veriscan. The service is free and provides a report with solutions verified by ASE certified master technicians. And if you need help, we could recommend a shop for you. Ask for O'Reilly Veriscan today. O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Your favorite neighborhood spots run unsquare. You know the ones. Maybe it's the popular shop that just opened a new location by you, or the big sports bar that's always packed on game day. These places make the neighborhood, and the money spent there stays in your community. Square powers more than 4 million neighborhood businesses worldwide. To learn more, go to square.com, or just stop by your favorite local business. See you in the neighborhood. square.
You feel a chill outside? Turn up the heat with DraftKings Casino. Spin the largest collection of cash eruption slots, including new and exclusive Big Bank Breakout. New players can join the fun with 500 spins over 10 days on your choice of cash eruption slots when you wager $5. Play classic cash eruption today, then red hot joker or coins and clovers tomorrow. It's all up to you. Get the app. Sign up with promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Then start spinning on the home of cash eruption in partnership with DraftKings Casino. The crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility restrictions apply. Non-withdrawable casino spins issued as 50 spins per day for 10 days, valid for feature game only, and expire each day after 24 hours. See terms at casino.draftkings.com/promos. Ends January 4th, 2026 at 11:59 p.m. Eastern Time.
84 Lumber is proud to partner with Anderson Windows and Doors to present an all-new interactive showroom, now open in Mount Lebanon. The showroom features an extensive selection of windows, doors, and accessories from Anderson. The space is designed for personalized consultations, so homeowners, builders, and contractors can work directly with 84 Lumber experts to find the perfect Anderson products for their projects. Visit the showroom at 1675 Washington Road, Monday through Friday from 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. or Saturday from 9 a.m. to 3 p.m.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Selected its only offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Camlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeCamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Camlin Hyundais are backed by owner assurance. America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles. And the Mike Camlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-207-4545. That's 800-207-4545. Once again, that's 800-207-4545.
Check out Taft Brick Oven and Poorhouse in Greensburg, launching a new fall cocktail menu.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd. Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show all week for your chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here. Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
The Neophis Insurance Group has proudly partnered with Nationwide Insurance for more than 60 years. The team at the Neophis Insurance Group knows that finding the right protection for you and your family's needs is important. That's why they partnered with Nationwide, offering protection for you, your family, your business, and your future. Call the Neophis Insurance Group at 412-364-3388 for an on-your-side review. That's 412-364-3388 or online at neophisinsurance.com. That's Neofes insurance.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Eliminate your ED issues long term. Call Newflow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
We were talking about this being the Steelers' highest profile game maybe in a decade, maybe since 17 when Tom Brady and Jesse James collided on that fateful day at the Artist formerly known as Heinz Field, Bob. There have been other big ones, but this one just feels like the entire NFL world is going to have its eyes on this game to see an all-time great, a legend really in Aaron Rodgers going against his former team who made one of the biggest trades in recent NFL memory. And Micah Parsons is coming off a 3-sack game, 2 good teams, 2 flagship NFL franchises with legendary pasts colliding here. This is gigantic, Bob, and it's huge for the Steelers because we don't know what we have yet. Is it more of a 4-3? Yeah, another 9-8, 10-7, 8-9, whatever it's going to be year? Or are they really good? I can't tell. I'm not optimistic based on their last outing. I can tell you that.
Well, I think they've made it so that we don't know. And the next 4 games, we'll get a better understanding given the level of competition, which increases. The only way this would have been even more impactful as far as a pre-hype game is if the Steelers had won impressly against Cincinnati.
Yeah.
Now they're 5-1.
Yeah.
You got 4-1-1. 2 teams that once met for a Super Bowl where Aaron Rodgers was the quarterback on the other side of it, and he has his chance to do this. I go back to the beginning of the season because we did not know that Aaron Rodgers was going to sign here at the time, and neither apparently did the NFL. That first game against the Jets was still a 1 o'clock game. I thought it would be switched tonight. He has this ability, this impactful demeanor in the way he plays and how he lives his life, and people are always talking about Aaron Rodgers. And now he's off to this great start with 14 touchdowns, is it now, after 4 in Cincinnati? Some of the better numbers you'll see around the NFL against the team that let him go in favor of Jordan Love. I think it's going to be an outstanding atmosphere.
Bob, I'm trying to figure out, and luckily I have a phone which helps me do these things. Aaron Rodgers is on pace for how many touchdowns right now?
It's got to be 32. He has
I think
14.
it's right around 40.
Is it that high?
It's 40.
40?
Yeah. He's on pace for 40 touchdowns. 39.6,
That's
Bob.
pretty. And no one would have taken that bet if you had to pick
That's
a number.
amazing.
No, but his passes, look at the 2 passes he made to Freiermuth. I thought were just into traffic, but he put him in a place that only Pat could get him. That was it. Dynamic throws. And then Broderick Jones nearly ended his career. I can't believe that he did that. But he's all excitable. But you don't tackle the quarterback who had 2 years ago Achilles problems.
Are we talking about this enough? Do you realize, first of all, how many Steelers quarterbacks ever have had 40 touchdown passes in a season? Wrong.
I would imagine just one.
None.
None? Not even Ben?
How many Steelers quarterbacks have had 35 touchdown passes in a season, Limits?
Wrong. One. Ben.
None. Wrong. None, I should have said. Ben's career best was 34, and that was the Steelers' record. If I would have told you on the day Rodgers signed that he was going to smash their single-season record for touchdown passes, I think we all would have been quite happy, Bob, yes?
Yes, and surprised. I wouldn't have, what was your thought coming into this? I know what I thought.
I didn't think he could. I thought he was going to be late-stage Ben, like he would be okay,
right.
but
he's been much better than that. He's also showing you his ability to get out of, move out of the pocket, make throws on the fly.
More each week,
and
yeah.
that 70-yard throw at the end of the game, that was stunning to me.
I thought there was more of a chance of bust than boom with him.
Certainly. Just because of the age and coming off what he's coming off. But, man, that's so far so good. And you talked earlier about the Steelers' future plans for a quarterback. Is the immediate future another return of Aaron Rodgers?
Could be. At this point, what's the alternative? Let's hit the phones, Bob.
Let's go to our guy, Robin West Mifflin, to chime in.
Hey, Rob.
What's up, Rob?
Hey, good morning, folks. How y'all doing, man?
Good.
After watching this week's football, man, I'm totally convinced. I know my man City Limits is that Kansas City's still the best team in the AFC. I know we're all still waiting for the slipper to fall off Daniel Jones and them, but I watched that whole game yesterday, man. If they stay healthy, they're going to definitely be a problem. With Jonathan Taylor, he always stumble up and miss a couple games every year, but a lot of people ain't talking about it, man, but the Colts look real good, and it's time for
Tyler Warren, too. Big time.
Harbaugh, man. Harbaugh fool's gold, man. Like, him and Herbert, man, they're fool's gold. Like, I'm not impressed with them. And, like I said a couple weeks ago, man, the division was wide open because, I told Joe and y'all that Joe Burrow gets hurt every year. I wasn't wishing no injury on him or anything, but it was wide open. But, sitting at 5-1 would have been a lot better at 4-2 going into this game. But I just want to take y'all thoughts on how y'all think the AFC is shaping out, and y'all think the Colts nobody's really talking about them because they look real good yesterday.
Just the way you do from here, Bob. When we talked about it in the first segment. Thanks for the call, Rob. It's all adding up to Kansas City again.
Indy will be a player in this, though. I believe they have sustainability. Shane Steichen has made things easier for Daniel Jones, and you can tell his talent has taken over. And they have a good offense to begin with Jonathan Taylor operating at his best, so I'm not so sure of their defense yet. I'm going to wait and see as this season goes on. But they're scoring points. But it's still Kansas City. When you look at the number of eligibles that he utilizes, and now with Rice back, it's almost like pick your poison there. How do you defend them?
And you can tell he's feeling it, and he knows. He knows that this is probably his best assortment of weapons in a couple of years.
Yes.
And Rice just came back yesterday. It's wildly depressing. Hopefully they'll have to go on the road, and it won't be the Arrowhead Invitational again. Limits, let's do a little six-pack of questions. Burning hot steel. There we go. Ron's probably 11 deep in Fort Myers already, Bob, right?
1 per hour?
Yeah.
Yes, we're 11 hours in.
Concern level with T.J. Watt. This is an interesting story to me. He only has 4 sacks. The leader in the NFL has 9. TJ's way down, tied for 19th. Byron Young also has 9 for the Rams. Benito has become the AFC guy with 8. It's not like TJ, he's still only kind of one great game off being among the leaders, but something doesn't quite feel right, especially coming off that last game. Tackles for loss, TJ is way down at 27th. With just 5. Nick Herbig has more tackles for loss and sacks than TJ. So concern level 1 to 5 for TJ, as far as the question being, is he still an elite defensive player of the year type of guy?
I would say 4. I still believe he is. I still think what's happening here is, first of all, I thought the Steelers were going to move him around a little bit to take some of the, defensive or the offensive play calling away from him, which is what they've done. They double team him at times. They run away from him. That's still a sign, and that's playing right into Nick Herbig, who's been somebody who's like Tasmanian devil out there. He's just making plays out when he gets in there. He didn't have enough of them in this last game for me. But I think he still has an impact on what goes on, even if he's not showing up statistically. But when you're making $40 million a year, you have to show up statistically too. I think that's also on their defensive coaches to come up with a way to move him around and free him up. Schematics matter here in this kind of stuff. You can't just put him in the same position if everyone is going to go in the other direction and avoid him.
All right, so in all of that, Bob, is he having a disappointing start? Or is it sounds to me like you think it's more about the way he's being deployed than his actual play. I think he was practically invisible in a lot of one-on-one situations against Amarius Mims. I'm disappointed. I think this is a disappointing start by T.J. Watt. And there is some level of concern once you crack 30. Is he the same guy? I'm not going to go there fully. Like I said, one giant game and he's up among the sack leaders again. But I do have a level of concern that he may have slipped just a bit. I do. And I understand that. But what I'm telling you is I still think he can disrupt game plans because of how they focus on him. Not if they can block him one-on-one. Well, that happens from time to time. It does. But I also think when they're running the ball left as much as they do, it kind of – that's why they experimented with this a little bit in training camp, and they haven't gone back to it. He's lining up the same way, and I think it makes it a little easier for opposition to make sure you take care of him. Don't let him impact the game, and they haven't. That's on him too, absolutely. I still think at the end of the year, though, you're going to find games that he will impact. The one in Minnesota was one of those games. I thought against Cleveland. He did save his biggest play the other night for their only stop on Cincy's last 8 drives was him and I think Cam combined on a sack. So even then he came up with a big play, but he was mostly invisible. And I'll tell you what, it's not helping him that the guy on the other side is completely invisible, and that's Alex Highsmith with 0 pressures. So the top of the hour, maybe a bigger and related question. Where was Nick Herbig the other night, and is he better than Alex Highsmith? Should he actually start over Alex Highsmith? Let's talk about that at 412-928-9370. A lot of Steelers stuff coming up. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle and Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. 50-minute mark on the Fan. Brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Mostly sunny today with a high of Jack Ham, 59. A low of Bob. Could you do a Tyler Kennedy read, please?
Tyler Kennedy.
A low of 48. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Limits, I don't think you can do that. Neither can I.
Tyler Kennedy.
Tyler Kennedy. Bob, do it again because you're so good.
Tyler Kennedy. Kennedy.
We're all just living in his shadow limits, aren't we?
Tyler Kennedy. I sound like I had phlegm in my throat that time. That didn't sound good. Bob, thank you, Limits.
Thank you, Bob.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Well, the Penguins on their trip to the West Coast did pretty well. They've won 2 in a row. They will return home tomorrow against the Vancouver Canucks. It's at 7 o'clock. Penguins shut out the Sharks on Saturday, 3-0. Tristan Jarry, 31 saves. They beat Alex Nedeljkovic. Crosby's his 3rd goal of the year. Anthony Mantha scores his 2nd. An empty netter for Evgeny Malkin gives him 2 on the campaign. More headlines 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters, and how wealth management firms become cyber securing, market tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business. Powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offer.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here. If you are like me, you tend to want to keep everything, never throw anything out. My garage is where I stash stuff, and it lacks organization. So I called Pittsburgh Garage, the authority in garage makeovers. Schedule a free estimate at pittsburghgarage.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now, or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? It's time to renew your backyard with Slide Deck and Fence. Did you get a quote this summer that was just too high? Give us a call. We're the pros on defense, intercepting all the high prices. We have specials on big decks and small decks. At Slide Deck and Fence, we take the hassle out of it by keeping it simple, affordable, and reliable. Call 412-515-6575 or visit our website, schly.company.com, SHLY.company.com.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich & Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor-trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich & Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Sorento S all-wheel drive as low as $329 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2025 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $229 for 24 months with $34.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters.
Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Last month, my business cash flow got tight. Sales were slow, invoices were late, and payroll was coming fast. My business is everything, and people rely on me. I can't let them down. I applied online at lendseek.com and had business funding in 24 hours.
Business moves fast. Don't wait until it's too late. Whether it's lines of credit, term loans, working capital funding, or revenue-based financing, LendSeek is open for business. Apply now at lendseek.com.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the fan cash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mr. Magic Car Wash. Pittsburgh's undisputed car wash champion is Mr. Magic. Get a free premium wash by texting FAN to 47757 or visiting MrMagicCarWash.com. Then stop by our 23 neighborhood locations to enjoy the most exceptional wash in the burg. Enjoy the shine at Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
Chris Muller here for Universal Windows Direct. The kids are back in school, fall is almost here, and that means it's time to refocus on the house. And if your windows need an upgrade, Universal Windows Direct and their exclusive Super Spacer technology can help. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 free with no limit. Plus, get 0% financing for 3 years. Schedule now and take $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
Brought to you by Mr. Magic. 23 neighborhood locations to keep your car clean and shiny every time.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The 2 best words in sports. Game 7 tonight between the Seattle Mariners and the Toronto Blue Jays with a chance to go to the World Series in the ALCS. 8 o'clock from Toronto after the Blue Jays won yesterday to force a Game 7. The winner plays the Dodgers, who swept the Milwaukee Brewers in the NLCS. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Where's what we came for? Bob Papiani and Joe Starkey are talking Pittsburgh sports and beyond.
Let's go, let's go!
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Concern level on TJ Watt right now is what? We all know he's still a really good player, but he's getting paid to be a Defensive Player of the Year candidate, and that certainly would not be the case right now. Correct, Bob? If the season ended, a guy with 4 sacks, which is 27th in the league, or no, I'm sorry, his 5 tackles for loss is 27th in the league, and his 4 sacks are pretty far down there as well right now. Let me see here. At 4 sacks, he's tied for 19th in the league. That's nowhere near the production you get from him. And I know he gets tons of attention and has in most games this year, but he's coming off a game in which Amarius Mims basically just engulfed him. It was like this guy was a giant pillow. And no matter what TJ did, he couldn't get out of the pillow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and Mims did a very good job. I didn't see that coming at all. But I also know that we're 6 games into this. I think before it's all said and done, he's going to do what you'd expect him to do. I also think that the problem in sports, and it's a problem for the player who signs, is you get all that money, but But if I looked at everybody who's made that kind of money around the NFL, you say they all have been disappointing. Max Crosby, I watched that game yesterday a little bit. He has not had a good year. They had 3 first downs all day against Kansas City. It's crazy. And then you see what Myles Garrett does or doesn't do, and he gets big numbers based on PFF, but I don't see that translating to anything on the field. Those numbers are down.
So
TJ Watt needs to be more of a reason why they win.
Yeah,
That's for sure.
And this goes back to last year, Bob. Now in his last 10 games, he has 4 sacks.
Yeah, that when you move back to last year, that is not the kind of production you want from someone like him. He has to get better. But I also think, if you look at when he is double teamed, it does open up some things on the other side. I think that's why Herbig has been better. And get back to your other question about who should start. Right now, I'm riding a hot hand. I got to go with him.
Well, they aren't, even though they indicated that Herbig would get more action or would keep playing a lot, is maybe the better way to phrase that. Here's Terrell Austin. Is this from last week, Limits? Let's hear him.
It is.
He's earning the right to be on the field as much as we can get him on the field. And so, as we get going in this season, long season, he's going to play a lot of snaps for us and play a lot of football. And it's my job to find ways to get him on there, to keep him on the field with what he's done. Because he's a splash player. He's always around the ball. He makes it miserable for offensive tackles. And he's playing well. And so guys that play well get rewarded by playing more.
Yeah, but he didn't. He played less, Bob, in that game.
30 snaps, right?
29 or 30, something like that. So they didn't stay true to their word there. And here's the real story, is that Alex Highsmith had one of the quietest games of his entire career. 0 pressures. He was awful in that game. I think Herbig should be starting right now over Highsmith. Am I crazy?
No, I would do the same thing. Again, I'm riding hot hands. He's playing better. The numbers back that up. And he should have had more play in that game, especially when it was clear that those two guys, and that's the weird thing about that game. I thought, if anything, whoever's going to be on the edge was going to get tackles for losses and sacks.
At least
and
pressures.
Nothing happened. Here's the one thing they can do to help that. Play some press coverage once in a while. Instead of this, they were laying back a lot in that game. Make sure you disrupt these guys at the line of scrimmage when you do have the ability to do that, to make these routes. And they were hitting them with slants left and right as soon as they snap the ball, middle of the field, and all it takes is one pass that's accurate, and all of a sudden you got a 10 to 12-yard game.
Yeah. Here's a number for you. Ready for this one, gentlemen? Limits, you ready for this?
Please.
In 2022, Alex Highsmith had 14.5 sacks, which he parlayed into a pretty good money deal, correct? How many sacks? That's 14.5 sacks. How many sacks in 32 games since then does he have?
I'd say 10.
12?
Same number. 14.5 sacks in 32 games since then. That ain't getting it done, Bob. Sorry. That's just not getting it done. Quarterback hits. He had 20 that year. He only had 13 last year. He has 5 this year. Tackles for loss. In his second and third years in the league, he had a combined 27. Since then, in those 32 games, he's got 17 or 18. He's disappointing. And I know he's been banged up at times. That is a disappointing contract right now. Would you agree with that?
Yes, but I think most of these guys, when they get the kind of money that has inflated the game defensively, you're going to say that most of them have been disappointing. As I mentioned, Max Crosby has been disappointing. Garrett, to me, has been disappointing. And I understand why, because it's big-time headlines. They get all this money. You expect production on all that money.
Yes, I do.
I do, too. And that's why Nick Herbig should be playing. I think he is opening up eyes around the league that he is a game wrecker on that side when he's in there. He doesn't play all that many snaps, but if you look at the percentage of successful plays that he has on his limited snaps, you'll see that he makes an impact much more than Highsmith right now. And I like Highsmith. I do. But, you got to go with what Terrell Austin said there. A guy who's going to get more snaps, but he didn't. That's what was shocking to me in that game.
Me too. And, you want to split time. You want to get more creative with your sub packages and things like that. Fine. But right now, I think Herbig, although Herbig didn't do a lot the other night either, did he? Although he had twice as many pressures as the other guys. It wasn't like he was very visible the other night. Not to me anyway. How about you?
I could not understand how that offensive line had that much success against the Steelers. That was the most disappointing thing of that game, that they neutralized the guys who were supposed to make a difference defensively, especially against that team, how they've been struggling, how they weren't able to run the ball at all, and all of a sudden, everything, the floodgates open on every possible
They've had two profoundly disturbing performances in their first 6 games. Two really disturbing. One was the Jets, where Justin Fields looked as great as he ever has and has since been benched because he's throwing for negative yardage. And this one against Flacco and Chase Brown, a team that couldn't run the ball at all, basically started to run at will against them. You're right about Max Crosby, Bob. When did he sign his big deal?
Same time as TJ.
He only has 11.5 sacks since the beginning of last season.
That's what I'm saying. And they gave him time. Again, if you want to base it on what he makes, they're all disappointed.
Well, how can you not?
I know, but that's...
You want to go for that kind of money, then you better produce.
The number of big contracts increases. They know that. They play that game. They get the money. Again, then you're held to a big standard, and that standard has not been met by any of them. So I agree with you. But what I'm saying is I still think Watt can impact things. If he's doubled a lot or they try to take him out specifically, the other guy should be doing, whoever it is, should be doing better on that side. But I also would go back to what they experimented with and move him around more. You can't just come out with the same thing every single time. Because when you do that,
the MO,
guys like Jamar Chase say afterwards, we expected everything they threw at us. Well, how would he know that?
I mean, a lot of the ex-players, a lot of the analysts, in a lot of cases, they're one and the same, who talk about the Steelers' defense, say it's very predictable, even from years ago until now. Am I right about that?
Yeah, I mean, who was it? Julian Edelman was the guy who came out immediately and said that every time they play. I think it was him.
Yes, he did.
But the point is, you have all these big-name players. I tell you what's interesting to me. When you look around the league and see some of these other defenses that are doing well, they don't have big-name players. A lot of them do not. New England's defense doesn't have a whole bunch of big-name players, right? Even Kansas City, other than Chris Jones, not many people were recognizing all these guys. Now, internally in the game, players know, but generally they work together as a team and they just scheme.
No,
Spagnuolo is a great schemer of everything.
Yeah, that Bengals game was a 5-alarm fire. It's one thing to have Joe Flacco have a good game against you. He can get hot. He can play well.
But he's also prone to interceptions, and they made him, none because they didn't put any pressure on him.
If Joe Flacco came out and played well, that's fine. He played well the week before against Green Bay. But to come down to the game-deciding drive and have a guy who's already been targeted 21 times running so wide open that there's nobody on the television screen, and then having Kirk Herbstreit say, look at the miscommunication. Look at Patrick Queen pointing all over the place. They're having a miscommunication there. That's inexcusable at this point. That's what that type of thing brought them down last year. It was an embarrassing performance. It wasn't that Flacco played well. It was that the Steelers' defense embarrassed itself.
Yeah, and they have maybe too many green-dotted guys, I don't know. They rotate safeties quite a bit, which is a little bit surprising to me. I thought they would, stick to one combination throughout the entire game unless of injury. And that's definitely a problem. And you can tell it by, again, the screenshots of Jamar Chase with no one around him, knowing they need a field goal, knowing he's been the guy that they looked to all night long, and he was unaccounted for. How in the world does that happen?
It's incredible that it really does speak to coaching to let one guy run rampant on you. I compare it to a basketball game where, all right, this guy, it's one thing to say we're going to let him get his and stop everybody else, but they weren't doing that either. They couldn't stop Chase Brown. T. Higgins was having a good game. The tight end made a couple big catches. Yeah. So in this instance, you have to say to yourself, all right, if we're going to lose this game, it's not going to be because of Jamar Chase. We're not letting a guy go off for 60 points and beat us single-handedly. We're going to triple team him. And if the other guys do beat us and it looks like they're all playing well tonight, then so be it. But he's not. And not only did he beat them, Bob, there's literally screenshots of that. It was like the first or second play on that last drive where there's nobody, no Steeler in the screen.
Where kickers today are kicking 60-yard field goals routinely. He's at midfield and there's no one around him.
The game was actually a fireable offense for a defensive coordinator if the Steelers actually had one. They don't because the head coach is the defensive coordinator. It's actually that type of repeated disaster that happened that night with the miscommunications, with the all of a sudden somebody's going off on us in a historic way. Think the Baltimore playoff game. Think about the Eagles running 11 minutes off the clock to end the game last year. Think about Justin Fields, looking like Joe Montana. It's happening again. We can't even cover a guy. We're not even in the TV screen. Somebody's getting fired off that game, but not here because everybody knows that the guy who's the defensive coordinator isn't really the defensive coordinator, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's a combination of all of those guys in there, starting with Mike Tomlin and Terrell Austin. And they knew what this team was capable of doing.
Well, it's Mike Tomlin. It's his defense by design.
By design it is, but I still don't know definitively who's calling plays on every down.
It's Austin. You can tell he's calling plays on every down. But if you have a defense in which communication lapses are happening, you have to ask, well, what kind of system are they running where they can't get on the same page?
And they're not adjusting.
And why does it keep happening year after year now? It's embarrassing.
Here's the stat that I was looking at yesterday, and this pretty much sums up what we've seen so far. And the Steeler defense this season has already allowed 19 completions of 20-plus yards. 19. So they're on pace for 53, which would be more than last year when they gave up a ton of long plays. Those big chunk plays, you've got to stop those from happening. And if you don't do it, you're going to have problems. And you're allowing – I also thought the run game for Cincinnati changed the way the Steelers decided to defend this whole thing. When they started gouging people that early, I mean, come on now. You can't let that team run that 142 yards. That was more than what they had in the first 5 games.
They were the worst rushing team in the league by over 20 yards a game. They were down in the 50s. Sports Talk on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday, all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Bob, you have to go after this segment. Am I right about that?
Yes, you are.
That makes me sad. So
That makes me sad, too, but I got other stuff I have to do.
I know.
You know how the TV crossover works.
I know. And I wanted to get to this before you left. Limits, let's get to the Will Howard topic. This is interesting. And I realize it really doesn't have a whole lot to do or anything to do with Sunday's game, but Will Howard remains a fascination with Steeler fans. I was listening to Josh Roundtree yesterday. He's very good on the air.
He's
Would
very
you agree
good.
with that?
He does a very good job.
And people calling in about Will Howard in the middle of all this. So the morning guys got into a comical, I thought it was funny interaction where Crowley and Doran went after Kabali because Kabali was saying that, why isn't Will Howard doing anything? Like, you got to have him doing something. Bob, let's take a listen to this, and then you and I will discuss, okay?
All right, let's go.
We might be getting ahead of ourselves because there is a guy from Ohio State still sitting there waiting to get active.
I'm sorry. I can't. I'm not doing that.
But you talking about putting somebody in a bad situation. The guy's been ready for a month now.
He's a 6th-round pick.
Right. Get him out there and let him throw the ball around a little bit.
Who cares?
That's the last thing I'm thinking about right now.
Howard reps. I know.
I'm trying to win ball games right now.
I'm not talking about reps. I'm like, put him in his uniform and say, we did this for the past 20 years of have 3 quarterbacks active. Why all of a sudden we only have 2 quarterbacks active? I want if Aaron Rodgers does not come back next year, to have Will Howard at least feeling good about himself of getting a opportunity to compete. Right now, he's not. He's not.
He's a 6th-round pick, and the chance of him being a Pittsburgh Steelers starting quarterback at any point in the future was destroyed when he didn't play in the preseason. You ain't waiting around to see. Who cares? Will Howard.
I would definitely put it this way. I would definitely activate him and get him out there. I'm not saying play him or anything like that. He can just put him as the 3rd emergency quarterback. What's wrong with that?
Bob, that went on for a while. I'll tell you what, I agree with Kabali, and that might be historic. Do you?
To me, it's not even an issue to talk about. I don't understand why.
Wait, why isn't it an issue to talk? It's obviously not. He wasn't saying it has anything to do with them beating the Packers or getting to the playoffs. They've carried 3 active quarterbacks for 20 years. Activate him, make him your 3rd quarterback, and give him a shot moving ahead next season. Like, why wouldn't you do that?
What's he
I
going to
agree
gain
with
by
him.
being active, just sitting on the sidelines? I mean, he's going to see the same game no matter where he's watching it from. Is that going to make him?
He implied that he's doing nothing. Is he even the scout team quarterback in practice?
Well, I hope so. He should be doing something like that. But I agree with Crowley about the fact that this preseason came and went, and that was his opportunity. He was going to get a lion's share of the snaps in preseason games, and he got hurt. And if you had seen something, I think they would have seen something, because I like Will Howard. I think he has potentially a chance to be a quarterback in this league. I don't know.
So why this year not have 3 active quarterbacks? Why this year?
I don't know the answer to that, and I don't think it's that big of a deal. I don't.
Well, it's certainly not. The season isn't hanging in balance because of this, but I think it is a big deal if he's not doing anything. Can you not be on? Can you be not active and not activated and still run the scout team offense and get in practice and get reps?
That's a question I don't have an answer to. I don't know that.
Would you agree that he should at least be doing that?
I hope he's doing that.
Well, that's the
what's
question.
The point? I mean,
can you text Caballi and say, is this dude, does he get any practice reps even as a scout team quarterback? Can you text him right now, Limits? Because I should know that, and so should Bob, but we don't.
Yeah, but normally you would expect that he can do that role in a practice.
Caballi's implying that he's doing nothing, and I don't agree with that. I don't think that's right.
I don't either. I think that's wrong. He can get something. To me, that's where you're going to find out about him during this time. That's all they have.
So
they
we
can't
both
play him
would
in the
agree
games.
with Caballi in that sense if it's true that he's not doing anything.
Well, he should be doing something.
Yes.
But if he's not, then, I mean, it's totally a wasted season. It already is.
I think people greatly overreacted to Will Howard. Part of me agrees with what Crowley is saying there, but in terms of the nuts and bolts of the conversation, like what's the main topic, why would you have Will Howard doing absolutely nothing? That doesn't make sense.
It strikes me as weird that he would do nothing in practice. He's got to be doing something. What do the practice squad players do during practice? Do they get in there at all for any reps at all, late in the practice or whatever? I don't know.
Let's ask Caballi all of these questions, Bob.
Yeah, I just know that I think, he's being looked at as a 6th-round pick, and everyone who talks about Will Howard mentions that. I get it. 6th round for whatever reason. But I also think that once he gets a chance, you may see something better. You know how Mason Rudolph was a 1st-round grade. They took him in the 3rd round. It could work the other way, too. This is a 6th-round pick, and he's actually a 3rd-round pick, and we should, who knows?
But you said you agree with Crowley, who said, and I quote, his chance of being a starter at any point here was destroyed when he didn't play in the preseason. I don't agree with that.
I don't think he would have been a starter. His chance to show
his chance to be a starter at any point here, Crowley said, was destroyed, but because he didn't play in the preseason.
I don't think he would have been a starter no matter what. But I think if he had a good preseason, you would have known this guy is somebody to hang around and compete next year or whenever it's time to bring in another
and Crowley's saying never. Forget about that. No, everybody knew he wasn't going to play this year. He said
I don't agree
his
with that.
chance of ever being a starter here was destroyed because he didn't play in this last
ever's a long
preseason.
word, and
I
would
don't
never
agree
say
with that.
No, I don't either. If Aaron Rodgers gets injured and the things in the second half don't go well and he decides to retire, you don't think Will Howard should be considered?
All we talk about here, or half of what we talk about, is I'm watching college games trying to determine who the Steelers' future starter will be. The quarterback class for next year is falling apart. I'm watching Jackson Dart and Bo Nix yesterday, thinking one of them could have been the guy. We're going to watch Baker Mayfield tonight.
Cam
he
Ward
could have been the guy. We're all obsessed about the Steelers' past decisions and their future at quarterback. Yeah, Will Howard's a topic. I don't think he's going to be the guy. I think he was picked in the 6th round for a reason, and I think a lot of people were way overexcited about that. Having said that, he absolutely should be active and doing something because that's the way. Why would this be the year that you don't have 3 guys active? Has Caballi responded to this?
So I asked Caballi, so he gets 0 reps at all, even on scout team, and he said he's still on IR, but he's healthy. So I said he isn't even allowed on the field then, right? Even for scout team, and Caballi has not responded.
Okay, so if he's on IR,
that's different.
Yeah.
But I'm saying
he's saying he should be activated from IR because he's healthy and have him doing something.
Well,
that's the way I read it. Get him on the line. Tell him to call our show right now. Seriously, I will. Limits if that's a problem. Here, Caballi, call us. How's that?
I just think Will Howard. There's a lot to be yet said and written about him. I think he has a lot of characteristics that you would want in an NFL player. And whether or not he can go in there and eventually be that guy, I don't know, because the only way we'll find out is if he does it. just like we're watching Cam Ward. I mentioned his name. He is under duress over there. That's number 1 overall pick. Who knows how that's going to turn out? He's been exposed to an awful lot. I think if Will Howard shows that he can handle this, and let's say next preseason, they draft a quarterback, even if Aaron Rodgers is here, they're going to give that quarterback opportunity, but Will Howard should get some too. And I think you'll be able to at least have an idea. I don't know when the timeline is on his future. I don't.
Nobody does.
I wouldn't say he's never going to be a starter. I don't know that. I want to
if
keep
I
my
had to
mind
bet
open
right
on
now,
him.
he was a 6th-round pick for a reason. I think people were enamored with the fact that he won a national championship. That he's from Ohio State. I don't know, but they became very enamored
Dak Prescott was a 4th-round pick, and a lot of people said the same thing of him. He's a 4th-round pick. What are you doing taking him? And then you talk about a guy who can just – interesting, by the way, in this these stats blow my mind. Onto a different topic about Dak Prescott against Washington at home in his career. 7-0, 1,800 yards passing, 22 touchdowns, no interceptions in 7 games against their chief rivals, or one of them anyway. But he was a 4th-round pick, my point.
Yeah.
There's a lot of guys who come out of nowhere that you would, and they need an opportunity.
I mean,
Will Howard should have had that opportunity. It was very disappointing he didn't get it because he would have played.
I mean, it's one preseason. Who's to say somebody else doesn't get injured next year? We have no idea what the Steelers' landscape at quarterback is going to look like in August. But they can start preparing this guy that they drafted in some type of way for that by making him active. They still have a problem. They don't have a future quarterback, and that's not a small problem to have. So until further notice, I agree with Cabali more than I do Crowley or Doran, and he's apparently in the building, Bob. He said he needs 2 minutes.
Oh, he's doing his podcast, I think. No, if he's in the bathroom, he needs more than 2 minutes. You dog, you.
Limits, did he say he's coming down here? I said, hurry up, because Bob has to go in 5 minutes. Do you have an extra minute, Bob, or do you have to be somewhere on deadline?
I hear what he has to say about this. Because
he's not responded.
He has responded to me.
Oh.
I said, call us now. He said, I'm here. I said, then come down the hallway right now with an exclamation point. He said, need 2 minutes.
I have a feeling I'm going to see Cabali with a strand of toilet paper on his foot coming out of the bathroom trying to get here.
Hey, guys, you bothered me. Come on.
You might be right. Crowley went overboard. I agree. Crowley seems to be...
He makes it sound like he doesn't believe for 1 minute he'll be a starter.
That's fine. I won't say Crowley's wrong there. Crowley
I won't
was
say
wrong.
He's right either.
Well, neither will I. But Crowley said his chance to be a starter at any point, and he meant at any point in his career, was destroyed when he didn't play in the preseason. I categorically disagree with Adam Crowley there.
I disagree with him there. But his point about being active, I don't know how that works. I don't know.
Well, we're about to find out.
There he is.
There he
There
is.
he comes.
Let's give him a hand, all 3 of us, when he walks in. 3,
Ladies
2,
and gentlemen,
Mark Cabali.
Mark Cabali. We thought you
Hurry
might
up.
be in the toilet. We thought, well, just get on.
Go on
Put
the
that mic on.
microphone.
Put that mic on, and we have a question to ask you.
A couple of them. Where were you, first of all? Doing your podcast or
Yes.
taking a crap?
Podcast.
Okay.
Just finished.
What is Will Howard doing right now? Is he the scout team quarterback? Or so he's on IR.
He's on IR, so he can't do anything on IR.
He's eligible to come off of IR, but they have not made a move yet. And just talking with him, he hasn't, according to him, he hasn't been told anything of if or when he would come off the IR. Once he comes off the IR, they start the 21-day
The 21
clock.
days, yeah.
You either lost for the season or put him on the active roster. Right now, he's comes to practice and sits in his sweats and occasionally goes on the side of the...
But he's healthy.
Yeah.
Okay, so he should be for the sake of their future at that position.
That's what I was saying today on the morning show, and they were looking at me like I was an alien.
I agree with you for the first time ever, 100%. Bob, do you agree with him now that he's here saying this?
Well, first of all, you can take your time when they don't have to start his clock at any point, and they don't want to get into a position where they have to definitely put him in there probably, and that's why they're taking their time. But to the other point they brought up, Adam doesn't seem to think he'll be a starter ever. I'm not willing to say that. I think he has a lot of what you would look for in a starting quarterback. Whether or not he can sustain NFL defenses and go against them, I don't know the answer to that yet.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to have the opportunity of at least put him in position of next year of having that opportunity of having a chance to go if Rodgers doesn't come back, say if him and Mason, the battle. Right now it's just We haven't seen him since August.
He's wasting away.
That's what I'm saying. And it's every single year for 15, 20 years, they've always had 3 quarterbacks on the active roster. This year, when Skylar Thompson got hurt, they've only went with 2. They can put him on there, maybe dump a defensive lineman, dump somebody, then make him the third.
He's right.
I think
and he's 100% right,
just to get him out there.
He's 100%
My
right.
point is there has to be some roster motivation here.
Of course, they want to keep their 19th defensive tackle or something, right?
Well, but also, I think they just want to make sure. You said if you activate him 21 days later.
Yeah, you still give him 3 weeks to be able to make that decision.
So they're extending this, from what I can see, as far as they can.
Extending it until they just say forget it, or never extend it at all.
Who's to say, by the way, that like Crowley, the one point I really disagreed with him was when he said that Will Howard's chance to be a starter at any point in his career was destroyed by this injury in the preseason. I have no idea what it's going to look like next August. What if Mason Rudolph gets hurt?
Yeah.
What if it's Rodgers, Rudolph, and Howard, and Rudolph gets hurt? Then all of a sudden he's the backup.
I don't think any of us are here banging the table of him playing this year. No.
Nobody is.
That's not the point.
Right.
The point is to do the anti-Mason Rudolph and give him opportunity to be ready for next year.
Yes.
When Ben blew up his elbow and it's like, hey, Mason, get out there.
And not let the guy just sit there and waste away, Bob.
I agree with that sentiment. I wasn't sure what they were talking about today. A little confusing.
What about practice squad players? Bob was curious about them. Do they participate?
Oh, they participate. Yeah.
See, that's what I'm saying.
But they put them on practice squad. Any team can come grab them.
Right.
So that's why they won't
right.
do that with
He was
Howard.
just curious about practice squad players in general.
The point is he's not active. So if you're still on the injured list,
even
you're
though
not
he's
allowed.
healthy, and he's
but again,
not active
there's
because
roster.
Yeah, but answer that. What? They're not activating him because they want the extra roster spot.
I
for
would
what?
assume that.
For what?
That's the logical thing.
For what?
Depth on some position.
Yeah, depth somewhere. If it's
that at the expense of developing a guy you drafted at the most important position in the sport in the 6th round.
Yeah, their argument will
when they've kept 3 quarterbacks active, as he's pointed out for 20 years in a row. He's right. They're wrong.
I like this Joe Starkey.
It's like Judge Joe.
Limits, do you agree with this guy?
I do agree with this, but at the same time, I do wonder, is this the Steelers in a way kind of telling us how they feel about Will Howard?
I don't think
so.
I don't think that's going to be.
Maybe they don't think that he's as good as they initially thought when they drafted him, but they don't think it's worth it.
We saw so little of him in camp that I don't think you can make that determination off of that. No, I just think they're just trying to buy roster spots, and it's going to get worse before it gets better because Corey Trice is close to coming off the.
And that's
good. That'll be a big boon for them. Corey Trice is going to walk in there.
Well,
he gets hurt more than Bo Bennett.
Well, some people are not happy with how Joey Porter's playing. Crowley again.
So that's another decision. Since you're here, they have to figure out Joey Porter's contract future, don't they? At some point,
it's his 3rd year.
Yeah,
he was a 2nd-round pick. He has to make a decision.
So
next
that's
year.
when he would either get extended or not.
It's an easy decision right now, and it comes down to one word: no.
Or the 1 year.
We agree with that.
$2 million.
Maybe
not a long term, but he has everything known that needs. He has everything you need to be a good cornerback: the size, the speed,
I haven't seen the speed, but
I think the size, the speed.
He just has to be
the
less
mentality, his old man. I mean, being part of that family, growing up. He has
there's
everything.
just that little problem of he can't cover people unless he holds them.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he needs
and that
some
hasn't
help.
changed. Well, there were 2 in this past game. I mean, you can't get away with that stuff when they're watching for
I
it.
still
Also,
like Joey. if he's a late
I like
developer,
Joey too, but
that could be a guy that can come back and bite him in the rear if they end up letting him go.
There's another thing at work
like
with
him.
Limits with his opinion on Will Howard.
Here we go
Penn
again.
State, he hates Will Howard and he loves Drew Allen.
I said that I would be fine with them activating him, Starkey. Sounding like snarky over here.
No, but you did have that feeling at one
you
point.
did.
This goes way
in
beyond
on
this
Penn
conversation.
State, Drew Allen.
That is insulting to me that I can't differentiate between the two.
You've insulted him. Come on.
Now, if you swap Drew Aller for Will Howard, he'd be like, he needs to be active.
That's the best point yet.
I said Will Howard should be active.
He did say that.
With a qualifier. You were very skeptical.
Counselor, please approach the bench.
You were skeptical.
When I get a text message saying, get down here now. I'm like, oh, geez.
How long would it have if you happened to be in the toilet? Just to say.
I wasn't in the toilet.
But I'm just hypothetical.
In the toilet?
No, in the bathroom, going whatever you're going.
Number Dookie.
Yeah.
Okay.
So if you're doing that, how long would it take you to respond to him? And without rushing, because rushing is no good
I'm
when
not
you're.
one of those. I don't have an extended stay there. I'm usually in and out. I don't do very good on the road, so.
I like extended stays.
Now, why did you return my text messages but not Limits?
I thought I did.
Did he?
Not the last one.
Because he supersedes you. It's Joe Limits. So I responded to Limits.
Wow.
Then when Joe came, I went to Joe.
Saying the quiet part out loud there.
All right, big boy. Bob has to go.
Yeah, me too. We got
See
to
ya.
go down
Thank
to
you for the clarification.
All right.
Practice,
They
non-practice.
have a practice today.
Yeah.
They got
an open locker room. It's not practice.
So what does Will Howard do during these practices? Just
He
sits
watches
around?
in his.
Is he? Have you talked to him about this?
I talked to him a little bit the other day.
He's a really good
How did he act? What did he say?
I like
Basically, he's been told nothing. Now, is he telling me he's been told nothing, or has he been told nothing?
What does he do? Just eat or something during practice?
He goes out there and he watches, and I'm sure he goes to team meetings and all that stuff, but he's not out there participating, getting strapped up, putting the helmet on, going out there, working out, doing individuals, nothing like that.
Kabali's never been more right in his life, Bob. Would you agree with that?
I agree. Now that he explained the whole situation, I wasn't quite clear about
I'm
what they were
questioning
battling.
myself now if me and Joe's agreeing.
Yeah.
He might be wrong now. Thank you, Mark. Enjoy practice.
Thanks, Mark.
If anything
Try
big
the
happens,
extended stay approach. It's a good one.
If anything big happens, text Limits if you would. Bob, it's time for our sad goodbyes. I'm going to miss
All right,
you.
I'll be back here on Wednesday.
All right.
We'll have a lot to talk about, and we have the Penguins. They're playing well, aren't they?
Yeah,
they got a game against Vancouver coming up, so we can talk about that a little bit.
Yeah, the Fighting Jim Rutherfords. Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Limits.
Thank you,
Have
Limits.
a good rest of your show.
Thank you, Bob.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Limits. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The fan text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And you can listen to the Pomp and Joe Show on demand on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. I mean, you heard all that out there. Who do you agree with, Crowley or Cabali? I know it's not the pressing issue going into the highest profile game they may have had in a decade, but it's still an issue and one that a lot of people are interested in. That's the bottom line to me, 412-928-9370. Now we talk about another younger guy next in the context of this whole number 2 receiver obsession. What about Roman Wilson? Has he emerged here? Does this qualify in his emergence or just as an appearance? We'll talk about that and other Steeler issues next on Pump and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Joe, did you see the very awesome scene there of Bob placing Bob in the chair?
No.
How about that? What a transition, huh? What a handoff from Pompiani to Pompiani.
Bob, that mannequin, that cardboard cutout of you is the most realistic cardboard cutout I've ever seen. You should get a picture of them together. Limits if you could. Oh, that is a nice shot. Thank you, Bob.
Well, Game 7's tonight, Joe, between Seattle and Toronto. The trip to the World Series on the line. It will start at 8 o'clock after Toronto tied the series yesterday. They went back to Toronto with a 3-2 Mariners lead. See what happens. The best thing in sports is Game 7. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. What's even better is a message from Joe.
Thank you, Limits, for your undying well of compassion. When you're ready to sell your home, contact my friend Gina to get great results. Dawn and her husband have worked with Gina twice and said she was able to sell the home in one day on 2 separate occasions. Last year, Dawn and her husband listed their home in Pittsburgh, but they reconsidered. However, during that time, Gina had a buyer lined up in one day to buy the home. And then earlier this year, Dawn and her husband decided they were ready to move forward and sell their home. And once again, Gina sold it in one day. Dawn said Gina did an amazing job guiding them through the home selling process, which can be very very pressurized, and said Gina's professionalism, knowledge, and expertise of the local real estate market made it very clear she was the right agent for them. She could be for you, too. You can't lose. You sit down with Gina, you agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. So if you're in the Pittsburgh area, you're ready to sell or buy, call my friend Gina Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina at 724-602-9752. Google Giampetro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod came up short in the battle of the aging QBs, but not without a great effort. Still showing nice footwork, A-Rod threw for 249 yards and 4 touchdowns. But 2 first-half interceptions proved costly. Rodgers did find 88 in this game after being MIA for most of the year, including a touchdown with 2 minutes remaining. A near 70-yard Hail Mary pass by A-Rod was close, but it was swatted down at the end of the game. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Old Trapper Beef Jerky. Old Trapper, what's your beef? The Raiders were blown out by the Chiefs in a game that felt over before halftime. Just 3 first downs, their worst showing since 2008. So what's the vision? Hiring a coach in his 70s only works if he brings instant stability. Pete Carroll hasn't. Signing Geno Smith was supposed to raise the floor. It hasn't. If this is the plan in action, it's hard to tell what the plan even is. I'm Maggie Gray.
Deadlines move fast. So should your takeoffs. With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. And when you're ready, we'll deliver everything you need straight to the job site. Visit the Pro Desk today to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now, Bowser Chevy gets 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies with approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Well, that's the power of
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Eliminate your ED issues long-term. Call Newflow at 412-74-9000. Be that guy again.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, is the new Bruce Springsteen film starring Jeremy Allen White as the boss, and it's mind-blowingly good. I got a sneak peek, and it happens to focus focus on my favorite album, Nebraska from 1982, which marked a period in Springsteen's career between the river and Born in the USA. This is a look into his heart and soul at the time. You don't want to miss it. Listen to the Pop and Joe Show for a chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters October 24th.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Bet365 is paying out before the final whistle.
Check out Bet365's unrivaled early payout offer. When you bet on a team to win and they take a 17-point lead, you get paid no matter the final score. Forget the final whistle and start counting that cash. Hold up. You get early payout on parlays too.
Download the app and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now. Or go to COMERcross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
At Citizens, we help make sense of your money and all your money questions.
Should all my money be in checking?
Do I open more than one credit card?
Should I pay down my debt or start an emergency fund?
How can I make a budget and actually stick to it?
How big of a nest should my nest egg be?
Can I mix a little green into all the black and gold?
Whatever money questions you have, Citizens has the answers. Make sense of your money at citizensbank.com/made-ready. Member FDIC.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Straight Talk knows the best holiday gift is simply saying yes.
Yes, you can stay up late. Sure, more cookies. Of course we can watch that movie again.
That's why we give you real unlimited data, so you can say yes to all of your family's streaming, scrolling, and sharing. And now at Straight Talk, get another gift worth giving, a free 5G phone with select plans. Because yes is the best gift to give.
Yes!
And receive. Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
This sandwich, it's a complete game changer. Hello, this is Mike, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A Pretzel Cheddar Club is that juicy chicken with that toasty pretzel bun. That bun, it's crispy, cozy, just amazing. With the pretzel bun, the Dijon mustard, and the chicken, it makes that sweet, savory kind of combination. It's everything that you love about food rolled into one. It looks phenomenal. It tastes great. It's delicious.
Order the Pretzel Cheddar Club with cherry berry and Sprite for a limited time on the Chick-fil-A app. Real guests paid for their testimonial.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Clouds and sun this afternoon, the high 59.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Our recruiters' expertise and award-winning AI will find you the skilled candidates you want. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Bump and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Who would have thought we'd have a Will Howard topic today, Limits? That was very exciting.
Yeah,
for
not
all
me.
Involved.
Not me, but he's a very polarizing figure, Joe.
That came from Crowley and Caballi. He is a polarizing figure. In the meantime, there are many issues to talk about with the Steelers. I believe we are in the middle of a six-pack there about the fact of how big this game is nationally for people to watch on Sunday night, for the Steelers as far as are they for real, and for the Steelers as just a swing game, like keeping a little bit of separation or really coming back to the pack with a loss. You know what I mean? They go to 4-3, and all of a sudden the Bengals beat the Jets. I can't believe it, but the Bengals will be right there. Then the Ravens all of a sudden would be 2-5, just a couple games back. Yeah, 2 games back, right? With 2 games against the Steelers still this season. Lamar's back. That Bengals loss was just god-awful and damaging, wasn't it?
Yeah, gut-wrenching for them, and especially thinking about the Colts on the other side of the game, of the Packers game as well. Whether you believe them to be contenders or pretenders, they still have the best record in the AFC. And their offense has been significantly efficient with Daniel Jones at quarterback. This is not going to be an easy stretch. This is where we're going to find out who this team truly is.
Let's go to the phone lines, Limits. Who do we have?
Let's go to Lee. He's downtown.
Hey, Lee.
Hi, Lee.
What's going on? I think all the games last week, or the games that just went past, showed you that you got to have a number 2 receiver. And I think, it's like a baseball term, the book. We're getting into the weeks where I think all this tricks and these tight end things are going to get exposed. You got to go get a number 2 receiver. And if you're all in with Aaron Rodgers, what's giving up a second-round pick for Chris Olave? You're not going to get another second-round pick next year. Whoever you get in the second round is not going to be NFL ready like Chris Olave is. So you might as well go ahead and give up that second round, or I'm giving up a third round and Alex Highsmith. Who's going to say no?
Alex Highsmith for Olave? No, I will.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
No, I'm not doing that. Alex Highsmith, even though we ripped him earlier in the show, I think is still a very viable NFL player. And if I'm going to go out and get
your aging quarterback some support, I mean,
your aging quarterback's doing fine. Yeah, the offense doesn't worry me. I'm not sitting around thinking, oh my God, Aaron Rodgers needs more support. They just scored 30 points against the Bengals.
They're a terrible defense. You're going to be playing way better defenses than the Cincinnati Bengals defense.
Well, you're also going to get Calvin Austin back. You also had Freiermuth play on the outside. I'm not arguing that they couldn't use another receiver. I'm just saying the problems lie on defense, and I'm not ready to make that kind of trade for a guy. Let's talk about the defense. How would you fix that?
Who are you going to trade for? On the defense side, unless you want to trade for Jeffrey Simmons?
I don't know. I don't think there is anybody. You need a better scheme and the players to play better. I think some of the moves you made were wrong.
Can I ask you one question? Are they going for it or not? If you're going for it, then you need to go make a move. If you're telling me they're going for it, and if you get Aaron Rodgers, that's telling me you're going for it. So you got Aaron Rodgers. He's playing at a high level. You need to go give him a valuable option. I mean, if you're going
do you not like Calvin Austin? I thought he was off to a pretty good start.
Calvin Austin as number 3. I don't like him as a number 2 because you're one injury away with DK going down, and now you're dependent on.
I do agree with that. I do agree for insurance purposes that would be a good move. In fact, overall, it would be a good move. I just don't think that. What?
What's a second round pick for Chris Olave? Whoever you get in.
You said Alex Highsmith
is not. I said either a second round pick It's either going to take me a second-round pick or I will give you a third-round pick and either Alatai Smith or Freiermuth. I got to have a dynamic number 2 receiver. That's what you have to have in today's game.
I don't know. My problem was with the defense. That's what I'll say first, is that my problem was with the defense. I just think this overall obsession with a number 2 receiver, when by the way, we've been talking about Freiermuth disappearing from the offense. Is this number 2 receiver going to get in and get a ton of targets? You can't even get TK Metcalf the ball last game. What do you have, 4 targets? So, I don't know, man. The offense, to me, right now, is not the issue. I do agree. If you can go out and get a 2 receiver, that would be nice. That would be nice, especially as insurance for Metcalf on the days that you do decide to use him. That would be great. Defense is the issue with this team in the meantime. I think that Rodgers probably has an adequate amount of weaponry to work with between Metcalf, a healthy Austin, Fryer, his 18 tight ends, running backs out of the backfield. That's not the problem to me right now. Limits. People can call now to win a $100 cash card, and passes for a night out to see Springsteen. Deliver Me From Nowhere. 20th Century Studios presents Springsteen. Deliver Me From Nowhere, starring Jeremy Allen White as the boss. I got a sneak preview of this. Unbelievable movie, and it happens to chronicle my favorite Springsteen album, which is what? Wrong. Nebraska. The film chronicles the making of that 1982 album, which I love because it's mostly acoustic. It's unbelievable. He was young at the time, on the cusp of global superstardom, and sort of struggling to reconcile the pressures of success, which were coming at that point, and the ghosts of his past. And the movie does a great job of sort of laying all that out, and with Jeremy Allen White just doing an unbelievable job. So don't miss the highly anticipated film Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters Friday. And we're going to go with caller number 3 for that $100 cash card and passes for a night out to see the movie. And you can also, caller number 3, can take a stab at what lyric this is. This is pretty easy if you're a Springsteen fan. And it's not from Nebraska, but it's a famous lyric. The screen door slams. Mary's dress sways, limits, like a vision she dances across the porch as the radio plays. So caller number 3, you tell Limits what song that is, and then you also get the cash card and the night out. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Who else is on the line, Limits, please?
All right, let's go to our guy Greg in Youngstown to chime in.
Hello, Greg. What's up?
Hey, not much. I'm not much of a Springsteen fan, telling you the truth. Not much.
Well, good. Then you're not calling for the tickets.
His best album's that second one he did, the Unison and the East Street Shuffle. That's his best album.
Yeah. He didn't do too many bad ones early on.
No, I think the stuff later on was lame. But that's most of those guys, once they get older, their albums become lame. Hey, so if I'm going to get anything, I'm getting a defensive lineman. We got to bulk up that defensive line. That defensive line stinks. You know, we're not going to win anything if we can't stop the run and get some pressure up the middle. I don't care about a receiver. We got enough targets. Don't waste their time. You know what I mean?
Well, here's the thing. How are they not better along the defensive line? You know what I mean? Well, all we heard about was Y.A. Black, like he was going to become more famous than Y.A. Tittle in his career. Plus, they had Harmon, Hayward, Benton. I mean, this was supposed to be, and in some games has been. Just the week before, they were destructive against the Vikings. Keanu Benton had the game of his career. So, but having said that, I agree. If you can bring in a veteran defensive lineman to help you, that might be the one position. Now, a lot of people would say corner, and I agree, but what's out there for corner?
No. And here's the thing. The biggest loss we ever had on our team was when we lost Tuitt and the nose tackle that went to the Eagles. Those are our two biggest losses.
Hargrave,
we never replaced those guys. Yeah, Hargrave never replaced those guys.
Yeah.
We never replaced them. We went down our defense went down the drain after we lost both those guys.
Okay. There's a lot I agreed with there. and some things I didn't, but we have the Springsteen guy on the line. Is he going to tell us what what song those lyrics are from?
Yes, so Mike is our winner of the tickets. Let's see if he can name the lyric,
The
Mike.
lyric being, the screen door slams, Mary's dress sways. Like a vision, she dances across the porch as the radio plays. What song is it?
Rosalita.
No, it's Thunder Road. Oh my God. Is this the guy who won?
Mike, you still win, but you got it wrong.
That ruins my day. What can I say?
Well, your day should be made that you got tickets to the movie and a $100 cash card, and also.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Congrats, buddy.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks a lot, man.
See ya. Poor guy, or should I say the fortunate guy? A little bit of both, I guess. Mostly sunny today and a high of Jack Ham, 59, a low of Derek Tuska, 48. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. And the 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township. Limits, may we go to the college game for a little while next?
I would love to.
I know you have a bunch of questions about Penn State, about Pitt's situation.
Yeah.
Let's do that next, shall we, on Pomp and Joe? Bob left us, and he left us just all a Twitter here, didn't he? A flutter.
He's smiling, though, over in his chair.
Somewhere Bob is smiling. It's Pomp and Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
2 Monday Night Football games tonight. You can hear one of them right here on 93.7 The Fan. It's the late game, Houston and Seattle. The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood 1. And you can also listen on your Odyssey app, beginning with coverage at 10 o'clock. Tampa Bay and Detroit is the early game at 7. It's a traditional Monday night back-to-back. More headlines can be found at 937thefan.com. And our headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan gets your day started with the latest in Pittsburgh sports with the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Weekdays 5:40 to 10. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Need legal help without the high price tag? Turn to Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Myers Law Group specializes in helping clients traverse the complex divorce process. Their experienced family law attorneys bring in in-depth knowledge, experience, and expertise to each case, whether child custody, adoption, or prenup creation. Call Myers Law Group today at 724-778-8800 or visit jpmyerslaw.com. Call Myers Law Group for affordable legal solutions.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets with nowhere to go, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year. For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there, providing hot meals, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love.
They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Everyone, it's Bob Pompiani here. If you are like me, you tend to want to keep everything, never throw anything out. My garage is where I stash stuff, and it lacks organization. So I called Pittsburgh Garage, the authority in garage makeovers. Schedule a free estimate at pittsburghgarage.com.
Fall is here, and so are the savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Right now, drive home a 2025 Jeep Wrangler Sport with payments starting at just $285 a month for 36 months. Don't wait. These deals won't last long. See dealer for details.
Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
At Shooters Golf in Wexford, golf season is never over. Our 16 outdoor heated bays let you tee off in comfort all year long. Looking for a fun night out? Shooters is the perfect place for guys' night, girls' night, even a date night. Pair your game with great food, cold drinks, and catch every big play on over 30 TVs throughout the facility. Don't miss our bay specials. Half price every Tuesday from 10 to 4, Sundays after 6 p.m. Shooters Golf in Wexford is more than golf. It's your go-to destination for sports, food, friends, and fun. Book your heated bay today.
Broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At Humana, our Medicare Advantage plans give you coverage you can count on, along with guided support to help you feel your best. Our licensed sales agents are ready to help you understand your options and choose a Medicare Advantage plan that fits your needs. Things like dental, vision, and hearing coverage are included in every plan, even offering a yearly cap on out-of-pocket costs for covered medical services. And with access to Humana's large, trusted networks, it's easy to get the quality care you need. Plus, every plan has a $0 or low monthly plan premium, which makes it easier to save too. So this Medicare planning season, we can help you plan well with Humana. Learn more now at gethumana.com. Humana, a more human way to healthcare. Humana is a Medicare Advantage HMO and PPO organization with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in any Humana plan depends on contract renewal.
Hey guys, Mulsey here for Awaken 180 Weight Loss. And after losing 35 pounds in 6 weeks and keeping it off for over 3 years with Awaken, believe it or not, some of my priorities have changed. And now I'm starting to lift and I want to add muscle. And part of that is nutrition. Anybody that's been in the gym knows if you're not eating right, you're not going to see the right kind of gains no matter how hard you work out. Well, guess what? Everything I learned while I was on the program with Awaken 180 has helped me in that regard as well. I know what to eat. I know when to eat. I know how much to eat. I know, more importantly, what not to eat to help me achieve my latest goal. So even though that wasn't part of it with Awaken 180 Weight Loss, I was trying to lose weight. Now I'm trying to pack on the muscle. The experience that I have from Awaken 180, and even talking to my coach about it when I still check in, which is free for life even after you reach your goal weight, has helped me along with this process. You can lose weight, and what you learn with Awaken 180 can help you in so many other ways. It is the long-term solution for weight loss. Online, awaken180weightloss.com.
Just how mad is she? Send flowers at oliverflowers.com. That's oliverflowers.com.
Hi, I'm Nancy Cartwright. You may know me better as the voice of Bart Simpson. On Simpsons Declassified, we're diving into the mysteries that keep the Simpsons forever young. Have you ever wondered how the Simpsons regularly predicts future events? Who better to ask than the show's creators, performers, and writers, the celebrity guests? Be sure to follow and listen to Simpsons Declassified wherever you get your podcasts.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
If you're drowning in IRS debt and can't afford to pay, then you need to take advantage of special IRS tax programs that are available and free yourself from IRS collection efforts once and for all. Due to the financial hardship consumers are facing throughout the country, the Internal Revenue Service has made it easier to settle delinquent tax problems. An open phone line has been established by Community Tax for consumers to call and see if they qualify. Take down this number or store it in your cell phone, but call the Community Tax Helpline at 800-536-9607. If you owe back taxes to the IRS and cannot afford to pay them back, or even if you have years of unfiled tax returns, there's no need to fear anymore. But you have to call the Community Tax Helpline today at 800-536-9607 for the help that you need. Don't take on the IRS alone. They can attack your wages, savings, pension, home, and even your Social Security check. Call 800-536-9607 for your free consultation and to see if you qualify. That's 800-536-9607.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two, get two free offer. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Joe, how about them Panthers? 30-13, the victory over Syracuse in a primetime game at the place formerly known as the Carrier Dome that drops Syracuse under 500, but moves Pitt to 5-2 overall at the JMA Wireless Dome. The Panthers only one ACC loss so far as Miami goes down this week. Pitt will play against NC State at 3:30 at Acrisure Stadium. It's a game before Stanford on November 1st, before a bye week that all leads up to the most critical part of the year, Notre Dame, Georgia Tech, Miami, to close out the regular season. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Empowering, innovative, and provocative. Like that word. It's Bob Pompiani and Joe Starkey. The Pop and Joe Show is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
All right, Limits, let's take a little dive into the college football world, shall we? Do you not think that Pitt is at least worthy right now of others receiving votes? They are 5-2. What are they, 3-1 in the ACC? Do I have that correct?
Correct. Their lone loss is to Louisville, and Louisville had the upset against Miami. They're a really good team.
So, I mean, Minnesota got a vote. James Madison got 6. Can't Pitt at least be in others receiving votes? This is an outrage, Limit.
I agree with you. They should receive a couple of votes. I just wonder, though, Joe, what can you claim to be Pitt's big win?
I know. They beat Florida State was ranked when they beat them.
Right. Yeah, 25. That would be it. Florida State's starting to reel
don't
off
really
a little
have
bit.
one. I'm aware of that. They don't really have one.
There's talk of firing Mike Norvell down there. He got the dreaded vote of confidence this weekend that he's not going to go anywhere. But
here's the other thing, is that Pitt went on the road. I don't really care who they were playing. I think we've all been watching Pitt football enough to know that any win on the road in conference is good.
Yes.
And they won 30-13, I think, was the score. And I see below these stories, whether it's the Post-Gazette or the Trib or whatever, complaints left and right. They went in there with injuries galore, then had more injuries. I was watching the game in a bar at Bedford Springs, so I didn't have the sound up. The one throw that Heinzel made, I thought his season was over. Didn't you think he tore his rotator cuff or something on that one?
Yeah, I was worried when he came out of the game ultimately what his status would be. But, man, he's a warrior.
How did he throw it when he came back in? I don't know. I wasn't watching. As I'm asking you a question there.
Yeah, okay. Like, I don't think that there was anything that necessarily made you believe, like, wow, he is a significantly less, precision type of passer because of it.
Okay. He looked fine then. He didn't have a great game, but he looked fine there.
Yeah, he did a good job recovering.
Okay. Then I look at the ACC. I see Georgia Tech 4-0. I see Virginia 3-0. I see SMU 3-0. And then I see Pitt and Duke at 3-1. sitting here at 3-1. Now, they're absolutely decimated by injuries. The reason I bring all this up, I think I brought it up last week, is I did not think, especially after the West Virginia debacle, that I was going to be at all perked up or interested in Pitt football this year. And now I'm becoming far more so. They should beat NC State at home. My God, they better beat Stanford on the road. And then that sets up a fascinating game, potentially, against Notre Dame, right?
Yeah, man.
Am I looking at this correctly,
You
Limits?
You are. And that's where Pitt should be. They should win these next two games. And Pat Narduzzi speaking
Now,
to the
I saw
media.
Stanford did beat Florida State, though.
They did.
Of course, everybody does.
How about Florida State beat Alabama, right? Earlier this year. Now they're the number 4 team in the country.
Maybe Pitt should be ranked number 1.
Maybe number 2, right behind the Buckeyes.
They beat Alabama. That's unbelievable.
So what I think the goal needs to be for Pitt moving forward is, look, the ACC is still in play here. Georgia Tech is going to eventually lose a game. Like Notre Dame, you don't have to worry as much in terms of what is going to play out with the ACC standings.
Listen, if they beat NC State and Stanford, they're going to be 7-2. And I know, believe me, I know, if you're a Pitt fan listening, saying, is this guy assuming they're going to win those 2 games? Has he not been watching Pitt for the past 40 years? For most of those years I have, yes. And they are. They're absolutely crushed right now by injuries, right? I mean, defensively, a couple guys left the game at least the other day. They were already banged up. Offensive line, all kinds of people. So I'm still going to say they win these 2 games. If they do, they're 7-2 and 5-1 in the ACC. I didn't dream that in my wildest dreams, Limits.
No. Who would have thought that it would be Pitt in contention for a conference championship out of the 3 local teams this year?
And then the Notre Dame game is not an ACC game.
Correct.
So then you have the good news and the bad news is you wind up the season at Georgia Tech and home against Miami. So regardless of the Notre Dame game, if you win these 2 games against NC State and Stanford, you're setting up a gigantic finish to the season.
I will predict it right now, Joe. I think Pitt is going to beat Miami in the final game of the year at home and take down the Hurricanes.
Oh, my.
I believe it to be true. I think it's going to happen.
Well, let me ask you this. What's Georgia Tech's signature win? Clemson? 24-21?
Yeah, but Clemson's having a bad year.
Exactly. So what's Georgia Tech's signature win? Wrong.
They really don't have one.
They don't have one.
The
Are they that good? I don't know.
The Clemson one looks good, which I think is one reason why, plus they're undefeated, why they've risen up the rankings the way that they have.
But they've risen up. You asked about Pitt. I'll ask about them. What's their big win? They beat Wake Forest in overtime. It took overtime to beat Wake Forest. And they had a pretty competitive game against Duke.
I do think Duke's a solid program, though.
That's fine.
It's a better program with Manny Diaz than what it's been in the past.
All I know is Saturday, November 22nd could be a very interesting day for Pitt. And if they should somehow beat, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself, if they should somehow win that game, they could set up an incredible season finale against Miami here. That's all. I didn't think I would even be conjuring these scenarios, Limits. Am I getting my point across? Am I articulating it correctly?
Yeah, you are, because
I didn't think that I'd be talking about Pitt on a Steeler Monday ever, but I am.
Well, because the way that they positioned themselves to be able to bounce back after that West Virginia game where it seemed like the sky was falling, it's pretty impressive to see, and a lot of it should be credited to Narduzzi changing to Mason Heichel. He is just lit a spark under this team.
Yeah, and the defense won him this last game, right?
Yes, because Heichel didn't play necessarily well in this game.
Meanwhile, all hell is breaking loose everywhere else. We have Luke Fickell, the AD backing him, which is the good or bad news for him. We have Mike Norvell, Florida State, saying they'll make a decision on him after the season. He might as well just leave now because we know what that decision is. And we have Terry Smith in his first game with Penn State, a game I felt like they could have, obviously, and should have won. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with that. They had it within their grasp. The defense played horrendous. Penn State did a good job running the football, but it seemed like they didn't discover the invention of the forward pass for most of the game. That game, to me, came down to just a couple of things. Your $3 million defensive coordinator not being able to scheme up anything to stop a rushing attack. Well, I mean, even the passing game of Iowa. Iowa ran, after Penn State took the lead on a touchdown, a quarterback read option play where he ran for 60 yards inside the 10, the quarterback for Iowa did, to set up the game-winning score. It was just embarrassing.
I was hoping for Terry Smith's sake that he had a better fate, but man, that has become. They have become one of the most disappointing teams in the history of college football. Preseason ranked number 2, right? Yeah. And they're 0-4 in the Big Ten. And along the way became the first team, I think, in recorded history, going back to 78 anyway, with the FCS split. Since 1978, no team had lost back-to-back games in which they were favored by 20 or more. This is one of the great collapses, one of the great disappointments in the history of college football, is your 2025 Penn State Nittany Lions, right?
I think it is the most disappointing season in the history of college football.
Well, we had Brett McMurphy on last week, who's very good, who said Lane Kiffin's USC team that was ranked number 1 still wins the prize for him from a few years. Or when was that exactly?
When he was left on the tarmac all those years ago.
I think so.
Didn't Lane last further on in the season than James Franklin did?
He might have.
I mean, they didn't have a quarterback going down as early as Allard did either.
It's a pretty good competition at this point. And, oh, by the way, pretty soon here, he's got Indiana and Ohio State back-to-back.
Yeah, those are not wins.
Meanwhile, I agree with ESPN about the ACC getting back to Pitt. The entire conference is untrustworthy at this point. There were 8 games involving ACC teams in Week 8. 4 produce upsets, 3 on the favorites' home field, and 2 others nearly did. Stanford beat Florida State as a 17.5-point underdog. Louisville plus 10.5 won at Miami. SMU plus 5.5 won at Clemson. And Georgia Tech plus 3.5 won at Duke in a game heavily impacted by a 95-yard Omar Daniels fumble return score. Cal nearly lost as an 8.5-point favorite. This is good. This is good news for Pitt.
There's a ton of parity. Did anybody expect Georgia Tech to be any good? I know I didn't. Did anybody expect Virginia to be any good in the ACC?
Did anybody expect Ty Simpson to be connected to the Steelers as a quarterback from Alabama?
No, I did not.
Do you like him?
No, I do not.
Why?
I need to watch
Drew Allard.
I need to watch more of them. I will put that clarifier out there that I want to see more Ty Simpson, but I want to see somebody with a little bit more experience. I mean, he's only done it in a couple of games.
Now, the other thing happening, we're talking about the greatest bust, the greatest collapse, the biggest disappointment is Penn State, maybe in the history of college football. And maybe somebody can come up with a name, but has there been a more hyped prospect who has disappointed more than Arch Manning this year? Limits?
Not in my recent memory, no. I mean, he was basically brought into Texas to be the savior of that program at the quarterback position, giving him millions of dollars before he even stepped foot onto the field.
Right.
And he's played like a JV quarterback. He's just been poor. He is not the reason why they've won any game this year. He detracts from that.
So here's the Heisman top 10. Are you ready for this, Limits?
Oh, boy.
Gunnar Stockton, this is according to ESPN, the quarterback at Georgia. We've hardly talked about him at all. What year is he?
Stockton, I think, is a senior. He sat behind Carson Beck for a while.
Wrong. He's a junior. How come we haven't talked about him?
Maybe because before this season, he didn't have any tape out there. Or at least it was barely some tape after Carson Beck got hurt.
Number 2 is Fernando Mendoza. Now he's going to be the number 1 pick in the whole in the draft.
Yeah, Kurt Cignetti's done a really good job of developing him. He can do it both, Joe. He can throw it. He can run it. Pretty effective. When you go out and beat Oregon, too.
Number 3 is the running back Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame. And number 4, and I knew this at the beginning. I didn't know, but it's Ohio State. So before the season, we were hearing, Penn State's going to have a huge quarterbacking advantage. This is the year they beat Ohio State. Who's this guy for Ohio State?
Julian Sayin.
Yeah, I didn't know. Well, that's what I was saying people were saying before the season.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Who's this guy at Ohio State? And my answer then was, I don't know, but he plays for Ohio State, so he's obviously probably a 5-star prospect. He's got great receivers. He's got a great offensive line. I bet he's going to be pretty good. And now look, Julian Sayin is 4th in the Heisman race, according to ESPN, and he was 36 for 42 for 393 yards and 4 touchdowns against Wisconsin. He looks pretty good.
Very good.
Better than Drew Aller.
You going to say that about every quarterback?
Yes, I am.
Okay. I'm glad
because
we have
Drew
that out there.
Aller was going to be a top 3 Heisman candidate coming into the season, right?
Yeah, I thought at
Do you
least
blame
top
his
5.
demise more on coaching or him? What percent? Hand out percentages.
That's a great question. Because the coaching didn't throw those 2 very poor interceptions. I put probably 55% on Aller, and I put 45% on the coaching because I do feel like the coaching failed. In his first year, they fired the offensive coordinator because they just were not putting him in a good enough position to win. And now they bring Kotelnicki in. He runs more trick plays than Ron drinks beers during the middle of the day. And they don't put Aller in a position. They didn't put Aller in a position to succeed whatsoever. They didn't cater to his strengths.
I mean, some of these guys, this was supposed to be a great quarterback class. Who are these people?
Yes, Sellers is doing
Who is Gunnar
bad.
Stockton? Who else is on
Garrett
here?
Nussmeier hasn't had a good year.
Haynes King from Georgia Tech is 10th in the Heisman, coming off a good game. I had no idea who he was until I just read his name, quite frankly, but he's better than Drew Aller.
Just because they're high on the Heisman ranks doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to end up translating to a great NFL quarterback.
Of course
Diego
not,
Pavia,
Of course not. Even Heisman Trophy winners don't translate. But my point is, people like you were saying this was going to be the greatest quarterback class of all time, and now it's a bunch of guys nobody ever heard of before the season. Taylon Green from Arkansas is 6th on this Heisman list. He's better than Drew Aller. Would you agree? Now,
great for radio, huh? Stunned silence.
I don't know about Drew Aller, man. Where do you think he goes in the draft now?
3rd round.
Do you think he becomes a good pro?
Depends on where he's drafted. And I know that's not the answer that people want to hear or anything, but it truly does depend on where he's drafted. If he goes to like a Kyle Shanahan type of guy, an offensive-minded coach that knows what he's doing, or even if he goes to Brian Daboll in the 3rd round, well, Brian Daboll might even be fired.
Brian Daboll? Well,
and they have Dart. What am I saying
don't know.
there?
I don't know about Drew Aller, man.
Point is,
I put most of it on him, actually. I think it's always part coaching. Last year, I didn't think he had great weaponry on the outside, but he had Tyler Warren as his tight end, for God's sake.
Yeah, and
he's always had a great running. How can you not? How can you? It's frustrating. And he had some decent games last year. He never really had a signature game. He always struck me as just sort of he plays a stiff game, and maybe that is coaching.
Yeah.
We talked about this earlier in the year. It was never just, let's put it on that guy. Go out, be loose, have fun, be a gunslinger, go get it. He always struck me as a guy who the weight of the world was on him on every throw, just very tight out there.
And that's because of the coaching. A lot of it is because the coaching never put him in that type of position until they were trailing in the game and they needed him to, like that Oregon game.
I think a lot of people thought he'd be the Steelers' next quarterback. Now, I don't know who's going to be. I think it's going to be Aaron Rodgers again next year. We mentioned earlier, and why don't we go back to this? Here's a topic I'd love to go to. Is this version of Aaron Rodgers, and it still isn't MVP Aaron Rodgers, we know that, but man, the touchdown numbers are going to be close. I was wrong about him. Were you wrong about Aaron Rodgers? I saw him play late last season. There's a Buffalo game that stands out, and I described it like a punch-drunk boxer. He just looked done. But the people who thought, all right, one more year removed from the Achilles surgery, in a different environment, without, speaking of the weight of the world on your shoulders, without that in New York, he's come in here and he's on pace not to break, but to smash the Steeler record for touchdown passes in a season. Ben holds it amazingly at only 34 touchdowns. That's the single season record for the Steelers. Rodgers is on pace for 40. So I'd like to hear from people, is this the guy you expected, or is it way more? Or were you expecting, I was expecting probably late stage Ben, which wasn't bad. This is better than that, I think, pretty clearly. Of course, this guy doesn't have to deal with Kendrick Green directly in front of him, which was Ben's last year. But he has been a surprise to me. I'll just say it flat out. He really has been. And he's on pace for 40 touchdowns. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You want to weigh in on that? 412-928-9370. And that's the same number for the text line. Brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. It's 1228. Make the smart call. Buell Insurance, 724-443-5610. Man, we got a barn burner tonight. There's 2 games, but the one I'm looking at, like everybody else, is Tampa and Detroit. These quarterbacks are both having great seasons, and I like Baker tonight to make an MVP case, be like a Heisman game. Maybe he'll do the Heisman pose. By the way, I was talking with Donnie back there, where he's looking again at an old Packers-Steelers game, the game where it was a Ben Rodgers duel and Mike Wallace had the walk-off homer at the end. Rodgers scored on a scramble in that game and did the championship belt celebration. He's got to dust that one off if this week.
Does.
Pass or run, whatever touchdowns they get, you got to dust that one off, right?
The discount double check.
Got to.
Bring it back.
Anyway, FanDuel, in partnership with Valley Forge, the FanDuel app is your home for all your favorite NFL bets. From yards to touchdowns to who will win with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right. You can get on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night tonight. So make your FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football tonight, 2 games in action. Tampa Bay with a big one against the Detroit Lions. The game that you can hear right here on 93.7. The Fan begins at 10 between the Houston Texans and the Seattle Seahawks. The Fan is your home for the NFL in Westwood One. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
A little while longer.
A little while longer now. A little while longer now. A little bit longer now. A little bit longer now. Hey, 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 hey.
That's good. A little while longer now.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Diego Pavia became a cult hero after leading Vanderbilt's stunning upset over Alabama last year, but he's far from a one-hit wonder. Now ranked 4th in Heisman odds, Pavia is powering the Commodores to a 6-1 record with wins over 2 top 10 teams, including LSU. With 3 more ranked foes still to face, Pavia's fearless playmaking proves Vanderbilt isn't just a fluke, they're a serious contender. I'm Maggie Gray.
Texting enrolls you in a recurring automated marketing text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
The team's looking good this season.
I think so. Man, I miss playing football. Ever since I turned 40, I just can't find that fire I used to have.
Think it could be lower testosterone?
What do you mean?
I was feeling the same way. After 40, the body has less testosterone, and men lose their edge. That's why I take Nugenix Total T2.
That's the testosterone booster, right?
Yes, but Total T2 is their brand new formula that skyrockets nitric oxide levels in as little as 3 hours. Since I started taking it, I've been lifting like when we played for Coach Carter. My energy is way up, and it even spiced up things between me and the missus.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles?
Yep, just send a text.
Text METER to 42424 for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T2, the next generation testosterone booster. Text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo X, our newest, most powerful fat burner ever, absolutely free. Text METER to 42424. That's METER to 42424.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
Last winter, my furnace gave up right before the big freeze. Don't make the same mistakes I did.
Southside Jake here. Every year, hundreds of people die from carbon monoxide inhalation. Get your furnaces inspected before you turn it on for the upcoming season. Don't be the next statistic. Call Southside Plumbing and Heating today to schedule your inspection.
Family owned since 1947, these guys are the real deal. Trained techs, not commissioned salesmen.
Find us online at southsideplumb.com. Our reputation is built on your recommendation.
Spitzer's swinging into fall with Panda leading the way to wild savings and tame payments at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Start your next adventure and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Plus, chomp down on Spitzer perks. Every new vehicle comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can save even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details ends 10/31/2025.
Injured? Call the expert personal injury attorneys at Shenderovich and Fishman. They handle all types of injury cases. Their fee is only 25%, not 40% like other law firms. They're smart, aggressive, experienced, and they have a 99.7% success rate. So that means they win. Car accidents, 25%. Motorcycle wrecks, 25%. Tractor trailer crashes, 25%. Dog bites, 25%. Any accident, 25%. Shenderovich and Fishman, 888-98-TWINS. They've got your back, not your wallet.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the upcoming election. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 per day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Is your business looking for local and national health coverage? If you have more than 50 employees, UPMC Health Plan has something new for you. UPMC National Access. UPMC National Access gives employees access to the top-ranked doctors and hospitals of UPMC, along with nationwide access through the Cigna Healthcare PPO network. For the quality, affordable coverage that your company deserves, locally and nationally, choose UPMC Health Plan.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on. And how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Sildana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24-month bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99, and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1/2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder & Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd. Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
This is Jeej at Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that it's never too early to kick off your holiday shopping. Shop now for the best selection of fine designer jewelry, timepieces, and home decor. At Lewis Anthony Jewelers, we'll help you stay ahead of the game.
Have we met?
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/life.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All right, let's talk a little Aaron Rodgers. When you actually look at the numbers, it's pretty startling. And I didn't think it was going to be like this. I didn't think this guy was going to be on pace to throw for 40 touchdowns 6 games in. And I know, people get bothered by the on pace thing. If anything, I would think it would get better, right? As he gets more used to the offense, more used to his weapons. The offensive line seems to be improving. The run game's getting better, which only helps him. Who knows? Maybe they bring in another receiver. He got Freiermuth involved in the last game, and I know it was against the Bengals. But the bottom line is he's having a good year, and he's on pace to smash the Steeler record for touchdown passes. He's on pace for 40. He's been their best player, in my estimation. I didn't think that was going to be the case. I thought he would be winnable with. He'd be okay, but I thought there was a greater chance of bust than boom, and he's way closer to boom. He's not tearing up the league like MVP Aaron Rodgers, but he's been very good. And limits these, in my estimation, I'm not talking about the best quarterbacks. The best quarterbacks in the NFL, to me, Josh Allen is one of them. Lamar Jackson's one of them. Joe Burrow's one of them. Patrick Mahomes. To me, those are the best quarterbacks in the league. If I was choosing to win this year and they were all healthy. That's not the question here. The question is who's having the best season so far. And I think the 5 guys that are having the best season so far, in order, I might add, are Baker Mayfield, Drake May, Matthew Stafford, Jared Goff, and then a tie between Prescott and Mahomes. Mahomes, by the way, has 5 rushing touchdowns, and all his weapons are just getting in place. So when we have this conversation about 6 weeks from now, he may be number 1. Drake May has been a revelation. Did you see the scramble he had yesterday? And he had 2 phenomenal plays yesterday.
Very impressive.
Drake May is completing 75% of his passes, 12 touchdowns, 2 picks, and a 116 rating. So you want to call it a top 6, a 6-pack, you might say, limits, right? It's Baker, Drake May, Stafford, Goff, Prescott, and Mahomes. Right after that, some might say in that group, I'll say the next group, who's having the best season so far? Danny Dimes, Sam Darnold, Aaron Rodgers, Josh Allen, Jordan Love, Jalen Hurts, and Bo Nix. That's 7. So that's about your top 13 right now. Any quibbles with anything I've said so far, Limits?
No, I do like your first tier. I feel like you can even move Josh Allen up to that first tier. He's still played at a very elite level for me. His defense has let him down. I know you watch the Bills a little bit more closely than I do, but I still feel like he's in the top tier.
Yeah, like I said, this is just based on season so far, and he's taken a little bit of a dip. He hasn't had great games. Jalen Hurts still not getting enough credit. 11 touchdowns, 1 pick, and 185 yards rushing with 5 rushing touchdowns. He wins, and by any means necessary. And yesterday, it was opening up the offense and going to Smith and A.J. Brown. But I guess the overall point here is Aaron Rodgers is in that realm, in that conversation of who's having the best season among quarterbacks in the league. He's probably the second tier of that, but a great game or two from being in that top 6. Limits. Do you disagree with that?
I don't. Like, if he goes out there and shreds a good Green Bay defense with Micah Parsons coming off the edge, with a little bit of a revamped secondary, but I think is a pretty solid team, on a national stage against a team that many people have coming out of the NFC to go to the Super Bowl, yeah, that should change the mind of a lot of people nationally.
He has absolutely and indisputably been better than I thought he would be. He can still make ridiculous throws off a variety of platforms, off 1 foot, on the run, sidearm. His deliveries are impeccable. He's made incredible throws, back shoulder down the sidelines, or even front shoulder down the sidelines. Amazing throws. The one, like the play that'll generate the most passion and excitement from that first drive the other night, since he was, of course, the touchdown, when he had the ball for 8.5 seconds and ran around like vintage Aaron Rodgers or vintage Ben. In fact, I heard Max Starks say that night, that was shades of, vintage Ben Roethlisberger. 8.5 seconds. But the throw of that drive was the one along the right sidelines, and he's made this type of throw a lot of times this year. Just an absolute laser to DK Metcalf. So he's been just way better, and I was concerned after the first game about his mobility, and he's certainly not prime Rodgers there, but he's not that far off. He's way more mobile than I thought he'd be, to the point where he is making throws on the run. Think about the Connor Hayward touchdown from a couple of games ago, where it was just roll right as far away from Myles Garrett as humanly possible, direct traffic on the way, go a little ad lib, tell Connor Hayward to go where to go in the end zone, and then on the run, just fire the cannon for just a low dart in the end zone. He's been way better than I thought he'd be. How about you? 412-928-9370. 928-9370. This was a good pickup. This is a guy that you could win a playoff game with. Unfortunately, the better he looks, it's been proportionate. As he starts to look better and better, the arrow going up, the defense begins to look worse and worse. And I think it's indisputable that was one of the most embarrassing defensive performances of Mike Tomlin's 19-year tenure. That was an abomination in Cincinnati, with a 40-year-old Joe Flacco looking like if he needed to limits, if he needed to in that game, could have rolled up 50 or 60 points.
Yeah, it's frankly undeniable. I mean, think about this, too. If we can pinpoint one area of the Steelers' defense as the biggest problem, I don't know if that's even possible, considering the struggles of Porter, Slay looking old, and Ramsey, with the defensive line not being able to stop the worst rushing attack in football that averaged, 56 yards per game.
Right. Darius Slay looks like he's 100 years old. He looks older than Marlon Humphrey at this point. Joey Porter Jr. can't cover anybody unless he holds them. Can you imagine if he didn't hold people on every play, what that would look like?
Joey Penalty Jr., he's been dubbed.
Alex Highsmith was a no-show with 0 pressures. T.J. Watt has 4 sacks on the season. They promised they'd play Herbig, and then they didn't play him a lot in that game. And then the defensive line just got ransacked. Other than that, it went well.
Yeah, Herbig had 22 snaps on dropbacks in that game for Cincinnati. 22 of 56 dropbacks he was on the field for.
Let's hear from folks.
I don't get it. Here is Randy. He's in Butler to chime in.
Hey, Randy.
Hey, guys. Surprised I actually knew who I was. I guess because I call all the time.
Are you from Butler, Randy?
Shakora, actually.
Shakora. That's more Yawk than Butler, if I'm not mistaken, although I could be mistaken. Am I?
Yeah, it's all farmland out that area.
Do you remember the Butler Junior High School when it was you had the seating above the gym so people would sit up there and look down into a bowl? Do you remember that junior high school or no?
No, not really.
That's okay. I used to coach basketball there, and I remember it fondly. What's on your mind?
Surprise about Rodgers. I had my doubts at the beginning, but the way he's playing, if he continue the whole season like that, I only feel that he might get a little better as, like you guys said, he gets comfortable with the offense and the play script. And still not comfortable with Tomlin, but hey, everybody is. Other than that, if the defense starts showing up, we might have a chance to win a playoff game this year.
Yeah, but that's the problem
that would be
now.
a nice play.
That's
Yep,
the problem.
always the problem.
Well, yeah, I just mentioned some of these quarterbacks, and you could see a bunch of those guys. I mean, pick one is what I mean. Out of Daniel Jones, Patrick Mahomes, Drake May. You want to see him again? The only reason the Steelers won that game, and they had something to do with it, was because the Patriots put the ball on the carpet. Drake May was unstoppable in that game. He lined up in empty sets with, 5 receivers and absolutely carved the Steelers in that game. And then they had the nerve to say afterward that, we knew we were going to get to him and he was going to fumble. Okay, that'll be the plan next time. We'll see what happens in a rematch if they put the ball on the carpet 5 times or whatever it was in that game. That kid's an absolute star. I have zero confidence suddenly in the Steelers' defense. None. I was fooled. Silly me. I was fooled by their performances, and I shouldn't have been, by the way, in Minnesota, because as destructive as they were in that game, they also gave up a bunch of ridiculous plays that got the Vikings back into the game, and they almost lost the game at the end. Who's next?
And remember, we were about to apologize to the Steeler defense a week ago before this.
I did apologize to. Remember that topic, Limits?
The apology.
Is it too early for I'm sorries? And I said, not for Aaron Rodgers. I'll say I'm sorry about that opinion, but I need to see more from the Steelers defense. And more turned out to be Joe Flacco.
Here is JD in Scott Township.
Hello, JD.
Hey, Joe, how you doing, bud?
Good. What's up?
First off, condolences on your loss to your family.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Indeed. I was telling Limits. I know you had the autopsy with the game. Here's where the game went south. Correct me if I'm not wrong. When they tried that stupid tush-push play on 4th and 1, what they have $100 million worth of players on the line, and the whole team, the whole offense. How can you not get a legitimate first down?
Well, they did. That's the thing. But who jumped on that play, Limits? Remind me. Who jumped on the play? Do you remember, sir?
I think it was the center. I'm not certain.
I can't remember, but I don't hate the play. I mean, by the way, did you see what Minnesota did to stop the tush push yesterday, guys?
I did not.
They had their nose tackle lay down on the field, lay down and crouch up like he was taking a nap right across from the ball. Limits, did you see that?
I did see that, yeah. Just basically to clog up space so that the center could not move forward.
Brian Flores, that was his idea. I don't mind the tush-push play, though. Sir, I don't.
I hate it. We got too much offense. That big Mount Washington could have gone in motion, flipping the ball. You can't stop the guy. I mean, get a first down. It's so frustrating when they don't get first downs.
I hear you. The problem there to me, though, was that the guy jumped. Who's next, Limits?
All right, let's go.
The flea flicker I had a bigger problem with. Well, why do you need a flea flicker then? And I thought there was, for as well as the offense played, and they're by far not the problem from that game, sometimes it's all relative to what your own defense and the other offense is doing. Do you know what I mean? Like sort of reading the game like, oh, we can't stop Joe Flacco, but they can't stop us from running the ball. And I thought in certain instances that it would have behooved the Steelers to dummy down that game and just keep running it and keep the ball for long periods of time.
I agree.
But in the end, I can't complain. You have the highest paid defense in the world, and you put up 31 points. You need to win 100% of those games.
Control the clock, control the tempo. They had plenty of opportunities to be able to do it. The flea flicker was a dumb idea. I do like the tush-push play. Like we saw it work in the game against Cleveland. If they didn't move, it would have worked again.
And it's not hindsight, by the way.
No.
It's not hindsight on the flea flicker. And that's why, it bothers me when everybody says, oh, if the play works, it's a great play. If it doesn't work, it's a bad play. No, if you would have told me before the play, I would have said that's a bad call. And that's why sometimes I come on the air and defend things that worked out and everybody thinks I'm stupid, and they might be right. And sometimes I defend, or rip calls that did work because it was just a bad idea.
Well, and Aaron Rodgers checked out of it too. So he didn't even think that it was a good idea.
Even he thought it was stupid,
right?
Or at least didn't see the right look for it. I mean, at that point, and that's already sometimes gets a little too cute. And while the offense played really well, by the way, this isn't like a juggernaut offense so far.
No.
But it's been good enough with what is allegedly a historically great defense, right? It should be more than enough what they've done.
I think it can be one of the best there of all time. Really? And I'm putting that in there now. One of the best of all time. I mean, when you got, literally, we got pieces everywhere. Look at the roster. Look at who we have. It's incredible.
Best of all time.
Juan Thornhill?
Juan Thornhill,
We got pieces everywhere.
Best of all time.
They're in pieces everywhere, I guess. Who's next?
Their puzzle is being scrambled on them with Patrick and McKeesport joining us now.
Hey, Patrick. Patrick
is gone. He hung up on himself.
Anybody else, or should I tease to the top of the hour?
What do we have coming up, Joe?
A trip around the NFL.
Yes.
Have you gone nuts? We haven't even talked about that yet.
No.
It was a crazy, crazy day in the NFL with a lot of things that directly or indirectly impacted the Steelers. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19, Peters Township. Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Mostly sunny today with a high of Jack Ham, 59, and a low of Tyler Kennedy, 48. Fan Weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Let's take a trip around the league, including a historic day in Denver. We'll do that next.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 7 tonight in Toronto between the Mariners and the Blue Jays. The baseball playoffs rolls on. It's an 8-10 first pitch from Toronto, with the winner going to play the Dodgers in the World Series. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Schley Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. From 20th Century Studios, on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all the Steelers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof for siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with CAFE for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
What's up, Black and Gold fans? At Schley Deck Company, we are intercepting all the high prices. Get a no-maintenance composite deck for only 10% more than a wood deck, with an additional 5% off for our military vets. Visit our website, shly.company.com.
Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's premier locally owned shredding and document management service since 1928. Steel City has been Pittsburgh's trusted name in business services. Today, Steel City Shredding continues that legacy with secure, on-site shredding you can watch happen. From paper and hard drives to media destruction and e-waste disposal, we keep your information safe. And we 100% recycle all materials. Steel City Shredding, secure, on-site, 100% recycled. Visit steelcityshredding.com.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
Verizon has some big news. America's best 5G network wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And they let everyone get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Pittsburgh Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid consumer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers.
Doug. Here we have the Limu Emu in its natural habitat, helping people customize their car insurance and save hundreds with Liberty Mutual. Fascinating. It's accompanied by his natural ally, Doug.
Limu, is that guy with the binoculars watching us?
Cut the camera. They see us.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Savings vary. Underwritten by Liberty Mutual Insurance Company and affiliates. Excludes Massachusetts.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. And Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your downstairs a nice pep talk and then a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. And guess what? We all want to be more confident where it counts. We all want a little more boing in the bedroom, and Blue Chew can help. Guys, it's not just about performance either. You want to give her group chat something to talk about. Nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. That's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
The FanDuel Sportsbook app, in partnership with Valley Forge, is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. With FanDuel, any play could be the play of the game. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% PBTs. That's right, you can get on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. There's an MVP candidate out in Tampa. Man, that's always a pretty good bet, the way they wing it around no matter who's catching the ball. So make FanDuel your go-to app for any snap. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to bet on the game. That's FanDuel.com/Starkey FanDuel.com/Starkey. Get in on the action with a 30% PBTs this Monday night. Play your game with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Allegheny County Jail is hiring correctional officers and healthcare professionals now. Get a competitive salary, healthcare, and a pension. Ready to make a difference? Apply today at joinacj.com.
Mike Rowe here with another random fact. Those cracks on your walls aren't just cosmetic. They could mean your home is sinking. Whether it's drywall cracks, exterior cracks, or sticking doors or windows, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys, and they're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to stabilize your foundation. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for detail.
What's the scariest thing about Halloween? The footsteps upstairs? Don't go up there. The face in the window? Who's out there? Or not having enough wine for your guests? This month, Fine Wine and Good Spirits has great prices on some wickedly good reds, like the devilishly smooth Casillero del Diablo Malbec, or a hauntingly good glass of Ghost Pines Cabernet. Both bottles are $2 off. Shop in-store or online at fwgs.com. Offers end November 2nd, 2025. Please enjoy responsibly.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/free right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Monday Night Football tonight here on The Fan, as there are 2 games overall in the league. You can hear Houston and Seattle. Tonight, the NFL on Westwood One. The Fan is your home for the NFL on Westwood One. You can also listen on your Odyssey app. The early game is Tampa Bay and Detroit at 7. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Showtime, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, more Bob Bobbiani and Joe Starkey.
I say bring it.
It's the Bob and Joe Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Something very interesting taking place here. I can't give away any secrets, but somebody on The Fan is being profiled for a story. I think it's going to be a very complimentary story, and I think we're going to find out in about a week.
Is it very
Maybe
complimentary?
less. That's actually a good question. I think
I don't
if
know
people
if it
told
is.
the truth, it might not be. No, it's going to be a good one, I think. Sports Talk on the Fan, presented by Paramount Plus. Thanks for reminding me of this, Limits. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. And I certainly hope for your sake you had Paramount Plus yesterday because, oh my, what a day in the NFL. It feels like every week. But yesterday saw one of the most remarkable NFL games of all time. We'll get to that in a bit. In the meantime, I'm going to go in order. Just give me a thought off the top of your head, Limits. It could be anything. It really could be anything. The story of this game or one little piece of this game. Anything that you like. Are you ready, Limits?
I'm ready.
I like the music. I like when you do that. Gets me fired up. Rams 35, Jags 7. Oh, boy. The Rams are pretty good, but the story here, the thought I have, is poor little Trevor Lawrence. Or is it poor little Trevor Lawrence? Is he just not very good? I mentioned all those quarterbacks before. He has 9 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and a passer rating of 80 this year. And it seems to me the Jags got exposed in this game. They got off to an okay start this year. They're frauds, and he's a disappointment. You?
Yeah, the Jags are like the mirage in the middle of the desert where you think there's some water there, but instead it's actually London when you go across the pond, and I didn't see anything good from Jacksonville. This was even with Puka Nacua out for the Rams.
So we both had the same thought, basically, Limits on this game. The poor little Jags.
Matthew Stafford's still good.
By the way, I think the two best teams, AFC, NFC, to this point in the season that I have seen, are the Indianapolis Colts in the AFC and the Rams in the NFC. Would you disagree with that? Who are the two best teams that you, Limits, have seen? I'm not saying who's going to be best in January.
Yeah. It's hard to argue with the Colts right now, man.
Of course
it is. So good.
Their schedule was a question until yesterday. They went and pounded the Chargers.
Right, but isn't that what you're supposed to do against those opponents?
Well, yeah, but we didn't know how good they were. I'm saying yesterday I got more of an idea of that.
Right. I would agree with your assessment of that, yeah.
The Rams are frightening when Matthew Stafford is playing like this. All right, next game. The Bears 26 and the Saints 14. I said that the Bears would win by double digits, and they have become an interesting story. And that is the story. Ben Johnson, I think he's a really good coach. Caleb Williams looks pretty good to me. And DeAndre Swift, just under the radar, is one of the better running backs in the league. I'm a fan of this. I think it's a better league when the Bears are good, the NFL.
This game made me think that game in Chicago that the Steelers will play at Soldier Field is going to be ever bit more critical because that was the problem with Caleb Williams. They couldn't figure out early on in the year and in the preseason how to make it work.
Yeah.
And now they're starting to click. And I know it was the Saints, but it's looking like a much better and more efficient and fluid offense.
All right, Browns 31, Dolphins 6. Oh, my God. That has to be the... Oh, did I send you the Mike McDaniel clips from this week, Limits? Maybe play one to accompany this?
I would love that.
Here's Mike McDaniel after the game, really laying it out clearly.
Here is Mike McDaniel first talking about his players.
There's a lot of guys that will have an important work week because we're not... I mean, if you are negatively affecting the football team routinely, I don't have a choice but to... assess a different player, and I have to coach a lot better as well. So we're going to find out who and what we're made of.
Thanks, Mike.
What?
You wouldn't have been talking about Tua, would you have? That is it. That is a flaming disaster in Miami. You have the head coach ripping the quarterback, and then Tua basically did the same thing in his news conference, ripped the coach.
There was more for Mike.
We're extremely preventable from Tua, and he knows that he was it just wasn't good enough. So we'll watch the tape and change our style of play if we have to. We'll do everything's on the table. When you go to a game, you fully know that you have the capability to win and get handed a very, very humbling loss.
Wow. That man is an NFL coach. There's hope for all of us. And in honor of that, as a way of celebrating the great Mike McDaniel and his clarity of communication, let's go back to 2 weeks ago. Limits, when he told the world, and he couldn't have been clearer about this. This is when you want to get a message across as a coach. You want Mike McDaniel because he had a meeting with the owner, and he just said it flat out what happened. You couldn't mistake this. This was as clear as day.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for the Chargers. That was kind of the extent of it.
The only thing I can think of, Joe, is imagine this guy trying to fire up the squad before a huge game. What is he saying in the locker room?
Bring just the beginning of that back in a moment. Now, picture the Dolphins. They're in a Super Bowl. It's the moment of their lives, right? Picture Herb Brooks. You were born to be here. This is your time. If you don't win, you'll take it to your blanking graves. This is your time. Now picture this man addressing a team, addressing a bunch of professional athletes before the biggest moment of their lives.
He was really frustrated at the, just like he's as I was, and we talked about the challenge ahead to get ready for.
Let's go. Let's get out there. Let's go. That's the speech of a lifetime. All right. Hello, Quinn Ewers for Miami Limits. Is that where we're looking at?
Yeah, Tua got benched in the middle of that game. 31-6.
I'll tell you another thing. The Little Cleve Brownies. They lost to Cincinnati by a point. They had Minnesota beaten and lost that game. They could be having a very different season. And if the Steelers stumble again, and this team can upset New England, which I don't think will happen, but who knows? They'll be 3-5, and the Steelers will be 4-3. The Little Cleve Brownies are still hanging around, Limits.
Sounds good to me. That's a worse draft pick that Cleveland will get to try to fix their organization.
All right, next game is the Patriots 31 and the Titans 13. I could say a lot of things, but I'll just say my thought from this game is that Drake May is the biggest new star in the NFL, and Cam Ward stinks. And I don't know if it's him, the coaching, the talent around him. That was god-awful, the portions of it that I saw. And the Patriots suddenly look like a player in the AFC.
Did you see the scoop and score that the Patriots had on the Cam Ward fumble right by the goal line?
Yeah, where the ghost hit him? Yes.
It was an absolute disaster.
Just an abomination.
A nightmare. And Bob and I both said before the draft, we didn't really think Cam Ward was that good. Man, I don't think either of us thought it would be this bad.
Chiefs 31, Raiders nothing. I was watching this with my wife at a bar in Bedford Springs for about 2 minutes in the first quarter, and I said to her, you can tell from like 3 plays that this is going to be a blowout, and we are headed for the blanking Kansas City Chiefs in the AFC title game again. Mahomes had all his weapons back. Rashee Rice was back. He went 26 of 35, 286, 3 touchdowns. The defense is good. This is a disaster for the entire football world that this team suddenly looks like they're going to go back to the Super Bowl. Let's be honest here, Limits. I don't know how many possessions you or I have. Neither one of us are very rich men, I don't think. But we have things that we like.
Yeah.
We have bank accounts. If someone said to me and you have to bet everything you own right now, you have to, on one team to get out of the AFC, who are you betting on? Who would it be? For me, I wouldn't have to think. And I'm not making that a prediction necessarily, but in that scenario, I wouldn't have to think, and I would say Patrick Mahomes, Andy Reid, and the Chiefs.
It would be a heartless decision, but I think I'm in agreement with you, and I would have to pick the Chiefs.
It's very depressing, and it's putting a damper on the entire season.
This game for me, though, was a lot about the Raiders. Pete Carroll comes out of retirement for this.
Oh, my God.
It shows you that coaching can definitely help elevate your team, but it can't save a tire fire, which is the Raiders.
Wait, we buried the lead here. Kenneth Pickett came into this game.
And he immediately fumbled.
His tiny hands couldn't hold on to the ball for one snap. He fumbled the first snap, and the Chiefs recovered.
The first snap.
Poor
Kenny.
He did go 2 for 2 for 8 yards and an 83.3 passer rating limits.
Oh, those short, intermediate passes, just like we'd seen for 2 years.
How many plays did the Raiders run in this entire game?
Wasn't it like 32 or something?
Wrong. 30.
Yeah.
30 plays in an NFL game? The Eagles had a 20-play drive against the Steelers last year to end the game. Remember that?
Yeah, 10-minute drive?
Limits. There can't have been 10 teams in the last 20 years who have run 30 or fewer. Can you look up, can you Google that? Raiders record 30 plays, something like that, and tell me a number.
That's what happens when you go 3 and out almost every series.
There has to be a historic number attached to that. They ran for 25 yards. What a pathetic franchise. Oh, my God, they only had three first downs and 95 total yards. I didn't even realize that. I'm looking at the box score. How do you have an NFL team? He should be fired today. They should just stop the experiment. They should fold the franchise, actually. Does anybody else need a franchise? Where could they go? Canada, maybe? The Hamilton Raiders?
Montreal?
They are Montreal. There you go. They are an absolute joke.
You ready for this? The team with the fewest plays, according to StatMuse, in a game in the NFL, 28 plays by the Cleveland Brownies on September 12, 1999. Welcome back to the NFL against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Really?
How about that? The Raiders, the second fewest plays with 30.
That is just such a colossal embarrassment and a fireable offense for Pete Carroll. That's just not going to work. Good try. You know, the people thought, they're bringing a stable organization, and at least they'll have stability and a decent quarterback. No, they have none of that. Eagles 28, Vikings 22. That was a big game for the Eagles. You lose that, you're at 4-3. They go on the road, they win it, and they open up the offense, and Jalen Hurts proves again that when he wants to do that, when they let him do that, he goes 19 of 23 for 326 and 3 touchdowns, so everybody's happy in Philly again. And Carson Wentz did not have a good day. So I don't know how long the Vikings hang on here, but it's not like they're waiting for somebody. He may be better than J.J. McCarthy. That team's going down the tubes, and man, if I were a Viking fan like Greg Giannotti is, I would be livid that they let go of Sam Darnold. That's my take from this game. Limits.
I agree on the Darnold point. Did you see that Adam Schefter put something out there that McCarthy was expected to miss like 4 to 6 weeks or 6 to 8 weeks, something like that? That was what it was always intended to be?
Yeah.
There was a screenshot of what Rappaport or what Schefter originally said, that it was only supposed to be a 2 or 3 week injury. Now he says, it was actually a longer injury. It sounds like, to me, the Vikings are just trying to cover up for J.J. McCarthy not being that good and saying that the injury is actually worse than it was initially anticipated to be.
Yeah, you were right about him. He stinks. Panthers 13, Jets 6. I mean, the obvious question here, and congrats to the Panthers on being 4-3. That might be actually the most surprising record in the whole NFL.
Let's go Panthers! Bryce Young!
But they stink, and he's not any good either. But compared to the Jets, they're the 85 Bears. The Jets are 0-7. They're 0-5 at home. Justin Fields has been benched for Tyrod Taylor, who threw 2 picks. He was horrific in the game. They are so bad, it's indescribable, and that was one of the winnable games left. So let me ask you this, Limits, because this is the story to me. Are the Jets going to go 0-17? Their next game's at Cincinnati. You don't think they're going to win the Flacco Bowl, do you?
No, I don't.
Then they're home against Cleveland. You like their chances there with Tyrod Taylor?
No.
Me neither. At New England, at Baltimore, home against Atlanta, and here's the game they're going to win.
Yes.
Against the only team worse than them, although this team does have 2 more wins, is the Fighting Mike McDaniels. What does McDaniels think about that?
I agree, Joe.
Let's hear from McDaniel, maybe with some clarity on that game.
There's a lot of guys that will have an important work week because we're not – I mean, if you are negatively affecting the football team, routinely. I don't have a choice but to, assess a different player, and I have to coach.
The best.
Routine plays
Imagine
routinely.
if he was like a teacher in school limits. People would come out of it illiterate. Like nobody would have learned one thing.
Did I ever tell you the story about how when we had a student teacher in my civics class, very nice man, I counted in class one day. I was talking to a couple of people in our class, how many times the guy said or ah. And it was over 150 times in a 40-minute span.
I've worked on that, and that's great that you counted it. I love that.
It was like, every 10 seconds, I just kept writing down tally marks that people were looking at me like, what is he writing over there?
I've tried to control that myself. I give an ah every once in a while just to fill space, but I hope I've gotten better there. Here's the game of the day, the year, and possibly the century. Broncos 33, Giants 32. Now, the game wasn't on. I was watching whatever that show is on NFL Network, Game Day, where it's not Red Zone, but they splice into different games. What happened? The Broncos had no points after 3 quarters, and they won the game 33-32. They were down 19 with 6 minutes left. And the number of teams in a row that have won a game or have... Let me get the stat right here as I pull a Mike McDaniel of my own. Teams that led by 19 or more with 6 minutes or fewer left had won 1,600 games in a row.
1,600 games in a row?
Yes. They got outscored in the fourth quarter 33-13. It's one of the most incredible games in the history of the NFL. And I was watching at least as much as I could on that show, which kept splicing to other games, to which I said, why are you going to any other game when you have one of the greatest games in NFL history on? What are we doing here? Jackson Dart was actually great until he wasn't. He threw a horrendous pick. I guess I make of this, these were my 2 favorite quarterbacks, Dart and Bo Nix, who I picked for NFL MVP. And it reminded me of when the Bills trailed the Oilers, the Warren Moon Oilers, 35-3 early in the second half and won the game. I think it's the most incredible thing I've ever seen since then. I can't believe that this happened.
No, I can't
And
either.
it happened to the Giants.
That's why I can partially believe it, though, because it was the Giants. And maybe Dable is going to be canned at the end of the year, even though it looks like, Joe, you were right on Dart. I mean, he had a bad interception, like a really bad interception. But overall, I think he's played better than I expected him to.
He gives them a chance. My understanding is everybody around the New York area who's a Giants fan is going to be Jackson Dart for Halloween with the one eye black on. You know what I mean?
And that diamond necklace that he took from like his sister's bedroom or something.
You're going to have a bunch of little Jackson Darts knocking on your door for trick or treat. How about that? Maybe you should intercept them before they get there. What a bad throw that was. Colts 38, Chargers 24. Limits, what was your thought? I'll let you go first here. Your thought on this game?
Thank you. I think that for me, it was mainly that the Chargers, after starting out so good, have just fallen apart.
Yeah.
And like in his second year coaching teams, Jim Harbaugh has always taken a significant, just meteoric rise up. And that has not been the case with the Chargers. It looked good after the first 3 games. Next 3 has been bad. Also, the Colts offense. And I know that there's no home field advantage for the Chargers, but as they were wearing uniforms that looked like highlighters, it looked like you were just highlighting the Colts offensive stats. Tyler Warren, Daniel Jones returns. The quarterback renaissance this year has been incredible, Joe. For guys like Darnold, Baker, Daniel Jones, Aaron Rodgers, guys that were all counted out going into this year have all played well.
Good point. And I was watching bits and pieces of this thinking, all right, these are 2 teams are directly ahead on the Steelers' schedule. How interesting is this? And the Colts really, well, I mean, they did beat Denver, but people were questioning their schedule to come into L.A. and just pound them. Was rather eye-opening. They've had the best season so far in the AFC. I don't know that they're the best team yet. I still need to see more. But wow, is that going to be an interesting game November 2nd at Acrisure? I mean, that's, who knows? That could be for the number 1 seed. All right. And Danny Dimes was very good, which I still, well, I won't say I can't believe it, because I thought he was actually a viable guy for the Steelers, but I think they've done even better, believe it or not, with Aaron Rodgers. Next game, Cowboys 44, Commanders 22. George Pickens is the story. Yes, he is, and it never would have happened here because he would have been unbelievably unhappy and disruptive, but I have to acknowledge he's been great there. C.D. Lamb came back and led their team in receiving, but Pickens, I think is he second in the NFL in receiving yards? He's in the top 5, I believe. 4 catches for 82 yards, and Kyle Brandt said today there's nobody who's more fun to watch on the catch in the whole league than Pickens. He made 2 great plays along the sidelines, so good for him. He's performing.
George Pickens has 607 yards receiving. Jamar Chase's big week is the only thing that ended up putting him ahead, so it's Jackson Smith-Njigba, Jamar Chase, Puka, Nakua, and then George Pickens, but I did not see this coming for him. Sure, he's going to make his money. Tied for first in touchdowns, 36 grabs. Good for George Pickens, but I'm with you on the overall take.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. The last 2 we can kind of do together. Limits: Packers 27, Cardinals 23, 49ers 20, Falcons 10. Here's my thoughts in order. 1, Christian McCaffrey's back. So for whatever other problems the Niners might have, like I'm not a big Mac Jones guy, if you have a superstar like that and a great coach, you got a chance. Michael Penix Jr. stinks. Only the Bills could make him look good. The Packers got a big win there, and I'm disappointed with the Cardinals, who I said they were going to win the AFC West, and now I look real dumb. And here's their losses. I don't look that dumb because listen to their losses. San Francisco, 16-15. Seattle, 23-20. Tennessee, 22-21. That was 3 straight games they lost at the buzzer on field goals, becoming the first team of the Super Bowl era to accomplish that ignominious feat. Are you kidding me? 3 straight games at the buzzer? Then they lose to the Colts by 4 and the Packers by 4. They're actually good, except they stink, if that makes any sense, Limits.
Well, in that Tennessee game, that's when...
What happened to the music? I wanted that to accompany my thoughts there.
I apologize.
That's okay.
That's when DeMercado fumbled the ball at the goal line when he was going in to score like a 75-yard rushing touchdown.
It was actually a good prediction, except it was a terrible one.
The Falcons are boring. I like Michael Penix, but ultimately, that's not a team that has been able to take the next step and take that big jump in prime time. They did against the Bills. This was another prove-it moment for them, and they didn't do it. And I'm with you on the Packers. I think they're a team that has taken advantage of some poor teams that they've played. Yes, they've lost to Cleveland. I expect this to be a field goal game on Sunday. A very good game on Sunday Night Football.
Bryce Young is out. Couple quarterback injuries. Guess who's going to play for them?
Oh, sheesh.
Dr. Andrew Dalton is going to play for them. And then Jaden Daniels he got injured in that Cowboys game. And he could be out. They've been disappointing. Who's the backup there, oh limitless wonder?
Marcus Mariota.
Wrong. Marcus Mariota. And he's going to be backed up by Josh Johnson. So they're in a world of hurt right now, the Commanders.
And Kyler Murray didn't play for the Cardinals this week.
No, he didn't.
Did you know who played for him?
Yes, Jacoby Brissett.
Wrong. Jacoby Brissett.
And he was better than Kyler Murray, I might add.
Didn't do bad.
Thank you, Limits. Let's do a prediction on the Penguins game and take a look at you and I and Donnie Football's predictions from the weekend next, if you'd be so kind.
I'd love to.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
So, Monday Night Football tonight, there are 2 games. One of the main of intrigue is happening in Seattle tonight as the Seahawks will play the Houston Texans. Could be big for ultimately what happens in the AFC wildcard race with Houston at 2-3. If they lose that game, does that drown the Texans' hopes? That's at 10 o'clock. The NFL on Westwood 1 can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also hear it on your Odyssey app. More headlines, 93.7thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod came up short in the battle of the aging QBs, but not without a great effort. Still showing nice footwork, A-Rod threw for 249 yards and 4 touchdowns. But 2 first-half interceptions proved costly. Rodgers did find 88 in this game after being MIA for most of the year, including a touchdown with 2 minutes remaining. A near 70-yard Hail Mary pass by A-Rod was close, but it was swatted down at the end of the game. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Don't look now, but Dallas quarterback Dak Prescott is on a heater. He's thrown 13 TDs and 0 interceptions over his last 4 games. The Cowboys still have a lot of work to do. They're 3-3-1, and the defense is still a major concern. 2 years ago, Dak came in second in MVP voting. Stats-wise, he's playing even better, which has to give Dallas hope that its high-octane offense can take it where they want to go. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Do you have an invention idea but don't know what to do next? Call Invent Help today. We have representatives nationwide and services to showcase your invention. Get started today.
Call 1-800-217-4380. That's 1-800-217-4380.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I didn't ask to be thrown in the streets, but I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there for me.
For these kids who didn't ask to be put in this unthinkable situation, Covenant House is there. To learn more, go to safeplacetosleep.org today.
Have some exterior home improvement problems and just don't know who to call? Call PJ Fitzpatrick to diagnose and fix your problems. PJ will come to your home with a complete shop on their truck, and they fix it all in the same day. Poorly sealed windows, overflowing gutters, rotted trim, and leaking roofs. This is the time to call the home repair experts at PJ Fitzpatrick. No job too big or too small. Visit them at trustpj.com. With over 45 years of experience, they'll fix it right the first time. Visit trustpj.com and stay off the ladders.
Never Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart, 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray, Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra, and Emerson Hart of Tonic. If you kid a night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Swinging into fall and leading the way, Spitzer Acura delivers more power, more precision, more luxury. Start your next adventure with Acura now. Every new Acura at Spitzer comes with our exclusive lifetime powertrain warranty at no extra charge. Plus, enjoy complimentary service loaners and rewards through the Spitzer VIP app. Luxury should come with perks, and at Spitzer Acura, it does. Spitzer Acura in McMurray. Online at SpitzerAcura.com. Not available on select new commercial and EV models. See dealer for details.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Hi, friend. Lanny Fratteri for Klein, Keppel & Koriak, a full-service certified public accounting and business advisory firm practicing for over 40 years. If you need forward-thinking advice due to today's economic uncertainty uncertainties and challenges, the experienced professionals at Klein, Keppel, and Koriak can provide that guidance. For a consultation, call 412-281-1901 or visit 3kcpa.com. Work with the experts at Klein, Keppel, and Koriak because your business is your future.
Hey everybody, it's Ron Cook. I want to take a minute and talk to you about my Geico insurance man, Tim Hester, and tell you why he should be your Geico insurance man. I've known Tim for 2 decades now. His wife, Rebecca, was my daughter's 3rd grade teacher, the best teacher she ever had. And I found out back then what a quality person Tim Hester was. And that's why it was easy for me to take my insurance needs to Geico and Tim Hester. I have my automobile insurance with Tim. My daughter has her automobile insurance with him, and we can't be happier with the service we've received. He's a people person and a problem solver. It doesn't matter if you need homeowners, renters, bicycle, boaters, or car insurance. The only person to call, Tim Hester of Geico, 412-364-7170. That number again, 412-364-7170. I can't recommend him enough. Tim Hester of Geico.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi from 93.7 The Fan for the Power of Bowser. This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevy of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevy, get 0% for 36 months on a 2025 Chevy Silverado, $1,500 crew cab, plus $1,000 bonus cash. Get financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Hey guys, low T, ED, or medical weight loss? Steel City Medical Center.
At Straight Talk, we know the holidays are your time to say
yes.
So why put up with a wireless company that makes you say
out of data?
Or
no service here?
Switch to Straight Talk and say yes to real unlimited data on a reliable 5G network covered by Verizon. And with a free 5G phone when you activate select plans, someone else in your family can say yes! Available at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Based on RootMetrics State of 5G Report, United States 1H 2025. Experiences may vary. Not an endorsement of Verizon. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Pomp and Joe Show. Presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by AQuickDrain.com.
All righty. Penguins back in action tomorrow. And I would wager to say that if I look at the standings, they're one of the surprising teams in the league. Oh, limitless wonder. They're sitting here at 4-2. I haven't been like wildly impressed, but they're scrappy. They're interesting. And that's more than I thought I would be saying, even this early in the season. Matt Vensel's done a couple of good stories over at the Post-Gazette on how they're more of a rush team than they were under Mike Sullivan. And one of the keys to that is holding on to the puck a little longer instead of mindlessly dumping it, and also having defensemen jump into the play. They have been interesting so far. What if they turned into Spencer Carberry's Capitals limits, huh?
I don't think that's going to happen.
Neither do I.
But
they've been interesting so far.
Yeah.
You got to give Dan Muse credit so far, don't you?
No, I do. I give Dan Muse credit for the way that he's already been able to build and establish a culture. Now, I don't like what they're doing here with Kindle and with Brunick sitting them out for a game during this recent stretch where it was, this is just ultimately a part of their development. Look, I get it that they're 18, 19 years old. Don't you want them to be able to go out there and have as much experience as possible? If you want to do that on a back-to-back, I get it. But these are games that are not that case, and it's spread out a little bit. But I do give Dan Muse a decent amount of credit for how he's been able to get the guys like Crosby, Malkin, Letang, Carlson to buy into what he's selling right now.
Kind of like Pitt football. I didn't think I would be talking about them or very interested in them right now, but I am on both counts. Now, we have a baseball series going to Game 7 tonight. Do you have a rooting interest? Do you have a watching interest here in George Kirby versus Shane Bieber, Seattle at Toronto, 8:10 p.m. limits? You going to be parked in front of the old TV?
I will be parked in your seat tonight doing the evening show, also watching the game, rooting for Sean Myers' Seattle Mariners.
Wow, and Vinny Ricci's Seattle Mariners.
The Mariners have never been to the World Series, Joe. Can you name all the teams that have never been to the World Series?
No, I can't.
Wrong. It's only the Seattle Mariners.
Really?
They are the only team in Major League Baseball that has never gone to the World Series. Not won it, but gone to the World Series.
Well, I hope that streak continues because I like the Blue Jays. I used to take my daughter to Toronto when she was little, back when she talked to us, and it was fun, man. She would get in the back of the car where she always was in her car seat, and off we'd go to Toronto, which is, 5.5 hours away, very manageable. Stop in Buffalo on the way. Head up to Toronto, and the atmosphere at the games is great. They have their own fight song. You know, it's like a soccer game where people are just going nuts. In fact, we saw the Pirates play there once in a 3-game series.
Nice.
And we became Blue Jays fans as well. So I have a soft spot for the Blue Jays, and I might add, my dad took me to the first Blue Jays game ever. At Exhibition Stadium. I don't know. When did they come in the league limits? 1985? Could you look that up for a moment?
I think it was a little bit before that.
Somewhere in there. It might have been before that. You might be right. But in their first game, Doug Alt hit a homer. They played at Exhibition Stadium, and it was basically just a baseball fence parked in the middle of a Canadian Football League field. But, man, that was exciting and fun to have. You know, they were, 2 hours away from our house to have a real baseball Major League team that close to us.
1977.
There you go. So I have a soft spot for the Blue Jays. Plus, one of my daughter-in-laws is from Toronto. I'm rooting for the Blue Jays, and I'm rooting for them rather passionately, I might add.
I'd be happy for either team. I just want to see whoever comes out of the AL beat the Dodgers.
And they're not going to.
No.
And that's the other point here, is that the sight of the Dodgers makes me physically ill. Like, what have you really done? Like, they have such a cockiness about them. You just basically bought a World Series. That's it. The system in Major League Baseball is an absolute farce, and that doesn't excuse the Pirates one tiny, infinitesimal bit. They have zero excuses for how chronically awful they are with that ridiculous payroll. None. And both things can be true. At the top end, it's an absolute farce and a joke of a league that a team could have, a $350 million payroll.
Yes.
And the sight of them, as if they're really accomplishing something, all they're doing is playing up to their paychecks. It's a team that was bought. It's a World Series that will be bought, and I can't stand watching them. And if I think that the winner of this has a chance to upset them like Tampa did, whatever that was, 6 years ago, I'll hate watch the Dodgers hoping for them to lose. But if they get up 2-0 in the series or whatever, I'll never watch it again like I didn't watch the NLCS, because it's so blatantly unfair and, unlevel, if that's the word. It's just everybody's on a different field and they're playing a different sport from everybody else. It's stupid.
Now, I'll throw this back at you, though. The best thing for baseball as a whole might be the Dodgers winning the World Series, because that will put even more pressure on the thought of a salary cap and a salary floor.
Maybe.
If the Dodgers go back-to-back.
Maybe.
Year after the Yankees were there, all the money that's been spent, it seems like that's 2 World Series bought and paid for.
Yeah.
That should be more of a feather in the owner's cap. Other owners to say, hey, look how the sport has turned. It is even more money-centric, and who wants to buy their way to a championship than ever?
It's possible.
This is why it needs to happen.
Well, it's a tough thing for me to root for with that rationale, like to be sitting there saying, yeah, go Dodgers so they can fix baseball. Right. No, I just hate them.
Because we just don't know if the owners are going to actually do it.
Yeah. And we also don't know how much resolve the players have. If the owners are going to do it, it's going to take a canceled season, which I don't know. Do players' contracts tick 1 year then? So we lose another year of Paul Skeens?
We would.
That would make 3?
We would. Would that be worth it in your mind? For me, it would. For the future of the sport, for however long baseball continues, it would be it would suck to not have another year of Paul Skeens. It would. But for the overall complexity of the sport, to be able to survive, to be able to keep your stars, I think it would be necessary.
You mean integrity of the sport, not complexity.
Yeah. Why did I say complexity?
I don't know. Yeah, I guess it would. It certainly was in baseball. I think it would probably be worth it to get that. But then you have the question of Bob Nutting. You know, every salary cap's going to come with a floor, and it's going to be over $100 million. So could this be the ultimate case of irony where he finally gets what he apparently and the smaller markets want, which is a salary cap, and in so doing, prices himself out of this ownership situation? Like, wouldn't want to meet the demand of a salary floor.
I think about it this way. Sid might not be the best example just because of the person that he is, but would the Penguins have been able to keep Sid, Gino, Letang, and Fleury without a salary cap?
No, and that's when we get to the Travis Williams quotes. The Pirates president, I guess he is, CEO, whatever you want to call him, where he said, and I'm paraphrasing, I was with the Penguins, I know what it takes to win. No, you don't. Or maybe you do, and you're just being disingenuous in this situation. What it took for the Penguins was 2 generational superstars surrounded by a bunch of other stars and a salary cap, which was won by making the league dark for an entire season that they didn't play, which enabled you to keep those players. That's all. And that has nothing to do with the Pirates winning under the current system. Anyway, 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. Route 19, Peters Township. What's cooking? Brought to you by your local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. Mostly sunny today with a high of Jack Ham 59, a low of Tyler Kennedy, a low of 48. Do you have Bob saying that? He says it so much better. And fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions.
Tyler Kennedy.
It's a Mike Tomlin news conference tomorrow, Limits, and I'll see you then.
See you tomorrow, Joe.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 7, Seattle and Toronto. That's at 8 o'clock. You can also hear Monday Night Football, Texans and Seahawks, 10 o'clock tonight, right here on the Fan. I will walk you up to it tonight right here on the Fan. Tampa Bay and Detroit will also play at 7 Monday Night Football. More headlines, 937thefan.com. Headlines, they're powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. PM team next.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday, 93.7 The Fan gives you an inside look from a former general manager with Wednesday with Whaley.
Hey, we're playing to win the game.
Doug Whaley joins the Fan Morning Show from 9 to 10 to give you his insight from the front office perspective. Wednesdays with Whaley. Doug Whaley is brought to you by Tri-State Office Furniture, Morgan & Morgan Law Firm, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, and Bet365.
I'm Michael Jenkins here to help you beat the books with BetMGM Network. We're taking over 7 runs in tonight's Game 7 of the ALCS between the Mariners and Blue Jays. Game 7s are usually lower scoring, but this series has been full of offense. George Kirby is on the mound for the M's. He's given up 11 runs in 3 postseason games. And taking on Shane Bieber for Toronto, he's allowed 5 runs in 8 2/3 innings of postseason action. This game will have lots of offense, so take the over 7. I'm Michael Jenkins from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books, and download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
Looking for the ultimate game day spot? Head to Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. Catch every touchdown and every goal on wall-to-wall TVs. Wednesdays mean 75-cent wings. Thursday is trivia night. Sundays is brunch and bloodies. And every day brings ice-cold drinks and juicy burgers. Whether it's football, hockey, friends, or good vibes, you'll find it all at Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington. Grab your crew and grab a seat at Shiloh Plate and Pour, where Pittsburgh watches the games.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. Not, but wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Hey guys, Chris Muller here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It's a cheat code for your area downstairs. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best. Stronger, harder, longer lasting, like somebody gave your privates a pep talk and a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Date nights, they just got longer and better for everyone. And with Blue Chew, you can be ready when she is. And guys, it's not just about performance. It's about maybe giving her group chat something to talk about. Because nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we've got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That's it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, that's promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with campaign for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
Prime Rib Night every Monday at Hofstad's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job, you know who to call. Comer and Cross Concrete Floors. That number's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. A Comer and Cross garage floor will be your favorite home improvement ever. It's like pulling into a new car showroom every night. A Comer and Cross garage floor is the gold standard. Guaranteed to never chip, crack, or show tire lift like epoxy or paint ever again. And they make it so easy. They're all uniformed, pros, no subcontractors. They're going to be in and out in one day. That's all it takes. They'll fix the cracks and pits perfectly before applying your new floor. They even take your stuff out for you. How about that? So call Comer and Cross now for your best price of the year, starting with $750 off. Even their number's easy. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Call that now. Or go to COMERCross.com. Comer and Cross Concrete Floor Coatings.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrilli for Comcast Business Solutions. Comcast Business Solutions and expert partnership can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting, confidently transacting, must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running, dinner rush crushing, neighborhood favorites. How healthcare offices become the data-protecting medical team collaborating caregivers we all depend on. It's how shipping companies become package tracking, speedy delivering logistics masters, and how wealth management firms become cyber securing, market tracking guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, advanced fiber solutions, and connection redundancy with Wireless Connect, Comcast Business is helping businesses stay connected and get threat ready. Comcast Business, powering the engine of modern business, powering possibilities. Call today to learn more about their great offers.
This is Barry and Steve Ehrenrich from Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center, and we'd like to say thank you.
Thank you for making Petite the premier kitchen and bath design center and remodeler in Western Pennsylvania.
For over 50 years, you've welcomed us into your homes to help solve your remodeling problems. Our goal is, and always has been, to avoid the nightmare of remodeling. We want to give you the kitchen or bath of your dreams.
Thank you for taking it one step further. You recommended us to your friends. There's no greater statement of satisfaction than to say to a friend, I love my Petite kitchen, or I'm so happy with my Petite bath. You should call them too.
From custom creation to expert installation, you don't have to go anywhere else. And you didn't. You came to Petite. So, thank you.
And to those of you who haven't been to Petite yet, haven't you waited long enough? PA 625.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington Harvest the Savings event.
Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis.
Don't wait. The road to fall savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington.
Visit JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. And FanDuel, there's any play you can make on the game, they got it for you. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token on Monday Night Football. That's right, 30% profit tokens. 2 games going on. The early game, a great one between the Bucs and Lions. The late game, another kind of sneaky good game between the Texans and Seahawks. I like home teams tonight. I like Detroit against the Tampa Bay team that now probably isn't going to have Emeka Ibuka, already down. A lot of weapons, including Bucky Irving at running back, and Seattle, which has been much better on the road, believe it or not. But that defense is going to get to C.J. Stroud and forced turnovers. FanDuel.com/Andrew to bet on these games. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy 2, get 2 free offer.
HD1 Pittsburgh.
An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios. North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
The Fan is your home for the NFL. The NFL on Westwood 1, and 2 games tonight. The Bucs and Lions at 7 in Detroit. Baker Mayfield continues his charge for an MVP. And then the late game, Seattle and Houston. In Seattle, we will have that game for you beginning at around 10 o'clock. Late one. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's a Monday edition of the PM Team.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Sideline caught and sliding to a stop at the 6 is Higgins. Brilliant, just brilliant. Could have gone in, but this way he stops the clock. 1:37 forces Pittsburgh to use its timeouts and sets up what could be a game-winning field goal. Snap good. Hold good. Kick good. What a night.
Oh, what a night it was. It's now Monday, October 20th. That game was played on Thursday of last week. And I'm still not over it. Chris Muller across from me, Donnie Football here, so is intern Jack. Now, you guys could maybe accuse me, rightfully, of saying those things because in less than 10 days, I have to get my nipples pierced as a result of that loss. But, I don't know, you guys can tell me what you think. Maybe watching the NFL yesterday was a palate cleanser for people, but it wasn't for me. I'm still super pissed off about that game. I mean, are there Starkey and Pop started their show with Green Bay. Are there we're on to Green Bay people out there that want to call into our show and say 412-928-9370? I'm already over it. The loss wasn't that big of a deal. Because here's one thing, Malzy and Donnie, that I have began to really dig into since that game ended. I think Mike Tomlin, and I know you guys both agreed that it's unfair to say that Tomlin and James Franklin are the Spider-Man meme pointing at each other. Because we see that on social media. We get texts to that effect. Tomlin and Franklin are one and the same. I disagree with that. But one thing that I do agree with is this. I think Franklin is a much better recruiter than a coach. Would you agree?
Yes.
Donnie, you want to co-sign that?
Yeah.
And I think for the Steelers right now as things stand, Tomlin the coach is letting Tomlin the recruiter down. Tomlin the recruiter got Aaron Rodgers here. Maybe if this ends up going someplace, that's going to be one of his great bullet points on his resume for his coaching career. He coached Aaron Rodgers to come to Pittsburgh, and he had a great final chapter here. Aaron Rodgers, outside of Matthew Stafford, I think he's either second or third now in the NFL in touchdown passes. Dak might have passed him up yesterday too. But going into action yesterday, he was atop the league with 14, and he had a bye week already. Aaron Rodgers has been really good here. He's here because of Tomlin. But Tomlin, the coach, is messing it up because Tomlin's whole thing is defense. And they've played 6 games, Chris. I would say of those 6 games, defensively, objectively, 3 of them have been awful. The game against the Jets, the second game against Seattle, and the one we all watched on Thursday. With him as your coach and with the money they've spent on defense, that can't happen. I thought through 6 games, maybe we'd look at Aaron Rodgers and say, well, he's like Joe Namath with the Rams or Johnny Unitas with the Chargers. Au contraire. He's lived up to his end of the bargain, and it's Tomlin, the defensive coach, that's let them down. They're 4-2, but they don't feel like a 4-2 team to me right now because their defense is kind of in shambles.
I haven't gotten over the loss in the sense that they needed to be 5-1, and they're not, because now the schedule picks up appreciably, especially over the next 3 games. It is not out of the realm of possibility, even though 2 of these 3 are at home, that they could be 4-5 because the Packers looked like they unleashed Micah Parsons yesterday fully. Mm-hmm. He was insane. The Colts just delivered, I thought, a masterclass. And the team that the Colts beat up on, I don't think is a bad football team. I think that there are 3 teams that can get you in the next 3 games. And I keep coming back, I guess, differently than you on that broad sense of, hey, Mike Tomlin did a good thing, brought Aaron Rodgers here. Aaron Rodgers has been better than anyone had a right to expect him to be. Mike Tomlin, the defensive coach, is bad. More on a narrow plane and bandwidth here. I just can't get Jamar Chase's comments out of my head. And we knew what they were going to do. We hoped they would do it, and they did it.
That's the part, what you just said there, the last part of that sentence, that people left out. Everybody put the quote up that said, Jamar Chase, quote, the Steelers defensively did what we expected them to do. They left out the hoped part, and I think that's more damning.
It's way more damning. We were excited when they did the thing that we thought they would do because we knew we were going to cook them.
Yeah.
I think that's much more damning. And so You know, I jousted a little bit with Mike DeCourcy about this on the showdown last night.
Oh, no, what's he doing? He's taking up for Tomlin like he always does?
It was good-natured jousting.
But was he taking up for Tomlin like he always does?
Not really, no. His big thing is the Steelers need a free safety. That is his big take. He said that they don't need a wide receiver as much as they need a free safety because they've de-emphasized the position, which neither here nor there. He just said, you know, they were probably doing the same defensive thing last year when they held the Burrow version of the Bengals to, 18 points or whatever and played a pretty good defensive game, that final matchup. So
does he regret the Minka trade then? Now you've got me thinking.
He doesn't, though, but I think it's the fact.
Kind of weird.
I think I said off the air, I was like, I think they wanted Ramsey to kind of do everything and be a sort of Troy P facsimile.
Yep.
And once guys started getting hurt at corner, they just had to put him.
Troy P facsimile. You're the first human being I've ever heard call him Troy P. Donnie, have you ever done that?
You ever called Palomalu Troy P like I just did?
I've never heard that before.
I have not.
T Peasy.
I loved Troy P. That guy's hair flowing. He was everywhere.
Big Troy P. Big Troy P guy over here.
How about Ben R? Were you a fan?
I think people called him.
He was not a fan of Ben
People
R.
absolutely called him Big Ben R, though. I feel like I saw people call him Big Ben R.
No, that literally never happened.
This old Cowboys got a little bit left.
I don't know. I think people were too lazy to type out Roethlisberger, but neither here nor there. To just go back to why I don't feel great about it, it's because the best player on the other team who had an historic game in his franchise's history said that they, with their quarterback of all of 10 days of experience in their system, knew what the Steelers were going to do, and once the Steelers did what they thought they were going to do, they were all glad about it because they felt like they could beat it.
Yep.
And that just, when I know what I know about Mike Tomlin, which is, and now there's been this cacophony, I know you've seen it, Pony, of former players of Mike's. I think Joe Hayden talked about this. I want to say maybe James Harrison did too. I think they might have been together when they said this.
They have a podcast together, so that's entirely possible.
I think it was those two. I just couldn't remember for sure if it was Harrison. They kind of talked about how Mike dumbs down the defense to get younger guys on the field earlier and that it's a pretty simple defense. And it just joins this chorus of people kind of saying, if Mike's players don't make the plays, the defense kind of is an emperor has no clothes situation. It's not as effective as you'd think. It's easy to solve, and once you solve it, the Steelers don't counter move enough. And I don't like that going into the meat of the schedule.
Well, that makes no sense with their secondary because it's not young. Porter's in his third year here. Slay's played for a million years.
The other part.
And Ramsey's on his fourth team.
That's the other part. The other reason I don't feel good about them, and I haven't gotten over that loss because they needed to be 5-1 for me to feel really good, is they got beat up at the line of scrimmage. They got beat up in the secondary. And how many players that are counted upon to be big parts of that defense are over 30?
Maybe time has healed their wounds, and they're not as upset about the Bengals' loss, and they're on to Green Bay, and they're not in a bad place with the Steelers. If that is you, 412-928-9370. If we don't get calls on this, then I'll just assume that people are over this loss and are ready for Aaron Rodgers to play his former team on Sunday and just feel like Thursday was an example of the NFL being the NFL and not that big of a deal if we don't get calls on this. 412-928-9370. How about you, Donnie? Have you flushed it? Are you over it?
I think so, yeah.
You are? Okay, tell us why.
I mean, we're 4 days removed, and now they're getting set for another game. It's not.
So you're not. But when I say flushed, I mean you're not pissed anymore about it.
I mean, I guess. I mean, you're going to be annoyed about losses like that. We still think back to bad Thursday night losses and bad losses they've had.
Let me ask you the question a slightly different way then. Do you think...
Man, he sounds like he's in a great place with them.
Well,
that's what I was taking from his answer.
You can tell who played football here of the three of us and who didn't. He's on to the next one already. Got to shower well, as Clint Hurdle would say. And
Wait a minute. So, after you went to that stupid-ass Colts game where they sucked ass, 3 days later you were over that and you're like, well, we're playing the Bengals on Sunday. No big deal. That's how you are as a fan? You're able to get rid of games out of your system that quickly?
No, I mean, I have a great game memory. You guys know that. I mean, I think back to games that they've lost to well before I was born. But you can't really dwell.
Why? We're not playing in the game on Sunday. It's not going to affect me one way or the other how I feel about it watching the game. If I was a player, you're right. You can't dwell.
No, I know what it is because you thought they would win the game by 35 points, so you're extra pissed off about it.
Malsey thought it was going to be a close game, and he's right with me. He's on my side, though.
All right, well, he can be where the hell he wants to be.
I want to ask you the question, though, in a slightly different way.
He doesn't sound like he's that pissed off about the loss. Like it's just a run-of-the-mill loss. Like it's a loss that grows on trees. Okay, fine.
Do you think that loss foretells bigger problems soon to come for them because of the way in which it went down? Because that's the main reason I guess I am, quote, on Pony's side. I think it exposed some warts that might not be so easy to cover up.
The defense just returned to where they were the first 2 weeks of the season.
Well, right, but you said with me after the Browns game they're closer to being great than they are being average. You still feel that way after watching Thursday night?
I also think it's relative, again, to how the rest of the conference looks, where there's probably
rest of the conference, the Chiefs look like they're unbeatable right now.
Okay, so that's one team.
How about the Colts?
That's two teams. Outside of that.
You think they're better than the Bills?
They don't have Josh Allen.
Do you think they're better than the Ravens?
Well, I got scolded for weeks for not putting them above the Ravens.
Then you should be the guy that said I told you so today.
Pony, do you think they're better than the Ravens?
Right at this very moment, no, I don't.
So it took one game.
It was a horrible game.
Their quarterback did throw 4 touchdowns and run an offense that I think averaged almost 8 yards a play.
They also defensively, as we found out, they gave up 30 points to the Jets. To the Jets. The Jets are 0-7 now.
But why was why is that game relevant now if it wasn't as relevant when they were winning games?
Because I just sloughed that game off and said Harmon didn't play and Herbig didn't play. Both of those guys are back now. It's like that game's ancient history, almost like Florida State being Alabama doesn't seem like it happened in this universe anymore. I just chalked it up to it was week 1. Now I'm starting to think, well, wait, like I said 5 minutes ago, they're a $160 million defense that's played 3 crappy games. They're showing their true colors to us.
I think Donnie's onto something. I do think you're by far the angriest about this even 4 days later because you thought it would be a laugher.
I did, and I think a lot of people – did you see anybody other than Bechtold pick the Steelers to lose?
No. I mean, I saw a decent amount of people do what me and Donnie did, which was think it was going to be closer than people wanted it to be.
Yes, and my thought was I will not be surprised at all if we come in the next day or even today and they have lost that game.
So then are you on Donnie's side then? Well, it's a road Thursday night game. It doesn't really mean that much.
Mm-mm. No, I'm not.
Well, wait a minute, Donnie. If it didn't mean that much, why are you calling Tomlin the mayor from Halloween the next day? Why didn't you come on?
That was a great call, by
the next day.
Why didn't you come on the air and say, guys, let's not freak out about this. It's a Thursday night loss on the road. We're fine. RELAX.
Because that was like 4 days ago.
Okay, so you're just admitting you were emotional the next day and it really wasn't that bad of a loss?
It was a bad loss. It was a bad loss.
I think it's a season-changing loss. I'm going to come right out and say it because I guess no one else has the balls to say it. I think it was a season-changing loss for them.
But it was also a loss that a lot of, well, not you.
You didn't see it coming either. You picked him to win. What are you talking about? You can't take a victory lap for that.
I just said, Malsey and I both expected a close game, and I said I would not be stunned at all if they lost the game.
But you can't take a victory lap for predicting a win when they lose. You can't
do that. That's not what I'm doing, but you're acting like this is like the sky is falling because you thought they'd win by 35.
No, I'm not. Starkey literally said it was one of the most pathetic defensive performances he's ever seen. You agreed with him, and he said, I've got to change my mind about this defense, and you agreed with that. So now on Monday I say, hey, maybe the sky is falling here, and you're telling me, no, it's not. Calm down.
Well,
which one is it?
It was also falling after they played Seattle.
Okay, but then they rallied after that because they got guys back. Those guys are back now, and they sucked against Joe Flacco and the worst run game in the entire NFL. Okay. What side are you on, Mulls? You're on his side or my side here?
It was a horrible defensive performance on a short week in a spot where Mike Tomlin is winless.
You be the judge, Mulsey, here. Whose side are you on, Chris?
Mike Tomlin, who is going to be, whether people out there like it or not, who is going to have a gold jacket on one day, has 0 wins on the road on Thursday Night Football inside his own division.
That sounds like you're making excuses for him when you say that.
But it's a fact.
Yes.
Like, it's what I'm saying is it's a hard spot for teams to be in.
No, it's not. We saw San Francisco with a bunch of bench warmers go to L.A. and win on a short week.
And then we saw the Super Bowl champs from last year do what?
And we saw Seattle go to Arizona and beat them on a short week. Road teams in the division were 2-2. On a short week going into the game on Thursday night.
But what's the AFC North Thursday night road team record?
Well, then, okay, you're right, Chris. It's not that. So you're on his side now?
I'm just on the side of the person who's annoying me less through 15 minutes.
All right.
I think you're being extra emotional because you thought it would be a laugher. We didn't. It wasn't a laugher. They lost, which I didn't think they would. But you thought this was going to be Christians versus
Correct.
Lions.
I did.
And unfortunately, the Christians won in this case.
Yes.
And so I think you are still stung by that.
I
think
am.
there are some
I'm admitting
very
that.
foreboding future sort of things coming out of that game. And so I guess nominally I'm actually closer to you if I'm being serious here. But I can understand where Donnie is trying not to smash the panic button yet because of all the things he laid out about the reality of that game.
But he had the panic button out before the game even started. He thought the Ravens could still win the division. So
well, yeah, he was not swayed by your rhetoric, to his credit.
Okay.
He did not give in to peer pressure and say that the Steelers
So
didn't win
it sounds like we're all pretty much in the same place, even though we're screaming at each other.
Well,
it sounds
only
like
one person's screaming.
It sounds like we all agree that they're probably now less than 50-50 to win the division.
Are they 50-50 to make the playoffs?
I don't feel that way.
Do you feel like this is a 50-50 or better proposition to have a winning record for this team?
I think they can still get to 9-8. If you're going to force me on that one, I'd say yes. But my world got turned upside down watching them on Thursday night. And it's not just because I've got to get my nipples pierced now.
I think it is. I beg to differ on that part of it here. I seriously beg to differ.
Okay, so do you guys think their defense is great?
No.
No, neither of us said that.
Do you guys think their defense is good?
I think their defense is old, and that's a
so
big problem.
that's a bingo. Thank you. You finally said it.
Well, I was trying to.
Their defense is old, and that's a big problem. And you discovered that watching them get cooked by a 40-year-old quarterback. Wow. It only took us 19 minutes, but we all ended up in the same exact place. How about that?
Are you all right?
I am.
I don't think he is.
We didn't get to talk to him at all before the show.
I got No, he did. I talked to him. I got no-sold by The Undertaker with my opening take. That's why I got a little bit perked up here. He's giving me coach speak like he's Belichick.
Perked up,
No,
Donnie.
it's Green Bay.
Everything nipple-related now. Perked up.
And if they win on Sunday night, you guys will open up on Monday.
Donnie,
and
you
it'll
really tweaked them with your opinions here. Got any other nipple-related stuff you want to bring up here? Any verbiage? I think their defense is old, and I think that is very bad for them moving forward.
Okay, thank you.
But I thought that in the immediate aftermath of that game, too. They are counting on 36-year-old Cam Hayward, 30-plus T.J. Watt, 30-plus Jalen Ramsey as three main names to be good. And 30 – how old is Darius Slay? 206 after watching him?
Played like it.
Joey Porter Jr. holds more than a water skier. Like, they have issues that are not just easy to wipe away.
That's
that could
why
get
I'm
magnified.
saying I'm not over Thursday night, because it changed my mind. I thought their defense was actually on the rise. I was mistaken. I think their defense now is a liability. And the thing that you spent that, what are you guys smiling about? You know what? Let's go to break. 412-928-9370. I'm sensing people don't even want to call in on this, so maybe we'll just talk Penguins Canucks next.
Oh, I disagree.
Texas on the Edgar Snyder and Associates fan text line where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Here's Donnie's headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
I can promise you that won't be the next topic, but the Penguins do play the Canucks tomorrow night at home. Pucks are upset 4-7. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Hey, Pat Narduzzi does join us in 15 minutes. Maybe he can break this up. All right, let's talk about Mr. Magic and Mr. Magic's Car Wash. I was just there last week, the amazing Castle Shannon location, where right now you can get a free car wash at any of the Mr. Magic locations, and it's really simple, and it's really easy to do. Just text FAN, F-A-N, that's F-A-N to 47757. That's 47757. Or register at MrMagicCarWash.com. 3 for 30 is the amazing promotion they have going on right now. Here's how it works. You spend $30, you get 3 months worth of car washes. They are unlimited. That's $10 a month, and you can go as much as you want. It's Mr. Magic Car Wash.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is brought to you by Voss TV and Appliance, Line Kepler-Coriac, Cranberry Dental Studio, PJ Dick Trummel and Lindy Group, PGT Truck, NSS Live, Lot 17 Bloomfield, and Feeney Insurance Agency. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
This is Andrew Perloff with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Parity might not be a strong enough word for what's happening in college football right now. 4 top 10 teams lost over the weekend. Vanderbilt is a top 10 team for the first time since 1947. Indiana's number 2, its highest ranking ever. You can thank the transfer portal and NIL. A new era has arrived, and it's anyone's guess who's going to end up on top. I'm Andrew Perloff.
Attention timeshare owners. This is an urgent consumer alert from the Timeshare Exit Hotline, a national company specializing in helping consumers legally get out of their expensive timeshare contracts. We're offering you a way to legally get rid of your timeshare. So if you're fed up with the maintenance fees that keep on coming and want to learn if you can terminate your timeshare legally and permanently, call today. Even if you've tried before and were unsuccessful in getting rid of your timeshare, call today and see if we can help. We offer a complete 100% unconditional client satisfaction guarantee. Make this completely free call and learn how we can help you legally put an end to your timeshare nightmare once and for all. You have nothing to lose, so call right now to qualify and receive a free consultation.
Call 800-838-8614. 800-838-8614. That's 800-838-8614.
Paid for by Airtime Media. Spitzer's swinging into fall with Panda leading the way to wild savings and tame payments at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville. Start your next adventure and save big on Tundras and Tacomas with one of the largest hybrid truck inventories in Western PA. Plus, chomp down on Spitzer perks. Every new vehicle comes with a no-charge lifetime powertrain warranty. And you can save even more when you download the Spitzer VIP app for exclusive rewards.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details ends 10/31/2025.
Winter is here before you know it. That's the bad news. The good news is there's still just enough time to get that last-minute masonry project complete with precision pointing. So if you procrastinated this summer and you can't make it through another winter, well, then you have to act right now, and I mean right now. The window is closing. If you wait any longer, precision pointing may not be able to accommodate you. I'm glad I used them, so I don't have the problems that you do because I didn't procrastinate. They did wonders on my all-brick home. So use them, call them. I can't recommend them enough. Visit brickpointingpittsburgh.net today.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at PIA.edu.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here, and if you've got old windows, that means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. Eliminate annoying drafts once and for all with Window Nation. This month, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. With the holidays coming up, that's a big deal. Plus, celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pittsburgh Penguins game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
Allegheny County is looking for poll workers to work the upcoming election. Poll workers earn $150 to $175 per day, plus paid training. For more information and to apply, visit AlleghenyVotes.com. That's AlleghenyVotes.com.
Nobody ever wants to buy a new roof, but sometimes you just have to. Call the Pickle Gherkin Roofing. They answer the phone 24/7. There's no high-pressure home sales pitches, no BS, just quality, honest work at a fair price. They have 3 flexible pricing packages to fit any budget that's right for you. The Pickle is a Diamond-certified contractor with Atlas Shingles and offers a 50-year non-prorated warranty. Gherkin Roofing and Contracting. They are your local contractor for your next roofing, siding, or gutter project. Call thepickle.com.
Never-Ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. A night of all the hits. November 20 at 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Hey, it's Dan Zangrelli from my friends at Legion Community Federal Credit Union. Fall into a great deal this month with their 7-month CD offering a 3.95 annual percentage yield. And you only need $1,000 of new money. Full terms at legionfcu.org.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Be at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to the PM Team on demand, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you get your podcasts. Pat Narduzzi going to join us in less than 10 minutes. Pitt keeps it rolling. 5-2, 3-0 with Heitchel at quarterback. Excited to hear what Pat says going into the game against NC State Saturday on the new turf at Acrisure Stadium. I wonder what he thinks of some of the comments that have been made about the playing surface there in the last few days. Yeah, maybe I'm a little bit worked up because on October 29th, I'm going to get my nipples pierced at an event.
Wait, now it's the 29th?
Yeah.
Okay.
Wait, yes, on a Wednesday.
Okay.
I've not been given like the company-wide email here that has all the
once the date gets
points
locked
on
in,
it.
Points. There you go again. Once the date gets locked in,
Yep.
is it going to feel like a very small slice of, like a death row situation just for your nipples?
Well, yeah, there's part of me that's concerned that it's going to be an empty venue because I just don't know if there's an appetite among people to watch a man get his nipples pierced.
Do you know what
Even though it's going to go to a great cause, which is the fight against breast cancer.
Do you understand what kind of an appetite there is amongst our listeners to see you personally suffer? It's insatiable.
Enough to pay $33, which is the number of points the Bengals scored in that game, with all that money going to fight breast cancer? I don't know. I hope so. I'd like to think so.
I think a lot of our listeners would love nothing more than to watch you, A, squirm before the situation happens, and B, squeal like a pig when it actually does.
I don't think I'm going to make a lot of noise.
What do you think it's going to say? David in the YouTube comments, oh, we will absolutely be showing up, Pony.
What was that from?
Yeah, what is that? I know we have
played.
40-year-old virgin that Charlie was
That
playing.
was from
that what that was?
That was from our stock sound. That was called Man Screaming.
She's got that extensive.
It's right up there with the Hawk sounder.
That extensive library of stock.
Broderick
audio.
Jones moments ago. If Aaron Rodgers throws another touchdown pass, I might tackle him again. Now, I've seen the video. He laughed. It was clearly said in jest. But still, don't make us nervous. Never do it again. Don't even jokingly threaten to do it again.
It's the hardest Rodgers has been hit in how many weeks?
It was dumb. He almost got hurt. He was super pissed about it.
Jones said
I don't think Aaron Rodgers looks at it as a laughing matter.
Jones said he was a little mad. I think that's a bit of a fib on his part. I think Rodgers is more than a little bit mad. I'm just going to guess.
All right, Pat Narduzzi joining us next. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. His Panthers 5-2, getting ready for a big home game against NC State right now. A Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Doubleheader of Monday Night Football. Tampa Bay and Detroit kicks off at 7. Houston and Seattle, a 10 p.m. kickoff. And that game can be heard right here on 93.7 The Fan, courtesy of the NFL on Westwood One. Headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thanks, Don. I want to tell everybody about Daisy French onion dip because I want you to snack better on game day. I want you to be eating delicious food with an even more delicious dip. I like my veggies. I like my chips. I like my pretzels. I, of course, like wings. Maybe not as much as Big Don in there, but I'm a big fan of them. Daisy French onion dip and Daisy ranch dip are game changers in the snack department because they're as delicious as homemade, and they're made with real herbs, real spices, real ingredients you'd find in your very real kitchen. Do yourself a favor. Look for Daisy French onion dip at a grocery store near you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey, it's Doran. You've heard me talk about my guys at Keystone Custom Apparel for a while now. They, of course, are the premier uniform and spirit wear supplier for area sports teams. But did you know Keystone Custom Apparel is the place for business, restaurants, and other nonprofits? It's not all about sports. They're all about serving the community. Get your company or organization outfitted and looking sharp with Keystone Custom Apparel. The holiday rush is coming, so act fast. Visit KeystoneCustomApparel.com to get a free quote. That's KeystoneCustomApparel.com today.
Other sportsbooks just don't hit right. But FanCash makes switching to Fanatics easy. Only Fanatics gives you up to 10% FanCash back on all bets, win or lose, which you can use to unlock the world of Fanatics. From more bets and game tickets to signed memorabilia and one-of-a-kind experiences only Fanatics can offer. Switch to Fanatics Sportsbook and let the FanCash roll in. Winning hits different here. Must be 21 plus. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. MD, visit mdgamblinghelp.org. Offer not available in all states. Terms apply. See Fanatics Sportsbook app.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Change is always happening. It's part of life. And when it comes to music, change is all around us. Songs are rewritten. Classics are remixed. Bands and artists come and go. Even our taste in music changes. Here at Xfinity, we know there's still good in keeping some things the same. That's why we want to do our part with a 5-year price guarantee on our internet. It means no matter what changes, you get 5 years of the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment included for a price that stays exactly the same. Surprised? Life is full of them. One internet price, 5 years, guaranteed. Learn more at xfinity.com/deals. Restrictions apply. New residential customers only. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. Most reliable Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA. Fixed Broadband Experience Report, August 2024.
This October, things are getting spooktacular at Bowser Chevrolet of Monroeville. From the family favorite Chevy Equinox to the powerful Silverado and the all-new Blazer EV, Bowser has a ride that's ready for every trick-or-treat adventure. Right now at Bowser Chevrolet, get 1.9% for 36 months on a new 2026 Chevy Equinox, or lease a 2026 Equinox LT all-wheel drive for $319 a month. Get great financing offers, top trade-in values, and drive home with the confidence of Chevy's advanced safety features. For well-qualified buyers, tax, title, and fees not included. Dealer doc fee of $477 applies. Lease for 36 months with 10,000 miles per year and $4,399 due at signing. With approved credit through GM Financial. Offer ends November 3rd.
Well, that's the power of Bowser.
Bowser Chevrolet Monroeville. BowserChevrolet.com.
Hey everyone, Bob Pompiani here. Let me tell you about the great work that Pittsburgh Garage does. I needed a new garage makeover. The floor was covered with salt and cracks, living there for 37 years, so I called Pittsburgh Garage. Boy, in just a couple of days, the transformation was amazing. The floor coating beautiful, easy to maintain. Cabinets are on their way to make everything organized. I work with Elijah and Josh, both very professional. All of their team members are full-time. Go to PittsburghGarage.com and you'll find over 400 5-star reviews. They've got long-lasting products designed to be functional, heavy-duty, and look great. For your free estimate, go to PittsburghGarage.com.
It's the great taste of Germany right here in the Berg. Hopper House Pittsburgh Brewery and Restaurant starts with a wide selection of traditional beer brewed right on site with seasonal selections every month. Next is their award-winning menu. The holiday season is around the corner, and there's no better place to celebrate than Hopper House Pittsburgh. Book your holiday event today and bring the warmth of Bavaria to your celebration. Call 412-224-5255 2328 or email Heather at hopperhousepittsburgh.com to get started.
Eliminate your ED issues long term. Call NewFlow at 412-784-9000. Be that guy again.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
The two coaches, Rand Brown from the near sideline, Pat Narduzzi from the far, meet to shake hands at midfield, and it's on to homecoming for the Pitt Panthers, who have won their third in a row. Final score, Pitt 30, Syracuse 13.
This weekend is what we live for as football fans. What an awesome weekend it's going to be at Acrisure. Pitt homecoming, 5-2, taking on the Wolfpack of NC State. Or as my daughter calls them, the Werewolves, because of the logo on the helmet.
It looks more like they pilot a steamship with the goofy hat that he's wearing.
Yeah, she's into it, though. And Aaron Rodgers taking on his old team, Steelers-Packers, Sunday night. Pitt beat Syracuse 30-13. My jinxing powers were back in full force. Last year, I said Kyle McCord was the best pocket passer in America going into that game. And he threw how many pick sixes?
Three.
In
one half.
I was invited on the pregame show for Saturday night, and I told Pat and Larry, look out for Syracuse's punter. He's the best punter in America. And Pitt returned to punt right before the end of the first half that swung momentum in their favor. So
That's a good kind of jinx, though, when you do that.
Pat Narduzzi joins us now on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Pat, just tell me something you want, and I'll say the opposite, and then it'll happen for you. How's that sound?
That's what I heard. I heard you're really good at that.
Or really bad, depending on how you want to spin it. But yes, Pat, I mean, he is remarkable.
Were you rooting for the Syracuse Orange the other day?
I was like Rob Lowe when he had the NFL hat on and he was completely neutral. I was just on my couch enjoying a good football game, Pat. I wanted both teams.
How you guys doing?
I'm doing great. Doing fantastic. I'm actually not doing great.
I was going to say, Pat, he's not doing all that great. He came on the air like a ball of fire because he knows what has to happen to him in 9 days because the Bengals beat the Steelers.
I have to get my nipples pierced, Pat.
No, you don't.
Yes.
Yeah, he does. Oh, he does, Pat. He called 38-3 Steelers, tweeted it out there. If the Bengals win this game, I will get both, not one, both of my nipples pierced, and that is happening
with no
in
numbing
9
agents.
Days.
How much money can you pay to get out of that? Because you need to get out of that.
Nope.
You can't do that.
No. There is not a sum he can pay, Pat.
What we're doing is fundraising, and all the money's going to go to the fight against breast cancer. So there is a positive. I guess there's two positives. People get to watch me suffer. So.
What kind of piercings are you going to get?
I think they're going to be like, what are those, rods, Chris? Like what?
Like a barbell.
Yeah, barbell goes in there.
Oh, God.
Yeah.
Maybe you should get some Bengal piercings since you screw the Steelers up bad.
Orange
haven't
black.
you learned your lessons with the Steelers? Just come on, man.
No, I've not. And I don't know if I'm going to learn my lesson here. What if I actually like it? That's something I've contemplated.
Do me a favor, Pony. I'll ask any questions about Mason Heinschel in this interview because I don't want you saying anything about him because things are riding high here.
Go ahead.
Well, Pat, 3-0 since you made the quarterback switch. First thing I wanted to know is just what is something that Mason has done since he took over that maybe surprised you? Obviously, you felt comfortable enough to go with him and make him the starter as a freshman, but what's something he's done that so far has exceeded your expectations in this 3-game stretch?
There's many things. And, first of all, that was not an easy decision. That was wasn't like a slam dunk decision. That was hard to do because Eli's a really good football player too. But we felt like we had, another good quarterback in that room. And it's hard to say what he's done. I mean, you go out and make plays, but he's gotten the ball out of his hands. He didn't have the greatest day in the world last Saturday. We didn't help ourselves with penalties on offense. We put ourselves in bad down distances, but he's gone out there and operated the game and gotten the ball out of his hand for the most part and put it in the right people's hands. He's pretty accurate, and he's got some moxie to him.
How's he handle what you just said there? Like, you guys win, but winning doesn't mean you guys played a perfect game. So there's got to be some critical coaching in there. How does he respond to that, Pat?
You know what? He responds really good. He can take criticism, which I think all great players can.
But not all 18-year-olds can take that.
What's that?
I said not all 18-year-olds can take that.
No, there's no question about it. some people, I mean, it's different for every person. It's the same thing, not 50-year-olds. Sometimes coaches can't take criticism. It's like it's hard on them, like, hey, this ain't good. This ain't a good call, whatever it may be. And sometimes they take offense to that as well. So, but that's our job as coaches to get it fixed. But he's one of those guys that when he gets told something that's not good enough, hey, you got to do this, he tries to fix it immediately. It's not like there's no fight, there's no fight. There's a well, coach, this or that. He's really good with that.
Pat, there's a little vibe just with some of the plays he's made sort of off schedule of just collegiate version of Johnny Manziel. He's going to run around a little bit. He's going to throw off platform, but there's so many gifts there that he's I don't want to even say gotten away with it. He's just made big plays. As his coach, how do you walk that line between, hey, we can't do this all the time, we want to make plays within the realm of the offense, but also what he's able to do sometimes when the play breaks down is part of what makes him special and makes him tough to defend. So how do you try to straddle those two realities when you're trying to coach him?
Yeah, don't mess him up. Don't overcoach him. Playmakers make plays. I mean, he's got a toughness to him, and he's got confidence to him. That one throw he made, with the old karaoke, whipped that right foot back up in the air, to Des, at Florida State.
Yeah.
You don't go throw back across your body too often, but as long as it's good, you coach it up, and it's a great job coaching by Cade Bell, getting him to make that throw, right?
Absolutely.
But, you don't want to coach a bunch of robots. I mean, and for him to run on that play and go get a first down as opposed to throw a touchdown pass would be silly for a coach to make that decision. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'd, say he's Johnny Manziel here after 3 games, but he's a darn good football player that we're happy with where he is right now.
Pat, every TV crew that you guys have worked with have told some version of the story about him getting to campus and already demanding out of teammates, hey, we need to go work out early. We need to be here late looking at film and doing these things before he even became the starter. So I am curious, is that a common thing that somebody who, basically has been on campus for 15 minutes, he is playing quarterback, which is a leadership position, but to take charge like that, is that something that you usually see in a young person and a young quarterback like that?
Only out of great leaders, and again, all our quarterbacks do a great job leading. I can tell you that. I mean, they all lead in that room. We expect that. That's the expectation in that room. They don't have to be the captains to lead. They are the leaders of our offense.
Pat, I want to switch gears briefly just because it has already been a very busy carousel season. James Franklin, Billy Napier, I think.
Napier, that's right.
Billy Napier at Florida, after a win, no less, was sent packing. Just your reaction to, broadly speaking, already a bunch of changes being made at head coach, in Virginia Tech being another one within your conference, in that whole carousel and the nature of it and how you observe it from afar right now.
From afar, and I want to stay in the far. I want to stay as far away from that as I can.
Nick Saban goes on game day and says it's unfair as hell what they did
he was
to James
very
Franklin.
outspoken.
Yeah.
Hey, what's he gonna say on game day? What's he gonna do?
Sit next to him and say they made the right call.
yeah, James, I think it was time, buddy.
That's a great point. Yeah.
I don't know if he really got what he felt, but, he had to do what he did, and James Franklin's a great guy. So, and that's coming from Pat from Pittsburgh. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Remember, they can't do that anymore now.
Yeah.
It's over.
Good point.
Why? But, I called James, and, you feel bad. It's not, it's not a good thing for college football. I think every year it becomes a bigger business. When you lose some of the good guys in the business, at least like that, it's not good. And, coaches are tough enough to take it. What I always worry about is the families. Not only the families of the head coach that they have to go through that, but the rest of the people on that staff. It affects a lot of people in that building. There's a lot of people, looking around the corner. They're on the phone at night trying to figure out where their next move is going to be. I'm not going to get retained here. I got to go find a job. That's not a good thing. It's not good for the players there. It's sad. It's sad. It's not. And more and more happen in the middle of the season, which is and then once someone does it in the middle of the season, everybody else thinks it's a good move, and we should do it. But I think it's really disrupting the families and especially your team.
You said something before about talking to James. I think people are curious about what your relationship is like with him. Obviously, in-state rivals. You played against each other a ton. How would you describe your relationship with him, Pat?
I've got a great relationship with him. I mean, again, when you talk in-state rivals, you're not an in-state rival if you don't play each other. So it's really not a rivalry game anymore, okay? We lost a great one there. But I've been on Nike trips with him and his wife, Fumi. I mean, we have a, we talk. Football is football. What you see in the media sometimes is not what you see on the outside in a casual setting.
I have one more on just the carousel broadly. Obviously, James was at Penn State for over a decade, and so it wasn't like he didn't have time. I'm bringing up Napier again only because he's the most recent firing, and he was only there for like 3.5 years at Florida. Pat, if you were in a position where you were just getting hired for like a head coaching job now at a Power 4 school, how long would you feel like, given the landscape of college football, you would need to put your mark on that program and get it to where you would want it to be?
Well, I mean, I got hired in 15, and in 18 went to an ACC championship. So that gives you 3. At least we got to the game, right?
Yep.
And then 21, we won the thing. So, I mean, 3 years to put a little bit of stamp on it. We'll just use that blueprint, and then 5 to win it all. So, I think between 3 and 5 years is probably a nice number. I think anything less than that, what do you expect? Especially nowadays, you make these changes, you might lose your whole team to the portal.
Good point.
I don't know what people think that to me, the best hires some days now that I think of are other head coaches at Group of 5 jobs that can bring some dudes with them. Because if you hire someone that can't bring anybody with them, you might have an empty team. I mean, Well,
that's Kurt Cignetti going to IU and bringing half of JMU with him.
Yeah.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Rich Rod took Jacksonville State with him, too.
Yeah, that's a little lesser, but
yeah, right.
A little different.
A little different player that you're bringing. James Madison compared to 1AA.
They won a lot.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer, but you obviously work in college football, and so this is your life. The guys now who have committed to Penn State, they reopen their commitments. The Whippeal ones, it's gone viral, their decisions to say, well, I'm going to look around again. So technically, like from your vantage point, Pat, what are you guys allowed to do with high school players who are undergoing, obviously, a change because they don't want to now go to a school where they don't know who the coach is going to be there? So how are you allowed to handle a situation like that?
Right now, I mean, there's nobody signed that's not called tampering. So, I mean, anybody that's decommitted from them, obviously they're open game to anybody. Mm-hmm. But even if a kid's committed to them, we could still make calls. We don't generally waste our time. There'd be a lot of phone calls wasted out there. But guys you think might have a general interest that you want to make sure, hey, you still got a scholarship at Pitt that if we offered them coming out, which some of them we have, some of them we haven't. But, there's full contact until signing day.
Gotcha. Obviously, you probably have your head buried in the sand and you're thinking about last week Syracuse and this week NC State. There was a ton, Pat, of conversation about the turf at Acrisure Stadium after the Steelers game against the Browns and Steelers players saying it's unplayable there. Your thoughts on playing surfaces? Are you a grass guy? Do you think if they switched to field turf at Acrisure for both teams, it would be a bad thing? What's your take on that as a coach?
You know what? Our players love the grass. The NFL players love the grass. I love natural grass, okay? But after it's used so much, like after we played BC, I knew that I should have called Coach Tomlin up and said, dude, you better change it. I feel guilty. Okay, so blame it on me. I felt guilty. Matter of fact, I texted him after the game. I said I should have said something because I didn't think it was – I thought, like, what is wrong with it? It just didn't – it wasn't right. It seemed like it was dry. I think the weather got to it. I don't know what. But, I texted him afterwards, said I should have said something. But, again, that's really not my place. I would think someone else would tell him. I didn't think it was right. Now, we played on that. We've had great grass for 11 seasons, really, or 10 seasons if you don't want to count this season, if we want to exclude it. But we haven't had a problem with it. And there's time where there's maybe it's not as green as you'd like, until those Whippeal games are played there. That's when it gets really, but they replace it. But, I just think this. I think, every season's different, correct? I mean, we got a couple games on it already. I don't think it was played on that much to be able to look like it was. So I think the Steelers had the right plan of when they changed it, but maybe it should have been done a week early. I just think you have to monitor, week by week to say what is it like. We've already had our grass fields over here re-turfed because we spent all August on it. So we've already redid the whole middle of them, but it's all based on when we need it. Like it's time. I don't want our guys out there slipping and pulling something in practice because of bad grass. So, but again, we haven't had a problem. I mean, Miami and the Hurricanes and the Dolphins don't have a problem. There's plenty of teams around the country that have an NFL team playing in it. So I think it's easy. I know Ben pointed the finger at us. I have to give Ben a call. Come on, Big Ben. Big Ben, if you're listening, I'm sure he's listening to Pony and Chris. But if you're listening, come on, man. We've been doing it for 10 years. All of a sudden now, after 10 years, you figured it out. I think we won't have a problem the rest of the year.
Well, you should have a perfect playing surface on Saturday because they just resodded it, and you guys are going to be the first ones on it. So if it looks bad for Sunday, Ben will probably go back on his podcast and blame it on you again, Pat. So be prepared.
Hey, give him my cell number. Hey, give him my cell number so he can call me first.
I will. Maybe you can go down into his basement and do a show with him, Pat. I think he'd love that. Maybe he can have you on as a guest.
Shoot, I think he's got my number. Shoot, I coached him in 2003.
That's right. I forgot you guys were with each other. Oh, yeah.
What's that?
I forgot that you guys crossed paths at Miami.
There you go.
Hey, Pat, we love what you're doing. Keep it up. We'll be watching the NC State game on Saturday. Big homecoming contest. Thank you.
Sounds good, guys. Appreciate it. Hail to Pitt.
You bet. Pat Narduzzi.
You know what's wild about the natural grass thing? What's the most storied program in college football history?
Notre Dame.
And what did they just do in the last couple of years?
They got field turf on there now.
I mean, doesn't that just speak to the whole
I thought it looked weird at first, and it disappointed me, but you're right. Now that's kind of worn off. The effect of seeing it look like that.
I think I went on CBS Sports Radio one time when I was doing a show and forgot that they had done it. I was like, and they'll be playing on that slow track at Notre Dame.
Well, because everyone thinks about that Dorset story from the 70s when they grew the grass
They
high.
did it in the Bush Push game. The grass was like US
the anniversary of that was the other day. 20 years.
Oh, they had Brady Quinn and Leinart out there.
The green jerseys.
Leinart.
All right. There is a crazy Steelers 93.7 The Fan story that I want to talk about next. That is not about my nipples. A crazy Steelers 93.7 The Fan story that I want to tell you guys next. First, let's talk about Comer and Cross. Comer and Cross is going to be at my house on Wednesday. I'm so excited because I'm going to have the garage floor of my dreams. If your garage floor looks lousy, stains, cracks, bad epoxy job right now, you can get 50% off a new Comer and Cross garage floor. That's 50% off and installation by the holiday. Makes a great present. But 50% off an installation by the holiday ends soon. So you've got to take advantage. I'm going to give you that number again, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. This is going to be the home improvement you keep thanking yourself and smiling about for years to come. It's going to be like pulling into that new car showroom floor every night. Never going to chip, crack, or show tire lift again like epoxy or paint. So let's make it happen. They don't use subcontractors. These are the pros that come to your house. They've done hundreds of these, maybe thousands. They're in and out in just one day. Everything is going to get fixed perfectly before they do the finishing touches. And if you've got a lot of stuff accumulated in your garage, they'll take it out for you. 50% off your new garage floor and installation by the holiday right now. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERcross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Pre-case review, 0 fees unless we win.
LGKG, Luxembourg, Garbett, Kelly, and George.
On October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show all week for your chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/joy to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy, HIMS.com/JOY.
Nobody had to tell your grandparents not to drive while using their typewriters. Why should it be any different for us kids and our cell phones? Distracted driving was the cause of more than 3,000 deaths in 2022. Come on, we're smarter than this. Let's put down the phones and focus on the roads. Drive safe, everybody.
Don't drive distracted. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
At LendSeek, we know running a business takes heart, hustle, and sometimes a little help. That's why we stand with you with our exclusive AI lending platform, connecting you to over 100 funders. If you've been in business for at least 2 years with a minimum annual revenue of $500,000, you can get up to $1 million in funding in as fast as 24 hours. No collateral, no prepayment penalties, no red tape. Apply today with no cost or obligation at lendseek.com. That's LENDSEEK.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
At Skechers, comfort is a technology. That's right. You don't just make a shoe and hope it comes out comfortable. It takes research, innovations, compounds, engineering, and so much more to feel so comfortable you'd swear you're wearing pillows on your feet. We have features like Skechers Air-Cooled Memory Foam and fits like Relax Fit, Stretch Fit, Wide Fit, Arch Fit, and so many more to make the shoe feel like it was custom-made just for your foot. Plus, we have hands-free Skechers Slip-ins technology. Just step it and go. Find yours at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever comfortable footwear is sold.
Hey, it's Crowley. When sewer problems strike, you need a hero, Sullivan Super Service. If you notice water pooling in your yard or foul odor throughout your home, it's possible your sewer line needs repairing. With our trenchless pipelining, we repair underground pipes without tearing up your yard or driveway. It's faster, cleaner, and built to last. And with free estimates, you'll know exactly what it takes before the work begins. Save money, skip the mess, and call or visit SullivanService.com today. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Gather up the season's best savings all month long during the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills Harvest the Savings event. Get 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. Don't wait. The road to full savings starts here. Your deal, your way. What a great day at Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Hills. Visit JimShorkeyNorthHillsMitsubishi.com to shop today or call 724-209-8075 for offer details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation. Home of the buy two, get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station. Live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Doubleheader in the NFL tonight, a big Week 7 Monday night tilt. Great game early between the Lions and Bucks at 7, although the Bucks have big injuries. And then later on tonight, underrated game, Texans and Seahawks at 10. We'll have that game. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's the Monday edition of the PM Team.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19, Peters Township. Temperatures for Steelers and Packers.
Colder
on Sunday night. Is it going to feel like Lambeau? Kind of. 50. Actually, no, it's not. 53 degrees at kickoff. 10% chance of rain right now. Very little wind for Aaron Rodgers in the much ballyhooed anticipated matchup against his former team. Thanks to Pat Narduzzi for coming on the air. That's actually a great segue into what I want to talk about next. Donnie, you want to pop in here? Can we get Donnie on camera? First of all, I need to kiss and make up with Donnie. I apologize for
It's getting feisty,
taking
though. I liked it. And I got to do my favorite.
Taking my nipple piercing
I
feelings
got
out
to do
on
my favorite
him.
thing during all of that, which is just be a smartass and
be a smartass. What do you bring to the table in these situations,
hurl
Malsey?
insults.
Just being a smartass.
I mean, would you say that's inaccurate? I think that's kind of my MO.
So if this were like a situation from Office Space, and they said, "So what exactly do you do?"
What would you say you do here, Malsey? I'd be like, I'm a smartass.
This is also just a way to get Donnie's sweatshirt on the camera today. Just Chris Farley.
Hold on, you gotta.
Yeah, you're right. Farley, Adam Sandler, and David Spade.
You gotta. No, the other way. The other way.
There it is. Everybody on YouTube can see that from when those guys were chumming around.
I mean, power rank the three of them. Is it go Farley, Sandler, Spade, or do you go Sandler, Farley?
I got to go Sandler because
Sandler's definitely number one.
Well, yeah, he's continued to
Farley
be
2
alive.
and Spade 3. I think it's a very definitive list.
Does Spade get short shrift at all there?
No. Farley was like the Terrell Davis of comedians, and there wasn't. I won't credit the offensive line though, like I do with Davis or the system.
That's a good comparison.
Just like 3 or 4 incredible years.
I do think Donnie's
2,000-yarder.
Donnie's big theory, though, of if you're a fat guy, you're way funnier.
100% right.
I mean, Farley can't even do the Matt Foley sketch if he's just like 5'11", 180. That sketch doesn't make any sense.
I think Jonah Hill's had a hard time with that. Sometimes he's fat, sometimes he's skinny.
He's gone back and forth, like worse than Oprah.
They had Luther Vandross.
Worse than Oprah, of all people to say.
Oprah had big problems with that, Malsey.
She did. Well, she was like the big Weight Watchers.
She said she loves pasta. That's her Achilles heel.
And isn't that relatable? Now,
100%.
She's a billionaire, but isn't that relatable? Who among us does not love some bucatini?
I had bucatini last night. Bucatini and chicken parm. Did you know that?
No.
What a guess.
I mean, I didn't want to throw out your penne, your regular old spaghetti.
All right. So I think we both found out about this on Thursday. And I think there's more layers to this story. Our listeners don't know about it, but we know about it. I don't know if the morning show has talked about this at all. Do we know if they talked about this?
Let me check those crack show notes.
You'll never really know with the show notes.
Nick Callis's show notes. Oh God, he had like ChatGPT on steroids. This is like a small book. I don't see anything about this in the notes. They're talking like about Joey Porter Jr., fine, Franklin for a segment. No, I don't see this in the show notes.
Do you think that, I'm a little bit surprised by that because I was under the impression that our boss gave them carte blanche to talk about it, the green light, if you will.
It wouldn't have made sense to talk about it Friday morning for them. People want to hear about the game itself.
Make it about yourself. I came on the air and talked about my nipples being pierced and just lined up calls.
People did accuse you of making the entire first 20 minutes about yourself.
I said as much. I mean, not only did
I think in the immediate aftermath of a game, Friday it would not have made sense to me. They're the first people on the air after that game goes final. I think it's all business. But today is a little bit of an unusual Monday in that we don't have a game that happens Sunday.
So here's everything that's gone on here. I'm going to start with a thesis statement, an opinion that I have that I'm starting to believe is true, and then I'm going to give the supporting evidence.
I like this.
I think that the Steelers are either censoring or muzzling our radio station because of Mike Tomlin criticisms.
We'd never trafficked in those, though.
I think that the things that have been said, and I don't know if it's if it's because they're angry at the hosts, they're angry at what the callers are allowed to say on the station, some combination of both.
Okay.
But it feels like right now, and I've talked to no one over there about this, so this is just my feelings. You can't say my feelings are wrong. It's just how I feel.
This is your gut check on this.
I feel right now like there's a vendetta against us. And I think it's because of Tomlin's criticism. So
they're just very chafed at the way
here's the supporting evidence.
Okay.
Amazon comes in studio to shoot video of Crowley and Doran talking about the game either Tuesday morning or Wednesday morning. I don't know exactly which day it was, but I know they came in and did it. Mm-hmm. They used some of Crowley's voice on the promo for the game, in the introduction to the game, but they didn't give it any credit and they didn't show him. They Amazon flew, even though the game was in Cincinnati, they flew camera people and video people here to shoot them talking about the game to use on pregame. And then Amazon got told that they weren't allowed to use any of that video because we don't air Steelers games, which I find odd because Amazon has had multiple Steelers Thursday night games, and I've 100% seen Crowley's ass. Right? Am I wrong about that?
They had one at least, a year or two ago where they used it.
So they've gone to that well before. They went back to it. They didn't use it. Okay? The week before, I'm all set to be in the press box for the Steelers-Browns game. We find out last second, there's no room for you.
No room at the inn.
Strike 2. Strike 3. Fox sends about 100 people here. I mean, there were more people in this studio
than there have ever been.
There were like 24 people.
There were people you wouldn't see
guys outside.
You wouldn't see it on the YouTube feed, but we had a guy to 3 people to my left, one person hiding in the corner when this camera wasn't on. They had a full-on team of people here to shoot me and you in advance of the Seattle game.
Yes, they wanted the Pittsburgh reaction to Aaron Rodgers making his first start here.
Mm-hmm.
They came in studio and taped and watched us do a full hour of that show.
Correct.
And they said to us, hey, this was great. We're going to turn this around, and it's going to be part of a big package that we air
on the pregame
that
show
Sunday morning for week 2. Aaron Rodgers' first game in Pittsburgh. Here's the buzz. And then
essentially, get ready. You guys are going to see yourselves out there a lot.
And then that story involving us
Bye-bye.
got left on the cutting room floor.
Nuked.
Okay, maybe all those things are a coincidence. Here, to me, is the coup de grace on this.
Uh-oh.
Apparently, this is great tea. Apparently, they have somebody who we all know who was working on their pregame show for years, who is no longer on the pregame show there because he was told he was being too critical, in my opinion, of the coach. That last part is my opinion. So somebody got taken off a show that he was doing a great job with because he was too critical. We have 2 networks that air NFL games want to use our radio station. Both incidents get left on the cutting room floor, apparently by the Steelers is what we heard. And then my credential got revoked.
I think it's
what do you guys think?
I think it's a pretty compelling theory, and I think it
goes back to Tomlin. What else could they be mad about?
Okay, let me ask you this, because this would matter. This is like much more, I guess, not relevant to me, but this would be even bigger. Do you think somebody who is not Mike Tomlin within that organization is just annoyed of their own volition by it and has decided to nix this, or do you think Mike, who would, I think, famously say if asked, I'm focused on the game, blah, blah, blah.
I don't think Mike did it on his own. I don't think Tomlin went to the Steelers and said, put the kibosh on this. I don't think he did.
Well, because I think Mike, for all the flaws we might point out or have or gripes with him as a coach, I do think, and I think you've said this before even, Pony.
And I like their PR people. I have no issue with them. But I think they do a great job.
But I think Mike understands the media dance. Like, he gets that, like, he's going to get criticized, and sometimes very nastily, if things don't go right. I don't sense in him that he would try to be this vindictive about it.
I think you're dead on. But I also agree that it wouldn't be like him individually saying, like, hey, don't give these guys any
so we all
shine.
like their PR staff. We know most of the PR staff well. I don't really feel like it's in that anybody over there in that realm would do it, which then leads me to wonder, is it the owner?
I don't know, man.
The edict?
Great question.
Because I think we have enough, because with Jeff Hathorn being over there, and Jeff is the ultimate pros pro, in my opinion, of people who cover that team, Jeff would be able to suss out and would probably get word from somebody on their comm staff.
Yeah.
If they were really unhappy with us.
I've not gotten that message from him.
Neither
That's
have
the
I. And we
surprising
have
part.
in the past gotten the message, just
Correct.
like the general vibe that they're not thrilled with us.
Yeah.
Nothing on this front.
Yep.
Which, hey, you can't get mad at me, Steelers, if you're listening, because this is just my best guess. I don't think it's the comm staff. I don't think it's the head coach telling the comm staff. My guess is that the owner, to whatever degree he's very plugged in, is not happy
Just
about
be
it.
a crazy coincidence, Donnie, that all those things happened in a very short amount of time.
Now, are we sure it is the team and not the
Nate said next they're going to take away your season tickets, Donnie, if this continues.
I don't think that I'll answer that question. I don't think that a radio station would have the power to tell Amazon, don't air that Crowley video.
I agree with that. What I'm wondering, would they say something to the Steelers and then in turn the Steelers say something? Like, hey, they're going to use us, but we're the flagship. They're not.
But my thing on that is, if they nixed, if it was only about getting their people on the air, right? When they nixed our package from week 2, why wasn't Amazon told, hey,
don't bother.
Just to let you know, don't even go to the Fan. You're not allowed to take the Fan stuff
Did they go
anymore.
and do any kind of stuff at the flagship and try to take video?
I don't think so. I think they preferred us.
So if it wasn't, because
they had used us before.
But that would nuke they just wanted the flagship to be involved argument. Then go use them if you're gonna.
My conspiracy theory is that somebody there who has a lot of power does not like the way the radio station is sounding when it comes to Tomlin.
I think it would be the owner. And I actually think Mike has a much thicker skin than that.
And I don't think the radio station has been unfair. I don't think the hosts have been unfair. I don't think the callers have been unfair. Like, when you go this long without winning a playoff game, people are going to say you should be fired.
Well, who in that organization has made it very clear that they think playoff appearances, hey, folks, eat the slop. Come on. You really going to complain about playoff appearances? We're in the dance. There's one guy who likes to tell everybody that at his state of the
I was
franchise.
Just shocked when I got a text message about that. But then I started connecting the dots, Donnie. Something's going on.
Detective Pony on the case. Dun, 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 dun.
I think you're pretty on it. I mean, I only threw out the other thing as like a potential suggestion, but I think you're pretty on it to where it's the team, solely the team.
All right, we got a fun hour planned. Robbie Ince-Mikowski, longtime Pirates dugout reporter, has a book out about baseball, and he's going to join us to talk about that. At 3:30, Clint Hurdle is going to join us to talk about an event he's got coming up in Pittsburgh. Text us on the Edgar Snyder & Associates fan text line. I'll personally your law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, an intern Jack headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Saturday night, Pitt took down Syracuse in the Dome 30-13. They've now won 3 straight since going to Mason Heinschel at quarterback. Pitt will take on NC State at home Saturday at 3:30. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you, Jack. Let's talk right now about FanDuel, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. Tonight, we've got 2 games to bet on. Lions and Bucks at 7, followed by Texans and Seahawks at 10. And I'm very excited about both of these games because FanDuel is giving all customers 30% profit boost tokens on these matchups. That's right. You can get out on the action with 30% profit boost tokens on these 2 games. I happen to like the Lions to blow out Tampa Bay. Baker Mayfield's had an awesome season, but I think the Lions' offense at home is virtually unstoppable, and I don't think Tampa Bay will keep up. And then even though they've been very disappointing at home this year, I think Seattle gets a win against a Houston offensive line that really can't protect C.J. Stroud against that defense. FanDuel.com/Andrew. 21 plus present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.FanDuel.com. Gambling problem. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Bucco's Roofing, Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute. For you Toronto Blue Jays fans, put your hands over your ears and take a break. For the rest of you, for the rest of us, it's time to root for the Seattle Mariners to win Game 7 of the ALCS. It's an organization that's never won a World Series. It's a feel-good story. It's an incredible baseball team, and it would be absolutely riveting to watch the Los Angeles Dodgers $500 million roster take on the little engine that could. I'm Bill Ryder.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Starting out this rush hour with some delays on the Parkway West outbound, starting from 2nd Avenue as you head into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, and lanes are jammed on the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive as you try to make your way out of the city. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Buy 2 replacement windows from Window Nation. Get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 years. WindowNation.com. This October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. Hurry, sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at WindowNation.com. That's WindowNation.com.
Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Fan Hotlines presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. 316, time to make that call to the Buell Insurance Agency, 724-443-5610. The Fan, sports talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Clint Hurdle is going to join us in 15 minutes. He's got an event coming to Pittsburgh that we're excited to talk to him about. Robbie Smikowski, who covered all of Clint Hurdle's days with the Pirates, has a book out himself. And he is in Toronto right now for Game 7 of the Mariners and Blue Jays. And he joins us right now. Hello, Robbie.
Pony, what's happening, brother? How are you?
What's it like being around playoff baseball again?
You know what's fun about this? After spending the last 16 seasons of my life as a reporter in baseball, I spent 4 years with the Minnesota Twins, 2009, 10, 11, and 12, and then 11 with the Pirates, 13 through 23, and then with the Texas Rangers last year. I made myself one promise, and I was going to do baseball as a fan this year. And my buddy of mine, good friend of mine, who's born and raised in Seattle, now lives in Minneapolis, we just decided if this game was going 7, I was going to jump in my car. He was jumping on a plane, and we were going to meet in Toronto for Game 7, so here we are. So what's playoff baseball like? I think it's going to be a lot of fun, but it's been a decade since I've seen it, Pony.
Now, are you just wearing an MLB hat like Rob Lowe at this game? Are you just cheering
That's
for
the second Rob Lowe reference.
Are you just cheering for baseball, or are you cheering, or do you feel drawn to and compelled more to cheer for one team or the other?
So I don't know. I believe I sent this to Pony last night, but there's an article a couple days ago that Jason Mackey wrote in the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette about a guy named Trevor Gooby. Trevor was the supervisor, essentially, of the Pirates facility in Bradenton, Florida, who he had a chance to work with until he left. I think it was 2016 when he left for a job with the Mariners as the head of ballpark operations at Safeco, what was then known as Safeco Field. And he's always been a great dude and a great friend to everyone around the Pirates organization. So if you remember a baseballism shirt, Muller, that has Ken Griffey blowing the bubble with the hat backwards and the chain, that's the shirt I'm wearing. It says, I'm your favorite player's favorite player on the back with the 24 on it. So that's what I'm wearing tonight.
Is the Big Dumper the best nickname in sports right now?
I can't imagine there's a close second. I don't think there's a close second.
Fair enough.
I mean, how many kids are going to say, I remember my dad taking me to watch the Big Dumper hit homers. I mean, come on.
Robbie, we'll ask Clint Hurdle this question coming up, but I'd like to hear your answer. When people in Pittsburgh talk about how the sport needs a salary cap and salary floor to level the playing field after watching the Brewers get swept away by the Dodgers' $400 million payroll, as a guy that's worked in baseball for as long as you have, what's your reaction to that?
You know what's crazy? I could not answer this question when I was employed by AT&T Sportsnet, and now I can answer it. Absolutely, there needs to be a salary cap. I mean, there's look at that roster 1-9, and what team could beat the Dodgers in the World Series? I mean, can Tampa beat them? Or can Seattle beat them? And can Toronto beat them? I don't know. I mean, I would think there has to be a salary cap.
And you weren't able to answer this question?
There should be a.
I'm interested in that
get us in trouble.
Okay.
Opinions would get us in trouble if we said the wrong thing, of course.
Gotcha.
So, if it's not the right opinion, you're going to get a talking to. So, but for me as a fan, I think you have to. I mean, Betts, Ohtani, Freeman. There's your top 3. And look at the rotation. Snell, Ohtani, Glasnow. I know it's a sore subject here in Pittsburgh, but Yamamoto. I mean, who's going to beat those starting 4 in a 7-game series? I don't know who is. And likewise, there should be a salary floor as well. Teams should have to put a competitive team out there to field at least as well as they can use their dollars. I feel like they should. And hopefully, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen. I have no clue. None of us do, but I can't see it any other way other than owners wanting it. What's that?
Robbie, I was going to switch off for a second. I know, obviously, you watched Barry Bonds in the truly insane version of him, 01 to 04, where it was just basically like watching a video game character. Would you say Ohtani, though, based on what he has done so far in his career, is the best baseball player ever?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Even better than John Kruk.
And one of the well, it's a competitive race. It's a competitive race between him and Crocker.
Even better than Lenny Nails Dykstra.
Well, Lenny Nails Dykstra in the '93 Phillies, Pony. We can talk about that for a long time, about Joe Carter breaking my heart when I just graduated from high school.
Well, how about when you worked with Pat Summerall and you would try to get him to say things like tampon on the air?
That was amazing. I told you that story before, didn't I?
Yeah, well, how do you think
amazing.
I know it?
That's
I'm trying
hilarious
to think of more
that you
93
remember
Phillies. Dutch Dalton, was Pete Incaviglia on those teams?
Pete Incaviglia indeed was. Yeah, Schilling,
Mickey
Pete
Morandini choking up about 10 inches on the bat.
Oh, yeah. Danny Jackson.
The
Mitch
wild
Williams,
thing, Mitch Williams, before he started fighting youth baseball.
I have one more for you, Pony. How about Jim Eisenreich? I believe he had Tourette's, so there would occasionally be a crossword.
Wait, what?
You didn't know Eisenreich had Tourette's?
I did not.
He did?
I did not know that.
Absolutely. Starting left fielder, number 8, Jim Eisenreich. But think of the game Ohtani had in Miami, where it put him above the 50-50 last year. Okay, that was last year. Think about what he does this year. He hits 3 bombs and goes 6 shutout innings and strikes out 10 in a clinch game.
Yep.
And
he hit the one to Willie Stargell territory.
Really good.
Yeah, he smoked that.
The one that he hit basically over the roof is still one of the more impressive things I've ever seen.
Pat Murphy, the Brewers manager, was basically like, "What are you going to do? We got swept by a team that spent $400 million on players. I don't know what to tell you."
And it's crazy. And then Dave Roberts goes on the podium. And by the way, Dave Roberts is widely known in the game of baseball as like they call it oh, he's a nice guy, but he's not like Dave Roberts nice. So that's what Dave Roberts' reputation is in baseball, right? Mm-hmm. He's known as one of the nicest, kindest human beings around the game of baseball. That's just what his reputation is. And if he's going out there on the podium and saying what he said after they won after they won the NL pennant, talking about ruining baseball, I mean, there's a point to be made. I mean, would you guys not agree? I mean, You do sports talk for a living. I mean, don't you think so?
Yeah, we haven't talked. This is the most we've talked baseball playoffs all year and probably in the last few years because we have you on here going to this game tonight.
Think about this. When there's a marquee free agent that's about to hit the market, envision being me standing there at Ben Cherington or whoever the GM is post-game or post-end-of-season press conference going, "Oh, so you think you have a chance at Ohtani?" I mean, come on. Who the hell would take me seriously? Yeah. No one. You know what I'm saying? And it needs to be in the discussion.
Absolutely.
Anyway, sorry.
No, you're good. Let's talk about this book because that's the reason why we had you on. I hope you're okay with me telling this part of your story. But since you've left the Pirates dugout reporter's gig, you basically put your entire life into this book, which I think is, number one, admirable and pretty ballsy. And it's a really cool concept, and it just came out. So tell people more about it, Robbie.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. You know what? Very few people get to choose their ending, at a job that they love. I don't think there are many people, that get to do it, and especially in broadcasting. I see somebody like Dan Potash, who just surpassed 25 years at one place. And Danny's obviously a very close friend of mine and one of my favorite human beings on planet Earth that I've ever worked with. But, my ending wasn't anything that I chose. So I knew I had built up at that point in time 15 years of relationship capital around the game of baseball. And I met with Kyle Fager, who became my author, and I said, if I'm going to do this right, I have to produce the best possible put out the best possible product that I can. And if I was going to do that, I was going to take money because I needed big-time professionals to do it. So that's what I did. So essentially I started calling people around the game and said, here's what I'm doing, and here's what my vision is. And I just called 122 different people, plus whoever I had to, help get other interviews for me. And it worked out great in terms of the project. So, yeah, I mean, I was fortunate enough to, be in a position financially where I could take a year of my life off and not work and only work on this book. And when I tell you, it took up every day, almost every hour of every day, when most people would be, the time that most people put into a career or a job. That's what I did into this book, and it took a year's time and all those hours to produce the best product imaginable. So it's called Sacred Grounds. We came up with a ton of stories, bunch of photos that I took from my travels around the game, and produced this product. And I wish that my connection was better here in the hotel in Toronto so I could show it to you on the video feed. But it's going to be pretty cool, man. I just took a chance on myself, Pony. To be quite honest, I'm just, I'm opening up a little bit, obviously on a very public platform.
Yeah.
But it's just a risk I wanted to take on myself, and I'm really proud with what I put out. Now, I don't control how many copies I sell, but I do know that ultimately, when people read it, they're going to see that the work was put into it with the stories and the effort.
Is it
and
more
everything's
coffee table book, or is it more?
No, it's not more. It is a coffee table photo book. It's 12 by 9. It's a big book, and it lays flat. We even went through those dimensions and how the book is going to lay out physically if someone's reading it at home or on the couch or on a table, anything like that. And it's pretty wild. I can't wait to get a copy.
So
to you
if
guys
you're
to look
somebody
at,
like me that's into going to different ballparks and traveling around to see these places, this is a great companion book for all that, you would say.
You're not only that, but I have a couple QR codes throughout the book, which leads to the site, which is the only way people can buy it on my site because, other, distributors take too much money, and I put my own money into this book. So I'm selling it myself. Robbie Ince, ROBBYINC.com is where the only place people can buy it, or if they reach out to me, obviously I can, get a copy to them. But the website has the longer versions. Essentially, it has every conversation that I had, a shortened transcript that we brushed up with some help from AI, which I think everybody's doing now. But then we also have the authentic transcript that I had. So if you're reading a discussion that I had with, say, Luis Gonzalez, which I did have about winning the 2001 World Series with the Diamondbacks and changing the culture of baseball with one swing of the bat in Arizona in its 4th year of existence, you can read the whole conversation that I had with him, because the story in the book you're going to read is going to take you about 3 to 4 minutes to get through. But if you really wanted to dig into it, we talked for 37 minutes on the record, and you could read that whole conversation.
Did the story of your friend jumping in the pool there and getting banned for life at that stadium come up or no?
Well, first of all, he didn't get banned for life. He just got invited back to see a team other than the Pirates, which essentially is a shadow ban for life. So, yes, Paul Hogan, the one and only. And, yes, of course, that story is in there. That is in the Arizona chapter, and it's a hilarious story about getting uninvited back to the pool because they had a little too much fun watching the Pirates drop a bunch of runs on the scoreboard. So, yeah, man, it's a place people can get lost in baseball. A bunch more photos, transcripts, features going to be there, a podcast eventually. All that stuff's going to be on the website. So the book is kind of the short version of what everybody else can dig into. So it's really a place to get lost for baseball fans like yourself.
Robbie, sounds great. Give the website again.
Robbie Ince, ROBBYINC.com. And I can't thank you guys enough for giving me a couple moments here.
Enjoy playoff baseball tonight. We miss it.
Games, who's going to win tonight, boys?
I have no idea. Is Shane Bieber? You know what? I'll pick Seattle because you're there rooting for them. But that's actually a bad thing because I jinx teams. The Blue Jays are going to win 15-1. How's that?
Shane Bieber and George Kirby on the mound tonight.
Thank you, Robbie.
So we'll see.
Appreciate it, brother.
You guys are Thank you, guys. Take care.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them, southhillskia.net. If I gave you 10 guesses, would you have been able to get the pitching matchup
for
this game? I don't even blame you for that.
Absolutely not.
The man that brought Bucktober to Pittsburgh, Clint Hurdle, joins us next. But first, a headline.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Game 7 of the ALCS tonight. It'll be the Mariners at the Blue Jays. First pitch, 8:08 p.m. Blue Jays looking to make their first World Series appearance since 1993, and the Mariners looking to make their first ever. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mulsey.
Thank you, Jack. Mulsey here for Blue Chew. Blue Chew isn't just a tablet. It is a cheat code for the downstairs vicinity, if you will. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you feel and perform at your best, plain and simple. Stronger, harder, longer lasting. Basically like somebody gave the downstairs a pep talk, then also decided to give it a gym membership. Blue Chew is the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. Pretty straightforward, no? You can be more confident when it counts and where it counts, and add a little boing to the bedroom my friends. You can be ready when she is. And, guys, it's not just about performance. You can give her group chat something to talk about as well. Nothing's going to make you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. We've got a special deal for our listeners as well. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That is it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Once again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's time for the A-Rod Report. A-Rod came up short in the battle of the aging QBs, but not without a great effort. Still showing nice footwork, A-Rod threw for 249 yards and 4 touchdowns, but 2 first-half interceptions proved costly. Rodgers did find 88 in this game after being MIA for most of the year, including a touchdown with 2 minutes remaining. A near 70-yard Hail Mary pass by A-Rod was close, but it was swatted down at the end of the game. The A-Rod Report, brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Pittsburgh's locally owned and operated document management solution. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Wednesday means wings. Thursday is trivia. Shiloh Plate and Pour on Mount Washington.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Bad job by us. We should have queued up the root.
A new Pirates generation.
A new Pirates generation. Do we still have that, Donnie, or is that lost to the great 93.7 The Fan house fire?
We have one audio house fire a week, it seems like, here. So if it did, it's like Amanda in movies. If it hasn't been put in the system in the last week, we probably don't have it.
They stopped playing that after games, and then I think by popular demand they brought it back because it was such a fan favorite.
I was just thinking about that. So when you bring up that song, I start thinking about some of the slogans that they used as like marketing.
Listen to the game with my radio on. There? No.
They had like slogans like "Let's go to work" back in the '90s. We will. Do you remember? We will would have been, I think, in the time the stations existed.
I don't remember that one.
There were just some very funny marketing.
Do you think that band was a one-hit wonder, or do you think they had some other big hits?
Do we even know who did the song?
No.
I probably should. I'm a lifelong Pittsburgher, and I have no idea who recorded it.
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Our next guest brought playoff baseball back to Pittsburgh, and he's coming back to Pittsburgh for an event. I'm talking about one of the greatest managers in Pirates history, Clint Hurdle. Clint, Andrew Filipponi, and Chris Muller in Pittsburgh. How are you?
Andrew, Chris, I'm doing well. I'm doing very well. Thanks for calling up and having me on your show.
Do you still hear that song in your head every once in a while?
It's on my ringtone.
Shut up. That's awesome.
I'm kidding. Trust me. I'm kidding. All right. No, you know what? I still am in contact with enough people that every once in a while, one of my buddies back in the Berg will bust it out on me.
Clint,
so, yeah, I still hear it.
What is, tell us what's bringing you back to Pittsburgh.
Well, myself and my good friend Jim Lachima we've connected with the Heinz History Center, and we're going to do a book launch this Sunday at the Heinz History Center, kind of celebrating the book Hurdleisms. I was expecting to go on a book tour this summer, but then I got sidetracked and picked up a part-time job that took me full-time, and I had to push back a bunch of events. The one at the Heinz History Center, we pushed back this Sunday, 2 to 4 o'clock. Guy Junker is going to be emceeing it.
Nice.
A few of, I think, the Pirates from my managerial days. We might have some friends show up, some special guests, and we're just going to talk some baseball, talk about the book, and talk about some good old days.
Well, Clint, I feel like the title might give some of it away, but tell us more about what the book is about, what it covers. The book called Hurdleisms, I have a feeling I can guess, sort of the road it's going down here.
And, this is one of those things that happen where you have a plan and then other people have a plan, and my plan got derailed, and I ended up writing every word in this book, which was never my plan.
Mm-hmm.
My plan was to get a really good ghostwriter or a co-author, someone who had done this before, had experience, and had the skill set to make it much easier for me. It didn't work out that way. I basically got double dog dared by a good friend of mine, John Gordon, who's a best-selling author. I think he's got 18 books. We used to bring him in. He's an inspirational speaker. We brought him into Pittsburgh at a number of spring trainings. But he read a kind of manuscript that my friend and I put together, and he goes, Clint, that's stale, male, and pale. That's two old white guys chopping things up on the front porch. That demographic's not going to float. He says, you have a story to tell. I've been writing down things since I've been working with you in Colorado and Pittsburgh that you've said, and I have them in a folder called Hurdleisms. And I'm like, stop, John. There's Stingleisms, there's Yogiisms, and that's all there is. There'll never be something called Hurdleisms. He said, well, the name gets people's attention. Here's some of the ones I've jotted down. He said, why don't you make some calls, talk to some of your friends, see if you can get a few more, and let's see if we can get a publisher and you write your own story. So that's kind of what we did. He dared me to write my own book. I took it upon myself to do it. And it's basically just hopefully some wit and some wisdom from 50 years in baseball, but they're life lessons that are applicable to every day. Men, women, grandpas, grandmas, kids. But most of them I've learned the hard way.
Clint, it's funny, like your unique lexicon of describing baseball like seeped into the pores of the people here in Pittsburgh, and even though you've left, people still use your terms when talking about games. Callers will call into our post-game shows and use and steal some of them. The one that I think has resonated the most, and Chris, tell me if you agree with this. People still talk about shower and well.
Oh, yeah.
Your
Yes.
shower and well line has been used up by the fans here for decades. That might be one of your lasting imprints on Pittsburgh, is that after a bad loss, people are still talking about shower and well. When did you come up with that one?
Actually, I came up with it in Colorado. Early on in my managerial career, we were going through a hard stretch. It was tough sledding. It was kind of like any parts of the first two seasons, second half of the first two seasons in Pittsburgh. The day work was good. The review, the expectations early were good. The preparation was good. Training was good, but the execution on the field was below average. We just weren't winning games. And there came a night where our team president, Kelly McGregor, who was one of the biggest mentors in my life, he came down. He said, "Hey, you got some time?" And I'm thinking he's down. He's either going to rattle the cage. He's going to, he's got some hard thoughts. And I said, "Yeah, I got all the time you need, Kelly. Sit down." He goes, "Tell me what's going on. I watched the day work. I watched the scout meetings. I watched the preparation." He goes, "Then we got flat tires and we take the field." I go, "Yeah, you're right." I go, "We're going to mix up all that, but the one thing I encourage our guys to do every night is to shower well." He goes, "Well, what do you mean by that?" I go, "Hey, whatever the day's brought, good, bad, sideways, you had an argument with your wife, your kids, kid got an F in school, you stunk, the manager stunk, the coaches, nobody did well. When you hit that shower, wash everything that the day put on you, off of you, because the next place you're going, you're either going home by yourself or you're going home to a family or a friend, and you need to be present for them. And then you get a fresh morning tomorrow, and just be ready when you walk back in the doors, but shower well and go home."
Man, I don't know, Pony. I feel like that could apply to you a lot of the time. something you don't do well enough.
Yeah, I got to. Hey, I'm perfect for the book. As someone that probably needs to take some of these aphorisms that you've put in there and put them into my own life. Clint, I do want to ask you a baseball question about current baseball. We saw the Dodgers beat the Brewers, $400 million payroll. Brewers get swept. Pat Murphy, I think, is an excellent manager and is probably going to win Manager of the Year back-to-back. Basically, afterwards, you could tell, obviously he was disappointed, but he just sounded like a guy that said, "Well, what did you expect? Look at their team compared to ours. Look at the amount of money they put into their players." As someone that managed here in Pittsburgh, and this is obviously going to be a big deal in the next year when labor negotiations heat up, what are your thoughts on baseball putting in a salary cap and salary floor?
Well, number one, I will answer your question, then you're going to answer mine, because I heard you lost a bet last week.
Oh my God, boy. I did, yes.
Okay, we'll talk about that later. I just want to make sure
is going to be very difficult and very, very much like a sensitive issue after that happens.
Yeah. More like
but look, you can put gulls on the hoops at Christmas, and it's a whole different spirit. All right, I do. I'm a big fan of a salary floor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I could be talked into a salary cap just because the other sports have made it work. It kind of reboots organizations from time to time. I don't think it makes it easier, but it makes it more accessible for teams to get back to either see 500 baseball or better, quicker. It keeps some teams that are, in rare air, like the Dodgers. There's probably 8 teams out there. I call them the grade 8 that can pretty much throw money at anything they need to throw money at. It kind of neuters them, and in a good way, just to level the playing field for everybody that's involved. The comment you always hear, well, there's other teams that do it. Yeah, there's other teams. The Rays have found a way to consistently do it. The Guardians have found a way. Pittsburgh, we did it for 3 straight years where we were in that mix. However, sustainable, opportunities, I do think a floor would be a big help. Where some of these organizations got to push in X amount to put their team out there, and then to cap it at the top where some teams can't, do what the Dodgers are doing. You got to give the Dodgers a lot of credit, though. Not only is it incredible talent, their front office is doing things, where they want to call it shrewd or creative. They're in front of the game. And, I love Pat's comments. I'm a big Pat Murphy fan. We've been friends for a long time. And I used to share with people when I was managing, they talk about, well, how do you beat these guys? How do you beat that guy? Because sometimes it's more important when you play a team than who you play. Now, the Brewers played them during the season, beat them 6 times, right?
Yeah.
But when you post up in this kind of thing and you got 3 stud starters out in the bullpen on top of the guys that you're bringing to the table, not to make fun of Dave, but what a hard decision for a manager in Game 3. Let me think. Ohtani or Glass now? Jeez, I got to roll with that one for a little bit.
It's like being built for 162 versus being built for a 7-game series. It's just 2 totally different things.
It is. And once the 7-game series comes up with that roster they have, and you're not even talking about the players that aren't on their roster, that they still, have got in the barn.
Clint, let me ask you a question about some of the guys you managed during those glory years here, 2013 to 2015. Who is the guy you keep in touch with the most from those teams, and why?
Andrew, without a doubt, Andrew. Just because we've done life together, we talk about things, we try and make sense of things. I mean, he's got a chance to be Father of the Year for a long time because they're getting raised about ready. She's got baby 5 coming. I mean, I didn't understand. He's very romantic. They're very romantic couple. But I love the man. I grew to love the man because of the things he stood for, the way he performed, all of it. And he's got an incredible sense of humor. Mm-hmm. One of the funniest things he ever said to me, we were at the Dapper Dan in 2013. I think I was getting an award. He was getting an award. And he looked around the room, and people kept coming up to him. He goes, you know what? He goes, I think I can finally walk around the city of Pittsburgh, and they're not going to call me Larry Fitzgerald.
That's a good one, dude. That is a really good one.
But I stay in touch with Barmas. I stay in touch occasionally with Mercer, Jay Hay. Even Lyle Overbay, Travis Snyder, Neil Walker on occasion. Jason Grilli I stay in touch with quite a bit as well. So it's a long list. There were just relationships that were built and developed over time. Burnett, AJ, and I still stay in touch. I'd like to stay more in touch with Russell, but that just doesn't happen because Russell was one of my favorite players that I ever had an opportunity to coach or manage.
Interesting.
Clint, I'm going to hit you with one that's not Pirates related. It's basically just a yes or no, though, because you did bring the guy up. In your opinion, you've seen a lot of baseball players. You've seen a lot of guys do some incredible things. Would you call Shohei Ohtani the greatest player you've ever seen and the greatest player ever to lace up spikes and play baseball?
Yes.
Man, that I've asked you that, and I've asked other people that, and almost without hesitation, the answer is yes. There's not even like Barry Bonds was pretty great for that run, or Babe Ruth. It's just an instant yes with him.
Yep. He covers both sides of the ball. I mean, he's elite both sides of the ball. Elite.
Yeah, so Clint, to go back to what you wanted to ask me about, I am getting my nipples pierced in 9 days. Any advice? Anything I can learn in the book from?
Give me advice. Yeah.
I was going to say. I don't know. Is there a question in that?
Don't make such stupid bets in the future.
Is there anything in hurdleisms about that?
No big deal. No big deal to lose a bet, but come on, man. Pony, let's go.
Yeah. Well, it is going to be spun into a positive because all the people that come watch me get tortured. The money's going to go to breast cancer awareness, Clint. So we have done that.
Bless your heart. That is a big applause, a big salute to you for ponying up, pun intended, that way.
Clint, 2 to 4 on Sunday at the Heinz History Center. There's no Steelers game until 8 o'clock, and you'll be there. I said to Donnie before he brought you on, They should bring you out for the terrible towel twirl before the game, and you'd have 70,000 people going nuts because they still love you here.
Well, that's nice that you say that. I did get out there one time with Kutch. I ride Kutch his coattails a lot, but we went out. We spun the towels one time. We will be at the game. We're looking forward to that. I'm going to be at the Penn Saturday night. I still got a lot of black and gold running through me.
Awesome.
Okay?
Clint, we're glad to have you back in town. Maybe we can meet up. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Clint.
Love to do it.
See ya.
All right.
Clint Hurdle.
Bye-bye.
I've never heard the Fitzgerald story from McCutcheon. That's a pretty good one.
Larry still got the long hair going.
I think Larry's way down the golf rabbit hole, too.
I think Larry's got a kid that's playing college football now, which kind of makes me feel like I'm 100 years old.
Yeah, those ones. There's so many of those now, though. I'm numb to it. Like I think it was when I saw Frank Gore Jr. And I was like, yeah, I've had enough of this. Like I'm. This is me tapping out of caring about that anymore.
Something happened in the NFL yesterday that might or might not make Steelers fans feel better about themselves. We'll tell you what that is next. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM team. First, a message from Mulsey.
Thanks, Pony. It is a message from me about Shorkey Mitsubishi in North Huntington. Go see them at Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington if you need to find the Mitsu that fits you, because you could take advantage of the Harvest the Savings event. And the Harvest the Savings event is going on all month long. What's it mean for you? It means 0% APR for 60 months on all new 2025 Mitsubishis. And there's a great lineup to choose from. The 7-passenger Outlander, the Outlander Sport. They've got the Eclipse Cross. They've also got the Mirage, the lowest priced new car on the market, Mitsubishi Mirage. And I'm a huge fan of the Outlander. They all come with that 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. I drive an Outlander, but they've got something for everybody. And Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington is going to make it even easier during this process. They're going to give you $500 more for your trade. So the road to fall savings starts right here. Get your deal your way. What a great day. Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi North Huntington and online. JimShorkeyMitsubishi.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Tune in every Tuesday morning at 9 as the Pittsburgh kid Neil Walker joins the Fan Morning Show. Tune in or listen on the Odyssey app as Neil gives you the latest on our Pirates. The Neil Walker Show brought to you by Mike Hamlin Hyundai, Goodrich & Guys, Pittsburgh's personal injury attorneys, and Bet365 on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, mostly clear and chilly with overnight lows in the low 40s. Showers are likely Tuesday with high temperatures in the low 60s. A few spotty showers Tuesday night with temperatures in the low 40s. Showers are possible and breezy for Wednesday with highs only in the low 50s, and showers continue Wednesday night with temperatures in the low 40s. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
Game 7. I'm Joe Ostrowski here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. Seattle at Toronto for the right to represent the AL in the World Series. The last Kirby versus Bieber matchup had the Mariners as the favorite, but the Jays are favored tonight. 5 straight overs in this series, but I'm going under 7.5 in this do-or-die spot. I'm Joe Ostrowski from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, E-T-H-O-S, ethos.com/play.
Must finance HMF low APR tier 122. Plus tax acquisition fee, title plates, and dealer doc fee. Must finance HMF dealer's choice for Santa Fe rebate. Not all buyers will qualify. Select units only. Offers end 10/31/25.
Get to Mike Hamlin Hyundai today for huge fall savings. New 2025 Hyundai Tucson's 1.99% for 60 months. Or the new 2025 Hyundai Santa Fe 1.99% for 48 months. Or up to $3,000 in rebates. MikeHamlinHyundai.com. All Mike Hamlin Hyundais are backed by Owner Assurance, America's best warranty, 10 years, 100,000 miles, and the Mike Hamlin Advantage. Oil changes for life.
October means big Jeep savings at South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters Township. Take home a 2025 Jeep Grand Cherokee Laredo with payments starting at just $289 a month for 24 months. Don't miss out. These fall offers end soon. See dealer for details.
People ask, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring? Or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, PNC has done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results for their clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop in to any one of their local branches right here in the Pittsburgh community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association member, FDIC.
BetMGM has an unreal deal for pro football fans this season. Turn $10 into $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet. Download the BetMGM app and sign up using the bonus code PIT150. Then place a $10 bet on pro football. You'll get $150 in bonus bets if you win. The possibilities don't end there. When you join BetMGM, you get access to a variety of parlay selection features like same-game parlays, live betting options, and more. Download the BetMGM app today and get $150 in bonus bets if you win your first bet with bonus code PIT150. Make this pro football season one for the history books. Make it legendary. BetMGM and GameSense remind you to play responsibly. BetMGM.com for T's and C's. 21 plus to wager. Pennsylvania only. New customer offer. Subject to eligibility requirements. Rewards are non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire in 7 days. If you or someone you know has a gambling problem, help is available. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for a new ride? South Hills Kia has the ride and the price you'll love. Brand new 2025 Kia Telluride S all-wheel drive as low as $399 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2026 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $239 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires November 3rd, 2025. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
84 Lumber is your one-stop destination for top quality materials and personalized service. Whether you're a seasoned contractor or a first-time do-it-yourselfer, 84 Lumber is open to the public and ready to help you with your project from estimate to build. Their 14 Pittsburgh area locations are open on Saturdays for your convenience. Don't wait. Visit your local 84 Lumber to stock up on supplies this weekend. And let's get building together.
All your favorite NBA players are back. And DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NBA, is the place to bet on NBA stars this season. With more markets open for more of the game, DraftKings, the #1 sportsbook for live betting, is live when others aren't. New customers, bet just $5 and get 3 months of NBA League Pass. Plus, score $300 if your bet wins, paid in bonus bets. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use promo code THEFAN. That's promo code THEFAN. Bet $5 and get 3 months of League Pass, plus get $300 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 and over. Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and restrictions apply. Bet must win to receive bonus bets which expire in 7 days. Minimum odds required. NBA League Pass auto renews until canceled. Additional terms at dkng.co/audio. Limited time offer.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro. On them, it's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement. iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit BigLoot.com.
Do you have 3 ex-wives and your current trophy wife wants a life insurance policy 3 times the size of the policies you had to purchase for your previous mistakes? If so, you need to call Big Lou at Term Provider, 800-555-1509. Big Lou is intimately familiar with your problems, and if you're 50 or 60 years old and in reasonably good health, a $1 million policy should only only cost about $100 to $200 per month. Big Lou may have a solution for your previous policies as well. You may even save enough money to lighten the load on your new $1 million policy. Remember, call Big Lou. He's like you, except he's only on number 2. Call Term Provider at 800-555-1509. That's 800-555-1509 for $1 million in term life insurance that you can live with. Call Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509.
Hey everyone, it's Doran Dickerson. Do you want to feel more confident when you smile? People give me compliments all the time about my smile. It's been 2 years since my smile makeover, and my only regret is that I didn't do it sooner. For my veneer treatment, I only trusted the best cosmetic dentist in Pittsburgh, Doctors Brian and Rob Claich of Cranberry Dental Studio, and my experience was incredible. Request a free virtual consultation by visiting cranberrydentalstudio.com or check out their award-winning smile makeovers on their Instagram at Cranberry Dental Studio.
So why will your kitchen from Petite be different?
You know, Barry, people get the help they need to visualize the kitchen of their dreams.
What kind of help?
Design help, interior design help, and Petite eliminates the nightmare remodeling for a surprisingly great price.
That's right. No more worries about how, when, or what happens if something goes wrong.
Our installation department eliminates the worries and makes sure the project goes smooth as silk.
It really is from custom creation to expert installation. You get the kitchen of your dreams without the worry.
That's it. A quality new kitchen with some features that you won't find anywhere else, and the expertise to make it happen.
Call Petite Kitchen and Bath Design Center today at 412-279-2222.
That's 412-279-2222.
Haven't you waited long enough?
PA 625.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call a Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Heavy congestion is starting to build on the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive as you head into the Squirrel Hill Tunnel and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel, seeing lanes jammed from 2nd Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Renzel.
This report brought to you by DEA's National Prescription Drug Takeback Day. Learn more at DEATakeback.com.
Help keep our community safe and healthy during National Prescription Drug Takeback Day, October 25th. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent drug misuse before it starts.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder and Associates text line at 412-928-9370. Edgar Snyder and Associates reminds you to text responsibly. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, built by Window Nation, home of the buy two get two free offer. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the Jim Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Big Monday Night Football doubleheader you can hear on the Fan tonight. Bucks and Lions at 7. Then we'll have the night game, Texans and Seahawks at 10. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. It's PM Team Monday.
Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township. We've already looked ahead to weather for Steelers and Packers. Sunday it'll be in the low 50s for a huge primetime game. Aaron Rodgers against his old squad. Fan weather brought to you by Myers Law Group, Pittsburgh's choice for affordable legal solutions. Speaking of Rodgers, I'm not going to play any audio here or waste anybody's time. We're just going to get right to it with what happened in the NFL yesterday with a pair of Steelers former quarterbacks. Because I do think it's right to point out that Aaron Rodgers, through 6 games and 7 weeks of the NFL season, was a great call by the Steelers to bring him in. He has played, I think, B+ to A- football. He should have won the game on Thursday. He deserved to win, even though he had one bad interception. He was, I think, other than that, pretty outstanding in the game. Made all kinds of highlight reel throws. Made a lot of throwback vintage Aaron Rodgers plays. Things, frankly, that I didn't think he was capable of. So he looks right now, through the first third of the season, to still be an upper echelon quarterback. And to get him for only $13 million is a really good deal. Problem is, though, Chris, he's 41 years old. And maybe he plays another season, but maybe another season tops. you still do not have a long-term solution at the quarterback position.
Mm-hmm.
And what I found yesterday was a lot of Steelers fans laughing at former Steelers quarterbacks. And I think, to me, they ought to look in the mirror before they do that. And here's what I mean by that. So Fields gets benched by the Jets, and Kenny Pickett has to go in and play mop-up. He's got to be the janitor in one of the worst offensive games in NFL history. No hyperbole. The Raiders had the ball for 30 plays. They had less than 100 yards of total offense. They got shut out.
Wasn't it the worst offensive game by a team in like 30 years?
It was, yes. It was, in what is supposed to be still, even though the points are a little bit down, we're still living in high times for offensive football. They put together one of the worst games ever against the Chiefs yesterday. Kenny goes in first play as a botched snap. Okay? And I get it. Like, I believed in Kenny. I was wrong, like I am about other things. And people now that they have Aaron Rodgers for the rest of the season and Kenny's on his, like, 9th team like to laugh at him and mock him and make fun of him. Cool. Here's the issue, though, Chris. The two quarterbacks that Steelers fans are, not all Steelers fans, but some, are cackling at and poking fun at are young quarterbacks that this organization believed in. What does it say about the Steelers' ability to evaluate young quarterbacks that they thought Kenny Pickett and Justin Fields could both potentially be the answer? Unless the idea moving forward is we're just always going to try to find the veteran quarterback who's on the wrong side of 35 and try to squeeze a few more drops out of that guy's career. You can't be confident moving forward that they're going to get this quarterback thing right when those are the two guys in the last 5 years, young quarterbacks that they thought had a chance to be their franchise quarterbacks.
Well, I had, I think, a similar reaction overall to the one you just laid out. And listen, I have a good laugh sometimes, mainly at the people who insist that if Kenny just gets a real chance, wait till you see this, wait till you see that, this coach and that coach.
You're Adidas of the world, people like that.
I'm saying the fans. Listen, I think Aditi talks to people who are who aren't going to tell her.
She
like,
says in
no,
NFL
Kenny.
circles, they still speak glowingly of Kenny Pickett.
Well, if I wanted to be really blunt, then I would say then somebody would be starting him willingly.
Yeah. And not trading late day 3 picks for him.
Like this idea that he was the Browns' presumptive starter and then got hurt. Well, if they really liked him, he'd still be on the Cleveland Browns starting football games. And if the Raiders liked him as much as they did, they would have probably put him in earlier than mop-up duty. Neither here nor there. I had, though, basically the same reaction. When you see people laughing about it, I think of two things. How the hell, in the case of Fields, and you can say this about Pickett, too, how the hell did Mike Tomlin manage to squeeze 4-2 out of Justin Fields? How the hell did he manage in a season where Kenny, Mitch, and Mason started for him somehow to go 10-7 that year?
Uh-huh.
It was mainly Mason down the stretch, obviously, doing all that. That's like I don't even want to call it positive, but that's sort of the amused thought I have is like, can you believe that this coach, who doesn't really know offense, it seems, and is bad with quarterbacks, still managed to get a winning season out of these three? But then it's the other part that gets me more. They put their faith in a guy in a historically weak quarterback class who has proven to be nowhere near NFL starter level. They tried to do the reclamation project on a guy Tomlin loved enough that if he had had the first pick, he would have taken him over Trevor Lawrence.
Not to say much of Trevor Lawrence right now, but still, yeah.
Either way, Mike was so disillusioned after he actually got him here and watched him play that he couldn't wait to go to Russell Wilson, who, by the way, got benched in even more spectacular fashion, albeit for a first-round pick that they just made.
Good.
Who does look pretty good, fourth-quarter gaffes notwithstanding. I think they're right to be excited about him. It just drives home this point to me that the Steelers have neither, at least the last several years, neither the wherewithal and the acumen when it comes to evaluating these guys, nor like the stomach in terms of dealing with the lumps and the bumps and the growing pains.
Yeah.
To see it through with some of these guys. They're not even picking the right ones to begin with, which is bad enough. But like they also don't put them in an environment where they actually have a chance to grow. I would imagine that as bad as it feels to be a Giants fan right now, and I know that's your other team, that you're probably still able to grasp onto like hey, Jackson Dart was good enough to be way up on the Broncos defense in Denver. Like, yes, that game went catastrophic for the last 15 minutes, But if you're a fan of that guy and that team, I think better days are ahead.
The best thing in the NFL is winning. The second best thing in the NFL is when you think you have
that
a
guy.
young quarterback who can be a franchise
right
quarterback.
Dude, I hate that I'm so right about that guy. I thought he was going to be the best quarterback in that class, and I think he's well on his way.
I think this show loved Drake May. This was a very pro-Drake May show. And I think he is looking even better than Jaden Daniels now.
He looks like a superstar right now. He looks like the next Josh Allen or even Ben. He calls to mind both of those players. And I just, every time I sit and think about the Steelers, look at the Chiefs right now. They have Mahomes. We all know Mahomes is QB God.
Yeah.
And they went from, oh man, are the Chiefs cooked, to the Chiefs are probably winning the AFC at least again and maybe the Super Bowl in 3 weeks? Okay? I look at situations like that. I look at the environment he's in, who his coach is, how they evaluated him, the bold move that they took to go up and get him, even though they had Alex Smith. And I think, when, if ever, under the current regime, are those kinds of things ever going to happen with the Steelers?
Only if they did what Indy did, in addition to having a great play caller. I said this before the season started, so now I'm giving myself credit.
You were in on Danny Dimes there early.
Because they amassed great offensive talent around him.
Yeah, you were in on
Taylor's a stud. The offensive line is fantastic. They've got great depth at wide receiver. Tyler Warren is fantastic. They're all these things. They're just ready, waiting for a point guard to really just pull all the right levers for them. I mean, I feel like this team is playing tonight and has been very good. I think the way that the Steelers sustain success here is by trying to go the Bucs route. Okay, we had Tom Brady. That worked out pretty good. We won a Super Bowl. Who's next? Oh, this Baker Mayfield guy is available. He turned the Browns into a relevant football team, which is nearly impossible to do. He seemed to have figured out how to play quarterback again briefly in the Rams, so his confidence isn't shot anymore. Let's bring him in here and give him the job and see what he can do. You know, I see the Alan Saunders tweets pop for him. He sends out every weekend. The Steelers had scouts watching this college quarterback. The Steelers were watching Moore at Oregon. They were watching Mendoza at Indiana. They, believe it or not, were watching, before he got hurt, Drew Aller for the 19th time. You know, like, I'm seeing all these things, and I'm thinking to myself, what difference does it make? I don't trust the guy who's in charge of the team right now to, A, identify the right quarterback, and B, to your point, then put that quarterback in the right position to succeed. So you might as well just keep spinning the veteran quarterback wheel.
The thing I would say,
unless you get a great offensive coach in here, and I wouldn't say Arthur Smith is that, even though I think he's arrow pointed up right now, to steal a stupid Tomlin term.
The thing about Tomlin, the comp I want to make is just with Todd Bowles for a minute, a guy who flamed out in New York with the Jets. But Bowles is known as a defensive guy, and you know where those two coaches, in my opinion, are wildly different, and I would tip the hat big time to Bowles for this? They get Baker.
Yeah.
A former number 1 overall pick.
Yep.
And Bowles stays the hell out of the way and is like, I'll try to get the defense and everything else and manage the game, but we're going to be an up-tempo scoring team because that's what we've got. Like, that's Mike likes to do paint the barn red if you got red paint. Bowles isn't trying to impose his ego or like his defensive tendencies on it. He realizes he's going to have to win shootouts with Baker.
His three.
And he empowers people who work for him. He hires and empowers people to run that offense, man.
His 3 offensive coordinators, or 2 offensive coordinators
Canales
prior to the one there. Yeah, his 2 offensive coordinator hires after Byron Leftwich to work with Baker Mayfield have been Canales, who's now the Panthers coach, and Cohen, who's the Jaguars coach. Both of those guys did such a good job. They got a new gig.
And I had to look up the guy that's running their offense.
He's in his 30s. He went to friggin' Yale.
He's 35 years old. His name is Josh Grizzard. Joshua G. Grizzard.
Yeah, he's an Ivy League nerd. He's a smarty
pants. But you know where he came from? The Dolphins forever. Like, he was there across multiple regimes. He would have been there, with McDaniel for a little bit.
McDaniel, terrible head coach, but he knows offensive football.
Part of a good incubation process. And I want to give Bowles a ton of credit here because they are a really good team, and they are an offense that allows their quarterback to be great to make them great. And can Mike, as I always say, Pony, can he ever take his hands off of 10-2 at the steering wheel?
412-928-9370. That is the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. A person's injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I don't ask for much. I come on the air. I ask for you guys to listen to the show and appreciate the show and watch the show. This is a call for help next from me that I need from you. Yes.
What?
Yep. Call for help. Stay tuned. Please help me. Next. First, the Jack headline.
Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penguins took down the Sharks on Saturday 3-0 to improve their record to 4-2 on the young season. They'll take on the Canucks at home tomorrow at 7 p.m. That's when the puck drop will be. Fan headlines, powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Mosey.
Thank you, Jack. I want to talk about your windows right now. I'm literally speaking to you out there if you're listening. And if your windows especially have not been upgraded and updated in a while, man, do you need to hear what I am saying right now. You need to call my friends at Universal Windows Direct. You need to take advantage of a terrific deal they have all throughout the month of October, and you need to make sure that your house is ready for what will doubtless be a cold, windy winter here. You don't want those energy bills too high. You don't want drafts blowing through your house. What you need to make all that happen, Universal Windows Direct and their exclusive super spacer technology that seals out the cold and keeps in the heat and keeps your house comfortable. The deal right now is awesome in October. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free. No limit. 0% interest for 3 full years. When you schedule this month, an extra $500 off your entire home improvement project. Don't wait. Call 412-545-6003 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com and schedule that free in-home estimate today. And like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is Bill Ryder with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Chumba Casino, your online casino for plays, spins, and a chance to score. Must be 21 and over. Terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Despite the 4-3 record, the Kansas City Chiefs are absolutely the team to beat in the AFC. Rashee Rice's return has sparked an offense that could be one of the best in football going forward, and the Chiefs are playing at a ridiculous level across both sides of the football. They're back. I'm Bill Ryder.
Chumba Casino brings non-stop fun straight to your screen. Anytime, anywhere. Explore hundreds of games like slots, blackjack, and instant scratch-style cards. Sign up to unlock your free welcome bonus and daily login bonuses. And enjoy your chance at exciting prizes without spending a thing. Just click, play, and enjoy the ride. Sponsored by VGW Group. No purchase necessary. See terms at ChumbaCasino.com. Must be over 21 and present in a state where it's legal to play.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Every day is a silent competition, and with testosterone dropping 1% annually, you're fighting an uphill battle. Your colleagues notice when you lose your edge, your partner senses when your confidence wavers, and without addressing low T, you're set up to fail. No willpower can overcome this hormonal deficit. Mentality's FDA-approved treatments have shown a 30% increase in testosterone levels. Don't let low T define you. Reclaim your power at mentalityhealth.com/radio. That's mentalityhealth.com/radio.
From 20th Century Studios, on October 24th, discover why critics are calling Springsteen Deliver Me From Nowhere an intelligent journey into the soul of an artist. Jeremy Allen White is the boss. Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere. Only in theaters October 24th. Get tickets now.
Call your Pittsburgh area Geico agent, Mr. Hester, at 412-364-7170.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, November 8th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Now for the Gherkin Roofing and Contracting Call the Pickle Today Traffic Center.
Stop and go traffic is backing up the Parkway East outbound from Technology Drive as you make your way towards the Squirrel Hill Tunnel, and heading into the Fort Pitt Tunnel on the Parkway West outbound. Lanes are jammed from 2nd Avenue. With AAA Traffic, I'm Margot Rensel.
Book us to men and a junk truck.com.
broken furniture and appliances, abandoned pianos and exercise equipment. Let's deal with that junk that's been haunting you. Two men and a junktruck.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Listen to the Starkey Show on Wednesdays to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contest runs every Wednesday through Friday at noon on the 937thefan.com contesting page. Now I can't hear anything in my headset. You guys have that problem too, Mulsey?
Things are clipping in and out there.
Yeah, now I'm hearing Jack again.
Now there's a blinking button in there.
There we go.
There we go.
We're
Hey, hey!
So,
as Jack's off the air saying, yeah, I woke up at 11:30 on Sunday morning. Unbelievable.
Well, because I said to him as a Pitt kid, hey, how about Mumfield catching that touchdown pass for the Rams?
Just 11:30, and then his explanation.
He missed it by 2 hours.
It was a long night out there. Yeah, okay. All right, buddy.
What's that expression? You fly with the owls, you wake up with the eagles or something like that? How do you say that?
I thought it was the early bird gets the worm.
Something like, yeah, maybe that's one too. Well, you got to go out there and get after it in college, stay out till 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, and turn right around and watch that game at 9:30 the next day if you're a real football fan.
I mean, unless he physically couldn't get out of bed because he was so hungover or something like that. But I don't think that Jack is wired like that or cut from that cloth. Just 11:30. I haven't seen sleep till 11:30 in, I don't know, Pony, a decade at least. Probably longer.
Not unless it was a weird situation where I had to work a crazy shift or something,
or maybe
and I was up till
sick,
5 or 6 a.m.
Maybe if I was sick as hell, like I just could not get out of bed with the flu or something, but my God. Come on.
So by now everybody knows that I lost the bet and have to get my nipples pierced on the date we've settled on is the 29th.
Okay.
So a week from Wednesday at Mike's Beer Bar.
This is happening.
Mike's is going to host it. That is where I'm going to get my nipples pierced. I think it's going to be after the show. So we'll do our show there from 2 to 6. And then that evening, probably around 7 o'clock, 7:30, so people can get done with work and come over. We'll do it. The entrance fee is $33 a person, which is how many points the Bengals scored to beat the Steelers in the game I got terribly wrong. All of that money is going to go to fight breast cancer. I think we know the charity. I don't have it 100% yet, so that's why I'm not comfortable yet saying the name of it on the air. But I think we're close to the goal line on that one.
Okay.
And Mike from Mike's Beer Bar has generously said, well, you're getting both nipples pierced and not one. So for every $33 ticket that gets purchased, he's going to match it.
Really?
Yes. Yep. So
Mike is the man.
And I think food's going to be provided, and then everybody can drink. I can't because you said something about blood thinning.
Yeah, well, alcohol thins out your blood a little bit. No whiskey for courage or anything like that.
The thing I need help with, I said I need help before we went to break. I just came up at the gym today. I need to find someone to pierce them.
Okay.
And
so the station wants you to be the person doing the finding.
Well, I want to be the person doing the finding because I want to be comfortable with the person who's going to do it.
So it has to be somebody who's comfortable doing it outside the typical setting of a tattoo or a piercing shop.
And most of the people that I've seen who want to pierce it have been people that have said I'll rip the nipples off or have basically been very mean about it.
It's got to be somebody who's going to do a good job.
Yeah.
You're out here. You're going to get enough publicity if you're the piercer here.
That's a good point.
You don't need to try and be funny. You got to. If you want to pierce Pony's nipples, you have to sell him on the idea that you will do a professional job, and if anything, try to go as easy on him as possible.
And then think about, like you just said,
you will get publicity.
Me as someone that my wife said will probably cry from this and is a huge softie. If this place does, if they could keep me from freaking out
Think of the business.
Right, exactly. Which I don't know why I just thought about this, but could you imagine if Starkey had to do this?
No, I actually can't. If he, because I could imagine him, and I don't think you'll do this, because to your credit, I don't think you would ever do what I'm about to describe. I think he would be like, I'm gonna do it, and it would get to day of, I can't do this. He'd be in a car. Needle. He'd be in a car like on like the turnpike somewhere. I decided to golf instead. I got nervous. He would see the needle and just not be able to do it. Yeah,
I think he'd faint.
I mean, I think
that would be on the board.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that you faint.
Really?
I mean, are you going to close your eyes during the entire process here?
I think I could if I wanted to. There were no stipulations put on.
No, it's just that you're getting both of them pierced.
And
so if you want to shut your eyes and just hope against hope that it's over soon, that might be your best bet.
So just distract myself and have a conversation with the people there. But then the noises people are making as it gets closer to happening are going to tip me off.
Ooh.
I've had former Steelers players who have come out of the woodwork to tell me, please let me know when this is happening because I don't want to miss this. Can you let me know? Or guys that don't live in Pittsburgh anymore who have said, is there going to be a video stream for me to watch this? Because I really, really, really want to watch you do this. I might even know an ex-Steeler who works in the NFL now for another team who said that their entire coaching staff was debating how I should do it. Yeah.
Well, what kind of a debate were they even having? I think I can
How much it would hurt.
Would they be able to do it? Could they bring themselves to? And these are tough guys.
Sure. Yep.
I've
I
known
need
you
to
for
find,
a long. I've known you for 15 years, man. I've known you for almost 16 years. This is the dumbest thing you've ever done. The prediction and everything that you tied to it. Usually when you do stuff like this, I'm like, this is within the realm of what I would consider normal behavior. This is the one where you have truly bit off more than you could chew.
Yeah, and I was immediately told that I couldn't, go the donation route myself and make a donation to get out of it. Even though there's a lot of people that have said to me
do that.
That's totally fine. That's totally cool.
No, you got to do it. Got it.
But I feel like in your eyes and in Donnie's eyes, if I went that route, you'd think less of me.
And you know what?
Man.
You're trying right now to make us the villains here, or the people who aren't letting you out off the hook here. Fine, do it. I'm comfortable in that.
I'm not making anybody anything. Some have suggested that would be a fine route to take here. That way, somebody benefited from me running my mouth, but we got the best of both worlds. People are going to benefit from this. And I still have to go through the pain and suffering of it. Am I going to bleed a lot?
I don't know. Does the nipple typically bleed a ton?
I mean, you're a long-distance runner. Doesn't it chafe and bleed?
Well, no. I mean, that's from just repeated friction, and there's stuff you can take to make sure that doesn't happen. I would think a person who's good at piercing, though, there's probably not a ton of blood. Because it's not like they're going, way in under the fat, you're not getting jabbed 2 inches.
They know
under
exactly where to put it.
Yes, they do. Twice. No,
now, I've been told by some people the nose is more painful, but I've also been told by people that it was the most excruciating pain they've ever suffered in their entire life. So I don't know what to believe.
Have you been told that by any women who have given birth? This was worse?
Didn't Craig's friend say that to him?
Yeah, that's the one that I don't feel great for you.
That this was worse than giving childbirth?
Yeah, I don't feel great for you if somebody had that opinion, because that is traditionally the most
we've also
painful
had girls call in and say it wasn't that bad.
I would love to know if there's a guy out there who's had this done, who's also, this is maybe a small Venn diagram, who's also been punched, kicked, or otherwise taken a baseball to the nuts.
Okay, I've had those things happen to me.
And we're pain on a 1 to 10 scale.
Yeah?
Hitting the nuts at a high velocity.
9.5.
I think this is actually going to be
worse.
I think it's going to be less pain. Oh, no. I think the anticipation will be worse. The actual pain, I think, will be less. I'm still on the fence as to whether I can even watch it happen.
Jack, if I offered you $2,000, would you do it with me?
No, I don't think so.
And he's a poor college student.
How about $5,000?
If you gave me $5,000, yeah, probably.
Don't say that, because he might be the kind of guy who's willing to pay you $5,000 so that he's not alone.
Donnie, would you do it for $5,000 with me?
You're not getting me to do it.
I know I'm not getting you to do it, but I'm just saying, hypothetically speaking, if somebody offered you $5,000 to do it, would you do it?
Maybe.
Mine would have to be like 7 figures.
Oh, congratulations on all your success, Summer of Malsey.
I mean, not all of us have endorsements coming out of the pores here, pal.
Thanks. Thank you. Glad we could set that
Speaking
one up.
of which, follow us on Twitter, brought to you by Southfield Ski of Peters Township. Visit them, southfieldski.net. Donnie has his big football segment coming up next, but seriously, if you know an excellent piercer, get in touch with me, please, because I'm starting the interview process on that right now. All right, Jack has a headline, and we're right back.
Now, fan headlines powered by Bowser Genesis of Monroeville.
Penn State dropped their 4th straight game on Saturday, this time at Iowa, 25-24. They blew an 11-point lead late in the game. Penn State has a bye coming up, meaning they can't lose a game this week. Fan headlines are powered by Bowser Genesis and Monroeville. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, if your garage floor looks like ass, it's time to get in touch with my friends at Comer and Cross, because right now you're going to get 50% off your new Comer and Cross garage floor, 50% off and installation by the holiday. I am such a believer in this company that I am having mine done on Wednesday. So not only do I talk about them, but I'm also a client and a soon-to-be very happy customer. 50% off and installation by the holiday ends soon. So you have to act fast. Seriously, guys. No procrastinating here. 1-800-NEW-FLOOR is the number, and then you will be loving that garage floor. You could probably eat a sandwich off it. If it fell, you could pick it up and eat it and not be grossed out. We have a disgusting garage floor now, or if that happened, I've told my daughter, do not eat that goldfish that you just dropped on there. So let's do it with Comer and Cross. They don't use subcontractors. These are their real employees, people that have done hundreds of these jobs. They're in and out in one day, which is crazy. They even take the stuff out for you. So 50% off your new garage floor and installation by the holiday. Call now, 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. That's 1-800-NEW-FLOOR. Go to COMERCross.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. As the days get shorter and the air gets crisper, football is back across the area. And we want to encourage young players out there with our youth football showcase. All season long, we're taking our hosts on the road to fields across the area. And we want to be part of your team. Go to 937thefan.com and sign up your league and let us come out and show our appreciation for all the youth players and coaches. Brought to you by Steel City Shredding, Bowman Electric, Keystone Custom Apparel, Living Treasures, and Saloni's Italian Bread. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Thank you, Jack. I want to tell everybody about Awaken 180 weight loss. You know why? Because I lost the 35 pounds in 6 weeks. I kept it off. You've heard the story about how that happened, why it happened, and all the great things about Awaken 180. And I can tell you it is the long-term solution for weight loss. It is also having maybe an unexpected benefit now that I'm actually trying to add muscle, sort of doing some different things than I have in the past. One of the things anybody knows is if you're trying to put on the good kind of bulk, you have to be eating the right amounts of certain foods. You have to be eating the right macros, people will tell you. And guess what? Kind of configuring and redoing my relationship with food with Awaken 180 has allowed me to make that process for myself, the one I'm going through right now, so much easier because I know what to eat, I know when to eat it, I know how much to eat, and I'm fully kind of at ease with that entire process. It really is a lifestyle change that lasts. That's why it's the long-term solution for weight loss. Find out more for yourself. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Never-ending 90s presents Ezra Ray Hart. 90s hits and Xmas riffs. Mark McGrath of Sugar Ray. Kevin Griffin of Better Than Ezra. And Emerson Hart of Tonic. A night of all the hits. November 20th, 7 p.m. The Event Center at Rivers Casino. Tickets make the perfect holiday gift. Visit riverscasino.com for tickets. Don't miss Ezra Ray Hart Live.
Have Coit tackle the dirt in your home this fall. Save 50% off Coit's famous drapery cleaning service and save 35% off all other Coit cleaning services. Call Coit right now at 1-800-FOR-COIT. Tackle the dirt and save. Get your home Coit clean.
What if you had the smartest Wi-Fi? If you did, it'd be Xfinity, of course, and it'd come with their best state-of-the-art equipment. It would boost speeds to the devices that needed them most, prioritizing your most important connections, whether you were streaming, gaming, or gaming while pretending to work. And it would let you stream 4. That's right, 4 games on one screen. It would even power your mobile connection so you could bring faster, secure Wi-Fi speeds with you where you use it most. It would be proactive and fix problems before you knew you had them. Impressive, right? And it would have security features that protect you from threats at home and online. Kinda like a force field for your life. If you had the smartest Wi-Fi, well, everything would work together seamlessly to keep you connected, no matter what. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. 93.7 The Fan is cleared by aquickdrain.com.
Football Talk on The Fan is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game every Sunday. All season long, visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. Yesterday on Paramount Plus, we got fed one of the worst 1 o'clock windows of football I've ever seen in my entire life.
That was brutal.
I sat down, no Steelers to worry about. I'm just going to veg out for 3 hours and feast and gorge on all these games.
It was bad.
And Scott Hansen is just sitting there at like 3:30 saying, yeah, this is the witching hour, and we got no close games. Sorry, folks.
The Eagles game became close.
But then it didn't.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Awful.
that's tough.
I mean, and I'm lucky that the Browns game that went the way I thought, because that at least got my money ball hit. But I'm also upset that McDaniel didn't get canned. I could have hit the whole shebang.
It's a miracle that he's still there and running.
How do you lose by almost 30 points to the Browns?
The argument I've heard against it, and I don't like this one, but the argument I've heard is that they don't really have a Mike McCoy type on their coaching staff. So there's really like nobody there to get them in line when he gets fired. Like no one who's going to make the situation any better.
I mean,
So do you think he had a sit down with like Stephen Ross and they're like, well, Mike, we're going to keep you around just because there's nobody else in that room that could possibly corral these guys?
Did you hear the clip of him talking about the meeting he had with Stephen Ross? They played it on Starkey's show. It has to be the least inspiring and confidence-inducing quote I've ever heard in my life. Limits just could not wait to jump all over this and just make fun of it, and he was right to. He's just like hemming and hawing through like a horrifying thing. He's like, basically, yeah, the owner brought me in and said I was doing a horrible job and that we had to figure out a way to make it better. Anyway,
and then we lost by 4 touchdowns to the Browns.
And it was like, anyway, I agreed with it. We were doing a terrible job. So just dead man walking there.
The Donnie Football Debrief, his biggest football story of the day, is brought to you by Saloni's Italian Bread Company, over 100 years of baking experience. Don?
The Debrief, October 20, 2025. Let's do something on these receiver rumors, Pony.
Sure.
Because we know that we all love a good wide receiver trade rumor on this show. The Steelers have been linked to so many names. The trade deadline quickly approaching. Ian Rappaport throwing out a list of names this weekend. Which realistic guy would you put number one on your list? I'm not really going to count an A.J. Brown.
Wait, so he just had a huge game yesterday.
Right.
They won. So guy I want the most, or guy that I think they're most likely to get? Which one are we doing here?
Well, I guess you can give us both. Because I assume the names aren't the same, because one guy would be very good and one guy would be mediocre.
The guy I would want the most is probably Jalen Waddle, because he's a legit kind of T. Higgins type where he's a number one receiver and just hasn't been because Tyreek Hill is on that team. So he's subjected to Robin duty. But I think he's a number one. Problem is, contract is huge, and they probably want a king's ransom for him, even though they got fleeced by the Steelers in the trade they made this offseason. So there's already a history there. I think Olave would be 2 and Myers would be 3 as far as like who could be available that would have the biggest impact on the team. I would put it in that order.
My number one that I actually want is Myers, because I think it's like if you're looking for fit, you can't just necessarily say, well, we're going to put 2 number ones together and it's going to work, especially if they do the same thing. The thing that Myers is good at is he's just a professional route runner. He gets open. He's where he's supposed to be when he's supposed to be there. I would imagine he'd pick up the playbook pretty quickly. And I think Rodgers would love having a guy who's not running 40-yard routes that he could trust to actually be where he's supposed to be on time. I think that would be something that would give them a bailout option if protection broke down, somebody who's going to know the hot routes really well. Like, he would actually be my number one preference. And then who do I think they're going to end up with?
Yeah, I haven't answered that part yet.
I'm going to give you my answer. I don't think they're going to make a trade. I don't think they're going to get a second wide receiver or another wide receiver externally.
You know what Joe would say to that? Holy horse milk.
Like, we're going to end up talking about it. The trade deadline's November 4th. We are going to end up talking about this a lot in the next couple of weeks, wondering, and then it's going to be, wait, they just did nothing? So that's my bold prediction.
I thought that Rappaport gave away their plans when he said they want a speedy guy.
Shaheed?
Because he's the fastest guy out there, and he's the stretch the field type guy. So I don't see why, if that's who they like, what's stopping the Saints from trading him to the Steelers? It's out of conference. He's in the last year of his deal anyways. I don't think they're going to give him any kind. They're not going to tag him.
And they're 1-6.
And they're 1-6, exactly. Now, maybe they keep him. Maybe the math there is we've got to get a good enough pick back where it's the same or the equivalent of what we'd get as a comp pick if he signs with a new team in the offseason. That's part of it, I would think. So maybe that's why they can't just take a 6th-round pick for him or something like that.
How redundant is he with Calvin Austin whenever Austin gets healthy, as far as what he does well?
See, I think he's more of a game breaker than Austin is.
Well, they run Austin underneath a lot on some of this stuff, too.
I don't really look at Austin as a guy that really runs away from people that much. When was the last time he did that?
That Chargers game, I think of.
Yeah, but that's what, week 3 of last year?
Yes.
I mean, he did have the Raiders catch where he ran right past somebody and got hit in stride. I mean, part of the problem here is that they don't hit him in stride a ton.
Okay, but I'm asking you to use your eyes. When he runs with the football, does he look like he's moving at a different speed?
No.
Not really.
So short.
I also think Shaheed's like a moderately sized guy. He's like 6 foot, like a $180.
He is.
I mean, Calvin Austin is a tiny man.
I still would take Myers, though. They might be looking for a stretch the field guy. I'd rather have somebody that's just like kind of the old professional wide receiver.
But I think their tight ends function is that. I think Pat and Jonnu Smith has really not been the run after the catch guy that he was advertised as.
I mean, part of the reason he might have been the run after the catch guy is the Dolphins were playing from behind last year and people were playing soft zones.
I'm disappointed in him, man.
Jonnu?
Yes. I thought given who was coaching, he would have, and I know he caught a touchdown pass last week, but I just don't feel like he's created the matchup problems that they thought he would.
Well, it's obvious
he got here.
It's obvious, though, that part of it is their preferences that they like the matchup problems Darnell Washington creates. What did the snap counts look? What did they look like broadly speaking?
All three played a lot. Washington, Freiermuth, and Jonnu Smith all played.
Washington was under his magic number the other
Jonnu had 40, Freiermuth 37, Washington 36.
Yep.
Yeah, so they were going big personnel a whole lot.
Those guys all play. I don't think there was a second receiver that got a lot of snaps. What'd Scotty Miller get? 20?
Roman Wilson got 33, believe it or not.
He didn't have a bad game. We didn't talk about it. I thought he was solid.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm glad we're bringing that up briefly here. He had 2 catches, 17 yards.
And one was for a pretty big first down.
13-yard catch. You know what? Before we go hog wild, can we maybe see if there might be something there now that you finally got the guy integrated into the offense in a way that, like, sort of looked like something on TV and see what he's capable of? Yeah, because you know what? They are just a graduate 500-level offense. They can't possibly trust him.
Donnie, who do you want? What's your preference?
Like guy that I want, not who I think
prefer, want versus think.
I think I would go with I feel like I would go with Myers. I like Olave just besides his injuries.
Myers never drops the ball, which is obviously nice to have in a wide receiver. Ball's thrown in his direction, he comes down with it and catches it.
I would say that he's my number one pick there, but Shaheed's the guy I think that would be who they trade for. I mean, have we heard anything about Myers since his initial?
Well, he had a knee and toe injury that kept him out of Sunday's game. Oh, he said he asked it. They said no, and he said, "Well, at least I tried."
Right.
That's what he said.
But that was that. Like,
Yeah,
we haven't heard anything since, and now
I don't think he's
going to
get an extension there. He's going to get traded.
Hasn't caught a single touchdown there this year.
I mean, Geno Smith's barely thrown one.
No, I know.
And Bauer's not playing has killed that offense. He's been out the last.
Maybe
3
it'll
weeks.
be Kenny time soon. Then we can see what all the fuss has been about.
Donnie, thanks for another debrief. All right, I yelled at Donnie at the beginning of the show, and I apologize for that.
He was getting feisty, though. I think Donnie was ready to go do Oklahoma drills against you. I don't think it would have gone well for you.
But I want to get back to something that did come up in that conversation on the other side. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment. Here's a message from Halsey.
Thank you, Pony. Blue Chew. So Blue Chew's not just a tablet, guys. It's a cheat code for your crotch. Blue Chew provides access to chewable tablets that can help you do what exactly? Well, feel and perform at your best. Basically, like somebody gave the old downstairs region a pep talk, gave it a gym membership, and then told it to get out there and, do your thing. Blue Chew's the original brand offering chewable tablets for better sex. So Blue Chew is a small chew for a big difference. You're going to be having flashbacks to your glory days. Her group chat is going to be talking about you in glowing terms. And nothing makes you more of a legend than a little Blue Chew. You can also just be ready when she is, which is kind of the whole point of the exercise here. So discover your options at BlueChew.com. Put a little boing back into the bedroom. We got a special deal for our listeners. As always, get your first month of Blue Chew free. Just use promo code Chris at checkout and cover $5 for shipping. That is it. Head to BlueChew.com for details and safety info. Again, promo code Chris at BlueChew.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. He is obviously the biggest voice in Pittsburgh sports, and we break down his comments after every presser.
Seriously, it's awesome. It's awesome. Come on, let's get this money.
It's the Tomlin Rewind, every Tuesday at 12:30 with Joe. The Tomlin Rewind is brought to you by Verizon, the official 5G provider of the Pittsburgh Steelers. Slide Deck and Fence, Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union, Smale Lincoln Greensburg, and Twin Peaks Sports Bar. The Tomlin Rewind is on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Leaves and interest rates are falling at the gorgeous Crown Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram here in Washington. New Ram trucks, 0% financing for 72 months. That's incredible. New Grand Cherokees, 0% financing for 60 months. New Wranglers from just $339 a month, plus up to 125% of KBB for your trade. Winning team, customer-driven, world-class facility. The bow tie means a better buy. Drive into fall event. Visit us next to Washington Crown Center or at crownjeep.com. See dealer for details on all offers.
Mike Rowe here with a random fact. More than half of the homes that have basements in North America will experience water damage. It's true. Whether it's basement moisture, flooding, or bowing walls, do yourself a favor. Call Groundworks. I spent some time working with these guys. They're the real deal. Their people are trained and certified to waterproof your basement and stabilize your walls. Baker's Waterproofing is now Groundworks. Schedule a free inspection.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Prime Rib Night, every Monday at Hopstot's in Oakmont, 4 to 9. Be there.
Hey, it's Crowley. Skip your gas bills this winter with Sullivan Super Service. Buy a new furnace in October and we'll pay your November and December gas bills up to $900. You heard that right. Your November and December gas bills are on us. You've seen our bright yellow trucks flying around town. Schedule today and your hometown heroes will deliver super savings to keep you warm and protect your budget. Call Sullivan Super Service today or visit us online at sullivanservice.com. Don't wait for the first freeze. Skip the bills with Sullivan Super Service. We'll be your hometown heroes.
At Bucko's Roofing, we're on top of it. Whether it's siding, roofing, windows, gutters, or insurance claims, you can count on Bucko's for quality customer service. Find us online and get a free quote today.
It's Pittsburgh's #1 roofing company.
Bucko's Roofing.
Natural disasters happen every year. Fires, hurricanes, tornadoes. And with that, your most important moments recorded on VHS, camcorder tapes, and 8mm could all be gone in an instant. Cherished moments like your wedding, baby's first steps, family trips to Yellowstone, Lost. Enter Legacy Box. Digitizing your old media with Legacy Box protects your irreplaceable memories from the threat of natural disaster by digitally preserving them onto thumb drive, DVD, or the cloud, so they're safe forever. Legacy Box is the safest and easiest way to preserve your past, which is why it's been trusted by over 1 million families. Send Legacy Box your home movies, photos, and film. Their team of trained professionals will do the rest right here in the U.S. For a limited time, Legacy Box is offering radio listeners an incredible 50% off. Go to legacybox.com/value and save 50% when you digitize your memories. That's legacybox.com/value.
Have you been diagnosed with metastatic prostate cancer? You may qualify for a clinical trial studying an investigational therapy designed to activate your immune system to fight cancer throughout the body. If your prostate cancer has spread and you've received prior hormone therapy, you may be eligible. Take the next step in your fight. Visit Legion100trial.com to learn more or call 1-888-636-5344. That's Legion100trial.com or 1-888-636-5344.
Your drive this morning on the Parkway, 79 or 28, shouldn't end in an accident.
If it does, LGKG stands with the people of Western PA, making sure medical bills, lost wages, and pain aren't ignored.
Call LGKG, lgkg.com. Your local super lawyers.
Car dealerships have come and gone, but one has stood the test of time. Smale. We're proud to announce the grand opening of our new Smale Kia showroom. Get up to $1,000 APR bonus cash on select models, plus 0% financing for up to 48 months on 2025 Kia Sportage and Kia Sorento gas models during the Kia Fall Savings Event, Route 30 East, Greensburg. SmaleKia.com. With approved credit, not all will qualify. Must finance with campaign for 0% APR and bonus cash on select models. See Smale Kia for details. It's 11/3/25.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey guys, it's Donnie. Listen, if you have followed my story for the last couple of years, you know how important Awaken 180 has been to me. I checked in with a doctor a few years ago, and my numbers were terrible. Everything looked bad. For somebody my age, only in his mid-20s, that wasn't a good thing. And the weight, that was just part of it. I didn't like where that was either, but Awaken 180 is what helped me fix that. Awaken 180 changed my life. I followed the program, I got the great coaching, and then just 10 weeks later, I was already 45 pounds down. And now just 2+ years later, I'm down even more, over 50 pounds. I have lost the weight, I have kept it off. Without Awaken 180 steering me in the right direction, who knows where I could have been? Over 300 pounds? Maybe worse. Check it out, I promise you, it is the real deal. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Black and gold fans at Slide That Company, we're intercepting all the high prices. SlideThatCompany.com.
Listen up, football fans. You won't want to miss this.
Right now, new Bet365 customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets, win or lose. So you could turn that $200 into something bigger when you bet on money line, spread, totals, player props.
$200 in bonus bets when new customers bet $5. I know where I'm going to bet from now on. Download the app today and see why it's never ordinary at Bet365. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. 21 plus only. Must be physically located in Pennsylvania. TNC Supply. In-app only.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. how healthcare offices become the data-protecting caregivers that we all depend on, and how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
I'm Scott Hansen, host of NFL Red Zone. Lowe's knows Sundays hit different when you earn them. We've got you covered with outdoor power equipment from Cobalt and everything you need to weatherproof your deck with Trex decking. Plus, with lawn care from Scott's and, of course, Pit Boss grills and accessories, you can get a home field advantage all season long. So get to Lowe's, get it done, and earn your Sunday. Lowe's, official partner of the NFL.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for the FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official sports betting partner of the NFL. FanDuel is your home for all your favorite NFL bets, from yards to touchdowns to who will win. And FanDuel, there's any play you can make on the game, they got it for you. And tonight, FanDuel is giving all customers a 30% profit boost token on Monday Night Football. That's right, 30% profit tokens. 2 games going on. The early game, a great one between the Bucs and Lions. The late game, another kind of sneaky good game between the Texans and Seahawks. I like home teams tonight. I like Detroit against the Tampa Bay team that now probably isn't going to have Emeka Egbuka. Already down a lot of weapons, including Bucky Irving at running back, and Seattle, which has been much better on the road, believe it or not. But that defense is going to get to C.J. Stroud and force turnovers. FanDuel.com/Andrew to bet on these games. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. Opt-in required. Bonus issued is now withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. Thursday, October 23rd, Cheerleaders Halloween Party with a $500 prize for best customer costume only at Cheerleaders.
Brain injury, debilitating pain, broken bones. Car crashes don't always heal with time.
LGKG has helped thousands in Western Pennsylvania. Get real compensation when the stakes are high. Be careful out there this morning.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, is the new Bruce Springsteen film starring Jeremy Allen White as the boss, and it's mind-blowingly good. I got a sneak peek, and it happens to focus on my favorite album, Nebraska from 1982, which marked a period in Springsteen's career between The River and Born in the USA. This is a look into his heart and soul at the time. You don't want to miss it. Listen to the Pomp and Joe Show for a chance to win $100 and movie passes for a night out to see Springsteen, Deliver Me From Nowhere, only in theaters October 24th.
This is Jeej at Lewis Anthony Jewelers, reminding you that it's never too early to kick off your holiday shopping. Shop now for the best selection of fine designer jewelry, timepieces, and home decor. At Lewis Anthony Jewelers, we'll help you stay ahead of the game.
Have we met?
It's Joe Ball GMC's Spooktacular Sales Event.
Give me the treats, Pumpkinhead.
New GMC Sierra is just $359 a month for 24 months with $3,000 cash or trade, you witch.
Who you gonna call?
Joe Ball GMC, 412-487-8500.
JoeBallGM.com.
Football is on at Rival Sports Bar. So many TVs, every seat feels like the front row at Rival.
Hey, it's Crowley here for Window Nation. October is here. Spooky, and you've got old windows. That means you're back to dealing with chilly air seeping into your home. You don't want that. Eliminate those drafts once and for all with Window Nation. And this month, you buy 2 windows, you get 2 for free, plus you pay nothing for 2 years. Celebrate your upgraded home with 2 free tickets to an upcoming Pens game. Don't miss out on free windows and 0 payments for 2 years with Window Nation. Visit windownation.com before October 31st to get started.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRANGER, click Granger.com, or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Mainly clear tonight, the low 42.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Have you heard? The Staples Easy button is back with even more easy. Press it for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos. Staples. That was easy.
This year's senior class is back